Introduction to Permaculture. Bill Mollison. With Remi. Preface. I grew up in a small village in Tasmania. Everything that we needed we made. We made our own boots, our own metalworks, we caught fish, grew food, made bread. I didn't know anybody who lived there who had only one job, or even anything that you could define as a job. Everybody worked at several things. Until I was about 28 I lived in a sort of dream. I spent most of my time in the bush or on the sea. I fished, I hunted for my living. It wasn't until the 1950s that I noticed large parts of the stem in which I lived were disappearing. Fish stocks started to collapse. SEA*EDAROUNDTHE. Shorelines had thinned out. Large patches of the forests began to die. I hadn't realized until then that I had become very fond of them, that I was in love with my country. After many years as a scientist with the XRO Wildlife Survey Section and with the Tasmanian Inland Fisheries Department, I began to protest against the political and industrial systems I saw were killing us and the world around us. But I soon decided that it was no good persisting with opposition that in the end achieved nothing. I withdrew from society for 2 years. I did not want to oppose anything ever again and waste my time. I wanted to come back only with something very positive, something that would allow us alley to exist without the wholesale collapse of biological systems. In 1968 I began teaching at the University of Tasmania, and in 1974 David Holmgren and I jointly evolved a framework for a sustainable agricultural system based on a multi-crop of perennial trees, shrubs, herbs, vegetables and weeds, fungi, and root systems, for which I coined the word permaculture. We spent a lot of time working out the principles of permaculture and building a species-rich garden. This culminated, in 1978, into a publication of Permaculture 1. Public reaction to permaculture was mixed. The professional community was outraged because /AE/ele combining architecture with bio-ER, agriculture with forestry, and forestry are with honorable husbandry, so that'll most everybody. Our Hokons rider themselves to be a specialist felt a bit offended. But the popular response was rev deodorant. /land people had been thinking along the SARN lines. They were dissatisfied. /culture ours no practiced, and were looking TOUARDS more natural, ECOLOGICAL. SBSTENRS. As ISARRPE Merculture INTHE 1970 ST I was a beneficial ASSENRBILOIPLANTSANDANI miles IN. Relation TOHU men SETLLE mens. MOSTLYA med. TOUR's household and quantity self-reliance. And perhaps as a commercial endeavor only. Arising from a surplus front that's extant. However, permaculture has come to mean more than just food sufficiency in the household. Self-reliance in food is meaningless unless people have access to land, information, and financial resources. So in recent years it has come to encompass appropriate legal and financial strategies, including strategies for land access, business structures, and regional self-financing. This way it is a whole human system. By 1976 I was lecturing on permaculture, and in 1979 I resigned from my teaching position, and threw myself at an advanced age into an uncertain future. I decided to do nothing else but to try to persuade people to build good biological systems. I designed quite a few properties, and existed for a while by catching fish and pulling potatoes. In 1981 the first graduates of a standard permaculture design course also started to design permaculture systems in Australia. Today there are over 300,000 such graduates throughout the world, all involved in some aspect of environmental and social work. Bill Mollison. Acknowledgements. We are silently to the large number of students and practicing permaculturalists from all over TLRC Sorolduho over the years have experimented with plant species. Designed properties written informative articles, set up permaculture organizations in EIRO/RRS and RCS and countries, taught other students, and who have all helped. IE pen of UE in a better place to live, not only for our children, but for us now. Access to informatin. /material in this book is accessed through the chapter and section contents. Our table of contents. Main subjects are listed in the index. A list of the common and Latin names of plants used in this book and a glossary of a few uncommonly used words are located at the back of the book, along with the appendices, containing an extensive plant species list, RG, and a directory of permaculture addresses and resources. TITHE. Each volume of Introduction to Permaculture carries a surcharge of 50E which is paid by Taggery Publications to the Permaculture Institute. The Institute holds these funds in trust for tree planting, and from time to time releases monies to selected groups who are active in permanent reforestation. In this way, both publishers and readers can have a clear conscience about the use of the paper in this volume, or in any book published by Taggery Publications. Conventions USED. Seasons and directions, so that the text and figures are useful and readable in both the north and south hemispheres. The words sunside or sunwards or shadeside or polewards are used rather than north and south. The symbol below is used in the illustrations to indicate the sun direction. LR. RL. Introduction. Permaculture is a design system for creating sustainable human environments. The word itself is a contraction not only of permanent agriculture but also of permanent culture, as cultures cannot survive for long without a sustainable agricultural base and land use ethic. On one level, permaculture deals with plants, animals, buildings, and infrastructures, water, energy, communications. However, culture is not about these elements themselves, but rather about the relationships we can create between them by the way we place them in the landscape. The aim is to create systems that are ecologically sound and economically viable, which provide for their own needs, do not exploit or pollute, and are therefore sustainable in the long term. Permaculture uses the inherent qualities of plants and animals combined with the natural characteristics of landscapes and structures to produce a life-supporting system for city and country, using the smallest practical area. Permaculture is based on the observation of natural systems, the wisdom contained in traditional farming systems, and modern scientific and technological knowledge. Although based on good ecological models, permaculture creates a cultivate ecology, which is designed to produce more human and animal food than is generally found in nature. Fukuoka, in his book The One Straw Revolution, has perhaps best stated the basic philosophy of permaculture. In brief, it is a philosophy of working with, rather than Against nature, a protracted and thoughtful observation rathertha and protracted and thoughtless labor, and of looking at plants and animals in all their functions, rather than treating elements as a single product system. I have spoken, on a more mundane level, of using Aikido on the landscape, of rolling with the blows, turning adversity into strength, and using everything positively. The other approach is to karate the landscape, to try to make it yield by using our strength, and striking many hard blows. But if we attack nature, we attack, and ultimately destroy, ourselves. I think harmony with nature is possible only if we abandon the idea of superiority over the natural world. Levi Strauss said that our profound error is that we have always looked upon ourselves as masters of creation, in the sense of being above it. We are not superior to other life forms. All living things are an expression of life. If we could see that truth, we would see that everything we do to other life forms we also do to ourselves. A culture which understands this does not, without absolute necessity, destroy any living thing. Permaculture is a stem by which we can exist on the earth by using energy that is naturally in flux and relatively harmless, and by using food and natural resources that are abundant in such a way that we don't continually destroy life on earth. Every technique for conserving and restoring the earth is already known. What is not evident is that any nation or large group of people is prepared to make the change. However, millions of ordinary people are starting to do it themselves without help from political authorities. Wherever we live, we should start to do something. We can start first by decreasing our energy consumption. You can actually live on 4070 of the energy you are now using without sacrificing anything of value. We can refit our houses for energy efficiency. We can cut our vehicle use by using public transportation and sharing with friends. We can save water off our roofs into tanks, or recycle grey water to our HE toilet system or garden. We can aid.lsob into take some part in food production. TS doesn't R mean that we all need to GIOWRO/AN pot 3 s, but it may mean that we will buy them directly from a person who is already GRO asterisk in G Prado S responsibly. INFACTONE would PROBIBLRD. Better to organize a farmer racing G book in the neighborhood than to GRO/FO3R FS is regarded as a commodity, involves a shift from ALOWTOA high energy SOCIETY THEUSOF land in an exploitative and destructive way, and a demand for external energy sources, mainly provided by the third world as fuels for resource, protein, labor, and skills. Conventional farming does not recognize and pay its true costs. The land is mined of its fertility to produce annual grain and vegetable crops. Non-renewable resources are used to support yields. The land is eroded through over stocking of animals and extensive plowing. Land and water are polluted with chemicals. When the needs of a system are not met from Q within the system, we pay the price in energy consumption and pollution. We can no longer afford the true cost of our agriculture. It is Soklal. Components. IPO, LALT. Cult RRE. Irada. Finance. Slot. Components. R, AIR, Earth. Soilu asterisk of E. Sealer mate. Piance. Slash. TH design backslash. The. Larmonious. Ingration oi. Anoscape. ANCPEOPLE. NAJ. Components. Technologies. Connections. Structures. Abstract. Components. TNG. LRCS. Elements of a total PERNI-culture design. In all permanent agricultures, or in sustainable human culture generally, the energy needs of the system are provided by that system. Modern crop agriculture is totally dependent on external energies. The shift from proto-dry permanent systems, where the land is held in common, RO. Annual, commercial agriculturals where land killing our world, and it will kill us. Sitting at our back doorsteps, all we need to LRB a good life lies about us. Sun, wind, people, buildings, stones, sea, birds, and plants surround us. Cooperation with all these things brings harmony, opposition to them brings disaster and chaos. Permaculture ethics. Ethics are moral beliefs and actions in relation to survival on our planet. In permaculture, we embrace a threefold ethic: care of earth, care of people, and dispersal of surplus time, money, and materials towards these ends. Care of the earth means care of all living and non-living things, soils, species, and their varieties, atmosphere, forests, microhabitats, animals, and waters. It implies harmless and rehabilitative activities, active conservation, ethical and frugal use of resources, and right livelihood, working for useful and beneficial systems. Care of the earth also implies care of people, so that our basic needs for food, shelter, education, satisfying employment, and convivial human contact are taken care of. Care of people is important, for even though people make up a small part of the total living systems of the world, we make a decisive impact on it. If we can provide for our basic needs, we need not indulge in broad-scale destructive practices against the earth. The third component of the basic care of the earth ethic is the contribution of surplus time, money, and energy to achieve the aims of earth and people care. This means that after we have taken care of our basic needs and designed our systems to the best of our ability, we can extend our influence and energies to helping others achieve that aim. The permaculture system also has a basic lift ethic, which recognizes the intrinsic worth of every living thing. A tree is something of value in itself, even if it has no commercial value for us. That it is alive and functioning is what is important. It is doing its part in nature, recycling biomass, providing oxygen and carbon dioxide for the region, sheltering small animals, building soils, and so on. So we see that the permaculture ethic pervades all aspects of environmental, community, economic, and social systems. Cooperation, not competition, is the key. Ways we can implement the earth care ethics in our own lives are as follows. Think about the long-term consequences of your actions. PLAN for sustainability. Where possible, use species native to the area, or those naturalist species known to be beneficial. The thoughtless introduction of potentially invasive species may upset natural balances in your home area. Cultivate the smallest possible land area. Plan for small-scale, energy-efficient intensive systems rather than large-scale, energy-consuming extensive systems. Be diverse, polycultural, as opposed to monocultural. This provides stability and helps us to be ready for change, whether environmental or social. Increase the sum of yields. Look at the total yield of the system here divided by annuals, perennials, crops, trees, and animals. Also, regard energy saved as a yield. LJSLOW, ENERGY. Environmental, solar, wind, and water, and biological, plant and animal, systems to conserve and generate energy. Bring food growing back into the cities and towns, where it has always traditionally been in sustainable societies. Assist people to become self-reliant and promote community responsibility. Reforest the earth and restore fertilizer to the soil. Use everything at its optimum level and recycle all wastes. See solutions, not problems. Work where it counts. Plant a tree where it will survive. Assist people who want to learn. Ifl. Busruus. Subword.bs. Viliases. At COF9P41,9N.lol/ Otisis. Farms. E. The Titia. Of Oflo LESTSTE carat 4. DESLCN. T. Tibor ARV. CARBENS. Plem.etongs. Actica trude. O equals O on apne. NRI. FINATCGS. E dash carat. Biolui. F at no 14 LCSEO. Are you through? E. At RPOLOAHORTRCTRLTUB. Archfectug. TETRRNLL. I. W at ERL. The Permaculture tree, the element 3 LHT1 junior ENE. Oisopines, an abstract word.d. Products IE in the REAW.O.RLT the germination of an idea translatio. Information into product. TTRE. 5 elements, wood, fire, light, earth, air, water, are organized by a tree, as information is organized by ideas. 4. I backslash. H backslash. TR backslash. Idea. N. Dash slash. RL. Permaculture principles. There are 2 basic steps to good permaculture. E-sign. The first deals with laws and principles. It can be adapted to any climatic and cultural condition, while the second is more closely associated with practical techniques, which hang from one climate and culture to another. The principles discussed in the following ranges are inherent in any permaculture design, in any climate and at any scale. They are ejected from principles of various disciplines: ecology, energy conservation, landscape design, on environmental science, and are, briefly, as follows. Relative location: every element, such as house, pond, road, etc., is placed in relationship RO another so that they assist each other. Each element performs many functions. Each important function is supported by many elements. Efficient energy planning for house and settlement, zones and sectors. Emphasis on the use of biological resources over fossil fuel resources. Energy recycling on site, both fuel and human energy. Using and accelerating natural plant SUC. Session to establish favorable sites and soils. Polyculture and diversity of beneficial species for a productive, interactive system. Use of edge and natural patterns for best effect. The core of permaculture is design. Design is a connection between things. It's not water, or a chicken, or the tree. It is how the water, the chicken and the tree are connected. It's the very opposite of what we AIE taught in school. Edu. Cation takes everything and pulls it apart and makes no connections at all. Permaculture makes the connection, because as soon as you've got the connection you can feed the chicken from the tree. To enable a design component, pond, house, woodlet, garden, windbreak, etc., to function efficiently we must put it in the right place. For example, dams and water tanks are located above the house and garden so that gravity, rather than a pump, is used to direct flow. Home. Windbreaks are placed so that they deflect wind, but do not shade the house from the wind or sun. The garden is placed between the house and a chicken pen, so that garden refuse is collected on the way to the pen and chicken manure is easily shoveled over to the garden, and so on. We set up working relationships between each element, so that the needs of one element are filled by the yields of another element. To do this, we must discover the basic characteristics of any element, its needs, and its products. See box. The elements in a typical small farm might include house, greenhouse, garden, chicken pens, water storage tank, compost pile, bee hives, nursery area and potting shed, woodlet, dam, aquaculture pond, windbreak, barn, tool shed, woodpile, guest house, pasture, hedgerow, worm beds, and so on. These can be moved about on paper until they are working to best advantage. In the case of every element, we can base our linking strategies to these questions. Of what use are the products of this particular element to the needs of other elements? What needs of this element are supplied? B1. Other elements. Where is this element insert.relatable with other elements? Where does this element benefit other parts of the system? It is best to start with the most important node of activity, e.g. the house, or even a commercial center such as nursery, free-range chicken farm, aquaculture, etc. For things to work properly, we must remember that the inputs needed by one element are supplied by other elements in the system, and the outputs needed by one element are used by other elements, including ourselves. Each element in the system should be chosen and placed so that it performs as many functions as possible. A pond can be used for irrigation, watering livestock, aquatic crop, and fire control. It is also a habitat for waterfowl, a fish farm, and a liat reflector, figure 2.8. A dam wall functions as a road, a fire break, and a bamboo production area. We can do the same with plants, simply by selecting a useful species and putting it in a particular place. We can use it for one or more of the following purposes: windbreak, privacy, trellis, fire control, mulch, food, animal forage, fuel, erosion control, wildlife habitat, climatic buffer, soil conditioner. I.3. EAC high ELE meant 1 PEREOR. I I3 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 AENA or LIEANA IFUNCTL 0 NCTI. Products. I il hers. Newer. 0 Dilta flowers. He hon cs Greyberg. Eviora. Fuss. L caret slash aller. Food. All her. Dash equals. CL. Characteristics. Lolar 1 VTA. Brea SPE.FIC. Behablower. S. Slash N4 V4 Uplook. II slash Z. VJ. FFI4 asterisk equals. Shelter. Needs grid dash 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 dash. Dust dash. Breed. Color. INTR.INSC. GN.ER6. Figure 1.1 analyzing the characteristics, needs, and products of each element in the system in order to put it in the right place relative to other elements in the system. Silver S. Palmelter. Hard.rebug hell hashtag RR. Functional analysis of the chicken. This is how the process of relative location works, using the chicken as an example. First, we list the innate characteristics of the chicken, its color, size, and weight, heat and cold, roll rances, ability to rear its own young, etc. Chickens have different breed characteristics, GHT. Colored chickens tolerate heat better than dark. Colored ones, heavy breeds cannot fly as high as light breeds, which means fencing height. Requirements are different, some breeds are beater mothers, others are better layers. We also look at the behavior of the chicken, what is its pattern? A living. We see that all chickens scratch for food. 1 Walk, fly, roost in trees or perches at night, form flocks, and lay eggs. Secondly, we list basic needs. Chickens need shelter, water, a dust bath to deter lice, a protected roosting area, and nest. Boxes. They need a source of shell grit to grind. Food around in their crops. And they like to be with other chickens. A solitary chicken is a pretty sad affair, best to give it a few companions. That's all. Easy enough to provide and wouldn't take us more than a few days to set up. Chickens also need food. And that's where we start to make connections to the other elements in our system, because we want to put the chicken in a place and situation where it will scratch for its own living. Anytime we stop the chicken from behaving naturally, we be got to do the work for it. Both work. Depollution are the result of incorrectly designed or unnatural systems. Lastly, we list the products or outputs of the chicken. It provides meat, eggs, feathers, feather, dust, manure, carbon dioxide, from breathing, sound, heat, and methane. We will want to place the chicken in such a position that its products or use be other elements in the system. Unless we use these outputs to aid some other part of our system, we are faced with more work and pollution. Now we have all the information needed to sketch a plan of the chicken run, to decide where fences, shelters, nests, trees, seed and green crops, ponds, greenhouses, and processing centers will go relative to the chicken.tlns. The house needs food, cooking fuel, heat in cold weather, hot water, lights, etc. It gives shelter and warmth for people. The chicken can supply some of these needs, food, feathers, meth. It also consumes most food wastes coming from the house. The garden needs fertilizer, mulch, water. It gives leaves, seeds, vegetables. The chicken provides manures and eats surplus garden products. Chicken pens close to the garden ensure easy collecting on OFM onto residential and a throw over the fence. Feeding system. Chickens can be let into the garden, but only under controlled circumstances. The greenhouse needs carbon dioxide for plants, methane for germination, manure, heat, and water. It gives heat by day, and food for people, with some crop wastes for chickens. The chicken can obviously supply many of these needs, and utilize most of the wastes. It can also supply night heat to the greenhouse in the form of body heat if we place the chicken house adjoining it, figure 7.8. The orchard needs weeding, pest control, manure, and some pruning. It gives food, fruit and nuts, and provides insects for chicken forage. Thus, the orchard and the chicken can interact beneficially if chickens are alwetted from time to time. The woodlot needs management, fire control, perhaps pest control, some manure. It gives solid fuel, bennies, seeds, insects, shelter, and some warmth. Chickens can roost in the trees, feed upon insect larvae, and assist in fire control by scratching or grazing fuel such as grasses. The cropland needs plowing, manuring, seeding, harvesting, and storage of crop. It gives food for chickens and people. Chickens have a part to play as manure providers and cultivators. A huge number of chickens on a small area will effectively clear all vegetation and tome the soil over by scratching. The pasture needs cropping, manuring, and storage of HAV or silage. It gives food for animals, worms and insects included. The pond needs some manure. It yields fish, water plants as food, and can reflect light and absorb heat. Simply by letting chickens behave naturally and range where they are of benefit, we get a lot of work out of them. Using the information above, we place the chicken near the fenced garden and probably backing onto the greenhouse. Gates are opened at appropriate into the orchard, pot, tour, and woodland so that chickens forage fallen fruit, seeds, and insects, scratching out weeds and leaving behind manures. A windbreak can be made up of these are provide fodder or sugar pods for cows, willow, honey locust, tagassist, topita, carob, cop, PS for kindling or firewood, lucina, give nectar and pollen for bees, acacia fimbriata, and provide for their own nitrogen requirements. Leguminous trees. Acacias fulfill many functions. They provide seeds for poultry forage, foliage for larger stock, and fix nitrogen in the soil, while blossoms provide pollen for bees. They are also pioneer plants which prepare and protect the soil for slower growing, more sensitive plants. Selecting appropriate species requires a thorough knowledge of the animal or plant cultivar. Under consideration, its tolerances, its needs and its products. When considering plants, for example, we want to know, is it deciduous or evergreen? Are its roots invasive? To what height does it grow? Is it fast growing and short lived, or slow growing and long lived? Does it have a dense or light canopy? Is it disease resistant or susceptible? Can it be bruised or cut, or will it die if overpruned or copiced? To begin, state a species indi. Or keep notes on each plant, its characteristics, tolerances, and uses on cards in a file system. See the annotated species lists in the appendix. Some of the things to note are as follows. 1. Form, lifestyle, annual, perennial, deciduous, evergreen, and shape, shrub, vine, tree, including heights. 2. Tolerances, climatic zone, arid, temper. 8. Tropical, subtropical, shade or sun toler. Ants, preferring shade, partial shade, full sun. Habitat, moist, dry, wet, high or low elevation. Soil tolerance, sandy, clay, rocky, and pH. Tolerance, acidic or alkaline soils. 3 uses, edible, human food or seasoning. Medicinal, animal forage, for specific animals. E.g. chickens, pigs, deer, soil improvement. Nitrogen fixing, cover crop and green manure. Side protection, erosion control, dipping fence. 8. Windbreak, cop icing, fuel, poles, sticks. Building material, poles, timber, furniture, and other uses, fiber, fuel, insect control, ornament. Nectar, and pollen for bees, rootstock, dye. There are various factors that may limit SPE. Size selection. Unsuitable for climate or soil. Locally rampant or noxious. Unavailable or rare, usually not traded. Outside the country of origin. Preference, vegetarians may not choose. Fodder species or animals used for meat. Area of land available, smaller species for small properties. Usefulness in relation to difficulty of grow. Small yield. Or rhyme taken to reach maturity. EACLMPORTANTRI cryo $. Supported by Mat.phi $. Imponent basic needs such as water, food, and ergal, and fire protection should be served into or more \a s. A careful farm design, 4x. Ample, will include both annual and perennial. Pastry and fodderies, poplars, willows, honey, locust, and tagassist, which are either cut and fed to domestic stock, or the stock let in for short periods of time to eat the leaves, pods, or lopped branches. In the same way, a house with a solar hot water system may also contain a backup wood burning stove with a water jacket to supply hot water when the sun is not shining. And for fire control, many elements, the pond, driveway, slow-burning windbreak trees, and swales, are incorporated in the homestead or village design to reduce damage should wildfire occur. In other examples, water is caught in a variety of ways, from dams and tanks to swales and chisel plowing, to replenish groundwaters. And on sea coasts, winds are contained first by a strong, frost-line windbreak of trees and shrubs, and closer in by semi-permeable fences or trellis systems. L. The key to efficient energy planning, which is, in fact, efficient economic planning, is the zone and sector placement of plants, animal ranges, and structures. The only modifiers are local factors of market, access, slope, local climatic quirks, areas of special interest, floodplains or rocky hillsides, and special soil conditions, such as hard laterites or swamp soils. The following sections cover zone, sector, and slope. Plans for an ideal site, say a gentle slope, facing the sun side where few variables are encountered. Real landscape, however, will differ, so that your designs will be more complex than those illustrated. L. Zone planning. Zone planning means placing elements AC, HIEGT and one of our STSG, according to how much we use them or how often we need to service them. Areas that must be visited every day, e.g. the glass house, chicken pen, garden, are located nearby, while places visited less frequently, orchard, grazing areas, woodland, are located further away. Figure 1.2. To place elements in zones, start from a center of activity, usually the house, although this can also be a barn, a plant nursery business, or, on a larger scale, an entire village. Zone \NG is decided by 1. The number of times you need to visit the element, plant, animal or structure, for harvest or yield, and 2. The number of times the element needs you to visit it. For example, on a yearly basis, we might visit the poultry shed for eggs 350 times, for manure 20 times, for culling 5 times, other 20 times. Zone R/source T -7 _ EGEAEOEU key PLUC LED6RC Euro JS -w/ veg Euro IABL Euro /R 6 character .TNTE silva FRQTF TNQTSYST Euro / Zoen Euroli Zoen Euro 1V EXT Euro NST /J Euro Fu Euro Surt Geisel FONEST SEU FOBAESYST Euro M for L4 R.6 ELB ES2 Low ton Reni QSE. Figure 1.2. The relationship between distance and intensity of use. Frequently visited areas are oldest closest to the house, for a total of 395 visits annually, whereas one might visit an oak tree only twice a year, to collect acorns. The more visits needed, the closer the objects need to be. Those components need very frequent observation, constant visits. Work input, or complex management techniques must be placed very close to or will waste a great deal of time, effort, and energy visiting them. The golden rule is to develop the nearest area first, get it under CONEOL, and then expand the edges. Too often, the beginner chooses a garden far from the house, and neither harvests the plants efficiently, nor cares for them well enough. Any soil can be developed for a garden over time, so stay close to the home when placing RAG. Garden and orchard. Zone 0 is the center of activity, house, barn, or village if the design is on a large scale. It is laid out to conserve energy and to suit its occupants' needs. Zone I is close to the house. It is the most controlled and intensively used area and can contain the garden, workshops, greenhouse and propagation frames, small animals, rabbits, guinea pigs, fuels for the house, gas, wood, compost, mulch, clothesline, and grain drying area. There are no large animals on range, and perhaps only a few large trees, depending on shade requirements. Any frequently visited or essential small tree can be placed in this zone, e.g. a reliably bearing lemon tree. Zone II is still intensively maintained, with dense plantings, yerger shrubs, small fruit and Me XET or H art asterisk in break S. S structures include terraces, hedges, trellis, and ponds. There are a full large trees asterisk the complex herb layer and understoral, especially small fruits, plant and animal species that require care and observation, are located in this zone, and water is fully reticulated, drip irrigation for trees. Poultry is let into selected areas, orchard, woodland, 2. Range, and an area for one milk cow can be fenced in from the next zone. Zone 3 contains unpruned and unmulched. Table 1.1 Some factors which change in zone planning as distance increases. Factor or strategy Zone I, Zone 2, Zone 3, Zone IY. Main design for house climate a small domestic main crop, gathering, forage. Domestic sufficiency stock and orchard forage, tourist ready, pasture. Establishment of plants. Pruning of trees. Selection of trees and plants. Water provision. Structures. Complete sheet. Mulch. Intensive cup or espalier, trellis. Selected dwarf. Or multi-graft. Rainwater tanks. Well, bore. Reticulation. House/glass house. Storage. Integration. Spot mulch and tree guards. Pyramid and built trellis. Grafted varieties. Earth tank and fire control. Greenhouse and BAMs, poultry. Sheds. Selected. Seedlings for later grafts. Water storage. In soils. Dams. Feed store. Field. Shelter. Thin to select. Varieties, or managed. By browse. Dams, rivers, bores. And wind pumps. Field shelter grown as hedgerow and woodland. Soil condition and only. Green mulch. Unpruned and seedlings, thin to natural trellis selected varieties. 10. Orchards, larger pastures or ranges for meat. Animals or rearing flocks, and main crop. Water is available only to some plants, although there are watering areas for animals. Animals are cows, sheep, and semi-managed birds. Plants, including wood windbreaks, thickets, woodlets, and large trees, such as nut and oak, for animal forage. Zone IY is semi-managed, semi-wild, used for gathering, hardy foods, unpruned trees, and wildlife and forest management. Timber is a managed product, and other yields, plant and wildlife, are possible. Zone Y is unmanaged or barely managed. Natural wild systems. Up to this point, UE. Design. In Zone V, we observe and learn. It is our essential place for meditation, where we are visitors, not managers. Table 1.1 shows the factors which chance in zone planning as distance increases. Zones are a convenient, abstract way to deal with distances. However, in practice, zone edges will blur into each other, or Lanford and site access may mean that sometimes the least used area, ZNNEV, is next RO the most intensely used area. Zone I, for example, a steep forested hill directly behind the house. / E can in fact bring asterisk EU edges of zone V right. QA. L. / RPEN. / Z0 really 9. TPFRNNAA. B. P7. I. ZUR. RTN. / WTL. ZLTR. T. RB. IL-: IX. T-1. IAIRC RCP. 11. TFTTT. ARRU and 1. Figure 1.3 Fenced Wildlife Corridor, Zone V, extending into Zone O. JBRs. 1. I. W. Z. ZRB. Cattle. ZO /TES, II40. E. E/RRH /S. 6Q/N4, BBT. Gunner asterisk, RT. RRH. Figure 1.4 Simple ground plan for a small mixed farm design. T2. RO our front door as a corridor for wildlife, birds, and nature. Or we can extend Zone I along a frequently used path, a loop path which takes us around the house, to the barn, past the chicken shed, into the garden near the woodpile, and back to the house. Figures 1.3 and 1.4 show sample zone plans for a small farm. Zonation patterns may change when we are working with 2 or more centers of activity. Say between the house and a guest cottage, or the house and barn, or, on a larger scale, between the buildings in a village. In this case we must carefully work out linkages between these trays, consisting mostly of access, water and energy supply, sewage, and fencing connections. This is what David Holmgren calls network analysis, which plans for more complex sites making connections between roads, pipes, windbreaks and so on to service more than one SINRA. Figure 1.5 Understanding the direction from which sun, wind, ILR and flood come EPS in the PA Smithoi. Syracuse and vegetation. 1a. LJ. I sector planning. Sectors deal with the wild energies, the ELE. Ments of sun, light, wind, rain, wildfire, and water flow, including flood. These all come from outside our system and pass through it. For these, we arrange a sector diagram based on real site, usually a wedge-shaped area that radiates from a center of activity, commonly the house, but it can be any other structure. Figure 1.5. Some of the factors to sketch out on the ground plan are fire danger sector, cold or damaging winds, hot, salty, or dusty winds, screening of unwanted virus, winter and summer sun angles, reflection from ponds, flood-prone areas, what place appropriate plant species and stroke tours in each sector, 1. To block or screen out the incoming energy or distant view, 2. To channel it for special uses, or 3. To open out the sector or to allow, for example, maximum sunlight. Thus, we place design components to manage incoming energy to our advantage. For the fire sector, we choose components that do not burn, or that create fire breaks, such as ponds, stone UALs, roads, clear areas, fire. Cool G / P. 80.T, okay. COLNUT1. PTE. FTKGRTEO. Cookanion J. Happy face, EOLTHBLLIL. Suppressing vegetation, or grazing animals to keep the vegetation short. I slope. Finally, we look at the site in profile, noting relative elevations to decide on the placements of dams, water header tanks, or wells, above the house, waterfalls, to plan access roads, drains, flood or flow diversions, and to place waste to or biogas units and so on. Figures 1.0 and 1.7 illustrate some ideal relationships of stroke, tours and functions, given that there is a reason. Able slope. Starting from the plateau or ridge. Dams placed above the house take over. Flow from high tanks, which rely on the roof. Catchment of hay storage sheds, workshops, or meeting halls, all of which need little water but have large roof areas for catchment. Diversion. Channels around high ridges leading to dams. Serve the same purpose. All covered tanks at high elevation are very useful, and these can in fact be built as the basement or foundation of the buildings, forming a heavy cold buffer in the subfloor of work shops. Water from covered tanks is guaranteed, free of biological pollution, and should be kept strictly for drinking at lower levels. The settlement area. Bulk domestic exchanger, 4 showers. 2 TT plus. Hashtag. B. E asterisk, L backslash hashtag T6R.OTL.LRLP 57 CLIAT. Dash, L. Dot. WL backslash 1 EI backslash comma EPO.IT. A. About. YI backslash. OO Eurofeud. A. 5R. The 3 TB2B. O. GTED. T4. HACRU. VI backslash. Dia. T. Asterisk TT, greater than plus 4. Hashtag T1M4F underscore. 4 TT carat. D. 1R, 6 carat T, deal net, T, U3L dash comma, E9 asterisk SMAE. AIW backslash C asterisk QPW carat TQ3 to KK at dot. FLE. ONVEX SLD, T. RNF Lelin. Point. PN. RTI. Co-NCAB ELSVO, E4. Figure 1.6 slope analysis and site planning in relation to slope aspect largely decides the placement of access. Water supply, forests, and crop end, I or the humid landscape. T4. 4 row RL. Dollar. Cook I. K1. Relays, gardens, are supplied from the high. Dash JLL15. Above the house, particularly on rough RXKV and dry sites, there should be careful selection of dry country plants needing spot. Asterisk. Catering only for establishment. These forests or orchards help with erosion control and water. Erosion. On lower sites choose plants with NI water requirements. At the house, small tanks are needed for emergency water supply, and the house sited behind the lower dams or lakes for fire protect. Iron. Household gray water, wastewater from sinks and showers, not toilets, is absorbed by dense vegetation either in the garden or orchard. Downslope, water from the valley lake or large volume storage at lower levels are pumped to the higher tanks or dams in emergencies such as fire or drought. A factor often left unplanned is the high slope access, either as a trickle or road. Such access can provide water drainage or diversion to mid-slope dams, fire control on slopes, and harvest time access to forest and to sheds or barns. Often enough, on small properties, the mulch from forests and manures from upslope barns can be easily moved downhill to establish a barn-to-house garden. Slide floors in upslope, shearing sheds, goat sheds, and stables allows easy access to manures. To restate the basic energy conservancy rules, place each element, plant, animal, or structure, so that it serves at least 2 or more functions. ER area important function, water collection, fire protection, is served in 2 or more WAS. Elements are placed according to intensity of use, ZONES. CONTROLOF externally NERGIES. Sectors and efficient energy flow, slope or convect 10N. Once this common sense analysis is done, we know that a verb component is in a good place. For 3 reasons, relative to site resources, external energies, and slope or elevation. 2. Sum up, there should be no tree, plant, structure, or activity that is not placed according to these criteria. For instance, if we plant a pine tree, it goes in zone 4, infrequent visits, away from the fire danger sector, it accumulates fuel and burns like a tar barrel, towards the cold wind sector. Pines are hardy wind breaks, and it. Dash. UKCCR. JWKE. I colon, UFI. TTBR. NR. U, 9RVR1. LV. T. VN. R. Backslash. FIU. Colon slash slash, dot slash. T plus RI caret comma. GBT no. FGURE 1.7 dia is Iota Wakra, buildings, and access, vegetation not drawn to better show water movements. Swales distribute WATE over a wide grass slope to prevent gully erosion during wet seasons. 15. Should bear edible nuts as forage. If we want to place a small structure such as a poultry shed, it should border zone I. 4. Frequent visits, be away from the fire sector. Border the annual garden, for easy manure COL. Lection, back onto the forage system, attached to a greenhouse in temperate climates, and form part of a windbreak system. In a permaculture system, we use biological resources, plants and animals, wherever POS. Possible to save energy and to do the work of the farm. Plants and animals are used to provide fuel, fertilizer, tillage, insect control, weed control, nutrient recycling, habitat enhancement, soil aeration, fire control, erosion control, and so on. Building up biological resources on site is a long-term investment which needs thought and management in the planning stages. Aside is a key strategy for recycling energy and developing sustainable systems. We use green manures and leguminous instead of nitrogen fertilizer, weed peas and short herbs rather than lawnmowers, biological insect control rather than pesticides, and animals such as chickens or pigs instead of rotary hose, heaticides, and artificial fertilizers. However, careful and appropriate use of non-biologic AI resources, fossil fuel, BA said Mac HIN, ARI, artificial fertilizers, technical equipment.tn. The beginning stages of a permaculture is okay too. They are used to create long-term, sustainable, biological systems and an enduring physical infrastructure. For example, technological equipment such as photovoltaic cells, solar water heaters, and plastic pipes have used non-renewable resources in their manufacture, but we can use these effectively to produce our own energy on site. Similarly, we can hire earth-moving machinery to build roads, dams, swales and diversion drains, tractors to chisel plow hard, unpro. 16. Ductive ground or to disc pit in drylands to trap silt and seeds for eventual plant growth, trucks to cart in manures and mulch from nearby sources so that we can get our own systems started. In the same way, artificial fertilizer supply to worn out soils will produce a green manure crop to start building up biological fertility. The problem comes when we are locked into an annual fertilizer or machinery treadmill instead of using these resources wisely to build up our own biological systems on site or in the community. By all means, carefully use what is available. Use it for the best possible reasons, and develop alternatives as fast as possible. Following are some examples of using plants and animals to increase yield and vigor, and to reduce the need for fertilizers and pesticides. Rather than relying on machines or brute force, we can instead think our way into managing and maintaining our properties. Animal tractors, chickens and pigs are well known for scratching and digging up the ground in search of worms, insects, and roots. Although animal tractor systems are described in Chapter L in brief, chickens, pigs, or goats enclosed in a weedy or brambly area will destroy all vegetation, partly cultivate the earth, and manure the area. They are then rotated to another enclosure before they actually do damage through too much manure or soil disturbance. Pest control, umbelliferous and composite plants such as dill, fennel, daisies, and marigolds placed around garden beds and in the orchard attract predator insects which feed on or parasite as pests. Ponds in the garden attract insect-eating frogs. Suitable nest boxes or thorny shrubs provide a habitat for insectivorous birds. Fungi and beneficial bacteria or nematodes have also been used to control insects, and many plants provide insect control or nematode control. Fertilizers, all animals recycle nutrients by eating vegetation or other animals and excrete nitrogenous manures to fields, orchards, and gardens. Duck and pig manures in a large lake or pond increase the nutrients for many species of fish. Earthworms pump air into soils and provide humus and nutrients for plants, or are harvested for use as poultry and fish food. Garden and orchard wastes are recycled through worms, thus cleaning up potential pests and diseases. Comfort can be combined with manures and composted or fermented to a liquid mixture to provide essential nutrients for garden plants. Many vigorous and deep-rooted tree species probe the soil below the upper level and mine nutrients that are unavailable to more shallow-rooted plants. The leaves can then be used for mulch and to build up soil humus. Legumes and leguminous trees, lucerne, beans, leucaena, acacias, which also provide nutrients to the soil by taking nitrogen from the air and processing it through root nodules, have a suitable bacteria, rhizobium, working in their root nodules. By adding the right rhizobium to potting soils, plant growth can be raised up to 8070 over inoculated individuals. Note, not all legumes are nitrogen-fixing, notable except Ryans are honey locust and carob. More than 150 non-leguminous plants, such as alder, aralnus, autumn olive, elaeagnus, and casue, arenas, are also known to fix nitrogen. Leguminous pasture, shrubs, and trees are interplanted amongst orchard and forest trees. And crop legumes such as broad beans and field peas are planted in gardens and used as an understory planting in orchards. If they are cut or pruned back before flowering, nitrogen from root nodules is released into the soil to be taken up by surrounding plants. Many of these plants, especially the legumes, other USES, THE Siberian PEA shrub, C. arrogata, and Tagasa CE, Chemosidesis, Dientensis, for example, not only improve the SWA1, but are useful as a windbreak hedge, pool, ariud, seeds, and fodder for larger animals. ABES. Other biological resources include bees, airing afflowers and gathering nectar, spiny plants, fencing, allelopathic planters, plant suppressing weed growth, and dogs, livestock, guard dogs, especially for sheep. The key to using biological resources effectively is management. If not managed, such resources may become out of control and destructive, often ending up as pollutants. This can be seen as unfenced cattle eating forest saplings, escapee goats in the orchard, chickens polluting their pen, and untended leguminous trees shading out the garden. Lost management strategies are based on timing. For example, geese will weed the grasses from a garden containing strawberries, goose berries, root crops such as onions and potatoes, tomatoes, etc. The key is to allow the geese into the garden as reg plants are large enough to prevent them being damaged by geese feet, and by fruit ripens, geese will eat ripe strawberries and tomato s1. Chickens, for all their advantages in manure, and eating insects and UEET seeds, should not be let into a mulched garden or orchard as they will scatter mulch while scratching around for insects. If the orchard is not mulched, but rather managed through an understory of nitrogen-fixing legumes, chickens are let into forage for fallen fruit, insects, and greens. Mulches in chicken pens can be covered with stones or with a metal mesh. In modern food supply systems, full nutrition and a varied diet are provided by a worldwide transport, storage, and marketing network. This reticulation of food is, of course, more energy expensive than local agricultural diversity and is only possible due to fossil fuel subsidy. Already, the costs of food reticulation are out of hand and are having their effects back at the farm. Efficient methods have been forced on the producer, even if it is to the long-term detriment of the land or quality of the produce. Pesticides, large amounts of fertilizers, and LISTARETE. Figure 1.8. The designer's work is to set up useful energy storages in a landscape or building, going from state A to state B. Such storages become rest zero sources for increased yields. 18. /ISE cropping sequences and cultivation tech. Reeks have become commonplace in an effort. Surprised phase, reduce costs and to raise yields in the hopeless race to remain economically viable. A community supported by a diverse permaculture is independent of the distribution rate and assured of a varied diet, providing all nutritional requirements while not sacrificing quality or destroying the land that feeds it. The GEBest savings on energy are in the elimination of costly transport, packaging, and marketing. Permaculture systems seek to stop the flow of nutrient and energy off the site and instead turn them into cycles, so that, for instance, kitchen wastes are recycled to compost, animal manures are directed to biogas production or to the soil, household grey water flows to the garden Then, green manures are turned into the earth. Leaves are raked up around trakes as mulch. Or, on a regional scale, sewage is treated to produce fertilizer to be used on farmland in the district. Good design uses incoming natural energies, with those generated on site to ensure a complete energy cycle. The second law of thermodynamics states that energy is constantly degrading, or becoming less usable to the system. It is through constant cycling, however, that life on Earth proliferates. The interaction between plants and animals actually increases available energy on the site. The goal of permaculture is not only to recycle and therefore increase energy, but also to catch, store, and use everything before it has degraded to its lowest energy use and so is lost to us forever. Our job is to use incoming energy, sun, water, wind, manures, at its highest POS, cycle use, then its next highest, and so on. We can create use points for one source to sink before it runs off our property. Water catchment and storage systems, for example, are constructed uphill for use in a complex pattern of ponds, smaller storages, energy generation, and so on, until the water is at last allowed to run off the property. Figure F.8. If we ignore the hills and put a dam down in the valley, we have lost higher advantage of gravity and need energy to pump the water back up. It is not really the amount of rainfall that counts, it is the number of cycles we can set up to use that water to our best advantage. The more useful storages to which we can direct energy between energy coming into or generated on the site and energy leaving it, the better we are. As decisions, rather than large harvesters and transport. TNCKs, a permaculture system is tuned for hand tools, scythe, hand mower, prune and G-shears, axe, wheelbarrow, on a small site, and modest fuel users, tractor, mower, whippersnipper, chainsaw, on larger sites. Although permaculture may seem to be lot more intensive to start with, it is not a return to peasant systems often while crops, endless drudge, airy, and total dependence on human labor. Rather it focuses on designing the farm, or garden, or town, to best advantage, using a certain amount of human labor, which can include friends and neighbors, a gradual build up of productive perennial plants, mulching for weed control, the use of biological resources, alternative technologies that generate and save energy, and a moderate use of machinery, as appropriate. Small-scale, intensive systems means that 1. Much of the land can be used efficiently and thoroughly, and 2. The site is under control. On a small site, this is no problem, however, on larger sites it is easy to make the mistake of spreading out too quickly with extensive gardens, orchards, woodland, and chicken runs. This is a waste of time, energy, and water. If you want to know how to control your site, state at your doorstep. If you see a farm where the doorstep leads to weeds, then the weeds will go to the boundary. The land area is too big in terms of available time, labor, money, or interest. If we cannot maintain or improve a system, we should leave it alone. Thus minimizing 19. Damage and preserving natural complexity. If we do not regulate our own numbers and appetites, and the area we occupy, nature will do so for us, by famine, erosion, poverty and disease. What we call political and economic systems stand or fall on our ability to conserve the natural environment. Closer regulation of available land, plus very cautious use of natural resources, is our only sustainable future strat. E.g. why? Perhaps we should control only those areas we can establish, maintain, and harvest by small technologies as a form of control on our appetites. This means that settlements should always include total food provision, or else we risk the fatal combination of sterile city and delinquent landscape, where city, forest, and farm are all neglected and lack even the basic resources for self-sufficiency. What we frequently observe in the Western world is a delinquent landscape. The suburban plots under lawns and cosmetic flowers, and areas of urban blight around cities, more land cleared at the edge of the wilderness, and a desperate misuse of land in between. This SYS. TEMIS not SUSTAINABLE. At this moment, IT seems clear that planning for the intensive, biologically based food production at the door step is the only way out of future crises. Contrast the large, cleared areas of Australia and North America with the small, intensively farmed areas in the Philippines, where the total land around the house is usually only 12 square meters. Out of this comes most of the food for the family. The house is often on trailers, with ANI miles PENNEDBENEATH, GARDENSUR, rounds the house. Scraps and trimmings are fed to the animals. Manures are used on the garden trellis, holding passion fruit, gourds, beans, and other climbing vegetables, shelters the house from extreme heat and provides food for the family. Fast-growing trees, leucaena, are copiced for fuel wood. So stay close to the house, and work towards developing small, intensive systems. We can plant 10 critical trees, and look after them. Whereas if we plant 100, we can lose up to 60 of them from lack of site preparation and care. 20. 10 trees and perhaps 4 square meters of garden, well protected, manured, and watered. We'll start the ZNNEI2 system. The smaller nucleus plans are always in relation to a larger plan. They are the designs that surround the house, make up the orchard, or occur in the chicken run. The important thing to remember is to fully develop the nucleus before going on. The nucleus can be as simple as a large clump of pioneer trees, infrequently maintained, but established with good ground ration and water provision if necessary. Or it can be a fully planted, fenced, mulched, and watered garden, animal forage system, orchard, or pond margin. To save energy and water, and to prevent weed invasion, the developed system should be fully occupied with plants, even if some will need to be thinned out later. Even if it appears to take more time and energy at first, it pays in the long term through reduced plant death and easy system maintenance. Plant stacking. In every ecosystem, different plant species occur at varying heights above the ground, and root structures at different depths. Plants grow in response to available light, so that in the forest, the mature UEs form the uppermost canopy layer, with the lower tree stratum of smaller trees using some of the remaining light. The shrub layer, adapted to low light levels, grows beneath, and if there is any more available light, a herb layer forms as the lowest strata. Figure 1.e. We can construct our own variation of the forest by establishing an intercrop of taller and shorter species, climbing plants and herbs, placed according to their heights, shade tolerance, and water requirements. For example, on land with adequate fertility and a water source, we put our system in all at once, with climax species, long-lived orchard trees such as walnut or pecan, shorter-lived smaller fruit trees, plums, peaches, faster-growing leguminous, pioneers, acacia, autumn olive, tag assist, for mulch, shade, and nitrogen, short-lived perennials, comfort, yarrow, to provide weed control. Ul. E. Ul. 7. Tn. O. V. Jz. Z. S. Figure 1.9 plant stacking in acid soil and water environment, sharing light and nutrients in canopy. Mid-level and herb strata. O. Il. U. T. 5. Ju. N. I. Backslash. I. Slash. I. I. Q. Uj. J5. Z. 5. J. J. U. R. U. U. Backslash S. I. V. U. C. U. 0. 5. Backslash. Backslash. U backslash. U backslash. Is backslash. E.rl. V. E dash asterisk. 21. And mulch, perennial shrubs, gooseberry, blueberry, and even annuals such as dill, beans, and pumpkin. The spacing between plants depends mainly upon water availability and light requirements. Dryland plantings require more spacing between them, while plants in hot, humid regions can be placed very close to get the cool climate. Design requires fairly open systems to allow light to lower layers and to overcome the lack of heat for ripening. Also, many temperate orchard trees and even plants in hot, humid environments need air movement between them to reduce the chance of fungal problems when unseasonal rains occur. Time stacking. The British devised A.S. cerama farming in which pastures were broken up after the animals had been on them for * years. The proper rotation was every 7 years. The pasture was plowed up and put into a high non-demand crop, say lucerne, followed by grain crop, followed by root crop. 1 year it was left fallow to rest the soil. This was sustainable, but it took a long time to cycle. Masanobu Fukuoka, that master strategist, deals with urn stacking. He does not have to fill because he never removes the main part of the crop from the soil. He stacks his legumes with his grains, with his ducks, and with his frogs. He sets his livestock in his crop at certain times instead of having a livestock site and a crop site. And he stacks different sorts of crops together. He goes one step further. He also stacks sequences into each other. He starts the next crop before the last crop is finished. We can do the same thing by placing pioneers, young fruit trees, palms, or pole crop, shrubs, windbreak, ground cover, and even annual beds all together and at one time. Even root. Liannualcrops will be shadedorb, pe. Perennial shrubs and small and in 20 years, trees will dominate most of THC area. 18. While we will have harnessed many years of produce and built up the soil through of the addition of vegetable wastes and green manuring. Instead of waiting for yields for 6 to 20 years from tree and nut crop, we get yields from 5 to 6 months. On. Natural ecosystems develop and change over time, giving rise to a succession of different plant and animal species. Abandoned pastures, for example, will be successively colonized by weed and herb layer, pioneer plants, and eventually a climax species appropriate to soils, landform and climate. Each stage creates the right conditions for the next stage. Pioneer plants may fix nitrogen, loosen heavy soils, reduce salt in soils, stabilize steep slopes, absorb excess moisture, or provide shelter. They colonize new habitats, making it easier for other species to follow on by modifying the environment to a more favorable state. Figure 1.10 shows the process of succession in a pasture system. In conventional agriculture, vegetation is kept at the weed or herb level, e.g. vegetables, grains, legumes, pasture, using energy to keep it cut, weeded, tilled, fertilized, and even burnt. That is, we are constantly setting the system back and incurring work and energy costs when we stop natural succession from occurring. Instead of fighting this process, we can direct and accelerate RT to build our own climax SPE size in a shown time. We can do this by using herb that is already growing, usually a UEET labor, RO build soil fertility. Soft weeds can be sheet mulched with cardboard and old carpet, or slashed and used as mulch around other plants before seed heads develop. Woody. Perennial SHRUBSSUCHASLANTANDGORSE. Make excellent soils when they break down after being slashed and are eventually shaded out by forest trees. Roots may have to be dug out if we want a faster change, but for annual weeds, digging or turning under only produces more weeds as seeds sprout in response to light. D. Figure 1.10 evolution of a designed system. Dash R T backslash dot I dot RL dot I. A system establishment, an area is fenced, and a mixture of species is P and E and only geese, ducks, and some annual crops are harvested, protected from grazers. B. The system evolves to a semi-hardy stage. Chickens are introduced on an occasional basis. C. An evolved system provides Irish, wood, and anima products, and produces its own MUCH. And D. Is the mature system requires management rather than energy input, and has a variety of market tap yields. LLLLT. 23. And water. Introducing plants that will easily survive in the particular environment and which will help to bring up soil fertility. Depending on the types of soils we are working with, which may be eroded, salted, swampy, worn out, acid, alkaline, clay, or sandy, we can plant both annual and perennial types of locally adapted legume for green manured mulch and shrubby useful perennials known to survive and thrive. We may need to wait to plant our CLI max crops until more favorable soils are established. Raising organic levels artificially by using mulch, green manure crops, compost, and other fertilizers to change the soil environment. This enables us to plant more quickly, or, if used in Combination with the previous method, topland. A nucleus of climax tree crop in marginal ground if we are willing to put in the work of caring for those trees. Substituting our own herb, pioneer, and climax species which are more useful to us than the existing natural or disturbed vegetation. Comfort, for example, will come up through weed growth, helping to control the area if planted densely enough, and providing yields in the first year. Versity. In his book Plants, Man, and Life. Ed_Gar. Anderson describes the garderbord hard plantings, grouped around the houses in Central America, close to the house and more or less surrounding. It is a compact garden orchard some 20 square meters in extent. No two of these are exactly alike. There are neat plantations more or less grouped together. There are various fruit trees, citrus, custard apple, sapote, mango, and avocado, and a thicket of coffee bushes in the shade of the larger trees. There are tapioca, cassava, plants of one or two varieties, grown more or less in rows at the edge of the trees. Frequently there are patches of banana, corn, 24, and beans are here and there in rows or patches. Climbing and scrambling over all are vines of various squashes and their relatives, the chay, oat, choco, grown for its squashes, as well as its big starchy root, and the livigord, its scale, eaten used for dish rags and sponges. The cucurb, its clamber over the eaves of the house and run along the ridge pole, climb high in the trees, or festoon the fence, setting off the whole garden. Are flowers and various useful weeds, dahlias, rosemary, gladioli, climbing roses, asparagus, fern, cannas, and grain amaranth. Anderson is contrasting the strict, ordered, linear, segmented thinking of Europeans with the productive, more natural polyculture of the dry tropics. The order he describes is a semi-natural order of plants, in their right relationship to each other, guilds, but nor separated into various artificial groupings. It is no longer clear where orchard, field, house and garden have their boundaries, where annuals and perennials belong, or indeed where cultivation gives way to naturally evolved systems. To the observer, this may seem like a very unordered and untidy system, however, we should not confuse order and tidiness. Tidiness separates species and creates work, and may also invite pests, whereas order integrates, reducing new work and discouraging insect attack. European gardens, often extraordinarily tidy, result in functional disorder and low yield. Creativeness seldom tidy. Perhaps we could say that tidiness is something that happens when compulsive activity replaces thoughtful activity. Although the yield of a monocultural system, you will probably be greater for a particular crop than the yield of any one species in a permaculture system, the sum of yields in a mixed system will be larger. In the former, a hectare of vegetables will yield only vegetables throughout the year. In the latter, vegetables are a smaller part of the total yield of nuts, fruit, oil, crop, timber, poultry, firewood, fish, seed crop, and animal protein. For self-reliance, this means that a family can satisfy all its nutritional needs with the R. Saleable fruits, vegetables, proteins, and min_. S economically, having G more saleable RRS at different times of the year protects A. Namely from market downturns and severe OSSES of one crop due to pests or bad weather. If the market for beef is down 1 year, for example, only firewood, nuts, fruit, seed crop, and herbs are sold, keeping the cattle for better times. If frosts swipe out the fruit crop, other produce is available to eat or to sell. Our aim should be to disperse yield over time, so that products are available during every season. This aim is achieved in a variety of /AIs. By selection of early, mid, and late season varieties. By planting the same variety in early or late _ending situations. By selection of long-yielding species. By a general increase in diversity or multi_use species in the system, so that leaf, fruit, seed, and root are all product yields. By using self-storing species such as tubers, hard seeds, nuts, or rhizomes which can be dug on demand. By techniques such as preserving, drying, pitting, freezing, and cool storage, and by regional trade within and between communities, or by purchasing land at different altitudes or latitudes. Diversity is often related to stability in a permaculture. However, stability only occurs among cooperative species, or species that do each other no harm. It is not enough to simply place as many plants and animals as you can into a system, as they may compete with each other for light, nutrient, and water. Some plants, such as walnuts and eucalypts, inhibit the growth of others by releasing chemicals from their roots into the soil, allelopathy. Other plants provide overwintering habitat for pests and diseases harmful to nearby plants. Cows and horses grazed on the same pasture will eventually degrade it. LAR.GE compare with grain crops for light, goats in the orchard, or woodlet to bark trees. There are three. If we are to use all these elements in a system, we must be careful to place an intervening plant or structure between potentially harmful elements. So the importance of diversity is not so much the number of elements in a system, rather, it is the number of functional connections between these elements. It is not the number of things, but the number of ways in which things work. What we seek is a guild of elements, plants, animals, or structures that work harmoniously together. Guilds. Guilds are made up of a close association of species CLUSTEREDAROUNDACENTRALE ment. Plant ORANIMAL. THISASSEMBLY. ACTSINRELA. To the element to assist its health, aid in management, or buffer adverse environmental effects. We have long recognized companion plant in gardens, and crop mixes of various SPE size in agriculture that do well together. Hence, the concept of guilds which rely on composition and placement of species which benefit, or at least do not adversely affect each other. Benefits can include reducing root competition from invasive grasses. Almost all cultivated fruit trees thrive in herbal ground covers, not grasses. Comfort, for example, allows free roots to feed at the surface and produces mulch and worm food when it dies down in winter, while spring bulbs, daffodils, allium species, die down in the summer and do not compete with trees for water during summer DR1 periods. Providing pH 1 cycle. Shelter from frost, sunburn, or the doing effects of wind. X. Amples are hedges and borders of hardy trees and shrubs *h to deflect strong winds. And scattered breeze which provide partial shade for crops such as coffee and cocoa. Providing nutrients. In the form of legumi. News annuals, shrubs, or trees. Assisting in pest control by providing chemical deterrents to Jeets marigolds fuming. Gate the soil of certain types of nematodes. Hosting insect predators, umbelliferous plants. Ililtar. Z5. Such as dill, carrot, and fennel, and using oni. Malforagers such as chickens to clean up fallen fruit. It is this last item which interests me in regard to pests in the garden, orchard, and cropland. Plants can be defined as interacting, positively or negatively. Of great importance. In crop mixtures are pest interactions and functions of the plant species involved. Insectivore plant, the plant acts as a host, a food plant, for predatory insects which prey on the crop pests. Sacrificial plant, pests attack this plant, preferentially, which nevertheless does not prevent its setting seed. Other plants nearby escape severe predation. All-season host, pests overwinter or live in this type of plant, enabling them to build up larger populations, e.g. pests of citrus are hosted off-season by oleanders, predator or pollinator. Attractor plant. The crop or hedgerow species provides flowers to feed the adult predators, e.g. buckwheat in or near a strawberry crop. Trap crops. Some crops can attract and kill pests, or the pests can be caught or destroyed on those crops. These important functions are served by trees, shrubs, flowers, and vines, so that any farmer who carefully selects hedgerow species to be in one or more of the above categories has substantial pest control capabilities. If we have a system with diverse plant and animal species, habitats, and microclimate, the chance of a bad pest situation arising is reduced. Plants scattered amongst others make it difficult for pests to go quickly from one food plant to another. However, once pests do breed on NEONETRE, INSECTPREDATORSPERCEIBETHIS, as a concentrated food source and will congregate to take advantage of it. In the monocultural situation, the food for pests is concentrated. In a polyculture, the pest itself is a concentration of food for predators. 26. An edge is an interface between two mediums. It is the surface between the water and the air, the zone around a soil particle to which water bonds, the shoreline between land and water, the area between forest and grassland. It is the scrub, which we can differentiate from grassland. It is the area between the frost and non-frost level on a hillside. It is the border of the desert. Wherever species, climate, soils, slope, or any natural conditions or artificial boundaries meet, we have edges. Edges are places of varied ecology. Productivity increases at the boundary between two ecologies, land/uator, for st/grassland, east to area ocean, crop/orchard, beck OSE. The resources from both systems can be used. In addition, the edge often has species unique to itself. In nature, reef ecologies, the edge between coral and ocean, are some of the most high_L productive systems in the world, as L-Mangio ecologies, Lanook. Sea interface. There is hardly a sustainable traditional man settlement that is not sited on those critical junctions of two natural economies, here the area between foothill and forest and plains, elsewhere on the edge of plain and marsh, land, and estuary, or some combination of all of these. A landscape where a complex edge is interesting and beautiful, it can be considered the basis of the art of landscape design. And most certainly, increased edge makes for a more productive landscape. Planners who place a housing settlement on a plain may have the advantage of plain planning, but abandon the inhabitants to failure if transport fuels dry up, when they will have to depend on a limited natural environment for their varied needs. Successful and permanent settlements have always been able to draw from the resources of at least two environments. Similarly, any settlement which fails to preserve natural benefits, and, for example, clears all forests and poisons estuaries, rivers, or soils, is bent on eventual extinction. Euro. Third, I. Sp. 14L. 4Q, NA, 4. With NDEA, LANP. AAU 0. I plus / not PPA. Fen iota. 2. YF Sabri. / 5 * R, OJ. Figure 1.11. Useful earth banks and islands in and around water provide many edges, niches, for plants, animals, and people. We can either place our homes and settle rents to take advantage of the resources of 2. CR more ecosystems, or we can increase the complexity of our properties by designing and constructing our own varied ecosystems. If we haven't settled near water, we can make dams and deep ponds. If we are on flat land, we can use rachinery to shape soil mounds or bunds up round us. If we have no forest, we can grow a .r. Good land, no matter how small. Even within the larger property, we can think in terms of edges or smaller elements. For example, a pond can either be of one shape and DCPTH, and host a rumple ecology, or we can build it with varying F's, shapes and islands. Then we can plant ushes at the edge of the pond, water lilies and /ader chestnut in the shallows, and have carp eating on fringing vegetation are the top of the pond, catfish roaming the pond bottom, and aired life on a sheltered island. Figure 1.11. The edge, boundary, acts as a net or sieve. Energies or materials accumulate at edges, e.g. Oil and debris are blown by wind against a ints. Seashells form a line at tide marks on beach. LEABESACC humulate ATKERBSIDESIN. City. By noting how edges trap materials in we can design to take advantage of the natural drift of materials or energies in our system. People build roads in snow country. Recognize the value of constructing special lattice fences to intercept snow so that it does not settle on the road. In desert country, where mulch is scarce, we can construct mulch traps in stream beds simply by adding a large log or fence at an angle to the stream. During floods, the debris, silt and vegetation carried by the water is deposited just before or after these logs or fences. Edges define areas and break them up into manageable sections. Edges can be defined along fence lines, access roads, pond shores, the area between the house and the driveway, the Path around the garden, terraces, and in fact any area that can be defined by a structure, fence, trellis, house, or chicken run, access, walkway, path or road, or a line of edge area, windbreak, or barrier hedge. So edge is also important in permaculture from the standpoint of implementing and maintaining a section of the design system. Only by designing the edges around an area can we begin to control it. If we do not control the edge around our garden by planting barrier. 27. Plants and weed suppressors, elements from outside the garden, animals, weeds, will invade it. In addition, we walk at the edge and we pause. There, our energies are devoted to species we have access to rather than to those which may be in the middle of a large expanse of unbounded territory. Now we come to the concept of edge in a different way, from its geometry, or pattern. Think about the configuration of our brains, our intestines. There are yards of material packed into a small space, and a lot of edge or function possible. Perhaps we too can increase the yield of our system by manipulating the shape of the edge. A curved edge can be more useful than a straight edge, particularly if the CRRRVE also SBI rouse up. A wavy, crenellated edge is more useful still, allowing access to more area. Mounds or earth banks also show a lot of edge. More plants can be placed on a spiral ramp around a mound, especially in a small garden space. So, let's see what can be done when we play around with edge configurations. F1, HA, Rafik.foot.p, KTCTLE, /TX, E4TI9, CRRVFE, 1, -1A, L, a euro caret comma backslash, A, yeah L, plus OT. Spiral, when we make our garden beds, we usually get the string and rake everything out, and make it level. If the garden wasn't level to start with, we soon level it. But what if our gardens went up into the air, or even down into the ground? The shape of a type of seashell that spirals up is a very efficient way of stacking a lot of digestion into a little space. A herb spiral is just this, figure 5.1. The base is 1.6 meters across, with the planting ramp spiraling up the middle. Herbs are planted into the spiral accord into their needs, with sun-loving herbs facing the sun, and shade-loving ones on the other side. With just one move, we condensed space, CRE, aided a variety of microclimates, increased edge for greater yield, and relieved the monotony of a flattened landscape. Lobular or crenellated, I used to live by the sea and my trees were always getting blasted by the wind. However, over the road I had a large clump of spiny boxthorn, Lycium ferocicibum, and one day I got the brush hook and cut out a complex series of bays, figure I.12, leaving the perimeter intact for protection against //A4, O, /I, A, plus A /I, 2, 5, :R, --, O /4, Arch bramble area, E.9 boxthorn, blackberry, Chale on sea coasts, old tires around trees, yes all trees, or gorse, protect, 28, R, IND and cows. Now I had a variety of micro _ climates, warm spaces, areas with cold winds, shady spaces, and dry and wet areas. And I had a lot of edge in which to plant. So I put in N1, fruit tree surrounded by a smaller herb, caritiver of marigolds and comfort. 1. Drip line. Tolerated the area, and for mulch around it. Rees, I slashed a bit more of the growing Rixthorn. A crenellated form, large or small lobes. Sips far more edge than a straight line, figure 1.13, and hence more yield. The round pond on he left has exactly the same area as that on the R _ at, but yield has doubled due to more water / carrot and edge. Chinampa, the Chinampa SYSTEM. OF. / Mexico and Thailand consists almost entirely of edge, figure 1.14. These ditch and bank configurations are highly predictive systems. Plants growing go in the bank have access to water, and fish in the ditch make use of the fringing / vegetation. Muck from the bottom of the ditches, borrowed up in buckets and used to keep the ardent beds on the bank fertile. Edge cropping has been said extensively in many parts of the world. Asterisk. Here two crops, e.g. wheat and lucerne, tree, ROP and row crop, are planted in strips. We can develop more complex systems, figure 1.15. Side planting strips of tree crop, comfort, a per _ arginate mulch and nutrient plant, legumes, EI _ herb for harvest or for use as a green ma _ brewer, sunflowers, for human or animal food, and vegetables. The vegetable residues, sun _ lower and corn stalks, are used as mulch. And vpay.ftqr, tt, ew, */ plus uaf euro ld, // ria / 1, rorty, I, / plus *, r, 1, / *1, xr.rr15 hpl4tr, say blue 686 rupees, ae, fgure 1.13 without a tiering the area with yield or THEPOND, WECANDOUBLETHEPONTSONTHEPOND, edge BYCHANGINGTHESHAPEOFTHEGETOINCREASE. The earth / water interface. Noreen for the rees. Harvesting and maintenance is greatly assisted by contoured tracks, or cropping in strips. In tropical areas, a system of avenue crop _ ping employs a legume tree, Lucina, Cespa, NIA, CAJ, a new species, acacia species, Gliricidia, which is planted in strips with vegetable crop, maize, pineapple, sweet potato. The legume, copiced or used as shade annually, provides nitrogen and mulch to the crop. It also produces firewood, figure S.L0. Edge patterns can be zigzag fences. Stand up to wind better than straight fence. Lobular, keyhole beds create different micro climates, elevated, mounds and banks provide wind protection, greater growing surface, and good drainage, pitted or waffle iron, for garden beds in dry climates, and to trap mulch and debris blowing across the landscape. Gen _ TLY curved, paths cut on the contour alone hill A 54T at R*1 RXRCCPR.R plus UAV at 2 XUNIT at 60PT4 RARS. Figure 1.14 ditch and bank, Chinapa, systems are highly productive. 29. Sides allow access for planting, mulching and watering, and sharply curved, sun trap design to enhance heat and protect from cold winds. Figure 1.10 shows some types of edge patterns. We need to select appropriate edge patterns for climate, landscape, size, and situation, as different kinds of systems and plant species need different approaches. Small-scale systems allow greater pattern complexity. Large-scale systems must be simplified to minimize work. The foregoing ideas are environmental and permacultural principles. They deal with the site, or the environment, or the actual design. The following are people-oriented principles, and deal with principles of attitude. Everything works both ways. Every resource is either an advantage or a disadvantage, depending on the use made of it. A persistent wind coming off the sea is a disadvantage for growing crops, but we can turn it into an advantage by building a wind generator and placing our garden within shelter belts or in a greenhouse. Disadvantages can be viewed as problems, and we can take an energy-expensive approach to get rid of the problem, or we can think of everything as being a positive resource. It is up to us to work out just how we can make use of it. Problems can be intractable weeds, e.g. lan tana in the tropics, huge boulders lying on the perfect house site, and animals eating garden and orchard produce. How can we turn these into useful components of our system? Lantana is an excellent soil builder. It can be shaded out with a vigorous vine such as choco, chayote, or slashed and used as rough mulch around pioneer trees, which will eventually shade out the lantana if planted densely. Boulders on the perfect house site can be incorporated into the house itself for beauty and as a heat storage system. Animals can be trapped and eaten. Black bird pie was a standard favorite in England, with good reason. Possum skins are warm, and venison is undoubtedly a better protein than beef. VA47V 4RRTE or 5I on Euro FR.ULT. FL Guari 1.15 edge cropping in orchard and IED. Crop. Note that IED, A, and ILLD, B, 3T right are of equal area, with the same interrow A, ID inline spacing. However, in yield, B, we can fit 45p ants, as opposed to EID, A, with on Y 36p ants. SBBFLOXC.RN4, B _R file. A percent L 17. E asterisk SYBT.TS. 30. T permaculture is information N. Imagination.I intensive. Permaculture is not energy or capital intensive. Rather it is information intensive. It is equality of thought and the information we JSTHATDETER minds YIELD, NOTTHESIZEOR. Usually of the site. We are using not only our recycle resources, but our ability to access formation and to process it. Information is the most portable and flexible investment we can make in our lives. It represents the knowledge, experience, ideas, and experimentation of thousands of people before us. If we take the time to read, observe, discuss, and contemplate, we begin to think in terms of multi-disciplines, and to design systems which save energy and give us yields. The yield or living that can be made from a particular site, for example, is not limited by D. P69. FNU asterisk RRB Urcoslo. Cout, TWTNGLA N. FOPM LCH. 1T11. RI. RO. Figure 1.16 edge patterns. A zigzag. B keyhole. C mount A and DBANK. D while iron. E sinuous or curving. F sun trap. Size, but rather by how effectively we can use a particular niche. It is the number of niches in a system that will allow a greater number of species to fit into our design. Our job is in working out how we can create them. For example, the number of pairs of pigeons breeding in a clip depends on the number of ledges. If we want pigeons on our property for their manures or to eat, we can provide more ledges in the form of pigeon houses around the garden. We see how things work in nature and take our ideas from there. Even if we have an energy efficient property where the waste products of one element are used for the needs of another element, fully planted and under CANEOL, there is always some better way in which it can work, always another niche to fill. The only limit on the number of uses of air source possible within a system is in the limit of the information and the imagination of the designer. Anderson, Edgar, P. Lance, M. and Lift University. Society of California Press, Berkeley, 1952. Kern, Ken, and Barbara Kern, The Owner Built. Homestead, Charles Scribner's Sons, 1977. Odom, EUGENE, F. Undum NTLSOBCOLOGYW.8. Sodders, Toronto, 197-1. Philbrick, N. and RBGRCGG, Companion. Plants, Robinson and Watkins, London, 1967. Quinney, John, Designing Sustainable Small F. Arms, Mother Earth News, July/August 1 984. Whitby, Corley, Eco Gardening, The 6 PRI. Ortiz, Rigby PUB Limited, 1981. 32. T. Broad-scale site design. This chapter focuses on site design in a broad sense, analyzing resources, working with the site limitations of landform, microclimate, soil S, and water, and siting a house, access, and fencing for maximum benefit and to avoid CA. Tajofs such as fire and flood. Planning the design is the single most important thing we can do before putting anything in place. The overall plan, if done thoroughly, will save time, money, and needless work. There are several ways to start the design process, depending on your nature and needs. You can start out by defining your goals as precisely as possible, and then look at the site with these goals in mind. Or you can take the site with all its characteristics, both good and bad, and let goals suggest themselves. Of the two questions, what can I make this land do? 61-$Y31 does this land have to give success? The first may lead to exploitatic.n of land without regard to long-term consequences, while the second to a sustained ecology guided by our intelligent control. Defining goals and identifying site potentials and limitations go hand in hand. It is always easier to see the site with goals in mind, even if those goals later turn out to be unrealistic. In fact, goals may need to be redefined in view of site limitations. Design is a continuous process, guided in its evolution by information and skills derived from earlier experience and observations. All designs that involve life forms undergo a long process of change. Even the climax state of a forest is an imagined concept. Observation and research are used to identify the resources and limitations of a particular site. We get maps of the property and consult records of wind, rainfall, flood, fire, and species. Lists of the area. We ask local people about pests, problems, and techniques they use. This information gives us a broad picture of the area. They set the scene. However, they tell us nothing about the site itself. Only by walking the site and observing it in every season can we discover its limitations and its resources. We can change many of these over time by good design, appropriate plant and animal species, water, storage, windbreaks, and so on. Maps. A good feature map is a great help in site design. It reveals waterways, vegetation, soils, geology, and access, all essential or useful in HHA formation. We can make a map or buy one, and combine several specialist maps or aerial photos to picture the site. If the maps SHCW good contour lines, these can help us to design water systems and to place components that need specific aspect, slope, or altitudinal advantage. Things to map are the natural features that include landform, size, shape, geological features, slope and aspect, existing vegetation, streams and soils, and built environment. Improvements, such as fences, roads, buildings, dams and earthworks, power and water connections, etc. If we walk around the site and color in all these factors on the map, the site almost begins to design itself. Planted trees, pastures, or windbreaks may be considered either as part of the natural or the built environment, depending on whether they are clearly recent improvements or long-established evolved parts of the landscape. Maps are useful only when they are used in combination with observation. Never try to design a site by just looking at a map, even if it is thoroughly detailed with contour lines, vegetation, erosion gullies, and so on marked in maps. AIE never representative of the complex reality of nature. Obtain good maps if you can, but pay more attention to the ground, to the behavior of organisms, pioneers, water, wind, and to sea. So null changes. Remember, the map is not the territory. Korzybski, GEND RAL semantic S. I observation. As we walk about a site and talk to people, we can note our observations. At this stage, we try to store the information we gain in some accurate way. KD a notebook, CR camera and tape recorder, and make small sketches. The notes we end up with can later be used to devise design strategies. We do not just see and hear, smell and taste, but we sense heat and cold, pressure, stress from efforts of hill climbing or prickly plants, and find compatible or incompatible sites in the landscape. We note good views, outlooks, soil, colors and textures. In fact, we use, consciously, all our many senses and become aware of our 34 bodies and responses. Beyond this, we can sit for a time and notice patterns and processes, how some trees prefer to grow in rocks, some in valleys, others in grasslands or clumps. We see how water flows on the site, where fires have left scars, winds have bent branches or deformed the shape of trees, how the sun and shadows move, and where we find signs of animals resting, moving, or feeding. The site is full of information on every natural subject, and we must learn to read it well. Reading the landscape is a matter of looking for landscape indicators. Vegetation in Vertico here provides information about soil fertility, availability of moisture, and microclimate. Rushes, for example, indicate boggy soils or seepages, dandelions and blueberries acid soils, and dock compacted and clay soils. Large trees growing in dry regions indicate a source of deep water. An abundance of thorny or unpalet ableweed species, thistle, oxalis, Sodom apple, indicates overgrazing or mismanagement. Arrow, Zion gullies and compacted pathways will confirm this. A plant flowering and fruiting earlier than others of the same species indicates a favorable microclimate, and trees growing with most of their branches on one side indicates the direction of strong prevailing winds. These examples are specific to different CLI mates and even to different landscapes. Locally developed rules of thumb come from knoll edge of the local region. Fire frequency and direction can also be seen by noting changes in vegetation. Fire produces dry, scrablet, summer deciduous, thick-seeded species. Lack of fire develops broadleaf, ever green or winter deciduous, small-seeded plants, and a deep litter fall. Often, trees and other plants will indicate frost lines on slope properties by a change in vegetation type. As we observe, we can note potential problems, such as noxious vegetation, erosion ghoul, lies, boggy ground, rocky areas, or compacted, leached soils. These are areas of special consideration, and might be selected for special yields, or left untouched for wildlife areas. Some problems, with a little thought, are turned to advantage. Boggy ground is an indicator of the natural drainage patterns of the area, and reflects impermeable subsoils. These can be renate into a wet land area, or dug out to provide open water. Sometimes below swamps and marshes there is an accumulation of peat, or high-value potter's clay. If ponds are made in the marsh, some peat can be harvested for potting soil or to improve sandy areas. There are many resources to look for. Are there streams or water sources ahead for water supply and possible energy supply? Are there forests containing valuable timber, or even dead logs useful for wildlife or for firewood? Is there a good wind site for wind power? There are many categories of resources: earth resources, biological resources, plant, animal, and insect life, the energy resources of wind, water, wood, oil, crops, and gas, and the social resources. The social resources include the potential of the site for teaching and seminars, or recreational activities, which depends mainly upon location, facilities available or that can be constructed, and local planning laws. By observing the landscape we draw inspiration from the survival strategies followed by natural systems, and imitate them using species of more direct use to us. We observe, for example, that large trees grow on the shade side of deep dryland canyons. This is where we can place our own trees for assured success. Or we see that pioneer plants are establishing at Fence lines and posts from bird droppings. We can set dozens of perch posts throughout the landscape to encourage such plants, or we set out perches near small fruit trees to provide phosphate for our trees. Site resources. We can find out about opportunities in the local area. Sawmills, dumps, markets, horse stables, restaurants, and chicken farms are all potential resources. Waste products can be used to improve the site while our own resources are being developed. One of the most overlooked factors is access to non-site resources, e.g. shops, schools, markets, and other services. Estate agents recognize the value of locating closer to towns, with land prices higher the closer they are to essential services. While permaculture places more emphasis on site resources, external resources are often critical not only in establishing a system, but in the time and money it takes to get to town for work or school. Parents far from a main highway will often need to travel twice a day to deliver and pick up school children. It is also important to take your own resources into account. Are your skills and financial assets equal to the design you would like to implement? Can your skills and products be used in the local area? Is there a market for fine herbs, nursery stock, free-range poultry, or organic fruit and vegetables, seeds, water lilies, freshwater fish, or whatever your permaculture system can provide? Can you use local revolving funds to assist changes, given a realistic business plan? Topography or landform is an unchangeable feature of a site, and although minor earthworks can alter some of the nature of the site, large earthworks are expensive and usually unnecessary. Topography has an effect on the microclimate, water drainage patterns, soil depth and character, access, and view of a site. To understand its influence on the land, the topographical features that must be noted and mapped are sun-facing and shade-facing slopes, cliffs or rocky outcrops, drainage lines, water courses, rough terrain, good and bad views, hill heights, gradients, and access, boggy areas, areas susceptible to erosion, and so on. Obviously a small site will be easy to map. 35. While a large acreage will take some days or weeks. A variable site with many of the above features is most useful, especially in regard to slope. Slopes are noted as to aspect, whether it faces north, south, east or west, and gradient. Gentle, medium, or steep, the latter being a good indication of potential erosion problems, especially if trees have been cleared off a steep hill. The effect of slope on microclimate is discussed in the following section. It is important to note that permaculture can be developed on any type of country, rocky hills, swamps, alpine regions, alluvial flats, or deserts. It is not necessary to try to change a stable landscape to achieve particular conditions, as every landscape and natural ecosystem will dictate the general nature of the permaculture possible. This is necessary if the system is to have long-term viability. Climate is the basic limiting factor for plant and animal diversity in an area. Although any site planning must consider the overall climate of the region, humid hot, dry hot, arctic, temperate, etc., we must take particular note of the different microclimates due to topography, soils, vegetation and other factors. 2 properties. Located only a few miles apart, can vary in rainfall, wind speed, temperature, and relative humidity, so it is vital to analyze the site climate in detail rather than to rely on the broad climatic statistics for the district. This important basic step can mean the difference between living in pleasant surroundings or in miserable conditions on a property that will probably change hands every few years. If we study the microclimates on our site, we will be able to place structures, plants, and animals in the most favorable sites, e.g. the house facing the sun in temperate climates, or the house on the shade side of a hill in hot climates. 36. Focus beneficial energies and scatter hose tile energies coming into the site, e.g. plant wind barriers near the house and crop, or conversely, plant trees in such a way as to funnel breezes towards a house. Extend favorable microclimates. The next sections discuss factors which can most affect microclimate on a site, and so should be considered with the house site and growing areas in mind. Topography. Topography refers to the landscape features of a site, usually to what degree it is hilly or flat. Flat areas will have very little difference in topography, meaning little or no differences in microclimate, whereas hilly areas show great variation in microclimate. Aspect. Aspect refers to how slopes are oriented in relation to the sun, and affects site conditions due to the amount of direct sun they receive. Slopes facing sunwards, north in the south, Earth hemisphere and south in the northern hemisphere, receive the most sun. If they are also facing east, the maximum temperature is reached in the morning, while if they are facing west, the maximum temperature is reached in the afternoon. A slope facing the shade side, north in the northern hemisphere and south in the southern hemisphere, will receive very little direct solar radiation. The influence of aspect on plants in natural plant communities can be seen where sun facing slopes are covered by dry sclerophyll forest, while on the cooler, wetter shade facing slopes, they may be occupied by wet sclerophyll forest. Figure 2.lc. The USE of aspect in permaculture usually means taking advantage of the sun facing slopes, since these are useful for ripening fruits, siting a house for the most warmth during winter, and planting vegetation that is marginal for that particular climate, such as a tropical tree in a subtropical region. Conversely, plants or structures that need shade or additional coolness are placed on shade. R. C. Slash. I1NNY. Asterisk NDW1. E0G4. OU. 5 on and N6.LL. CE asterisk ZPRR. B15 backslash J45 in a F5. N. Figure 2 feet 1 inch sun direction. And its seasonal height. Affect house design and brand. Communities. WTU-IR5 R caret. 5 FTWY. TRO. WER. TX. Hashtag. Slash. UMT4 Euro K. KTFU. May slash Malcom backslash. ITTSBTNRI oxt. 1 unur. A. MHT slash K1 un. KTBO. T4STR lalioa. Ututan 1. FGURE 2.2 how SOP. Affects the amount of direct solar radiation received at different seasons. A. T. Side slopes, e.g. a cool cellar for storing wines. Or cool climate berries in subtropical climates. For energy efficient house design in PAR. particular, but also for placing gardens and or charts, it is essential to note the seasonal variation of the sun's path, particularly its absolute height in the sky between summer and winter. Figure 2.la, and the distance it travels on its path from east to west, figure 2.1b. Aspect is not as important a factor in cloudy climates, or when the sun is shaded by even larger topographic features, such as a mountain or ridge opposite the site. The effect of aspect plus the actual steepness of the slope is quite marked, as can be seen in figure 2.2. A gentle slope is warmer in the summer as it receives sunlight coming in at a favorable angle. However, the best slope for winter is a steep one, as it receives the sun at a better angle than a gentle one. Cold air drainage. The steepness of the slope affects both water runoff and soil stability, but in terms of climatic planning, it mostly influences cold air drainage. Cold air is heavier than warm air, and tends to flow from convex hills into concave valleys. It will pool in the valleys, increasing the likelihood of frost. Hilltops are also prone to frost as pools of cold air remain on flatter ridge tops and plateaus. The most frost-free sites are usually on the upper or mid slopes of valleys, above 20 meters, because they are warmer night and day than either valley floor or ridge. Such areas are known as the thermal belt. Fig. Year 2.3. This area has long been used for siting villages, houses, and favored growing areas, e.g. vineyards in France and Germany. Cold PUATENL. 6 old V backslash A Hertz. V197 M. L. RZL. R. O. Team U backslash 0.7 Cout slope. Eta. FGURE23 the. Dot thermal. PT. INA backslash a Euro IESCE backslash E. A. E. SO. COOARANDISTHEOPT IMAMAREAIORHOUSE. Orchard, and gardens. R. ALDLCR. A backslash. Backslash J. D vest. W. I. E. Key by. C. EXRRYO.LP. Fevercarat 17P. Dash if Wake M. SKR4GEPTN. Conti F. ED. VolYB. ICP. FFILT. FR6URLL.ORJ. T. Rare G. CR1. FL Gory 2.4 How cold air flows down soap. Note ways to avoid IROS pockets by using vegetation to defect Cody. ALR. 38. However, this simple determination of frost works only on simple landscapes. Actual landscape, with its complex vegetational and topographical features, needs more observation and planning. Because cold air flows like treacle, rather than like water, it moves slowly around, over, and under sturdy objects, and is blocked by obstacles, buildings, trees, and landforms. For example, cold air flowing downhill towards the alley floor may be stopped by a forest above. In that case, the cold air is effectively dammed and will pool above the forest rather than in the valley. In order for the cold air to move down yards, large openings must be cut for air drain. Age, figure 2.4, unless, in fact, the forestry is protecting a house or vegetation immediate to downslope. Often, a constriction on the slope or near the valley floor will allow cold air to pool, and frosts may occur in any month, in temperate to cold climates. Houses sited above these constrictions will always be cold, whereas 20 meters away the perfect house site may well exist. Even in the subtropics, valleys below large bare PLA toes can expect regular or occasional frosts following clear nights. Winds. Although any site will be subject to global wind patterns or even catastrophic winds, cyclones and hurricanes, only the local prevailing winds matter when planning for microclimate. Topography can have quite an effect on local and regional persistent winds. In some mountain areas, regional prevailing winds may even come from the wrong direction because of a particular valley shape. In valleys, slope winds AIE caused by rapid heating and cooling off land on clear days and NI_S. Cooler air, being heavier, flows down hill. In a large valley system, small local winds follow a daily cycle, upslope and up valley by day. Dow and slope and down valley at night. /IND speeds increase on the windward side. OIND_SES, decrease on the leeward side. For any Nyan_spool protection of the leeward side, how? EVAR /IND speeds NE to be at least 5 meters per second and the slopes 50 or more. Wind speeds. Increase going uphill, decrease going downhill. T figures 2.5a and 2.5b. And wind speed in SLPW. Figure 2.5 how wind behaves going up and down hills, A and B. In C, wind speeds increase at constrictions in landscape or vegetation. 39. Creases going past a constriction, whether land, form or vegetation, this is called the Venturi effect, figure 2.5c. Near lakes or the sea, breezes play an important part in microclimate. Because of the marked temperature difference between large bodies of water and the land surface, air currents set up a cycle of offshore breezes. By day warm air rises over the land, allowing cool, heavier air from the sea to rush in. At night, as the land cools down, the process is reversed, figure 2.6. In the tropics and subtropics these breezes bring welcome relief almost all year around, whereas in temperate regions they are more seasonal, usually appearing in summer. Houses, especially those in the tropics, are built to take advantage of the natural ventilation provided by these sea breezes. Conversely, in cool climates, hedges are used to deflect these winds from house and garden. We can tell from which direction the wind usually comes by examining the trees and bushes on the side. If they are bent in a particular direction, it means they are responding to FRE quent winds. At the seaside, trees are almost flattened in response to strong breezes and salt spray coming off the ocean. If there is no vegetation on the site, stakes, 1.5 to 1.8 meters tall, with cloth or plastic strips attached near the top can be driven into the ground at various places. Observing how often and in which direction the strips are blowing will tell us the usual wind direction. This method, of course, means OB serving the site throughout the year, so it is much better to analyze the surrounding vegetation, if possible. Information on how to control winds with vegetation is given in the following section. Elevation is also an important microclimatic factor. Temperatures decrease going uphill. Every 100 meters, 330 feet, of altitude is equivalent to 1 O of latitude, so that at 1000 meters, O for T4 VT50, E Figure 2.6 How large bodies of water have an effect on coastal climate. FL GURI 2.7 Effect of elevation on vegetation. GUERS oaks even in Tropicus emits the growing of temperate species at higher elevations. 40. 3,300 feet on the equator, the temperatures are about equivalent to a climate 10 off the equator. This means that in a subtropical or tropical mountainous region, different vegetation can be grown. A typical planting sequence often found in the tropics from seashore to mountain is coconut, sugarcane, banana, tea, and pine. Figure 2.7, with each succeeding crop need in cooler conditions. High water masses. Large water masses such as the sea and big lakes warm up and cool off slowly, modifying the temperature of the surrounding area. In temperate climates, frost is rarely a problem near the sea, whereas just 20 kilometers inland frosts may occur during much of the winter. Water also modifies temperature through evaporation. During evaporation, energy is drawn from the surrounding air, and as the temperature drops, the humidity increases. So, even small lakes, pools, and ponds can be effective climate moderators, especially in arid areas. Fountains, for example, are found in many Mediterranean countries to provide evaporation and cooling of the courtyard. Reflected light from Wadi is also a consideration when designing a site. Although diffuse reflection from water surfaces is low, mirror reflection is usually high during the winter, when the sun is low in the sky. In the main valley of Germany, reflected sunlight from the river is used to ripen grapes on steep hillsides. Th6 4. The sun-facing banks or hills behind ponds, dams, lakes, and rivers can be considered favorable areas for marginal plants needing extra light and warmth. Houses situated on these banks or berms reap extra warmth. Figure 2.8. I structures. Structures such as trellis, earth berms, green house, fences, U-walls, and gazebos can affect microclimate on a small scale by modifying wind speed or temperature. The greenhouse is the most useful structure for microclimate control in temperate regions, enabling almost any plant to be grown. Green houses attached to the house are best for winter heating, saving winter fuel by day. Earth berms or mounds affect microclimate made in a variety of ways. Figure 2.9. They can block low sun on the west side, giving relief to house and garden towards evening. QWRTRF / 5 carat dot. GREROIL house. Figure 2.8 Ponds or dams OS winter sun reflectors will increase dawn, evening, or winter heat on banks. Benefiting greenhouse or vegetation, sun-diasing banks are specially ripening areas. Carat 1. TI. CHJ. W5T carat. At OL, AFIA. E asterisk 1 NT plus T backslash B. CF slash CAEK1E4UU slash I slash 7G.TTR asterisk. It B1UE $4UJ carat LRUOKP. Carat NDAAL backslash comma dash slash W backslash IWNBPRK. Backslash on. Vertwoka. FKT hashtag for asterisk 4KTU, T. Schlupnoptic cert 4. NE, 71 Euro W, NLLE. 9. Figure 2.9 Earthworms or mounds creates OSEL micro. Climatic effects. Act NW. U8 carat NECKR carat dot LTA. FIA Euro AP13XARL0. Re and Refundu LAIWNE. N% ATL carat 1 WTH. VARVIN carat 1, FOCL1 LAI65. Co, UEA. 9U. Backslash. IOPY. 1 Yule. Dash LW. V. Dash colon slash. E. OFF. E Euro BATON. A. At URU. ANTTVL. IL asterisk NL comma dash comma J. Block or channel. Winds. Offer insulation, soil. Retains heat and loses temperature gradually. Give privacy and block unpleasant views. Block traffic noises, sometimes. By 8 Odo. Your earth berms between superhighways and subdivisions are now commonplace. Provide more complex space for plants by increasing vertical space. Sun-facing walls are also important in microclimate control. Like a sun-facing forest edge. Walls provide shelter from winds and can be used to reflect winter sun. Dark stone walls absorb heat and re-radiate it at night, reducing frost risk. Plants placed in front of these you will put on maximum growth. White painted walls reflect heat, and so reduce heat gain. Plants in front of these will ripen best. In Germany, experiments with tomatoes and peaches against both black and white walls showed more rapid plant growth against the black wall. Yield, however, due to better ripening, was higher against a white wall. Trellis is useful for quick wind protection, for dividing space around the house and garden, for making a microclimate, due to shading and heating, and as a temporary shelter over small trees to prevent sunburn. Small structures around individual trees or plants create a microclimate of more moisture, less UIND, and occasionally more heat. For NDES, a variety of windbreaks are in use in various parts of the U world: tires, straw bales, old fertilizer bags, -1-1- drums, etc. Figure 2.10. In the garden, cold PMEs, cloches, and inverted plas. Tick bottles can all be used to stay plants in early. SPNNG. I soils. Soil has a small influence on microclimate, due to the encounter of heat IR conducts and LAR it reflects, and also because of its differing /air and air content. As mulch conducts very little heat through to the soil, it is best to remove the mulch from growing areas in the spring so that the ground can warm up. Mulch absorbs water readily and releases it. /JR. VH. Carat YMTTC. /TUNT. OC. GUD. QA16CP. W asterisk I7Z2. PHPQO. IFI. ZONEEIWT. Carat FT. VS /top V. TT /asterisk 7SY1. Or. OPLI. A plus. OB. Dash UTS. Plus. FGURE 2.10 CM8 Ontro I strategies for individual, important, trees. Slowly to the soil, so it is an important aid in soil moisture retention during warm or windy pairing. OTs. I vegetation. Vegetation has a profound effect on microclimate. It is the planting and use of vegetation. Forest, woodland, windbreak, shrubs, and vines. That most shapes the microclimate of the site. Vegetation can modify the temperature of any particular site by transpiration, convective transfer of heat, shading, wind protection, Insulation. Transpiration. Plants convert water in their leaves into water vapor, which then passes from the leaf into the surrounding air. This process consumes energy, which causes the air around the plants to grow cooler, like sweating in animals. As the temperature drops, humidity increases. For transpiration to work, water must be available. Many arid land cultures have techniques for making small areas, usually around the house, cooler. Canary Islanders use large earthenware pots filled with water and covered with hessian. Figure 2.11 Plant transpiration cools ambient temperature in hot dry climates. 44. Figure 2.12 Forest is cooler during the day and warmer at night than surrounding air. In SMA1L, plant-filled courtyards to cool the temperature of the surrounding ng rooms. Figure 21I. Convective transfer of heat. During the day, plants absorb sun energy. In a forest or woodland, large amounts of sun energy is absorbed by the leaf canopy, and the surrounding air is heated and rises. Cooler areas. N into the forest, which remains cool during the day. At NRGHT, this process is reversed. U with U warmer air than the ambient night temperature flowing out of the forest. The forest is insulated b, its dense canopy of leaf cover, so that the flow is at the edges. Anyone who walks towards a forest at night will be able to feel the difference in air temperature. Figure 2.I2. Shade. Block sunlight has a powerful effect on microclimate. A piece of bare ground can cool down to 2 VO of its original temperature after the arrival of a shadow line from overhead foliage. Leaves have 3 to 6 times as much surface area for Fuc MAR fauna. CPL %-IA euro. Fuel asterisk A. Ux ton asterisk I. I9FTTVLJ caret OI asterisk at L.LIO. Of. WL caret Lteb. B. Figure 2.13. A. Deciduous tree with seasonal shade effect on house. B. Shape of shadow cast by different types of. It is. Energy interception as a canvas awning. Depending on the density of the foliage. Trees with dense foliage can filter 75-9070 of the sun's energy, while trees with loose foliage allow filtered sunlight. Also, trees with coarse or hairy leaves, and those with dark leaves, absorb sun. 1 IGHT and hence heat. Shiny, light-colored plants reflect sunlight. Designers can use this information to place appropriate plants in selected locations. For example, in climates where late afternoon sun is a problem, a dense hedge planted on the west side of a house not only provides shade, but also deflects westerly winds in winter. In contrast, a loose foliage tree planted on THC east or sun side of the house allows some protection from the sun in summer but lets in winter sun. Deciduous trees work in the same way as they drop their leaves in winter. The shape of amateur tree must also be taken into account, be it round, oval, pyramidal, or columnar, as the shade it casts will also be of that particular shape. Figure 2.L3. To take advantage of sun reflection off shiny leaves, trees such as poplars can be planted in a parabolic arc around an orchard or house. With this arc facing the sun, the reflection off the shiny leaves will concentrate heat onto a point within the arc, making this area drier and warmer. Figure 2.11. Such sun wraps also work on a slope, as the vegetation UI1L trap warm air rising up the hill. This shape allows cold air coming downhill to flow around it, minimizing frost danger, and, depending on wind direction, helps to deflect cold winds around buildings or fields. Windbreaks have been used for years to shelter houses, animals, and crops from wind. 45. Figure February 14th Sunday trap shapes for house and fields. And AIE the most effective in microclimate control. The benefits of windbreaks are as follows. They reduce wind velocity and soil erosion. Protect wind-sensitive plants such as key with fruit. Reduce crop losses caused by the shaking out of seed or grains. Modify air and soil temperatures. The soil can be as much as 10 of higher in a sheltered area. Increase available moisture due to dew formation on the leaves of trees. Reduce the number of animadiabs during cold storms. Reduce animal stress caused by summer heat. Reduce feed requirements if animals can browse some of the windbreak trees. Honey, locust, carob. Provide timber and fencing materials for the farm, from thinned or old windbreak. Enhance the habitat of insect-eating birds. Improve living and working conditions around the house and farm. 46. Provide sources of nectar for bees and improve conditions for pollination of crop. Less wind to deflect bees. Windbreak shape depends largely on the crop, site, and climatic condition. Figure 2.15 shows a variety of windbreak groupings. Dense and permeable windbreaks are used for different purposes. Dense windbreaks give the greatest protection leeward at 2-5 times the height off the trees. Figure 2.15c. However, the protection falls off rapidly because negative pressure forms downwind and draws the wind back down. The pressure difference also dries out the soil. On the other hand, a permeable windbreak, figure 2.15d, allows air to flow through, and although the initial protection is not as great as with a dense windbreak, the protection continues for a greater distance, 25, 30 times the height. Figure 2.16,7-9 shows other effective windbreaks for intensive crop ping, while figure 2.16i6 illustrates some ineffective windbreaks. As shelter belts can be used to serve other useful functions, consider the inherent characteristics of particular trees. Almost any tree. B. Figure 2.15 windbreak configurations. There is no best windbreak. Every crop, site, or condition needs specific design. Here, A. Suits ridges. B. Tall vine crop. C. Coasts. D. Flilts. E1. Desert crops. E2. Temperate orchards. L equals legume. F equals FRR a tree. C equals conifer or windbreak. Easy. 4T. FT. 4. FL Gori 2.16 in a VOVEW end breaks. 1. Too wide. 2. Our branches cut, grazed off, or dead. Wind acceleration. 3. Velocity in gaps. Venturi effect. 4. Too short. 5. Not sighted perpendicular to winds. 6. Only one row of trees. Effective windbreaks. 7. Small, medium, and large tree rows with approximately 50% permeability for best airflow. 8. Combining windbreak and hedges I or total sheet where appropriate. Coast sea winds. Desert desiccating winds. Not appropriate in IROS. Prone areas on east wheatbreak S are broken I or coa D airflow release. 9. T. Shaped windbreaks I or regular airflow and R protection. Provides wind protection, as long as it is not Itself wind sensitive, privacy, and shelter for animals. What else can it do? Some species, leguminous trees, alders, fix nitrogen in the soil, can be coppiced for firewood, willow. Eucalypts, provide foliage for animal fodder. Copros morpens, lucina, willow, provide honey, eucalyptus, leatherwood, yield nuts for animal or human food, oak, chestnut, act as a fire retardant, Copros morpens, black wattle, and are useful in erosion control, strong-rooted. 48. Trees such as willow and poplar. The negative aspects of trees must also be taken into account. Some have vigorous root systems that compete for water and nutrients with crops or pasture next to them. We can either accept this in exchange for the benefits they provide, or maintain a yearly deep ripping to partially cut back the root system, reducing competition. Windbreaks are quickly started using fast growing shrubs and trees interplanted with Cu, TP761 shell rare Euro D. WINDTs REAK. Slower growing, but longer lived, trees. As these UEs, usually hardwoods, are slowly growing. Fast growing trees provide nectar for bees, for age for animals, and mulch for the garden, and are later harvested for firewood or polewood. Note that trees used for windbreaks will not yield much fruit, as the wind shakes them off, and should not be relied on for commercial use. Coastlines present particular difficulties. Across the great unmodifiable plain of water, winds arrive at gale force, carrying salt and abrasive sand grains. To protect ourselves from these winds we choose vegetation with rough bark, like palms, able to withstand sandblast. Hard, needle-like leaves, such as hardy Coast tall pines, ARAUCARIA, Tamarisks, Casurina. To resist severe desiccation, or fleshy leaves, like the ice plant, Topida, agaves, and euphorbias, which retain moisture. The best guide, when choosing species, is to observe successful species already growing in the local area. Figure 2.17 shows a possible seaside planting sequence. Insulation. Bushes and vines planted next to a building, protected from wind and also add a pocket of insulating air between the building and the vegetation, thus protecting it against heat loss. Snow is also a good insulator for buildings if it is piled up on the roof or against the shade side wall, thus reducing heating costs. Shrubs and trees help to trap snow in preferred areas. Snow beneath windbreaks insulates the ground, and ensuring an even temperature, acting in much the same way as deep litter or mulch. Snow thaws slowly on sunny days, ensuring a slow warming of the ground. Depending on what is planted near the shelter belt, this can have a negative or positive effect. Spring bulbs will bloom later than bulbs planted in fast-thawing environments. Special vegetation strategies. Plants in the form of vines, ground covers, and shrubs are very useful in microclimate control. Vines and trellis. In very windy areas, plants suffer most from lack of wind shelter. The fastest possible aid in these cases is to build trellis at near right angles to the house walls. Such trellis has a multiple effect. It separates living space into a recreational, garden, or service area, prevents the flow of cold winds along walls, and acts as a sun trap, and itself presents a basic structure for /r TZU S 04STW/ND 7274127 TZ M.4RST_4DQNES 5AND L4ND LDA. Figure 2.17 sample seaside planting sequence. 49. Vine crop. Trellis structures may curve out from the house corners, or simply break up a facade on institutional buildings, schools, prisons, offering several places for benches, lawns and gardens. Frequently, large buildings and roads converge to make wind tunnels. Large boulders, trees and shrubs, and trellis convey them to sheltered and sinuous access, and block dust, cold, and noise as a side effect. This is true of all driveways, service roads, blind entries, and nor traffic ways. Besides their windbreak potential, vines are fast-growing, 4.5 to 6 meters a year in hot *ET climates, and can be used for fast shade while trees are growing. Be careful in selecting the right species for the climate and situation, as vines can be rampant and difficult to eradicate. Once established, pruning may be an option in these cases. Some vines grow into modern wood, shingles, window frames, and downpipes and gutters, so it is best to find out the characteristics of any particular vine before designing it in. Vines have good insulating properties if placed over roofs and on volleys. Thick vines can reduce heat gain by 7070 and heat loss by 3070. Ivy in temperate regions have been used for hundreds of years to insulate brick buildings in both summer and winter. Deciduous vines such as grape, wisteria, and Virginia creeper can be placed on the sun side of houses or gardens in temperate or hot, arid regions for shading. Ground covers and mulch. Bare ground is much hotter and colder seasonally than protected ground. Ground is best uncovered in the spring when new plantings are underway and the soil needs warming. Otherwise, earth is best covered with mulch and living ground covers. Natural ground covers, grass, creeping plants, and mulch have the following features. They reduce heat buildup by evaporating water and shading the ground. Do not re-radiate heat. Pavements do protect the ground from 50 as plastics and erosion. Do not reflect light, so can be used toward UJ glare. Keep the ground warm or cool, depending on the weather. Act as a weed barrier, although occasional weeding may be necessary. Non-grass ground covers are planted beneath trees. Young fruit trees grow poorly in grass as living mulch. Depending upon climate, these can be dichondra, dolichos lupin, and mass plantings of marigold. If the ground cover is also a vine, it may have to be chopped back every now and then. A locally occurring or native legume is most useful for nitrogen fixing. Shrubs. Shrubs provide a moisture envelope around AE, and can give frost protection in marginal areas. /I Rhyme and Jim Tyler in a marginal area of New Zealand planted tag assist 0.6 to 0.9 meters from avocados to protect young trees from schist. The tag assist was slashed 2 to 3 times during the summer for firewood and mulch around the tree, and eventually cut out altogether. Shrubs make good garden dividers and are used for wind protection, especially in seaside gardens. Suitable species must be chosen to eliminate time spent in trimming and dealing with roots. Shrubs and even existing noxious weeds, used as nurse vegetation, provide mulch, shade, nitrogen fixation, and protection from frost, wind, and animals. On the north coast of New Zealand, Ian Robertson planted a commercial tamarilla crop directly into /gorse, while Dick Nichols has developed a sequence for establishing native forest in country taken over by gorse. Both are using this already present weed for its positive qualities: mulch, soil aim, aeration, frost protection, slashing it over a 4-year period around a nucleus planting of trees. Gradually the trees shade out the gorse. The same can be done in large patches of black berries. In permaculture, soils are not considered to be a severe limiting factor. The soil ecology, over some years and with the proper attention, can be changed and improved. The house site and zone is not selected purely on the basis of soils, although if good soils exist on a particular area and most other factors make it a good location, by all means set the house and gardens there to save a year or two. Very few soils are totally worthless. Dial. Always colonizing or pioneer species to start with. Almonds and olives do well on rocky areas. With very little soil, blackcurrants and butter nuts grow on poorly drained sites. Blueberries thrive in very acid soils, and honey locust can grow on the most alkaline of soils. On any site, a basic soil survey is necessary to find out the pH for garden and orchard, drainage capacity, and types of vegetation already growing. From there we can decide the species we need to plant and the type of soil improvement we need to make, depending on the scale of land use. Obviously, the greatest effort will go into the home garden and orchard, while outlying areas will receive broad-scale attention. Bare soil is damaged soil, and occurs only where people or introduced animals have interfered with the natural ecological balance. Once soil has been bared, it is easily damaged by sun, wind, and water. Cultivating the soil then not only damages soil life bequests, but may even cause more extensive soil losses. The three main approaches to minimal soil loss in permaculture, which aerate and add nutrients to the soil, are growing forests and shrubberies to protect the soil, afforestation, using plows that do not turn the soil conditioning, encouraging life forms, especially worms, to aerate compacted soils, mulching or composting. The first two deal with large areas, the last with small areas. Forestry and soil conditioning produce their own mulch, whereas mulch can be applied to small gardens. Often, the pest plants of which we complain, lantana, capeweed, blackberry, mullein, thistle, and so on, are an indication that soil damage has occurred. Some of these plants were pioneers, and will eventually modify the soil so that other species are able to grow. The mark of a good soil is an adequate level of soil moisture, oxygen, nutrient, and organic matter. Soils are formed and nourished by the cyclic process of plant roots drawing water and mineral nutrients from the subsoil, and the fall of leaves, fruit, and other detritus to the ground. The steps for soil rehabilitation include preventing erosion by covering all exposed soil, afforesting potential erosion areas, such as steep slopes, gullies, creek banks, and road embankments, and controlling overland water flow by use of swales, diversion drains, or gazelle plow. Use local fast-growing plant species. Logs can be placed across slope to catch silt and water, and plants placed behind them, adding organic matter to the soil. Broad scale, cover crops, green manure crops. Small scale, kitchen scraps, dead vegetation, loosening compacted earth and providing air to the soil. Broad scale, chisel plow and soil reconditioning machinery. Small scale, loose ending with a fork, modifying the pH, or growing plants suitable for specific pH areas, more economical than changing the pH. For acid soils, chalk and limestone, gypsum, magnesite, and dolomite are all used to slowly raise the pH. For alkaline soils, use acidic phosphate and urine for potash. For all soils, blood and bone, manures, and compost help to bring the pH toward neutral, correcting nutrient deficiencies with organic minerals, e.g. manganese, phosphorus, potassium, and animal manures, green manures. Pelleted seeds and foliar sprays are economical ways to add nutrients to plants. Encouraging biological activity, earth, worms, and other soil organisms indicate a 51. Healthy soil. In general, soils can be created or rehabilitated by the following methods: management of plants and animals, mechanical conditioning, broad scale, building a soil, garden scale, management of plants and animal.s, managing livestock to minimize compaction and overgrazing is part of the skill of soil building and preservation. On severely eroded land, livestock may have to be totally excluded. Some farmers introduce earthworms to their pastures, and sow deep-rooted plants, daikon, radish, chicory, to break up and aerate soils. Daikon, radish, tree, or shrub legumes, earth, worms, root associates for plants, rhizobia, all aerate, supply soil nutrient, or build soil by leaf, fall and root action. Mulch, cover crops, and green manure crops prevent erosion, add organic matter and nutrients to the soil, buffer soil from extremes of heat and cold, and protect soil water from evaporation. There are two categories of mulch: dead, which is dried out, decayed, or dying, straw, dried leaves, recently cut vegetation, and living, which grows underneath trees and shrubs. Dead mulch must be collected, sometimes from scattered locations, while living mulch needs management, sowing and cutting back some times reseeding. Cover crops are those planted to protect RHE soil after a main crop has been harvested. In temperate climates, these are usually planted in winter and include orely, vetch, clover, buck, wheat, lupin, barley, oats, etc., which can either be harvested or turned into the soil to increase organic matter. Green manures are grown specifically for soil improvement, and are usually leguminous, supplying both carbon and nitrogen to the soil. Cowpea, clover, field peas, lupins, vetch, dolichos, legume crops are mulched, or turned into the soil before the plants mature, to take advantage of the nitrogen release from the roots. 52. As the plant dies, if allowed to flower and set seed, most of the nitrogen is used up by broad-scale soil reconditioning. Australia, Europe, and the United States now manufacture chisel plows that aerate and loosen large acreages of soil. A circular coulter slits the ground, which must be neither too dry nor too wet, and the slit is followed by a steel shank and Subterranean shoe which opens the ground. B. Low the surface to form an air pocket without turning over the soil. Figure 2.18. Rather, it is gently lifted. Rain penetrates and is absorbed. Soil temperatures rise, roots grow and die to make humus, and the country comes to life. Again, there is no point in going more than 10 centimeters in the first treatment, and 2L5-22 cm in subsequent treatments. The roots of plants, nourished by warmth and air, will then penetrate to 30 centimeters. In pasture, more in forests. Seed can be dropped in the thin furrows. Legume sown in this way produces a green manure crop or a bumper harvest. No fertilizer or top dressing is needed, only the beneficial effect of entrapped air beneath the earth, and the follow-up work of soil life and plant roots on the reopened soil. However, on severely degraded soils, an initial top dressing of phosphate or grossly deficient trace elements could be used. Once the soil is on the way back to health, tree and field crops can be planted. A season spent on bringing the soil to life is not a season. You asked, for trees respond more vigorously to the new soil conditions, and make up for lost time. An olive or carob struggling to survive in the original condition of compacted soils will make 90 centimeters to 1.2 metres growth in improved soil, and may well be AR in 3 or 4 years instead of 10 to 15 years. There is only one rule in the pattern of this sort of plowing, and that is to drive the tractor and plow slightly downhill from the valley across slope to the ridges, making herring bones of the land. The slit channels, many hundreds of them, thus become the easiest way for water to move. Because the surface is little disturbed, roots hold against erosion even after fresh plowing, water soaks in and life processes are speeded up. To summarize, the results of soil rehabilitation are as follows. Living soils, earth woefully RLS. Add alkaline manure and act as living plungers, sucking down air and hence nitrogen. Friable and open soil through which water penetrates easily as weak carbonic and humic acid, freeing soil elements for plants, and buff airing pH changes. Aerated soil, which stays warmer in winter and cooler in summer. Dash 1 IROMTHE while ISSOI. Condition R. B. INPASTURE, 3-4 sequences WITHRNCREASINGDEPTHOF. Times creates deep, 1 and RN, humus soils over 1 to 2. Growing CSO NS. 53. Absorbent soil, preventing runoff and rapid evaporation to the air. Plant material soaks up night moisture for later use. Dead roots as plant and animal food, MAC. Ing more air spaces and tunnels in the soil, and fixing nitrogen as part of their decomposition cycle. Easy root penetration of new plantings. Whether these are annual or perennial crops. Permanent change in the soil, if it is not again rodent, rolled, pounded, plowed or degraded by chemicals into lifelessness. What soil conditioners achieve, Fukuoka does with deep-rooted plants such as daikon, radish and lucerne, but his system has not been compacted by heavy machinery or domestic stock. Even strong roots often cannot break up hard pans. By building a garden soil, gardeners normally build soil by a combination of 3 processes: raise or lower beds, shape the earth to aid water retention or drainage, and sometimes care fully level the bed surface for effective flood irrigation. Mix compost or humic materials in the soil, and also supply clay, sand, or nutrient to bring it to balance, and mulch to reduce water loss and sun effect or erosion. Gardeners can, by these methods, create soils anywhere. Allied techniques involve growing such compost or monitoring alt materials as hedgerow, herbs, or soft leaf plants, e.g. fray, as plots or rows within or around the garden, and by the use of trellis, shade cloth, or palm fronds, greenhouse, and trickle irrigation to regulate wind, light, or heat effect. Mulching should be recognized as one of the larger initial costs in developing a permaculture. Although materials such as seaweed, bean and grain husks, spoiled hay and animal manures are very cheap or free, transportation and application can be costly, usually as labor. This is because of the great bulk of such materials. For example, 15 cubic me and ES of sawdust does not. 54. Go far when sheet mulching. Chipping chins as used by councils to dispose of tree prunings would be useful for direct mulching, using the scrub vegetation, tree tops, and bark from land clearing and timber felling. T. Special climatic considerations. Tropical soils. In the tropics, as elsewhere, bare soil cultivation is not sustainable. Wetter races and ponds will sustain production if they form I-57 or so of the total landscape, but for areas over T hectare, we must plant borders, hedges, and woodlets, and intercrop with woody legumes. About 857 of all plant nutrients are held in the vegetation in tropical areas, and crops therefore cannot be sustainable without the nutrient from tree leaf drop and root mass. Soil organisms will build up only after shrubs and trees are established. Soils cleared of vegetarian are likely to need calcium, silica, and such easily leached nutrients as sulfur, potash, and nitrogen. Initially, phosphates, as bird manures or rock dusts, may also have to be added. Try some cement dust, or use bamboo or grain husk mulches in gardens for adding calcium and silica. For nitrogen and potash, plant leguminous trees and add their leaves to soils, if necessary by livestock as forage and manure. Restrict agricultural crops to 207 of the total plant cover, preferably as strips in forest systems. This should build soils and prevent nutrient loss. Even grasslands need large legume trees at 20 to 30 meter spacing, or 20 to 40 per hectare, to sustain production. Above all, keep slopes of 15 or more terraced or wooded to prevent soil loss and to avoid severe erosion. Dryland soils. The major characteristic of arid soils is that of alkalinity, pH 8.0 to 10.5, caused by calcium, magnesium, or alkaline salts, carbonates, evaporated from surface soils. Thus, we are most likely to find that trace minerals, zinc, copper, iron, are hardly available, so that deficiency symptoms show up in both plants and people. Once we analyze the soil for such deficiencies, however, we can supply them to plants as foliar sprays, and to the earth as compost and mulch. In drylands, soil humus can rapidly decompose, in dry, cracked soils, to nitrates with heat, J&D water, giving a sometimes lethal flush of N nitrate to new seedlings. Mulches or litter on top of the soils and tree roots prevents both soil racking and the effect of rapid temperature stains that cook feeder roots at the surface. In home gardens, soils can be treated on a small scale, where free draining or non-wet ng. Sand is a problem. Bentonite, a volcanic fine clay which swells up and holds water, is of great help in flood irrigated beds. Conversely, where clay is causing problems with water absorption, adding gypsum lets water penetrate further into the clay particles. Where salty soils or salty tolerators are a problem, the garden beds must be mounted up artist, so salt can leach down out of the growing bed onto the paths. Available water affects the type of permaculture for a site, and depends on the following: distribution and reliability of local rainfall, drainage, and water retention properties of the soil, soil cover, vegetation, mulches, animals, stocking densities, species, and plants, species, requirements. Although the first factor is fixed, the other three can be controlled. A priority on any property is to identify Figure 2.19 diversion drains flow from streams to dams, or collect water flow and carry it to dams. They are a vital part of any rainwater harvesting system. Water sources and reserve sites for water store, ages, dams, tanks. Wherever possible, use the slope benefits, or raised tanks, to give gravity flow to use points. Fitting species to specific sites reduces WA tiering needs. For example, olives and almonds on dry hillsides require nowhere besides rain. Once established, water services for growing fish and plants are usually very differently designed structures than those for stock watering or irrigation alone. For instance, small ponds are better suited to fish culture than very large storages. Graded bottoms up from 75 centimeters to 2 meters depth suit many fish, while storage ponds for water need to be 3 to 6 meters deep to be 1, while on large acreages. By water collection and dispersal, we can get water from rain runoff, surface or underground, springs, groundwater seepage, and permanent or intermittent streams. To bring this water to storage areas, we use diversion channels, sealed or otherwise impermeable pipes leading from springs and roofs or any other sealed surface collecting direct rainfall. Diversion channels are gently sloping drains. Use it to lead water away from valleys and streams, and into storages and irrigation systems, or into sand beds or swales for absorption. Figure 2.19 and 2.20, they are built to flow after rain, and can be constructed so that the overflow of one dam enters the feeder channel of the next. Direct rainfall can be captured by large roof areas, sealed roads, or even sealed hillsides in 5 TRL 4 BA L PT and 30 E. Figure 2.20, a plastic sheet, one end supported by the channel banks, the other weighted by a chain, forms a temporary dam, causing the chan to iot and irrigate land downhill. \5x. O asterisk. $55. Arid areas leading to water tanks. Swales. Water absorption into the ground is usually achieved through soil conditioning, and by swales. Swales are along level excavations, which can vary greatly in width and treatment from small rig S in garden S, rock piled S roll renaclo SS, slope, or deliberately excavated hollows in flatlands and low slope landscapes. Figure 2.2. Like soil conditioning or swale loosening SYS. TEMS, swales are intended to store \A in the WA1, L auto NQ. For Viper PT. NT, Ta, and Euro I. Z \N asterisk Euro Jalalat. Figure 2.21 SWAES on contour do not F out, there's stop and then F overland water flow. SWAES are O-ended. With trees or shrubs on the Mountia. Underlying soils or sediments. They work to intercept all overland water flow, to hold it for a few hours or days, and to let it slowly infiltrate as groundwater recharge into soils and tree root systems. Trees are the essential components of swale planting systems, and must accompany swaling, especially in arid areas, to reduce salt buildup. Swales are built on contour or on dead level survey lines, as they are not intended to allow water to flow. Their function is just to hold water. Thus, the base is ribbed, gravelled, sanded, loosened, or dressed with gypsum to allow WA I/QTIVE4CAC14S ISSTSO Euro CROPCQTFORMULCH CU QR.8 LTSBA4N CASS4VA A4NA O Y8 PEMANDN CROP 1. Figure 2.22 swale distance in arid lands is greater than in humid climates. Swales on slopes grow fodder legumes and hardy trees. The interswale space can be sown to grasses or grains after rains on chisel plowed soils. 56. /WTLDLTFE MULCHTDSLDAL Euro \I. Rare infiltration. The earth spoil is normally mounted downhill or, in flat areas, spread. Water enters from roads, roof areas, tank overflows, grey water systems, or diversion channels. The distance between swales can be from 3 to 20 times the average swale width, depending on rainfall. Given a swale base of 1 to 2 meters, the interswale space, area between swales, should be 3 to 18 meters. In the former case, 3 meters, rainfall would exceed IZTCM, 50 inches, and in the latter it would be 25 centimeters, 10 inches, or less. In humid areas, the interswale is fully planted with hardy or mulch-producing species. In very dry areas, it may be fairly bare, and exists mainly to run water into swales, with most of the vegetation planted on the banks. Figure 2.22. After an initial series of rains that soak in a meter or more, trees are seeded or planted on either bank or side slopes of the swales. This can take 2 wet periods. It may take about 3 to 10 years for tree belts to shade the swale base, and to start humus accumulation from leaves. Early in the life of an unplanted swale, water absorption can be slow, but the efficiency of absorption increases with age due to tree root and humus effects. Swales are used in arid lands to collect silt, to recharge groundwater, and to prevent rapid erosion, and in humid lands mainly to retard erosion. In all cases, they also serve as planting tanks and dams. Most usable water is stored in tanks and dams. Tanks are made from rolled galvanized iron, concrete, ferrocement, wood, or Sile, Ren. Dared, and can accept water from roof runoff. Runoff over a sealed surface into a silt trap, if necessary, or pumped from a dam. The minor problems associated with tanks are easily solved. Formosquioes gambusia or other type of small, larvae-eating fish are introduced, or the tank completely screened and covered. The inlet is screened to exclude leaves. Figure 2.232 waste rich CTL hears water flow off a roof, I or DLRT and debris. Both these systems automatically reset when empty. Bli asterisk ole.t. A priat T6. And carat toti 1 LRSAT. AEB slash floor. CNJWAO, UT Euro. Ya 5 high tap. Z carat UT 5 1 BNE backslash dash 5. Z. Plus 5 asterisk Q. 57. Etc. from the roof or sealed ground, figure 2.23, some people object to algae on the sides and bottom of the tank. However, this velvety film is composed of live organisms, filtrating and purifying the water. The water outlet pipe should be at least 6 centimeters from the bottom of the tank so as not to disturb the algae. Small dams and earth tanks have 2 PRI. My.Y uses. The minor uses to provide watering. Points for RNGE animal S, wildlife, and domestic stock. The second and major uses to store surplus runoff water for use over dry periods for domestic use or irrigation. These need to be carefully designed with respect to such factors as safety, water harvesting, total landscape layout, outlet systems, and placement relative to the usage areas, preferably providing gravity flow. Open water storage is ill or most appropriate in DRB, Tron PR and RJS/I. Figure 2.25 ridge point dams are built on plateau areas of ridges. 58. Figure 2.24 SADI dams are used for or control. Wildlife, limited irrigation. LT is the highest type of dam in the landscape that FLLS from hill runoff. Figure 2.26 key point dam. LF used in a series, no. Spillway is built and the overflow goes to the next dam, and eventually to a stream. Fitted with an irrigation system for lower slopes. I. Backslash. 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 LR. TTL. P slash dot. B. 71780. I. Drain IO Antar. P. Verslan. PRANS Kachkunov. IROM KLBIOE9 and BBE asterisk IT. 1 DTG2A backslash ETLEPN1. DRAIXS. KRZCBT at 1,75 OZU BF5 RRLC. B. 60. B. PRRRTABBTDEU carat E. Hermit areas. There is a danger that similar storage is created in arid to subhumid areas will have negative effects, as evaporation from open W-ater storages inevitably concentrates dissolved salts. The following are common dam types and their uses in humid landscapes. Saddle dams are usually the highest available storages, on saddles or hollows in the skyline profile of hills. Saddle dams can be fully excavated below ground, grade, or weld on either side of, or both sides of, the saddle. Fig. Year 2.24. Uses are for wildlife, stock, and high storage. Ridgepoint dams or horseshoe dams AIE. Built on the subplateaus of flattened ridges, usually on a descending ridgeline, and below. Saddle dams. The shape is typically of a horse's hoof. They can be made below gate, or walled by earth banks. Figure 2.25. Uses are as for saddle dams. Key point dams UE located in the valleys of secondary, or minor, streams. They are built at the highest practical construction point in the hill profile. This place can be judged by eye, and a descending contour will then pick up all other key points on the main valley. Figure 2.26. Uses are primarily to store irrigation water. Note that a second or third series can be run below this primary series of dams to larger barrier dams, and that the spillway of the last dam in a series can be run along the contour to meet the main valley, effectively spilling plus to streams. Figure 2.27. Barrier dams are built across a flowing or intermittent stream bed, and therefore need ample spillways and very careful construction. Contour dam walls can be built on contour wherever the slope is 8 VO or less, or sufficiently flat contours, and dam walls can be concave or .E, U. FGURE 2.27 P carat. Yomansky INE system provides drought-proofing IOR farms with very low maintenance and operating costs. His books cover total water design for foothill farms, access, tree belts, soil creation, low tillage, and creative water storage. 59-5. L. Figure 2.28 contour dams are practical on slopes of 8 or less, as part of a generous series of dams on farms. Convex to the fall line across the slope. Uses are for irrigation, aquaculture, or flood flow basins. In semi-arid areas, figure 2.28. I water DIVERSIONANDSTORAGEIN. Drylands. In most dryland areas of the world, groundwaters and aquifers are overdrawn, and agricultures and cities depending on such temporary events are doomed to failure. It is sad, indeed, that instead of being used to grow a sustainable UE crop and forest S/stem, these precious aquifers and ground /aters go mostly to produce an annual export crop of grains or grain legumes. Thin sheets of runoff water, Baltic generally, appear after 1 to 2 centimeters of rain, can lead cross slope to storages. These diversion drains are made of earth, stone, concrete, or pipe to store ages, or end in artificial hollows and basins dug to receive them. As a general rule, such growing basins, terraces, or pits are built to harvest a runoff area about 20 times their own area. 8 to 10 hectares of runoff area is led to 0.4 of a hectare of trees or seasonal crop. Native or adapted trees AIE the best use of such sites, but at times of good rains, grains. 60. Melons, or vegetable crops can be grown on an opportunistic basis. When we concentrate overland water flow, especially in the fragile desert environment, we must also allow a safe overflow or outlet of excessive rains, or we risk creating gullies where we can grow grasses. The grass and fenced downhill spillway will resist erosion, or we can build a carefully laid stone spillway down very steep slopes or step terraces. Every dryland situation, given some study of water movement, sand movement, and some data on infiltration and runoff, can be shaped to make a growing site. If regenerated areas are protected from browsing and exploitation, such useful trees as figs, mulberries, pistachio nuts, and acacias will persist and even spread. The boundaries of the property have been Walk during the observation and research stages, and many favorable niches and sources have been discovered. We can now look. 6 UC asterisk LE. /ARL. See cow-ECI on. Are other factors involved in siting such important infrastructure as access, the house, and fences? Access. Access to the house site and around it. Troerty is important for establishing and maintaining the site. During the first few years, materials are continually brought in to build up infrastructure. Depending on the type of transportation used, car, four-wheel drive, tractor, wheelbarrow, roads, tracks, and paths will have to be sited, made, and maintained. Access should be sited in such a way that it will need little upkeep, as a misplaced road will cost more in time and money than almost anything else. Although the layout design will vary according to climate, landform, and available resources, a few principles are as follows. One road should run along contours, with no steep slopes and with good drainage to reduce erosion. If possible, they are sited in hill count. Try on the sinew of a ridge, so that water can easily drain off. Roads can be built in valleys, but will require more upkeep, especially in high rainfall areas. Two roads should, wherever possible, fulfill other functions, such as dam walls and fire breaks. The road as a water collector can also be considered. Earth runoff led to swales and dams, or pooled and used as a sill trap for potting mix. Tree mulch, figure 2.29. 3 on hill sites, a high road or tractor access should be established to give access to all areas. From above, it's easier to move materials downslope than up. 4 smaller roads and foot tracks are worked out to complement access roads in an integrated layout plan worked out early in the design process. Water drainage is the most important aspect of building a road. The road should be shaped to *E* store. FICURE 2.29 road runoff led to silt AP, silt dugout. Periodically for potting soil. QPFF. KKP. /V. T. 7. IJ/. Figure 2.30 water from hill roads led into underroad pipe and then to swales to prevent soil erosion. Dash. 3. /V. /. I. S. F. 61. Accommodate drains and their outlets. If water cannot be drained off on the same side as the ditch or culvert on the inside of the road, it needs to be piped under the road. Figure 2.30 to a drain led either to SEM or other area where erosion will not occur. Dam, diversion channel, swale. Always finish the driveway upgrade to the house, no matter if you have to drop it a little in order to run it upgrade to the house. There are several reasons for this. Most driveways that descend to the house carry water down around the house area, making it hard to drain properly. Also, when your carpentry is flat, you'll be able to get a gravity roll. In a snowy climate, it is wise to have a road in the sun for a faster melt. The same is true in a particularly wet climate when roads are muddy and slippery. Siding the house. Although house siding varies with climate, there are certain rules to follow and errors to avoid. The closer to a main road, the better. Long roads to a house site are costly, difficult to maintain, and give rise to a sense of isolation. In climates where house heating is needed, choose the aspect which receives the sun, especially in winter. In tropical or equatorial areas, any aspect will do, but the house is on and to receive cooling breezes rather than direct sun. Do not build on any slope above 14.0 or below 2-3.0 for reasonable drainage. Midway up a gentle slope is best in order to avoid frost and to receive cooling breezes. Site the house so that its water sources upslope for gravity feed. Also make sure that waste products, sewage, gray ware, are not discharged where they will pollute streams or groundwaters. Use trees or vegetation buffers as nutrient sponges. Build close to power supplies, whether they are public supply or water, solar, or wind power. It is very expensive to pipe energy from source to house as there is a loss of power in transmission, for alternative energies, and costly poles. 62. And cable to lay, public sources. For village needs, use communal sources of energy to save money. Use the side landforms or existing vegetation to shelter from damaging winds, or locate the house to take advantage of cooling breezes. Strong wind sites enable the use of wind power. Don't build the house on the best soils. Also, check the subsoil for drainage. Test by digging a hole a meter deep and fill with water. Within a minute there should be a visible lowering of that water. Consider both current and future privacy needs to avoid noise and exhaust pollution. Houses should be built off the main highway. Privacy is achieved by vegetation, but to lessen traffic noise, large earth banks must be built between the road and the house. Although most of us put view as a priority, it can lead to siting a house inappropriately, usually on a hilltop where access is difficult and winds are frequent. So we may have to sacrifice the view from the house and instead build a little rear up on the hill with comfortable chairs. You can go along with your guests across Zone 2 and into 7 North Northeast 3 for the panoramic effect, and stay at home for the close-in view. You can have bird erecting shrubs right next to the window asterisk, or a large fish and duck pond with an island or T/RO nearby where there's always something moving around, always something to look at. Sometimes you can build upwards and look at your view from a cupola on the roof. A retired sea captain might have a house with a bridge deck up above, so that the view to the sea is always clear. He'll have a telescope on the bridge deck. When stoytons come, he goes up to his wheelhouse and gets out onto the open deck. He's up there making sure no rocks come up in the middle of the night. The most common errors in house siding are building at the top of an exposed ridge or hill. Winds can come from any direction, and house is at risk from fire. Fire speeds intensify going uphill. Water must be pumped, adding to energy costs. The major energy cost will be in heating and cooling the house. Allocating a house in the bush, setting up a conflict between the forest and its inhabitants, and yourself for light, nutrient, and space. Veg. Irration must be cleared for the house, garden, and orchard. Building on river flats or low gullies, prone to flooding or waterlogging, steep, unstable land, slips, mud flows, avalanches, infilled land, subsidence, near active volcanoes, near rising sea levels, due to global warming, or in fact anywhere inevitable disaster threatens. Fencing. Fencing and enclosures are essential and Priorities should be decided early in the plan. Main stages. A general boundary can be established first, to keep out stock and wildlife. Total control of animals, especially small wildlife, such as possums and rabbits, is not possible on a large scale, and should be confined to ZNNEI. From this sturdy, small mesh inner fence, other fences can be built as needed, perhaps even to ally enclosings into, with large mesh or even barbed wire, thorny trees/shrubs, or electric fence. Fencing priorities might include a chicken run and orchard. Instead of wire fence, unpalatable hedge species can be grown over time. A dense, spiny hedgerow with a low stone wall is virtually impenetrable to most animals, and is used throughout the world where wire is expensive or hard to get. Fences, ditches, stone walls, and hedgerows should function not only as enclosures or protection from stock, but have other uses. Fences serve as trellis, and stone walls as special ripening areas. Hedgerows provide fruit, nuts, animal forage, bee forage, bird habitat, and wood products, bamboo. In temperate climates, a mixed hedgerow of tagacist, fast-growing, provides seeds for chickens, bee forage, and shelter. Hawthorn, slow-growing, tough and spiny, provides berries, forage for bees and nesting sites for small birds, and hazel, thicket, forming and impenetrable, provides nuts, is much more useful than a single species hedge. Different plants such as Prosope, euphorbias, and spiny acacias do the same work in tropical and desert regions. Idecting priorities. Once access and house site have been decided upon, the design can become more complex and focus on the built-up area and its surroundings. This is when zones, sectors, and slope can be analyzed in a broad sense, saving detail for later. And even at this point the house location could change as a result of these investigations. Sectors are then sketched in as areas defining wind direction, aspect, good and bad views, flood or fire-prone areas, and water flow direction. Zones are sketched out on the ground plan, with 7 north-northeast 0 marking the house and zones IB marking increasingly distant or difficult access areas. Once we have broadly placed our elements by zones, sectors, elevation, and function, we go further into the design process by considering specific plant and animal species. The plan should be drawn up to be taken in stages, to break up the job into easily achieved parts. Important components are placed in those stages that are needed early in development, which might include access roads, water design, fences or hedges, energy systems, wind breaks, house and garden, and plant nursery. Secondary priorities might include fire control, erosion control, and soil rehabilitation. So many plant species and individuals of each species are needed in the first 2 to 6 years that a small plant nursery should be established to supply the 4,000 to 10,000 plants that might be placed on a hectare. While these are growing in their pots and tubes, we can fence and prepare the soil, lay in the uator stem, and then plant them out to a carefully designed, long-term plan. Provision for future energy conservation. Systems must be left open, so that the whole site is marked out for wind, tide, water, or sun systems. Even if these cannot be implemented in the first few years, the space is reserved under 63. Annual crop or short-term use. When it comes to implementation, the first structures and designs should be those that generate energy, second, those which save energy, and only finally, those which consume energy. Applying such criteria, many questions will answer themselves. For example, where should I build my greenhouse? On consideration of energy alone. First, against dwellings as heat sources and storages, and to grow food. Second, against non-dwelling structures, as heat sources. Thirdly, as part of animal housing, with heat, manure, and gas exchange. And only finally, or perhaps never, as free standing, all glazed structures. How should I deal with wind which prevents my growing on site? First, by planting any tree or shrub, useful or not, wormwood, pampas, pine, tapeta, that is cheap or free locally, grows very quickly, can be grown from large rooted cuttings or designs, and that WLLL survive. Second, by structures, especially trellis, loose or dry stone wall, ditch, bank, and small hedgerow throughout the garden. Third, by broad scale cutting or seedling plantings of hardy species. And lastly, by useful pinnaant hedge planted under the protection of the above strat. E.g. What is worth main cropping? Only a few plant species are worth extensive main cropping, ignoring the commercial value. For the moment, there are 3 main considerations. 1 main crop which needs little mention after establishment, potatoes, corn, pumpkin, hardy fruits and vines. 2 and which is easy to harvest, store and use. 3 also, may form a staple in the diet, pota, to Euro S, taro, CASSABA corn pumpkin, nuts, and high energy value fruits. 64. Commercially, we should also consider crops of 4 high economic value, even if they are difficult to harvest, berries, cherries, crocus 4. Saffron. 5 or hard to keep, melons, peaches, papaya, are 6 or rare but in wide demand, ginseng. Spices, teas, dyes, oils. 7 or particularly suited to site, sugar maple, cider gum, pistachios, water chestnut, cranberry, cactus. The designer should be ever alert to local features, microclimates, and needs, endeavoring to turn what is already in place to advantage, rather than to bring in new structures, and hence, new energy. Every area in the world has the potential for such catastrophic events as fires, floods, droughts, earthquakes, volcanoes, or hurricanes. The best we can do is to design the site with such events in mind so that we lessen damage to property and loss of life. Fire. Fire is the most common catastrophe, OC, occurring in dry, windy periods after forest litter build up. Fire intensity depends on the fuel quantity, type, and distribution, wind speed and direction, and general topography. Fire travels fast uphill, so ridges are most likely to be severely burned. The greatest danger is radiant heat from the fire front, which quickly kills plants and animals. Fire usually comes from a specific direction, varying according to location and topography, so that there is generally only one fire sector to be concerned about. However, fire can come from any direction, so it is best to protect the most valuable elements of the system first. Build ings, animal pens, machinery, and orchards. LT. F. Strategies for dealing with fire include: reduce the fuel in the fire sector by A. Ranaging the forest floor, clearing litter, cutting. Add logs for firewood. B. Mowing or using short grazers, geese, wallaby, to keep grass short, and C. Using non-fuel surfaces, such as roads, ponds, and dams, sheet mulch or green crop, between the fire sector and the house. 11L67 Web. CTN 7 RULANP. C backslash, L, comma backslash, IKT, R and WU. 2R, I, L4 I2 comma, L backslash dash asterisk backslash, equals O, backslash, AK, WR, AFEPE caret E, 6ACTQR, H.LP, NVRTL Euro, LIFI LEF, FLL $LTLN, 11, A, caret Z8, FFI caret U, ID, EB4LL, asterisk, slash, FLGURE 2.31 combined design for illness safety, radiation GDS, mutip down high IRA break, SE acted, asterisk wet, P ants, and fuel reduction the earth house, VUTBEB, Y, SLLBERWATNE, OPRUTIA, PHOTI caret RIA, Trey RIOS N Lee, 4, T caret, 2 TZ, 3, asterisk, E1 EOD, UE.RJL, WIITISV, 6 ESE backslash, 5 SJA, C, AT, CCP, OS9A, RC, FTFT Pro Y, T, D asterisk 4, FTWR, 4, FGURE 2.32 Fire Defense P Anton, with livestock, for small towns or house sites. 65. Create fire shadows to reduce the effects of radiant heat by A. Non-fuel stun ruptures, ponds, earth banks, stone walls, and B. Plantings of fire retardant species such as lilies, coprosmus, willows, which may be killed, but will slow down the fire. Figure 2.31. Plant a windbreak of fire retardant. SPE. Size to reduce wind during a fire. Figure 2.32. As the house is usually the most difficult and expensive part of the site to replace, it is important to plan for house safety by providing a brick or concrete apron to 1 meter around the house, with doormats removed, metal screens on the windows, corrugated iron or fire-resistant roof, large sprinklers on the roof and around the house, and at least 1 hour's worth of water at a source easily brought to the house. Fire burns through unburied plastic water pipes, and electric pumps may fail. Tennis balls to plug up the count pipes of rain gutters, which can then be filled with WA. Fire-resistant plants for the fire sector are those that combine the following features: A. High water content. B. High ash content. C. Little mulch or litter drop, or fast decomposing litter. D. Are evergreen, and E. Are fleshy or sappy. Some fire-resistant trees are figs, willows, mulberries, coprosma, monster, and some of the acacias: Acacia dealbata, A. deciruans, A. saligna, A. sephori, A. baleen amongoth. ERS. Some fire-resistant ground covers include passion fruit, ivy, comfort, taro, various succoot, lents, wormwood, dichondrobins, aloe, and agave species, ice plant, sweet potato, wander, ingju, onionweed, sunflowers, and pumpkins. Earthquake, floods, and hurricanes. In earthquake-prone areas, build houses of materials that bend or breathe: bamboo, ferro, cement, wood. During an earthquake, escape into a clump of bamboo. It has a strong structural root mat which is difficult to tear apart. For floods, look up the flood periodicity and 66. Height records allow a large margin of safety, and do not site houses on floodplains. Steep slopes that have been cleared of vegetation are death traps during severe rains, as mud flows accelerate rapidly downhill. In hurricane or cyclone-prone areas, build out of flexible materials and make the shape of the house roof sharply angled at 45 so that wind force pushes the building down. Plant a bamboo windbreak. It bends with the wind, and consider a survival garden in a sheltered place. Many Pacific Islanders have such gardens made up of important plant stock in a sheltered part of the island, so that gardens can be replanted after everything else blows away. Geiger, Rudolph, The Climate Near the Ground. Harvard University Press, New York, 1950. Chang, Jenhu, Sea Climate and Agriculture E. Aldrin. PUBCO, Chicago, 1908. Cox, George W. and Michael D. Atkins. Agricultural Ecology, W. H. Freeman & Co. San Francisco, 1979. Dovenmeyer, Rexford F. Plants and Environ. Ment, Wiley International, I-97-4. Fukuoka, Masanobu. 7 and DONE Straw Revolution. Rodale Press, MSBA, 1978. Out of print, available from libraries. Howard, S.I.R. Albert, A.N.A.G.R.I.C.L.T. or L.T.E.S. Tame N.T. Oxford University Press, 1943. Moffat, N.S. Iman and Mark Skiller, Land Escape. Design that saves energy. William Morrow and Co., New York, 1981. Nelson, Kenneth D. Design and Construction of Small Earth Dams, Incada Press, Melb. Australia, 1985. Yeomans, P.4, Water for Every Farm Losing. The Keyline Plan, phone, 015-916281. Queensland, Australia. I. Pieter L. Janders. Ending. While elevation drawings and contour maps can be used to depict various components of a land underscore scape, they fail to depict the dynamic or living quality of a site. The map is not the territory. Madison I-97Z. In a natural landscape, each element is part of the greater whole, a sophisticated and intricate web of connections and energy flows. If we attempt to create landscapes using a strictly objective viewpoint, we will produce awkward and dysfunctional designs because all living systems are more than just a sum of their parts. Our culture has tried to define the landscape scientifically by collecting extensive data about its parts. These methods are much like the group of blind mullahs in the Sufi tale who tried to describe an elephant. I see, said the first, grasping a leg. An elephant is like a tree. FC, said the second, holding the tail. An elephant is like a snake. Another, feeling the ear, said an elephant is surely much like a thick carpet. Traditional societies have used patterns to effectively understand and interact with their landscape. They do not differentiate between themselves and their environment but see the elements as relatives. Thus all traditional knowledge and science was recorded in the form of motifs or patterns as carvings, weaving, stone, and earth constructions and tattoos. Every motif was accompanied by songs or stories that told of its meaning, and song was reinforced by sacred dances to ensure muscle memory of the rise. The important records were of history, sagas, creation myths, genealogies of ancestors tours, navigation, and cyclic phenomena such as tides, weather, star cycles, and crops or wild harvest seasons. Everybody in tribal societies had access to a good part of this knowledge, including the names and uses of important plants. Many intact tribes still maintain this knowledge. After writing was invented, patterned knowledge was neglected, and modern systems work entirely with alphabet and number, with symbols, books, or electronic storage of data. Much of human society cannot access, and none can accurately remember, know each stored in these ways. That is, part-earned and rhythmic. Knowledge is unforgettable, symbolic knowledge is unmemorable. All through this book, we evolve patterns of ground planning, as in all design, and all the parts of any design have to be fitted into a common sense template or pattern. To underscore stand the basic pattern into which all natural systems fit, we will dissect a tree, and try to 6L O O I O dot O 3 O O O 0 O I O O O O O O. Figure 3.1 General Core Model. Make sense of the rules of flow, sap movement, and form of growth and expansion. We will use the form of a tree, which is typical of all natural phenomena. Figure 3.1. The essential lines of a tree can be imposed on a real tree and form a sort-of double-headed axe. Figure 3.28. This is the motif of older European tribes, the woman symbol. If we cut the tree off the line AA, figure 3.28, we see the branch stubs in plan not unlike the skete of limpets on a stone. Each branch section is of roughly even diameter. But if we cut across the tree on the line BB1, figure 3.2c, we GER another graded pattern, which is like a scatter of lichen on a stone, the oldest at center, the smallest and youngest on the outside. A crosscut of the trunk, CCL, figure 3.2d, GI.res as a classic. 68. Figure 3.2 sections of general core model. FGURE 3.3 SAO I where S. Backslash L. Backslash backslash. Backslash R backslash. R backslash O. I. IT. U. Backslash backslash. Backslash. Backslash I. L backslash. IU. V. Backslash. V. Figure 3.4 dendritic or tree-like pattern typical of lightning mineral crystals, blood vessels etc. Target pattern which is an annular record of growth seasons, found in shellfish and fish scales. We would get such a pattern in a nest of bowls. As Latin for nest is nidus, we call this pattern annidated or nested, each in the other. In effect, the whole tree is an annidation of younger trees, grown over year after year. As we know that the tree spirals out of the ground, the branching from above describes a whirl, or more specifically, the flow path of a molecule of sap whirls. Figure 3.38, sap flow. In the stems is on the outside, the xylem cells, and the roots a whirl in the opposite sense. Figure 3.38, sap flow in the roots is along the core, the phloem cells. If we combine branch and root whirls, figure 3.3c, we get the twin overlaid spirals we find in all leaves, flower, petals, sunflower seed heads, pine cones, and pineapples, and obviously at the point where the seed germinated, the origin, we get a weave of cells changing from inner to outer, left spin to right spin or plus to minus. The tree branches 5 to 8 times, as do rivers. And the number of branches arising from each larger stem average 3, while each is about 2 times longer than the next smallest. The angle bet asterisk in each branch is about 36-3 askew. Figure 3. This form is T1 typical of lightning, mineral crystals, blood VE says etc. UH follow roughly the same rules. Such patterns are called tree-like or dendritic. The Roman numerals I to V are called the orders of branching, and rarely exceed 7 in all. Each represents a count and liger or longer sizes. This number of orders of size is common to a very large range of phenomena, which can be assembled into bins or clumps of sizes, e.g. for settlements, /e name such bins, cities, towns, villages, hamlets. Also clouds, mountains, sea, celestial bodies, and dunes, waves etc., etc., etc. Sand rest.s into the following bins. /RA. FLGURE 3.5 sand dunes I or milled orders of size common to a very large range of phenomena. All have alamite set-off sizes, as to tree branches. We can speak of cascades of size, or quanta, and this means that most sizes go into specific bins, and there are few, if any, sizes between. For instance, sand dunes set into 5 orders as illustrated in figure 3.5. Thus everything in nature, cats, kangaroo, whirl, pools, whirlwinds, roads, etc., etc., occur in a very few sizes, and the speed of movement in each size differs. Large things move slowly due to greater inertia, small things fast, and very small things again move slowly because of viscosity. Orders are limited in their sizes at the larger scale, by sheer mass, and at the smaller scale, by molecular forces. It is Browning clear that the patterns in a single V form represent all the patterns found in nature. Even the bark of many trees exhibit furrows like a web of cells or an elongated honeycomb net. To return to the general tree form as a whole, we see that the axe illustration, figure 3.24, is the simple form. A set of such forms creates a vertebra, or a skeleton, figure 3.6a, and it fits together, as if tiled. Latin for tile is tessera, and we call tiled surfaces tessellated. A cloud form contains a torus or donut. Figure 3.68, and various single paths of a molecule in the model show traditional motifs. Figure 3.6c. A general sense of form is emerging, and we can see many such forms in nature, thus gaining understanding of function, and a clear 7a. A. 8b. O at 6c. FICURE 3.6 Analyzing the characteristics, needs insight into how to design in order with nature. Many natural curled forms exist in explosions or fast-growing fungi. The shapes, figure 3.0d, are called overbeck jets and occur in fluids, often in complex folds. They also appear as motifs, e.g. in Maori tattooing as stilized fern shoots. You will see them when rivers flood into the sea, in lava flows, and when the sea attacks the land. Fluid TFRTRT. I/IL. IIR. Straight face, IE4BI asterisk hashtag underscore. Figure 3.7 Dryland river system showing orders of streams, each having its own differences in factor. We can build all natural forms from parts of a tree, and such forms are called self-simi. Lar. Seashells demonstrate the same geometric spirals as trees. It was the study of these natural forms, and their meanings, that gave rise to pattern literacy in tribal POLA, a simple pattern which can contain vast knowledge. Good designers area to fit all their components into a pleasing and functional form, to obey the rules of flow and order, and to compact space. A wheelie designed house allows airflow to heat and cool its mass, and a village or town road system based on natural branching will have no grid lock of traffic. The herb spiral, illustrated on page 96, is a good example of applying pattern. All the basic culinary herbs can be planted in an ascending spiral of earth on a 2m wide base, ascending to lm high. All the herbs are accessible, there are variable aspects and good drainage, and the spiral can be watered with just one sprinkler. Using our observations of plant guilds, or harmonious assemblies, we can design forests which mimic natural systems but use climatically adapted food plants. Moreover, as the diagram of a dryland river, figure 3.7, shows, not only runoff for water harvesting, but species, sediments, and flow, all vary according to the order of the streams. Once you absorb this sort of information, you can much more easily plan for stability and production in landscapes. Figure 3.8. As this river illustrates, all life forms, all sediments, all run off in storms of L2 mm, 112 inch, or more varies with the order of the SUMs. 7i. Factor. Sediment. Vegetation. Runoff. 7o of total. I. Angular stones. Hard dark. Shrubs. 86-9 ovo. Ely. Angular shingle gravels. Taller shrubs occasional. Irs. 55-65 BA 40-5070. 24. Coarse sands. Large light. Tree. 30-35 BA. Average. V. Deep sands. Great trees. And vines. 8-15 BA. Figure 3.8 Forming a chant according to orders and factors assists in more easy way absorbing any formation and planning for stability and production in landscapes. If we know where we are in the order, we know not only what vegetation to expect, but what to plant, not only what runoff to expect, but the spacing of swales or water harvesting systems. Most desert villages are located in orders 3 or 4 where runoff is ample, some good soils and fresh minerals occur, and where the distance between streams is large enough to allow for fields, but not so large as to incur drought. If we observe the meanderings of rivers in order 4 and V, we find that large, leafy, often white bark trees, white gums, sycamores grow on the inside. Curves asterisk here the river deposits sand, and dark trees with thick fissured bark, alligator juniper, casuarindas, iron bark gums, grow on the outside curves, above the cliffs where the river is cutting into the landscape. At each curve, these tree groups swap over as does the cliff or sediments, so we have a yang-yin effect. Close observation will show you where rodents and reptiles burrow, where baboons live, where peccaries forage for fruit and roots, and, for the birds, in which order of rivers and branches in trees they belong. Fish, of course, are often highly adapted to one order of flow, speed, or spawn in one order and live in another. In designing with nature, rather than against it, we can create landscapes that operate like health natural systems, where energy is consonant /RS are recycled and resources made abundant. Alexander, Christopher et al., A Pattern. Language, Oxford University Press, 1977. Instances Successful Design Strategy ES for Towns. Buildings. Mollison, B. Permaculture, A Designer's Manual, Taggery Publications 1988. 72. Murphy, Tim, and Kevin Dahl, Patterning, A. Theory of Natural Design Landscape Ecology. Conference Paper 1990. Thompson, Darcy W., On Growth and Form. Cambridge University Press, 1952. Multiple examples of forms in nature, spirals. Structures. Efficient house design is based on the natural energies coming into the system, sun, wind, rain, on surrounding vegetation, and on common sense building practices. Many houses are already built, or being built, without any thought of future oil shortages and present rising fuel costs. However, with correct house placement and design for the climate, simple technological aids such as solar hot water heaters, and perhaps some adjective adjustment in behavior, so that we choose warmer clothing or open and shut vents leading to an attached greenhouse, we can reduce or eliminate our dependence on diesel fuel energy for heating and cooling the house. General rules for siting the house and planning the surrounding vegetating for microclimate made control are discussed in Chapter 2, which should be read in conjunction with this chapter. The house as a workspace. Houses have become more fully occupied places, especially with the modern trend towards using the house as a workplace. It is cheaper to adapt the house to a small manufacturing and office area than to buy or rent these facilities separately, and is especially cheaper in transport costs. Some home industries and occupations are cabinet making, pottery, small seed company, honey production, desktop publishing, magazines, newsletters, books, serves, pickles, accounting, computer, and SEC. Rhetoric, all services, medical and psychotherapy, advertising, photography, and real estate services. The living/working areas may need careful thought and redesign. Bedrooms, for example. AIE converted to office, computer, or studio space by elevating beds to sit on low chests of drawers or by raising the ceiling and building the bed into a small, wame alcove above the office. Space-saving design involves the same kind of stacking found in nature, where shelves, elevated beds, and ceiling or roof structures mimic herb layer species, understory, and plant canopy. House and garden integration. Just as there is no reason to strictly separate garden from farm, so house and garden are very much integrated. Turf roofs, and wall and nellis vines added to the house provide external insulation, and greenhouses and shade houses produce food and climate modification. One of the most pleasant summer views I know is that from Elizabeth Suter's kitchen in Ballarat, which looks out into a cool, enclosed courtyard. Garden from the kitchen counter. Inner court. Yards are important sources of cool air, which can be drawn through screens to cool the house in summer. Whether we AIE designing new houses or 73. Modifying existing ones, we can arrange it so that we walk from the kitchen to see the shade house or greenhouse, or with a direct view from the washing up area, figure 4.1. Put some life into these areas, perhaps a covey of little quail. The quail run about catching insects, frogs climb out of the pond, into the leaves, and even cling to the kitchen window. If you have to stand some where doing tedious work, at least make it interesting. Put a few little turtles, not snap penguins, into the pond. They often disappear into the mulch, eating slugs and worms. And in warmer climates you can't beat a gecko. The average gecko is designed for greenhouses and will go anywhere, upside down, downside up, and roundabout. The shower can be part of an attached glass house, releasing steam, heat, and water into the GRO*ing area, figure 4.2. Use bath and shower water held in a sealed earth tank or pipes below the glass house floor keeps earth heat high. The path from the garden to the entry should 74. XARBL 4. Figure 4.1 shade house design backing onto the kitchen window for both coolness and interest while doing the washing up. Be designed to save housework. Tracking mud or dirt into the house is usually the problem, so it is worth whatever time it takes to raise up, camber, drain, and cap with flagstones, pebbles, concrete, or stabilized earth the path leading from the garden to the house entry. Just before the entry itself, a special mud grate can be installed to scrape mud off boots, figure 4.3. Of particular interest to the cook/gardener is the layout and inclusion of a preparation and storage room just off the kitchen, called the mudium, figure 4.4. This room serves as a link between garden and kitchen, and might contain food storage areas such as pantry shelves, freezer and refrigerator for home canned products, pickle and olive crocks, wine or beer, making equipment, dried herbs, fruits and root crop storage, and preserved meats or fish, washing and preparing areas for eating, aid use or for preserving garden and orchard. Produce, a compost bucket near the sink takes OOWRIRVTE 3.H, 5. Rad, turtles OE. LWO. CCK asterisk, Elshi, EMAVAP. S asterisk 9 RDCT. E/G /TR, LQ. Figure 4.2 bathroom greenhouse. Shower rubber pebble bed keeps plants moist. Can be attached to an existing bathroom. Japanese style bath in the green house uses waste heat from all sources, stove, granulator from bath, drain, laundry, and kitchen. High thermal mass heat storages are O water, bath, holding pond, bottle, wall, O stone and covered concrete, bath, floor, walls. The greenhouse is trellised and planted for privacy. Japanese style bathing. Rinse, soap up, and rinse again before sitting in the bath. This keeps the water clean and saves water. Hot water for the bath is provided either by a slow combustion, wood burning, stove, or by solar panels. Lee. LTF. C/5 UT Groslow. Asterisk T /, 5 Ekio /tal. TLA, /ta /j. JNN plus RC. 5:7 Il 4 R4. KQLD, lap/N4 DTDEEs. Wheeler/N.LCJL plus 5 half. C, EYTT 47AW to TPCTE/URR4 re. A carat J cot N slal ATTE. TLFF 319471116 N2. Alas chas. 4 Zij for IBC FTL 6E. TL. IL. U. Sfabital. A carat, U carat LV Euro IAEWN $FF. T. Large leaves, roots, and vegetable tops, to be returned to garden soils. Dark area for growing mushrooms. Space for hanging wet weather gear, garden shoes or boots, and small, important food gath. Airing items, secateurs, knives, baskets. Modest home woodwork and workshop. Bench, tool storage. Cool, dry area for seed storage and desk. Space for garden calendars, plans, and yearly diaries. Firewood storage with an access flap to serve the kitchen wood stove. Unless located at the sea edge, where temperatures AIE more even, temperate areas are cold in winter and hot in summer. Thus, house design must accommodate two different objectives. During the winter, cold must be kept outside, and heat in. During summer, heat must be excluded and the house opened up to cool 4G. Evening breezes. Energy-efficient houses can accommodate both goals through careful design. The essentials of a well-designed temper 8 house follow. WAOV. 4 TCW. F GURE 4.3 grate and doormat to remove mud aram. Boots at house entry. Dash Igel. I. T2, E. I4079. T04 RCLT. /OFQ Fu Euro. TT/tot hertz. L/T/ATB. UU, UQ. 921 T61, T and. Fal.Rev. TTCRTRS. 4. YGLE Anti-9. Figure 4.4 The mudroom is a preparation and storage area, linking the garden to kitchen. 76. T4 Earl and T4. 5 RCK.T. Figure 4.5 Temperate climate house design features. Layout of bedrooms to the cool side of the house and living areas to the sun side for winter warmth. Kitchen and bathroom share water pipes and should be placed close together. T-house proportions and window placement. Houses should be no more than 2 ioms. 10 meters deep, with east/west axis 1.5 times longer than the north/south axis. The EAS west axis should face the sun, north in the southern hemisphere, south in the northern House lay out is planned so that bedrooms or other little used rooms are placed on the shade side of the building, while activity areas AIE located on the sun-facing side for winter warmth, figure 4.5. The eaves of the house, and the height or depth of windows, are designed so that winter sun strikes directly into the house through the windows, onto a slab floor or inner wall of brick, or other heat-holding mass, but does not enter. In summer, figure 4.6. Smaller windows are located on the east side. For morning sun, there are few windows on the west and shade-facing sides of the building, as the western aspect builds up heat in summer and glare from snow in winter. Windows are fitted with heavy, floor-to-ceiling, palmetted curtains, which are closed on winter evenings. In some windows are left open at night to allow the house to cool, then shut in the morning. Rolled bamboo blinds placed outside the east and west windows prevent sunstrike into the house on particularly hot days. The shade aspect, south in the southern hemisphere, north in the northern, accommodates a shade house with a well-insulated window open into the house to bring cool air into the house. During hot summers, V asterisk slash I R asterisk A F 77 LN5 backslash LAL.T6N 56 to NN EIB1 T LLT5 U caret I backslash E Q1T asterisk 5 backslash asterisk Y10 plus caret backslash L R I backslash 7 C low LCLM5 on WNTL RRCEN no WLN.PO OAW% IV slash N.L 4X BPA Palmly. Figure 4.6 house eaves and windows are placed so that winter sun comes into the house, whereas summer sun does not enter. The ground below slab floor is insulated, and shade side windows are double glazed. I insulation. The house is well insulated, floors, ceiling, and at least 1 meter in the ground on the house perimeter if using a concrete slab floor. The ground insulation is of rigid foam, which is only 4 to 5 centimeters thick. Usually, heavier or thicker insulation is placed in the ceiling to keep warm air inside during winter months. Vents are placed in attics and crawl spaces to control damage by condensation and to allow excess heat to escape during RHE summer. 78. Drafts around doors and windows air blocked with weather stripping. Sun coming in through the windows in winter strikes a thermal mass such as a concrete floor, brick, or rock wall, or water tanks. These act as heat banks which radiate heat into the house at night. During summer they remain cool. During the day if exposed to cool night air, windows open at night. Outbuildings, adjoining the house on the shade side or wind sector, insulate the house from cold winter winds. Natural insulation material.s. There are many excellent heat insulators found in the natural world, some of which have been tried in refrigeration, house building, or noise suppression. Few are flammable, or they can be treated to smolder rather than flame by using calcium chloride. Some are pest immune, e.g. sawdust from trees known to be pest immune, but all can be treated for pests using such natural products as white cedar tree leaf powder or oil, terrace dust, and similar substances. A list of potential natural insulators AIE as follows. Sawdust was used widely in old style refrigeration rooms and ice houses. A vapor barrier is needed, or the sawdust bagged in plastic and sealed. Wool, excellent for fire retardation and warmth, as are felt and wool products or furs. Feathers, used for centuries in bedding, and are useful in walls, ceilings. They need to be enclosed in mesh bags to keep from blowing around in drafts. Kapok, extensively used for bedding, also in walls and ceilings. Seagrass, Zostera, Posidonia, Rubia. Dried and partly compacted, a traditional wall and roof insulation of low fire risk. Straw, a good insulator where fire is not a problem, now available commercially as floor-proof compressed board sheets for sealing, wire-bound or stitched. Cork, as granules, slabs, tiles, pressed blocks. Fibrous waste, e.g. from processed lico, rice root and the fiber of coconut husk, coir, which also suits roll matting. Coir is pest immune in most cases. Paper, shredded waste paper soaked in 1 part brax and 10 pans water is a good insulation. Balsa, both the wood itself and the cotton from the seed pods have been long used as insulation. As the tree grows fast in the humid tropics, it is a good use of land to produce insulation blocks. Insulation is essential in temperate to cold areas, however, care must be taken to maintain adequate ventilation, especially in cases where houses are sited near areas subject to radon emissions, the gas emitted from granite, dolerite, and most igneous rocks. Planting around the house. Deciduous trees planted on the sun side and the east side of the house allow winter sun to penetrate in autumn/winter. In full leaf, they shade the house in summer, preventing sun strike on all parts of the roof. Trellis of deciduous vines, wisteria, grape, located at strategic places around the house provide some shade effect while large trees are growing. Figure 4.7. The west and shade-facing walls are available for evergreen trellis and shrubbery to protect these areas from exposure, heat in summer, and cold winds in winter. The goal of house design is to reduce or eliminate the need for electric or gas energy input for inside heating and cooling. Because the sun heat is regulated and stored in the heat masses of floors, walls, and water tanks, and drafts are excluded, then the slight heat yield from body warmth, cooking, and a small wood burning stove is all that is needed to keep the air space warm. In areas of severe cold winters, specific house problems are heat costs, snow load, condensation, cold winds, and damp. The types of houses found in these IAs are conjoined, multi-story, steep-roofed, radiant heated, and insulated. In rural areas, houses are attached to barns, and if possible, with earth insulation up to 1.2 meters. Basements or cellars are common for co-food storage, worn beds, large manure pit, below, barn, and root storage. 79. QWRF60 QTR figure 4 alt v corp backslash T1 vlet. Lore. T40, 7. 4 LTB slash. DHY. Plus IU caret fun. Z. Lusa. IRT65. Tiered box. 1 I1 LE, caret 1D. L asterisk GNEAEIO. L9 dash slash E5L. FWVDNA. URI 5. V slash comma backslash KIF10, YL. VRZRPOVLNE. 4NPWA1LWYL. Comma caret 6 I store slash 6U backslash TQL caret TC caret 9. Figure 4.7 vine trellis on buildings give summer. Shade. LF vines are deciduous, they let sunlight penetrate the house during winter. LBY on walls. Buffer seasonal temperature extremes. I attached greenhouse N. Shade house. A greenhouse attached to the house need not be very large in order to provide heat. Figure 4.8. The most important criteria are heavy insulation of the base, especially around the foundations, and any exposed walls, and well-sealed, insulated top and bottom vents for proper air circulation into the house. Water in 45 to 180 liter, 10 to 40 gallon containers is the best heat store. These may be placed below benches or at the back of greenhouse above the growing benches. Black painted barrels will absorb solar heat quickly, but white painted barrels reflect light for more even plant growth. A mix of the two might be best. Double glazed panels are the most due. Roof caret 4 paint at and plus A4. KT, it have ACLT. VBUT4, T, XR, 9, T, A.LEVU.WAT, ST asterisk BTLH, Movement.T, 4, .ER, Z backslash RRL, slash backslash Y underscore 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 underscore, backslash dash caret backslash, 5I backslash NAL, backslash, movement.11 backslash, I, plus, Q, backslash, 80, Bakery, S, DOS NA2T, HANS, NFL, slash GLP6T hashtag, backslash E caret SR, HLO5 hashtag at, AUAEDLTE re, AFW law asterisk R caret A, liter tilde, FLGURE 4.8 a greenhouse in the soon side of the house will help with house heating especially in cold winter climates. Vents are essential or bringing heat into the house during winter and cooling it in summer. Hoye backslash R swear. Peas caret I. Figure 4.9 cool air circulates from the shade house into the house, drawn in by the greenhouse. Deciduous vines, grape, are on I.E sun side, whereas evergreen vines are on the shade side. T. I. 6 LAJ5HOU5C. L asterisk K. To zone 1. Or we SR. 81. Rebel and efficient, holding heat in longer than single sheets of glass. Wooden frames are used to prevent heat escape. Metal frames lose heat too quickly to circulate a cooling breeze in the summer. Usually in the evening, an attached shade house on the shade side of the house is an important part of the greenhouse system. Figure 4.9 shows how this system works. In summer, when the house is too hot, open vent 1 at the top of the greenhouse, air escapes, drawing in cool air from vent 4, over the damp mulch and through the vine-covered and ferny shade house, where a fine spray or drip of water on the mulch keeps the air cool. In winter, close vents 1 and 4, open vents 2 and 3, so that by day warm air from the greenhouse circulates in the insulated rooms. Close at evening, trapping warm air. Water tanks can be vine-covered in the shade house as a cool air / wadi eye block. Both the shade house and greenhouse yield food for the family while cutting down on fuel costs. I house MODIFICATION. Many already built houses must be modified so that they are as energy efficient as possible. The main problem lies in the often perverse arrangement of older houses, which face the road rather than the sun, and in the mania for glass windows on all outside walls. We can summarize ways to make older houses more 2. /NUUKO. Sitter 17,4. *L, 4KT. Ta.R. Backslash. Backslash. Backslash backslash. Backslash backslash. Backslash. 3TJLT640. KR E. O. WNTIN-5 on. Backslash comma. IL and. Backslash. Backslash caret C. T9KTADWRCUO. RX. 12. W. R backslash. Figure 4.10 attached window box greenhouse and skylight. Note insulation to retain heat and deter cold. 82. Energy effluent, in order of most concern. Careful draft proofing of all doors and windows. Sealing all cracks is essential to prevent heat leaking from the house or cold air entering. Insulation of walls and ceilings, this alone will reduce heating and cooling bills by 5070. Attaching a greenhouse to the sun side, if possible, even a window greenhouse and sky light is an improvement as it brings in sunlight. And green dollar oath, figure 4.10. Double glass is essential in temperate areas and in cold regions. The greenhouse needs to be closed off from the rest of the house. Adding heat mass as concrete slabs, tanks, and brick or stonework within the greenhouse or insulated wing rooms. Attaching a shade house to the shade side in hot summer climates to draw cool air into the house, saving on air conditioning. Placing a solar hot water heater on the roof to reduce or eliminate fuel-powered water heat. ERS. Using vegetation for microclimatic control, e.g. planting trees in a sun-trap shape. Attaching trellis or shrubberies to the shade end. Western aspects, planting deciduous trees or vines on the sun side, and placing windbreak trees in the wind sector. Well-designed homes are cheaper to maintain than houses which need expensive energy consuming heaters and air conditioners, and enable people to survive in warmth and comfort without recourse to oil-based fuels. It is no longer necessary, or even sensible, to build any type of house other than one which saves or generates energy. Subtropical and cold/arid house design is similar to temperate design, as temperatures can get down to freezing in almost all areas except mid-slopes and above. However, the subtropical house can also have some of the features of the tropical house. The humid tropics are usually more subject to periodic catastrophe than the temperate lands, with the exception of fire. Thus the only safe long-term house sites are above the reach of tsunami, tidal wave, sheltered from clone and hurricane tracks. 5IL.5 NN. Utuyo. /NTZ. IITLNN. L. XL5U. A. FCO. TRJBRRQO. L underscore dot dash dash dot dash dash dot dash underscore dash. Figure 4.L1 siding houses in A. The subtropics, where orientation is towards the sun because of cool winters. And B. The tropics, where the orientation is towards cooling breezes and all-around shading. Li 4T Euro. L1 CT, Euro N. No for T ta 5 on T. I equals dash LT asterisk T. L, Tidier. U at Jave. ERC 4. 83. Above valley floors subject to mud flow or volcanic ash flow. On ridge points or plateaus out of the path of rock or mudslides triggered by clear felling, torrential rain, or earthquake. Inland from easily eroded sandy beaches. The main aim in hot, humid regions is to prevent the sun from striking the house, and to dissipate built-up heat from humans, aptly. Answers, cooking, from the house. Thus, shading the house and orienting it to catch cooling breezes are primary considerations. Figure 4.11. Find sites where moderate winds blow, where forests or deep valleys help shade and cool the house, or in strong wind areas where the structure is protected from severe winds by forest, earth, ridges, or is naturally sheltered in narrow cross wind valleys. The shape of the house is elongated or irregular to increase surface area. There are no solid, insulated walls to accumulate heat, and houses are most often open plan style for air circulation. If internal walls are used, they are made of light materials, matting, louvres, net. Figure 4.12. Vented ceilings allow hot room air to escape, and cool trellis air to enter. FGURE 4.13. Based on Japanese typhoon Pruai Costa. House. Bamboo groves provide AIXV wind barrier. Houses are always well braced and anchored. Official ZD-R. CONC. EIEORFPT plus E. 84. DNG, and stop short of the ceiling to allow free airflow. Ventilation is essential, through the place meant of windows, with vertical loops acting as air scoops, and roof vents. Or a shade house can be added to the shade side of a house and cross-ventilated to a well-vented ceiling or solar chimney. Figure 4.12. There are wide verandas on all sides of the house, often supporting vine crop. In the sub-tropics, the veranda is partially omitted on the sun side of the house in order to let winter sun penetrate into the house. Vegetation shades the house, particularly useful are tall trees with smooth trunks. No dense branching, such as palm trees that grow up past the veranda and overshade the roof. Care must be taken, however, not to completely surround the house with plants, as dense vegetation blocks cooling breezes and raises the humidity around the house. Grass rather than paved areas prevent heat reflection to the walls or eaves. Heat sources such as stoves and hot water systems are detached from the main structure. Many traditional houses in the tropics have outdoor kitchens for summertime cooking. Insect screens are on all doors and windows. In areas with high concentrations of mosquitoes and other noxious insects, the roof is painted white or is reflective, sending heat back into the atmosphere. Roof angles AIE steep both to shed heavy rain and to withstand strong winds. In known hurricane areas /ERJ strong cross bracing, deep ground anchors, and strap timbers are necessary. Large bamboo groves placed to windward will bend to the UIND asterisk without breaking, protecting the house. Figure 1.13. A hurricane cellar or stone concrete core, e.g. bathroom area, can be built inside or outside for emergencies, and should have a concrete roof. Alternatively, an earth cave or trench, preferably roofed solidly, can be made out. Doors. All windows and doors are provided with shutters and solid wooden locks, drop-in bars. BOOE2. O. BOUP. FFI. R. T. TI comma IJRAZR dash. VTX. Comma colon, T. Figure 4.14. Drylands house with thick walls, internal courtyards, and overhead trellis. 85. There are several designs for the dryland house, depending on seasonal temperatures. Some dryland areas experience cold winters and hot summers, while others, closer to the equator, enjoy mild winters. In shape and orientation, the basic temper 8 area house design applies for the hot, arid regions with cold winters. However, there is more emphasis on providing cool air sources. Internal courtyards, preferably latticed or shaded overhead by trees. Figure 4.14. They are even more effective if they AIE 2 or more stories high and naturally shaded by the building, although small courtyards with shade cloth can also be added to single-story houses. Extensive fully enclosed vine arbors with mulched floors and trickle irrigated. Fig. Year 3.7. These suit single-story dwellings. Arbors need to be about 3070 of total floor area to provide cool air. Hanging house plants aid in cooling, as does a water tank. Earth tunnel. A 20-meter long, 1 mi deep branch sloping downhill RORAG house. In the tunnel, large unglazed pots full of *gator, pans of wet coke, or curtains of coarse fiberglass /Areve can be drip fed to provide evaporative cooling. Cool humid air continually falls through these tunnels to the house rooms. Figure 4.1s. Induced cross ventilation. This is most easily achieved by fitting a black pane red sheet metal solar chimney to open from ceilings or roof ridges. As these heat up, they effectively draw air into the rooms from any of the above cool air sources and create a cool airflow in living areas. Figure 4.12. For both heat and cold control, thick walls, edge insulated FLOs, draw GHT proofing of doors and windows, insulated ceilings, and efficient cross ventilation are all important ways to moderate the extremes of daily and seasonal temperature typical of many desert areas. White painted exterior walls help to reflect excessive heat, and well-placed shade trees, palms, vine, trellis, and courtyard ponds or fountains assist in buffering heat extremes. As in tropical climates, an energy-saving design feature is to locate an outdoor screened in summer kitchen part roofed under a thickly trellised area, where occupants can spend most of the day out of doors. In many dryland areas, rooftops are flat and contain many of the features usually found around a house in temperate or tropical areas. These include header tanks for 1 to 2 weeks water supply, laundry and clothesline, pigeon pens for e.g. _es, squabs, manure, grain and vegetable drying flats, evening sitting areas, and potted plants. Figure 116. It is particularly important in desert areas. 2. Figure 4 feet 15 inches earth tunnel provides cool humid air to dry desert houses. Tunnel slopes down to the house, has a shaded intake, moist cinder bed, ankle unglazed pot of water. Adlet, length 20 meters. 86. 1/n.d, 3/. Situate. FOTJ, B. ORAPI. Oper. VV60 tab -Euro SEQU. RTJPCRS, NSH-DE. Figure 4.16 rooftop furniture of hot dry climates, where houses are often joined and there is little or no yard available. Many yard functions there irritate PAs on the roof. 5 RA /5. T, .1. Conserve household water. Modest water uses. Easily achieved if efficient shower heads are used for washing, and both shower and hand basin or laundry water is first diverted to the flush tank of toilets, if sewage lines are provided, or to the garden. To get shower water to a flush toilet cistern, the shower and hand basin can be raised a few steps above floor level, and a low level cistern used, figure 4.17. All roof areas should collect water into storage tanks which are located on the shade side of the house, under trellis, to provide cool water for drinking. Figure 4.17 ways to dip in hand washing and laundry water to toilets in areas where water is scarce. Lot 5 8L. T. Underground housing. In both ancient and modern times, caves and underground houses were the preferred dwellings in deserts, particularly those with mild winters. Their practicality depends on the location, having softish rock, or a softer strata below, a calcrete or ferricrete ceiling. Cave houses can be totally below ground, with skylights, but they are more commonly built with one wall. Veining. Figure 4.18 earth-bermed house for arid climates keeps house insulated and cool. Vines can shade sunward. Walls. True OB, K9L.cl. WN, O/J5MLD Figure 4.19 different ways to use trellis in Maki are Euro plant hole uses. EARY Astra IIANS trained vines over their shelters, which sometimes consisted only of tin. Evergreen vines keep rainwater tanks sheltered and cool, facing out from the open, sunny side of a hill. Sunrooms can be built out in front of the downed rooms, or front rooms built on as a facade. Decorative facades may be built at the entry and shaded by grape trellis. Where occasional rains are expected, sections of the hill slope above the cave can be sealed with concrete as a roof or water runoff area for water cisterns. TS. MDWA and I1U-IYL.EU, A4. P1 Lee. WLL4 if 5W, E1. 88. Also strengthens the strata above the rooms and prevents water seepage into the cave. A cool house for deserts, duplicating cave conditions, is the dwelling with earth banks built up to the eaves, and if required, over the roof, as seen in figure 4.18. The cool conditions of caves, brick tanks, fire refuges and root cellars offer great advantage in storing and preserving a great variety of goods. Cool caves greatly prolong the life of citrus, root crop, and leaf crop in storage, and are cool air sources in summer. Also, a cave near the house has value as a family refuge in catastrophic wind, fire, war, or heat wave. Such structures may be dug into banks. Also possible are underfloor cellars and tiered from floor traps or outside cellar doors, or above ground structures offered steel or pipes. Earth over for protection. Radiation from fire is prevented by a T-shape or a dogleg in the entry of shelters. There are varying degrees of integration of house and plants, from a totally grown house to vine-covered or sod roof conventional. Stierkruse. Rudolf Dürnach, in Germany, has designed a house with a light steel and timber frame. This frame is grown over with ebeline, waxy leaf climbing plants, several species of ivy, geranium, and coastal climbers suit this description. Only doors and windows need to be kept clear of vine, and as the structure is designed to take creepers, trimming is unnecessary. The building is igloo-like in form, a necessity for cold winters. In the early part of the century, settlers in the arid area of Western Australia built an outsize structure over their sheet iron buildings. On this, they trained climbing plants so that eventually the entire building was covered, figure 4.19, to moderate the extremes of hot and cold. This technique can also be used in any climatic zone, with appropriate climbing species. In mild to warm temperate areas, examples of vines are as follows. Fast-growing deciduous vines, kiwi fruit, Chinese rumpet creeper, sweet woodbine, chili, jasmine, Virginia creeper, grape, wisteria, edi bleak fruit climbers, kiwi fruit, passion fruit, banana passion fruit withstands light frosts, grape, self-clinging climbers for brick and stone, crossvine, cat's claw creeper, climbing fig, English or variegated ivy, Mexican blood trum, pet, T-sod roofs. Sod roofs are another plant/house system, and may be newly constructed, or rolled over strong existing structures, using a plastic film stapled below as a moisture barrier. The metal cog carries water to the spout, while leaves drop off, figure 4.21. The slotted angle or log, indispensable on steep roofs, holds the sod from slipping. Trials of smaller roofs on sheds and animal houses are probably the best way to get the technique and species right, and as the weight of winter sod roof is great, loads must be carefully calculated. I can always bring a nervous titter from an Australian audience by suggesting that they shift their lawn onto their roof. But I am being fairly serious, as sod roofs are great active insulators, and any strong, or strengthened, roof would take sod, either as ready rolled lawn in humid areas, succulents such as ice plants or pigface in DR areas, and with daisies, bulbs, and herbs elsewhere. Evapotranspiration, plus judicious water keeps the summer heat out. In winter the air and foliage keeps asterisk and cold at bay. Sod roofs act, in fact, like ivy on walls. Neither increase fire risk to the house. For weak existing roofs, especially those of zinc or aluminium cladding sheet, ivy, or light vines over the roof serves as a light insulation, provided the guttering is adapted as shown for sod roofs. 89. A. Figure 4.20 cheap livestock shelter, plan, A, above an elevation, B, below. Concrete or tiled slab on ground, with a spiral of bamboo or poplar centered on an existing tree or pole. Walls are woven and ivy covered to the roof. Dash and LLS, JTR6HT, LI6HTB04RDFD, /O, SHRRL6LE, T caret, WQTTSPLANTED, R.UF/J, EFBYOH, 426FNTHTCK, ICOF, /L-/FR, I, L1, FL, 90, TURFO, L *2, 41RZ, CEJ1R Euro, STRUCTUR4LWALLS, figure 4.21 sod or turf roof construction, HEPBSPLANED, L, 30F6OOD, PLASTTC, PLANIS, SO1L, SHLT /IT/, roll T. TTAL. Dash. ABES. LAFF. 0 ur. The waste products of a house are all too often viewed as disposal problems rather than as resources. These waste resources are waste to turf from showers, sinks, and laundry, sewage, food scraps, and paper, glass, metal, and plastic. Garbage. Glass and metal can be recycled, while plastics are kept to a minimum if you take your own shopping bags to market. Nevers papers and of Fice papers are used as a mulch barrier in gardens and orchards, or soaked and fed to worms in limited quantities. The most important products are wastewater and sewage, and these are treated in different ways according to climate and preference. In drylands or dry seasons, where water is at a premium, sink and shower water is diverted to a grease trap and from there used to irrigate garden beds. Hand basin water can also be used to fill the cisterns of flush toilets, thus performing a double duty. All roof water is carefully diverted to storage tanks. In the tropics, where summer downpours are frequent and storage tanks are easily filled, roof water should be directed away from the house and garden into gravel-filled channels and planted swales to prevent erosion of the driveway, garden, and house surrounds. During the dry season, when rain is infrequent, roof gutters lead to storage tanks for drinking water. Sewage from flush toilets can be routed via a septic tank or methane generator to plant systems, orchard crops, as shown in figure 4.22. Compost from dry toilets is buried beneath trees, or, in the case of movable pit toilets, a tree is planted on top of a closed pit. Food scraps are fed to animals, including earworms, and their manures used in the garden. Alternatively, scraps are composted or even directly buried into garden beds, although these will become hot under the ground as they break down, so caution must be taken not to plant immediately in the area. Thus household waste products are used in the system to produce food and nutrients to plants and animals. 91. TI, EPLAHATIN 6. Slash. HIIL, AFIYYEV. RUBBIEDRART backslash. Unuil plurals. Rhubarb P2R 0.6 carat trini. RULCUUD 64 RD NJAVNT, 4LR7. TYB. ES. RO. SLD RO AFRRBBTEDRA backslash. PL4 STI, 4ND. OLD. EON. SUEET. TO. FIFI. MT6, ABLL. ALV, above. FL Gori 4.22 and I suppose I of septic tank EII int by entire PNE rows. A backslash dash 1. Build 1 TIL bat. V slash slash comma slash. Slash G slash T slash. Technological strategy. Modern Western houses use about 5 kilowatts of power, but by using a combination of strategies, especially good house design, solar, hot water, insulation, and sensible, responsible behavior, this can be reduced to 1 kilowatt or less, permitting Runuka smaller energy systems to be installed for peak loads. The general category rise for technological energy conservation in the home may be summarized as follows: climate control, space heating and cooling, wood burning stoves, fast burning, mass radiant heaters, or slow burning, efficient cast iron stoves, greenhouse attachment for winter heating, shade house attachment for summer cooling, trellis systems for sun deflection, cooling, conducted heat, usually large underfloor systems using water pipes or electrical wires connected to waste heat, cooking and cook stoves, wood-fueled cook stoves, best in cold temp. 9Z. Parade climates, provide heat as they cook. Gas/propane stoves suit hot and hot humid climates. The gas system leaves open the potential 10 use methane from biogas digestives using sewage and other wastes. Solar cooking units are divided into 2 types: reflective parabolic arcs focusing onto 1 point and solar ovens, homemade, which are glass-fronted insulated boxes lined with reflective aluminum foil. Both types must be moved by hand to follow the sun unless fitted with a solar tracking device. Insulated container cooking is an effective method for items which need a long cooking time. Essentially, one boils a pot of stew, casserole, beans, soup, for between 1 to 3 minutes. The hot pot and its contents are then immediately transferred to an insulated box where it continues to cook. Figure 4.23. Hot water supplies. Wood cooking or heating stoves with a 1 SCM copper or stainless steel tube loop in the firebox, to the back or one side, will provide hot water to an insulated storage tank. Solar collectors on the roof can be rounding an uninsulated hot water cylinder. In wet temperate regions, a rack above the wood stove is traditionally used for clothes drying or, in autumn, for drying herbs, flowers, or seed heads. Figure 4.24. Refrigeration and cooling, food drying. Gas and kerosene refrigerators are available, and are usually small and efficient. A large photovoltaic system, wind power, or hydro electricity Easy 11 powers a refrigerator. An air screen cupboard, open on one side to the shade house in temperate areas, can be used to store fruits and vegetables, eggs, and anything else that does not require cold refrigerator. Era 10N. For drying fruits and vegetables, a solar food dryer or a semi-empty greenhouse in some mere will do the job. Water conservation. Water tank off barn/garage roof is ideally located uphill from the house for gravity flow. Hand basin water is used to flush toilets, or hand basin and shower wastewater diverted to garden/greenhouse. Low water use shower nozzles are commercially available. Toilets with 2 flush modes, 11 liters for solids, 5.5 liters for liquids, are now used in most new homes in Australia. Compost toilets or pit privies use no water and provide composted manures for use around trees and shrubs. Enormous savings of national and international petrol, coal, and SAS are achievable if houses ANDC owned amenities AREDESIGNEDAND. In Elrin for energy conservation. Neost of the VYURYYRV. Home energy systems above are non-polluting and beneficial. Given the atomic fallout and acid rain from reactors, power stations, and cars, our only possible future is to develop clean energy and to reduce energy use. That is, the ultimate saving we may make is to our own lives, and those of the forests and lakes of the planet. Figure 4.23 insulated box cooker for slow cooking foods, legumes and grains. Chased commercially or handmade, and include flat plate, bread box, and cylindrical collectors. Electricity and lighting. Solar photovoltaic cells and storage battery. IES are used to power house lights and aptly ANSYS. Wind power or small-scale hydroelectric. In appropriate locations provide for all lighting and appliance needs. Energy-conserving and long-lasting lights, such as low-pressure sodium lamps or recommended for rooms that are in almost constant use, kitchens. Gas and kerosene, mantle and wick lamps. Lighting is useful for those in the country who do not need much light or haven't the funds to purchase more expensive systems. Washing and drying clothes. In Australia and Europe, small hand aided pressure washers, Jordache, Bamix, Prezawash, are run by water pressure through a hose. These have a small capacity and suit individuals or couples. For bigger families and communities, a shared coin-operated washing machine saves money. Clothes can be dried on a clothesline, in a greenhouse or similar yard roof area, or, for small items, in an insulated cupboard, sir. 93. Il. TT/TW/5/1I:4. CLOTHES4NDHERB. DR, in 6RAC. Figure 4.24 pulley system for drying rack above the wood stove dries clothes in cold, wet weather. Corbett, Michael, and Judy Corbett, A Better Place to Live, Rodale Press, 1981. Farallone's Institute, The Integral Urban House. Sierra Club Books, San Francisco, 1979. Leckie, Lim, et.al., More Other Homes and Garbage, Designs for Self-Sufficient Living, S.I. Era Club Books, 1981. Technical Assistance Group Low Cost Country. Home Building Department of Architecture, University of Sydney, Hale and Ironmonger, 1983. Vale, Brenda, and Robert, The Autonomous. HIC, DSIGN and PINENGFORSEF. SUFFICIENCY. Thames and Hudson, 1975. Vasella, Alessandro, Permaculture, or the End of the Myth of the Plow, pamphlet. 94. T. Home Garden Design. Zone I is that area closest to the house, starting just outside the kitchen door, and contains the annual garden, small important perennials, espalier, or miniature fruit trees, seedling and nursery beds, and small quiet animals, such as rabbits and pigeons. It is the zone which we visit daily, and which is intensively planted and controlled. The size and shape of TNNEI depends mainly on site acreage, access, schedules, and time available, so that if there are daily visits to the barn or laying shed to collect eggs, then TNNEI would stretch from the house to the barn. Those with time to devote to the land and a large family might have a large TNNEI, while those who work off-site might limit their TNNEI to a 4 to 8 square meter section just outside the door. The structures associated with zonal are UE, greenhouse and shade house, discuss ed in chap. Ter 3, potting shed, propagation frames, composting area, clothesline, barbecue pit, and garden storage area. Other structures might include a pigeon loft on the roof or off the house to collect manure and raise squabs, small pens for rabbits or guinea pigs, and a workshop. When planning zonal, we need to look at climate and aspect. From which direction does the wind blow? Which is the sun side? Shady areas. Where do frosts strike? Structures. Where can structures be placed so that they fulfill 2 to 3 functions? Can they be used as water collectors, trellis supports, windbreaks, food production areas? Access. How should access be arranged? Roads, entries, clothesline, PA area, woodpile, barbecue, pathways, mulch heaps. Water source. What are the garden water sources? Tanks, hose S, gray water from the house. And how is water to be distributed? Sprinklers, drip irrigation. Animals. What small, useful animals should be in zone I, and what systems need to be provided for them? Food, shelter, water. How can large animals be excluded by hedges or fences? Everything should be considered in relation to each other, so that the products of one element provide for the needs of another. If you are having trouble knowing where to start, always start at the doorstep, as the house provides a central focus and an edge from which to work outwards. If you need to, first make a layout map of the house, trees, fences, pathways, and any other existing structures or via tours. Then decide what you want close to the house, garden structures, garden beds, small animals, ponds, etc., and place them according to the basic energy conserving rules. Garden layout. The garden is full mulched, with its soils aerated and humus rich. Plants are constantly being recycled, tops are eaten, leaves discarded. Green manures are turned into the soil to provide nutrients for a summer crop. Some dill, carrots, and fennel are allowed to go to flower to addiact. Parasitic wasps and volunteer tomatoes and cucumbers from the compost heap are planted out along the fence. There is no attempt to form the garden into 95 sphigney rows. It is a riot of shrubs, vines, garden beds, flowers, herbs, a few small trees, lemon, mandarin, and even a small pond. Paths are sinuous, and garden beds might be round, keyholed, raised, spiraled, or sunken. It does not matter what methods you use to make your garden, whether you choose to double dig your beds, or simply sheet mulch with papers and straw. It's a matter of what suits you. I'm lazy. Full mulch suits me. You are vigor. OU double digging suits you. Double digging G suits you now because you may be young. Full mulching, you will grow into. Technique is not a fixed thing, nor is permaculture generally. It is something appropriate to occasion, and inclination, and conviction. So the important thing is to lay cut the garden, based on frequency of visits and size of crop, and to allow a range of plants for greater insect control. Even when designing a small area such. Figure 5.1 garden herb swirl with small watercress. Pond at the eye. 1 sprinkler waters 2 al. 96. As a garden, we can follow the general permaculture principle of placing planting beds depending on how many times the beds are I kitchen door culinary herbs. Imagine a clump of parsley 6 meters away in the main garden. You've just made soup and want to season it before serving. It's raining outside, and you are in your furry slippers. There is no way you are going to rush out and get that parsley. It and many other herbs in the garden remain unharvested because they are too far away. But if we have a herb bed just outside the kitchen door, harvesting fresh herbs is no problem. A herb spiral, figure 5.1, accommodates all the basic culinary herbs on a mound of earth on a 1.6 meter wide base, rising to 1 or 1.3 meters high. This spiral gives variable aspects and Drainage, with sunny, dry sites for oil-rich herbs, such as thyme, sage, and rosemary, and moist or shaded sites for green foliage herbs such as mint, parsley, chives, and coriander. At the bottom is a small plastic-lined pond in which watercress or water chestnut can be grown. The herb spiral is conveniently watered by one spring. Clear placed at the top. Salad clipping beds. These beds, not far away from the herb spiral, are narrow and close to the house. In them go more herbs, those that don't fit onto the herb spiral, or which you want to grow in quantity, and small salad herbs and greens such as garden cress, garlic chives, shallots, and mustard greens. UH can be cut with scissors. They are very fast growing throughout spring and summer, and yield a large quantity of greens. They are often visited, watered, cropped, and mulched to restore surface humus. Figure 5.2a. iPath side plucking vegetables. These are the useful, long-bearing vegetables for salads or cooking that we can either cut or pull leaves from for months of yield. Most are transplanted from a seedling bed and comprise CW nerf feed. Figure 5.2 garden beds. A narrow beds for clipped greens, B path side vegetables, FLLL any holes with garlic chives, parsley, etc. C rotating crops each season or year. Such vegetables as Brussels sprouts, silver beet, Swiss chard, celery, bunching onions, broccoli, kale, mustard, spinach, and Florence fen. Now, capsicum and zucchini are also vegetables, which can be picked frequently. These vegetables are along the path side, and AIE constantly being removed, transplanted, and replanted. Neost often, a leaf or stalk is taken for salads or stir-fried vegetable dishes. It is rare that the whole plant is harvested. Some are left to seed themselves in the garden. Figure 5.2b. L narrow BEDPLANTS. \O asterisk UE get to the garden beds themselves. Are rich can be separated into narrow bed plants. NUIDEBEDPLANTS. BOTHTVPSEONTAINPLANTS. Asterisk hitch need along the Noah picking, over the summer and autumn, usually. The narrow plant beds contain plants that need more access and fairly frequent picking, and might be made up of beans, tomatoes, zucchini, Cato's peas egg, plant, salsify, broad beans, and such herbs as KOA chervil, cumin, and chamomile. Fig. Year 5.2c. Tomato plants need a NATO bed so that they are reached and picked easily as tomatoes ripen. As they dislike wind, they can be planted in a keyhole bed with a sunroot, Jerusalem arty. Choke, surround. Figure 5.3. T broad beds. Here we plant those crops which require a long time to mature, or are harvested all at once for storage or processing. These include corn, both sweet and maize varieties, antilons, pumpkins, onions, potatoes, ieks, beets, turnips, and swedes. They are close-spaced, self-mulched, have no paths between them, and are block planted. Some of these beds can also go into Zone 1 LFO arm and CROPPINE. A barrier HEDGES. Around the garden, and perhaps breaking it up into monocotyledal sections, are hedge crops. Hedges are often used as wind, weed, and honey barrier plants, and if care is used in selecting species, they can also be used as mulch sources. RR. OL. 97. PAIR carat V carat. 7 and 5 KT. WN14 CEQ. OK 10. T14 TJBRT2. Pottle carat / 21 MT. D.FRBRQJ / RLT. KF. $L.2 DCU04. 10T.I. Figure 5.3 raised keyhole bed densely. Hardy sunflower windbreak. Such. Staked or trounced. Animal forages, nitrogen fixers, and double crop. Whether from neighbors' untended fences, or from the uncontrolled edge of your own cultivation, the mulched area of Zone I is under constant attack from ground invaders. Kikuyu. Couch or twitch grasses reach out to smother the pampered annuals. Unless you can afford deep concrete sills under the fence, you must look to nature for the solutions. After sheet mulching the garden, discussed later in this chapter, plant a living barrier around your protected area, and mulch it well with cardboard and sawdust or straw. Figure 5.4. Use vigorous, shady, or matter-dotted useful plants. Immune to the reinvading grasses, non-runner, bamboo, comfort. An inspection of your local area will reveal more species that do not permit the invaders' approach. Sunroot, Helianthus tuberosus, planted in a band about 1.2 meters wide, acts almost immediately as a windbreak to supplement slower growing hedges. The Siberian pea shrub, Carragona arborescens, fixes nitrogen, forms a thick hedge, can be grown in cold climates, and its seeds used to feed poultry. Taupata, CROSMN. Ribbons, planted closely together and clipped. Asterisk. /T1. Planted, with a bed suit tomatoes too. SIRONG. A. Salt LA10. Y /TNDS. Figure 5.4 barrier hedge to deflect wind, animals, and shade out runner grasses such. Twitch and couch. In garden low hedges give edge definition. Keep out. As Kikuyu. The garden. /R. /JJ HIGI40UTE. RE0D bar /TRLNRBD. I. CONF ray. LE/1 on 6, 4 SS. CANNALILY. GERANIU11. TFT /F. New /TR. Sayaduna. BNN 6, 4 SS. Would be BORM. P4HP1S. LOW, HFDGF. Cost FL4 by 1 re91 BIOM. SUTUROOR. The PNDAGO4 Occulkin D asterisk ions IREMFANC. EPU5 Ali carat. Occasionally, forms a barrier between zones I and 2. Its berries are prized by chickens, and the leaves are an excellent source of potash, so it can be productively used in both zones as a forage crop and as a rough mulch for garden plants. Canna lilies, Canna idalis, planted with lemon grass, Symbocagon citatus, and comfort. Symphytum. Facinal, Foreman. Impenetrable. Barrier for Kikuyu grass in subtropical areas. Other successful barrier plants are wormwood and autumn olive. In garden hedges are smaller, often made up of rosemary and other perennial herbs and shrubs. There are excellent barrier hedge plants for every climate and condition. In very windy areas such as on seacoasts, you can establish garden barriers immediately with a set of 3 to 5 tires stacked in an arc against The wind, figure 5.5. First newspaper and mulch the base of the tire against weeds, then fill you with earth, compost, scraps, hay, etc. and plant species able to withstand wind. The tire, AIC not ONL1, blocks strong winds, but acts as a heat bank, protecting against frost and evening. Out temperature variations. L. L Ami. Dot millioo. ERQS for L Euro. TNT. NRAD. War L Woody. Figure 5.5 hedge/windbreak using old tires for a protected garden in very windy areas. E.g. sea coasts. 11 pon YL JEW1IL. Slash. NM. P.U1U. Vile. 99. Foggy 6 EATG. H. 1 Treo. ARSO. Flogoti 5.6 vine arbor over garden path as a pergola. I vine and trellis crop. Using trellis to support both annual and perennial plants is the single most important space-saving device for both urban and rural gardens. Trellis is placed against walls, fences, the carport, shed, shade house, veranda and patio, or can be specially built as freestanding arbors. Figure 5.6, or even established over canals to provide shade for fish in hot climates. Trellis has a multitude of uses, including permanent barrier hedges around the garden, perennials such as passion fruit, hops, and vanilla, deciduous shading of the house against summer sun, grape, wisteria, permanent shading next to west walls, ivy, rambling roses, TFF /, **W, 1, Phoebus, 6C, *A, AUL /LNSTWI, I, 2C2013, 5 Tron 6 TPA, I, /E *T dash, /S T.LL Rec, LL, I Orifia, _ mul CL, basket, R, A equals, /L _ T equals, dot equals, TS, at 10I, WLTL _ WRE, U, coidal, R /JB, W, L /Ortfic, Tcaduous, TLPT, .com.rp Eurod, -IR, RNT07, I, T, T, G, W, TP, Trollis C, Kun-.RNLVCTE, 1R9 UUFOT, IN, or, 5TRN and 1DWE Euro, IOSLC5, HOV, T, WS, *1 key WTRC, RE, K72F07, EK3, IATS1, RTO, /, 2RCP POW, LL for people at an NRNC, 2 or L and RBI, RAPS. /TZNSCSTYZN /V, 1, 100. Figure 5.7 trellis systems in the field or garden greatly in large cropping space. Summer playhouses, bean teepees, and living areas. Figure 5.7 shows some trellis systems. Sturdy trellis should be provided for all the vine plants, and care must be taken not to let rampant vines get out of control, especially in tropical and subtropical regions. Edible paren. Nile vine plants include kiwi fruit, passion fruit, grape, and hops. There are MMY other paren. Nile, useful scramblers, flowers, leafy vegetation, providing shade and mulch material. Annual vines include the cucumber, melon, and squash families, as well as the climbing legumes, beans, peas, tomatoes, especially the cherry types, need to be treated as a vine, and can be staked or twined around mesh and SRNNG. In garden trellis is provided for the smaller climbers, while the melon and squash vines are trained on outer fences, up arbors, or up onto the roof in urban areas. Be sure to provide a trellis structure consistent with the plant's climbing mechanism. Figure 5.8 shows the different types of trellis supports used for different vine twining systems. Vines should be planted at frequent intervals for vertical growth. A garden pond. A small garden pond used to grow water lilies or water chestnut is a haven for insect-eating frogs. Although such ponds are commercially available from garden supply shops, they can be made from old tubs, plastic, or any non-leaky material. Tire pond. An O1D truck or tractor tire, not steel-belted, is easily turned into a pond by cutting off one edge with a sharp knife. Dig a 2-foot hole in the ground, wide enough to accommodate the width of the tire, and tapering down. Figure 5.9. Line the hole with thick plastic, set the tire on top of the plastic, and shovel dirt into the hole. Stones are set around the tire to cover it, and a small, perennial flower, such as alyssum, is planted for decoration. Plant water lily bulbs or water chestnuts into the earth at the bottom of the pond. Figure 5.9 Garden tire pond with water lilies. Surrounding plants, frogs, insects, and fish. RLRRLLTN. -IBK. /LLUTA carrot /1.L. /W. PLAL /N1IR. Fu T cut 5 TP outfit. Plus N combi /sim euro IC /NGLFTRR5 CTT. LUFG AJE. CL carrot T. MESHFORTENDRIL. Climbers, e.g. grape. Passion fruit. POA.ES for twiners.G. Nornc. WALLSIORP, A1TSWTHS. CKER. PAD S, E, G. VTRGLNTACREPER. Solid SUPPORTIOR. Scrambler species, e.g. Bougainvillea. Figure 5:8 trellis supports for different types of vines. 101. I seedling beds and nursery. Seedling beds should be close to hand in the garden, with easy path access. In from the seedling beds is always being taken away as vegetables are planted out and must be replaced from time to time. Or, raise seedlings in pots or trays containing a seed raising mixture for easier handling from greenhouse to cold frame and out into the garden in appropriate weather conditions. The nursery, an important feature in any initial permaculture, is placed where it will get plenty of water and attention. A greenhouse and shade house may be necessary in large scale operations, but usually cold frames and a shade cloth structure is all that is needed. Depending upon the scale of operations, the nursery is situated in Zone I or in Zone II, with consideration given to vehicle access for nursery mate realls and perhaps sales, water, aspect, wind, brakes, loading area, and so on. Figure 5.10 shows an idealized delay out for the temperate garden. Tea keeping ANNUALSPERENNIAL. In mild temperate climates, several techniques have been developed by gardeners to keep annuals in the garden turning over. If a few leeks are left to run to seed, then dug up, many small bulbils can be found around the base of the stems. These are planted out in the same way as onion sets. Later leeks cut at ground level, with the root line R and the underscore around, will sprout. Again for another smaller harvest. Peen Corinne I. T caret, Rut Hunt T. Comma, L. RRXL. PN. CR2NKTT slash. R9K, T. BT. L backslash Y. WETT5L. FLGURE 5.10 and ideally a kitchen garden iodum varied areas providing food nutrition, appropriate house. Climate, IOW maintenance compost area, near Remi tree, trays crop, and Eospira. R02. Euro. Comma. Slash dot. Backslash A. 9R. Backslash. $3R. Backslash. S. FS. QJ. S. Backslash T. Backslash. SI. Asterisk. In the unique group of plants, many are LN. Any case perennial. Near the kitchen door we can plant 2 varieties of European chives. Coarse or fine-leaved, Asiatic garlic chives. And shallots of various types. Further away, as a border, set out potato onions, which give about 6 to 10 onions for every one planted, Welsh on. Ions, evergreen bunching onions, the top bulbils of tree onions, and plant the cloves of garlic in the strawberry patch in autumn, or on space. Left. In raised beds. Garlic bulbs, if allowed to multiply for 2 years, give a constant crop. If the large pods at the base of broad bean plants are left in the ground to dry in a Easter /carrot dot. Mulched in late Suleimer, they will resp out in autumn, or the crop may be pruned back hard after harvest and will sprout again. Seed. Potatoes left under mulch sprout in spring, and lettuce left to go to seed will scatter seedlings around their base for replanting. Parsley and many flat-seeded species reside freely in mulch, and their seedlings can be set out to grow. In fact, a small proportion, about 4-670, of all crops sown can be let run to seed or ripen for scattering under mulch, rather than buying an annual seed crop. Various fruits and vegetables, tomatoes, pumpkin, melon, placed whole under mulch at harvest, ferment, and rot, throwing up seedlings for new plantings. Carrot tops kept in a dark or cool place will sprout again, and can be set out to grow in soft soil, figure 5.11a. Cabbages are cut low, and the stalk split crosswise with a knife. Smaller cabbage heads sprout, which are harvested in their turn, or civeted up and replanted, figure 5.11b. In warm climates the axil shoots of tomatoes and related species can be pinched out and reset as small plants all summer, figure 5.1lc. The last lot potted and brought into fruit over winter. Capsicum and chilies treated in this way may be winter pruned and then set outside in spring. All these methods minimize resowing or making seed beds, and keep the garden turning over constantly. Sheet mulching for gardens is a technique which has been described by many people, with as many variations. It is my favorite technique, as it gets you going immediately, without the backbreaking work of digging the soil for beds. You can stay fly on almost any type of soil, except for those leached out, rock-hard soils looking and feeling very much like concrete. With these 1 build boxes UI off the ground and cart in earth and compost and rate reals to fill them. Sheet mulching suppresses all weeds, ivy, onion and spear tulge, kiku vu, and buffalo grass, docks, dandelions, oxalis, onion weed. 103. 1 il K7 will and O carrot J. 11-69-19 Urali R dash. Tor 1 AICES 1 R2 2. I /TCRO /LLF1B I dot U carrot I. FFOI. IL. INA. LLA star point 7. Figure 5.LL making. Annuals urinile. And even blackberries. The important thing is to fill up the area with plants, according to the prior planting plan you have worked it on paper, and to totally cover the area with mulch. For that reason, start with an area of about 4 square MEFs, and branch out as time and materials permit. Your first attempt should be very close to the house, preferably starting from a foundation or path which is itself weed-free. Thus, you are protected from an invasion of weeds from the rear. Figure 5.L2 shows the sequence for sheet mulching. First, plant any large trees or shrubs. It is easier to plant these now than to dig through RHE mulch layer at a later date. Next, sprinkle the area with a bucket of dolomite and gypsum if the ground is particularly clay, and chicken manure or blood and bone, to add nitrogen RO. Start the process of reducing the carbon in the following layers. A bucket or T/O of compost. Scraps can also be scattered for the ryeworms. If you have a source of weed CDH1 or like material, place this also over the area. Don't bother to dig level, or you weed. No asterisk. Proceed to tile and overlap the area asterisk it sheet mulch material. This can be cardboard, wall board, newspaper, old carpet, non-synthetic, underfelt, and anything that you will eventually break down, and provide nutrients for ants. Cover the area completely, leaving no holes for weeds to poke through. If you have a valnavi tree or shrub in the way, tear paper halfway across and pull it around the stem. Serve another at right angles to the first. Go on, leaving on valuable plants with their stems and leaves poking out. Water this layer well, it will start the process going. Then apply a 7.5 cm year of either or mixed horse stable straw, poultry manure. In sawdust, leaf mold or rake leaves, CGS, or seaweed. All of these contain essential elements and hold water well. Follow these with dry weed seed-free material on top of at least 15 centimeters of pine or casuarina needles, rice husks, nutshells, cocoa bean husks, leaf moldo, rake leaves, seagrass, dry straw, nut hay, bark, chips, or sawdust, or any of these mixed. 104. Water until fairly well soaked. Now, take large seeds, beans, peas, tubers, potato, sunroot, small plants, herbs, tomato, celery, lettuce, cabbage, and small potted plants. Set them out as follows. With your hand, burrow down a small hole to The base of the loose top mulch. Punch or slit a hole in the paper, carpet, etc. with an old axe or knife. Place a double handful of earth in this hole, and push in the seed or tuber, or plant the small seedling in it. For seeds and tubers, pull the mulch back over. For seedlings, hold the leaves softly in one hand, and bring the mulch up to the base of the plant. If you must use small seed, do it this way. Pull back the mulch in a row, lay down a line of sand, or fine soil, and sow small seeds of radish, carrot, etc. Water, and cover with a NATO board for a few days, or until the seeds have sprouted, or sprout them first on damp paper. Then remove the board and draw mulch up as the tops grow. Root crops do not do well in the first year, as the soil below is still compacted and there may be too much manure. Plant daikon radish, whose 30 to 60 centimeters root will begin to break up the compact ground. Plant most root crops in the second year, or dig a separate bed for them, when it is only necessary to pull back the loose top mulch to reveal a layer of fine dark soil. By the end of the first summer, the soil is revolutionized, and will contain hundreds of worms and soil bacteria. Just add a little top mulch to keep levels up, usually a mix of chips, bark, pine needles, and hay. Scatter some lime, or blood and bone. Annual plants need cyanal fresh mulch after harvest. Their outer leaves are tucked under the mulch layer, as are all your food wastes from the kitchen. Worms are so active that the leaves and peelings disappear overnight. Leather boots take a little longer. Old jeans a week or so, and dead ducks a few days. In the first year, you need to water fairly frequently, as the layer of fungal hyphae and plants at the base of the mulch are slow to develop. As in normal gardening, all newly L2 area is sprinkled with blood and bone, decayed leaf earth and scatter of food wastes plus a melon clippings. Then carpeted with cardboard, newspaper, underfelt, old carpet, lino, or clothes, hardboard, softboard, etc., all organic materials. Crushed and darkened. Weeds, ankle grasses, velo and dye, soil fauna start work. One rough original sedace with weeds, shrubs, grasses, woody. Olents are slashed and laid flat. Sheets ot Mariat. Blood and bone. /weeds. 3 appearance of planted area in first year. H tubers, L, large seeds. U, trees and shrubs. A are new Y. Planted as soon as mulch is. Comolith. -- ZSTMC weed stable. -- sweepings. Or manure. -- E, F, and G weed free. -- layers as per 2 above. Figure 5.12 steps in sheet mulching. Planted seedlings need water initially. There is no need to rotate plants in this system, or to rest the ground. Potatoes are simply placed on top of the old mulch, and re-mulched. There is no need to leave room to hoe or dig either, so plants may be stacked much more closely, and preferably in mixed beds, rather than in strict rows. By frequent and random replanting, the garden you will start to assume the healthy appearance of a mixed herbal pot tour. This diversity of plants act as hosts for a range of insects, frogs, and birds, and is a major factor in successful pest control. Some strong weeds may force through. Push the weed down in the mulch, put damp paper on its head, cover with sack dust. If 1070 of the kikuyu or twitch comes up, sheet with paper and cover with mulch. All eventually die out under this treatment, leaving the area clear of weeds. Only our plants have their heads in the air. Another ploy is to dig up dock roots, bury kitchen scraps there, and remulch. 105. Never bury sawdust or wood chips, just put them on top where atmospheric nitrogen breaks down the wood. Worms add sufficient manure to supply the base manure. Keep the mulch loose, don't let it mat, and thus mix long clip pings or sawdust with stiff dry material like chips or pine needles, bark, etc. Urban/suburban design takes the same principles of permaculture and applies it to a smaller scale. Usually, there is space for only Zone I and some Zone 2 plants, animals, and structures. The important thing to remember is that the smaller the available space, the greater care that must be taken to both intensify food production and to minimize waste space by using spiral, keyhole, trellis, leaf path systems, and stacked or clump plantings. A small urban space. This situation requires most storage, but it is surprising how much food can be grown on windowsills, ROOFS, verandas, NARRO // walkways, and patios. Plants can even be grown indoors in pots as long as they are wheeled out to a sunny location. Most plants need at least 6 hours of sunlight a day during the growing season. Containers can be of almost anything: plastic, garden pots, waste paper bins, old baskets, half-filled sacks, toy boxes. Poke holes in them so that water can escape, and be sure they're calm. 1/bind weight D-bays not bring the balcony crashing down onto the people beneath. A light soil mixture is made up specially for container planting on balconies and roofs. It may need more frequent watering. Deeper containers are needed for root vegetables. Potatoes are grown in a small area through the use of a potato box, which is made from a 44-gallon drum, a wooden box, or outdoors, old railway sleepers or car tires. Potatoes are placed on a bed of mulch inside the box, with mulch put over them. As the potatoes sprout and grow, more mulch is piled in, until the green leafy tops are sticking up out of the box. In this way, potatoes are formed from the covered stem, and are more easily picked than if grown in hard ground. FIGURE 513. Choose plants OUAIE certain to eat, which are particularly nutritious, and which can be picked at least 2 ICU week, such as capsicums, bell peppers, tomatoes, parsley, chives, silver, beet, ISS chard, and lettuce. If space is I'd stick to herbs that are frequently used. Thyme, marjoram, basil. Windowsill space is better used if hanging baskets or 2 to 3 shelves are added. Figure 5.1, L. Better still is a window box greenhouse. Figure 5.13 potato boxes. Left, 200 liter drum with mulch level raised as potato plant grows. Right, box. Sections added as potato plant grows. K. Right. TL. Set out from the wall, facing the sun, as illustrated. Rated in Chapter 4, Figure 4.10. On verandas and small patios, plants should be in tiered plantings with taller plants at the back so as not to shade smaller species. 2 or 3 shelves of pots or long planter boxes can be stacked vertically, Figure 5.15a. Other well-known ways to grow food in a small space include sprouting alfalfa, sunflower, and mung seeds, and growing a sack or 2 of mushrooms in a cool dark place. Kitchen scraps are composted in a 2-bucket system under the sink, adding garden trimmings to food. Some scraps, such as orange peels and uncrushed eggshells, take a long time to break down, but this is easily achieved if you take the time to cut and crush them. For apartment dwellers, trellis is best trained around the veranda/balcony or set up against walls outside the window, Figure 5.15a and c. Suburban blocks. Most people in Australia own or rent a house with a small to medium-sized front and back yard. Many of these houses could accommodate a small greenhouse or shade house, trellis sys. Thames, fruit trees, the goalie culture of annual and perennial plants, and some small, quiet live stock such as duck, quail, bees, and bantam chickens. See Figure 5.16 for an ideal before and after view of a typical suburban block. Trellis takes the place of shade trees, mangrove, which are too large for urban blocks. Always be careful to design the trellis system so that they do not shade out ground beds of smaller plants, unless rosette plants benefit under shade. Fruit trees, / nature fruit trees, which are s.ro / an either in the round or in large pots, are compact, usually on 2 meters tall at maturity, and are normal-sized fruits you within a few years. Their disadvantages are initial cost, more care, and a shorter lifespan. Grafted trees are also very valuable in a small garden. Branches of one variety of apple, for example, can be grafted onto another variety to ensure cross-pollination or fruits that ripen at different times. Better still, it is possible to graft 3 or more types of fruit onto one tree. A peach tree, for example, can bear almonds, nectarines, apricots, and Japanese and European plums. Apples, cherries, and pears will not grow on peach, but any one of these can be grafted to support different varieties of that particular species. Always consider the height and spread of trees, as they may eventually shade out the garden. Almost all fruit trees can be pruned and trained against a wall or fence, espalier. Though it requires careful pruning and tying. Advantages are easier picking, netting against birds, and saving space. Garden beds, any sort of garden bed can be used, from mounded, sunken, keyhole, circle, to earth and compost-filled boxes. One technique on hard ground or rubble is to build compost-filled circle beds. The main advantages of these round beds are water savings. A circle is watered by one sprinkler more efficiently than a long row of vegetables. L I A 11 dot asterisk 11 U dot I I comma L R U I R V J / L underscore L // dot caret I / RC W HL Lil Fiv 50 caret YT FICURE 5.14 salad greens in harging baskets and on windowsills for apartment dwellers. T 107 Nutrient concentration. The circle is a dump in ground for all kitchen scraps, vegetable trimmings, manures, and other added organics, forming a rich area of compost and humus. Circle gardens can be constructed in cold climates, particularly arid regions, and in places where the ground is unsuitable for growing, e.g. rubble, hardpan, sand, and clay, as they grow entire line soil that has been collected from the area or compacted on site. To build an above-ground circle bed, Figure 5.17a, proceed as follows. 1. If possible, dig a circular hole in the ground a little bigger than the circumference of the circle. The diameter should be as far as you can reach to the center from any point, say 1.2 / 4. A. Figure 5.15a, cut away vial of a patio set up for herb, vegetable, and small fruit in beds and pots. TBL outside window box and tray is C. Veranda tray is I or shade and I root. R08. Chinka. V. UI. Lakai and CI plus 1 CKA.N. 4 IIBOO head 6E. FGURE 5.16 Byri and after versions of a suburban BOC. Before, high maintenance, OED after, low maintenance, high YIED, adapted from a drawing by Robin Francis, Chickens in a Permaculture Garden. Meters across in total. The depth is 1 shovel deep, with the earth put aside, on a canvas or plastic sheet. The bottom of the hole is turned over or loosened. 2. Place a 60 centimeters high circle of chicken wire around the hole. Throw earth around the edge of the wire to secure it in place. To keep earth and other fine material from oozing out of the wire, use straw as a bare DIL or RT to the wire. As material is put into the circle, it will bulge but remain taut. 3. Start filling the hole with food scraps, compost, leaves, twigs, etc. in layers with the earth you had taken out before. From tint RO. Time, sprinkle in marines, co / manure, aged, chicken manure, some form of phosphate, A. Sprinkling of ashes, lime, blood and bone, C. UEED, etc. 4. Build it to the top of the chicken wire, and sprinkle you with a layer of fine earth. The actual _arrow asterisking is done in this small space, but the plants use up a bigger area because they can spread out from the circle. CU. Cumbers and zucchini drape over the bed and trail off onto the ground, while tomatoes are staked up outside the circle. In RL 109. T. Inside the circle any sensible pea and combination can be followed, particularly a plant in a fast-growing crop with a slow-growing 1. Carrots, shallots, and radishes, broccoli and lettuce, as one is removed while the other is still growing. Care must be taken in the winter garden not to shade out small plants with taller growing species. This is not such a problem in the summer garden when the sun is overhead. As plants are harvested, others are put in their place if there is enough light. With enough water and nutrients, the only limitation is light. 3 beds will keep 3 people in salad and other vegetables all year, and one setup need little attention. Watering is easy, as a sprinkler is placed at the top of a stake in the middle of a circle, or a Tube of spray emitters from a drip irrigation system is tied to poles. For early raising of 110. JRG carat. K1PT1TLECGR, 1. UFTCT. Colon, and, WNU carat top. Dot and LWT plus it blue asterisk Q. L. ITSC. At P backslash. Updater YT, OKVAL. Y6491 RCE9. DKK. OU.R4TP Euro. CTGCT7 backslash, LF backslash. COR1, 1.refuel. AONI.RNA. Figure 5.17 Urban Circle Bed. 0 TAN. Spring vegetables. Drape a sheet of plastic over the stake and around the circle, leaving a small opening around the base for air circulation. Fig. Year 5. 17b. Added to the circle gardens and trellis SYS. Thames, a flattish roof can be used to grow pumpkins and watermelons. If you have a wooden fence next to the house, construct a column of black plastic, not clear plastic the roots will burn up, and chicken wire in the corner. Figure 5.17c, nailing the chicken wire into the fence. Fill the column with nutrient-rich earth and plant seeds. As the seedlings grow, clip off all but 2 strong stalks for each plant and lead them to the roof, where they can spread freely. The important thing to remember is to water frequently as the column dries out fairly quickly. It is best to have a drip system operating on automatic, if possible. /OT, $RT, LXKULO, /E, B, XNTIPR, 2 IROTKO2, ECQFAWLL1, T, VMTCal, K, R, dash, comma YL, T re, E, Euro N.R, A, L, /B, /LAANTMTUL, VRT, comma .JIO tunton, 72 R /, ILTB dash, NLJ, IEJ, link X, plus /2, WRG, dash, J. Figure 5.17b circle garden with plastic tent. Figure 5.17c chicken wire column for rooftop vegetables. The suburban lawn. The American lawn uses more resources than any other agricultural industry in the world. It uses more phosphates than India, and puts on more poisons than any other form of agriculture. The American lawn could feed continents if people had more social responsibility. If we put the same amount of manpower, fuel, and energy into reforestation, we could reverse the entire continent. A house with 2 cars, a dog, and a lawn uses more resources and energy than a village of 2,000 Africans. Often you will see a little house on a residential block, surrounded by flowers and lawn and perhaps a bit of shrubbery. Behind the house, way in the back and maybe hidden by a discreet trellis, will be a small vegetable garden. You recognize the pattern. It is so universal that to move a cabbage up onto this lawn is a cause for total neighborhood consternation. My favorite story is that of a man in Tasmania who dared plant cabbages on his nature strip, that sacred and formal grassy area between sidewalk and street. Having thus demonstrated his total lack of the sense of fitness of things, he was sharply reminded of his error when the local council sent trunks and men to uproot the vegetables, which were merely useful, and therefore of no aesthetic value. I must, in all fairness, say this occurred in I-97L, and by 1979 the council had tentatively begun to plant fruit and nut trees in their public parks. Yet why should it be indecent to have anything useful in the front half of your property or around a house where people can see it? Why? Is it low status to make that area productive? The CONDITIONISPECULIARTOTHEPRITISHLAND. Scaping ethic, you had /E are really looking at here, is a miniature British Canton estate, designed for people who had and ants. The tradition has moved right into the cities, and right down to quarter-acre patches. It has become a cultural status symbol to present a non-productive facade. The LARRN and its shrubbery is a forcing of nature and landscape into a salute to wealth and power, and has no other purpose or function. The only thing that such designs demonstrate is that power can force men and women to waste their energies in controlled, menial and meaningless toil. The lawn sardinar is a skis. 111. Oid serf as well as the feudal lord, following his lawnmower and wielding his hedge clippers, and contorting roses and privet into fanciful and meaningless topiary. If you've inherited a large lawn, never fear. Help is at hand. It is easily turned into productive space in a few hours by sheet mulching with newspaper and straw, depending on family needs. A small space might be saved as a children's play area, and can be designed to be both aesthetically pleasing and productive by planting shrubs, gooseberries, blueberries, currants, rhubarb, flowers. For salads, borage, nasturtium, calendula, daylily. For a list of edible flowers, see Appendix B. Herbs, thyme, lavender, rosemary, oregano, marjoram. See Olery edible variegated kale, chili, peppers, capsicum, red, green, yellow, egg, plant, elongated, black, yellow, yard-long cu. Cumbers, watermelons, squash on trellis, scarlet, runner beans, beautiful flowers, cherry tomatoes, asparagus, pumpkin, carpet plants, chamomile, alpine, straw, berries, trees, citrus, persimmon, orange fruits, hang off leafless knees in autumn, almond and apricot, pink and white flowers in spring. Thus, an energy-consuming, unproductive lawn is turned into a large food-producing area, containing 100-200 plant species in less than 6 months. If all suburban lawns were so transformed, urban food needs could be cut BV at least 20 via. The main design considerations in cold areas are in extending the growing season through the use of plastic or glass, protecting plants from frost for as long as possible, using locally adapted shrubs and trees for wind break, mulch, and fodder, growing vegetable TI2 varieties which are specially developed for short season growing, and storing fruits and vegetables in autumn for winter use. Vegetable gardens should be sited close to the house for easy access and so that plants can be quickly covered on frosty nights. If the garden is on a sloping site, ensure that cold air is allowed to drain downhill and that there are no barriers such as a dense hedge or wall which can act to dam the cold air. Try to provide a break or pathway through this barrier to allow cold air to flow downslope. And mild frost areas, raised beds, can save plants from ground frosts. The single most important garden/house structure is a well-insulated greenhouse, where the floor inside the walls is insulated from the cold earth outside. Heat masses are a bank of 44-gallon drums filled with water or even large plastic tanks serving as fish ponds, a successful strategy used by the New Alchemy Institute in Massachusetts in their large bioshelter. Fig. Year 5.18. The areas below plant benches, if used to house rabbits, guinea pigs, pillory, or any small domestic animals at night, will provide arable winter heat. See also Chapter 6 for a chicken heated greenhouse design. Insulated boxes of actively cooking compost located inside or just outside the greenhouse will provide warmth, as will hot water pipes and store ages filled from solar heat collectors. Even water pipes connected from the shower can be used under growing beds after first going through a filter. Another style of greenhouse, particularly suited for inner city dwellers, was designed by Dr. Sonia Wallman for intensive production of food in a densely built up area of Berlin. An enthusiastic gardener, Dr. Wallman has also developed similar greenhouses in cold climate areas of New Hampshire, in the USA. This greenhouse differs from other models in that, even in the cold continental climate of Berlin, it needs no additional heating. This is achieved by the following design principles. RL_W *QCLG 2 ACLN 5.RTNT lit KSLVUN Al T Cook out 5 UALNT / RTRR T .TLR AB2 1 Ta4 W 2 ZR dash 2 76B let /.JU Detailed T Lowipod Fajisirat.JLN H6 plus OL57 Figure 5.18 Greenhouse for fish and food or reduction in cold climates. Bios Helter. Designed by the New Alchemy Institute. The greenhouse is not freestanding but attached to an existing house. Orientation to the sunster, southeast to southwest, following the exact sun angles of summer and winter. The wall of the house and the use of double-sheeted glass provide extensive heat insulation. Thus the greenhouse is even able to conserve energy as it acts as a sun trap and buffer zone. It also acts as an air filter, improving air quality throughout the house, an important consideration in areas of heavy traffic pollution. 3 Rulroten. T #E, WW. At OTTNC, C at plus TF4. FTL who asterisk T4 dopine 0Q. WI. RPE underscore TS asterisk kilo TI / plus K2HF / AF. I. VELY old LT and use rec. Call 85. In winter, the sun heats the rear wall of the house which serves as a heat storage. The heat, thus collected during the day radiates into the house during the evening and thus helps to save on domestic energy costs during the average 250 days per year UN temperate houses require heating. In summer, the insulated solid part of the sloping roof protects the rear wall from direct sun RAS ventilation flaps, arranged in the greenhouse and rear wall, direct airflow by overlapping plant species and size, as well as harvesting methods, i.e. plucking outer leaves of lettuce rather than the whole plant. It 113 NRY T F2I L /is /.9 /RX /Y J P /_ ND S /I $NT /E N / LISL AEF TRRYJ T _H A dot /F IL / A and SV I / A SVI NMR ARV S1 FFI 1A or HELE by on FLGUBE 5.18 a greenhouse PN producing 7070 the SA ad needs of TIPIC IMIY is possible to produce within TB2 or Glean house, figure 5.18a, approximately 70 VO of the needs of fruit and salads for a family of 3 to 4 persons. Organic waste from the kitchen, household, and greenhouse is turned into high-value compost by worms, in a worm box. Together with mulch, the soil is regenerated continuously. Along the wall of the house are planted herbs, while along the outer glass wall are different cabbages and lettuces. When the soil temperature reaches 23 OC, the summer planting with annuals can follow. The winter plants will then be replaced one by one by tomatoes, on trellis, cucumbers, pole beans, nasturtiums, basil, etc. The hardy or perennial planters remain in their place. Raised insulated beds are constructed of brick. The height of 80 centimeters allows working and harvesting without backaches. Work input for the greenhouse is estimated to be 1 weekend each for the summer and the winter planting respectively. The need for upkeep and watering is about L5-2C minutes daily. However, this is more than compensated for by the savings of money and time in not having to shop for fruit and vegetables every day. 114. See box opposite F for a list of suitable plants for the inner city greenhouse. Other many greenhouse devices that have been used by cold area gardeners are cloches, inverted Dias SJUGS, and movable plastic frames in various shapes. Figure 5.19. Rock walls backed by such reflective fees as birch give an early warm site to plant out vegetables. Stone walls in a gentle arc form whim early growing sites, as do semicircles of tires facing into the low sun. Such embayments can be plastic or glass covered to assist heat retention, or piles of tires can be topped with glass as miniature grow holes, especially if the tires are earth filled to retain daytime heat. The Chinese use slanted bamboo and straw lean-tos to achieve this early growth of vegetables and to extend their growing season. The shade side of such shelters accumulate snow for insulation. Vegetables that withstand most frosts are some root crops, carrot, leeks, turnips. These must be covered with bales of hay to keep the ground from freezing. It is best to group such plants together, although the entire garden will benefit from a thick layer of hay in winter. Kale also withstands winter frosts. Many vegetables. Plants for a solar heated greenhouse. Dr. Sonia Wallman. Annual vegetables, herbs and edible towers. Oriental cabbage species. Hardy, fast-growing cabbage and greens. Hunk saitai, red-purple flowering stem with dark green leaves. Delicate green, dark green leaves, tasting mild. Similar to spinach. Chinese kale, edible green leaves, flowers. Smell of roses. Chinese broccoli, Ike broccoli, flower stems. And leaves are edible. Kyonomijuna, biennial Japanese mustard, raspberry. Hardy edible fruit, herbs and flowers. Fruit. Alpine strawberry. Chinese gooseberry flewy, a vine-like, climb. Bing-cordon plant with sweet fruit, it is necessary to grow male and female plants. To ensure fruitance. Citrus fruit, Luri1.er Zeman, Persian lime and Kalimantan orange are all kinds suitable. For a greenhouse, these kinds produce sui et smelling flow *ers and edible fruit. Throughout the rear. Tomatoes, Sri 100 cheryl tomatoes grow. And have fruit for several years in a greenhouse, if the temperature doesn't sink below zero. Ing mild, yielding well under extreme temperature variations. Tumip tops broccoli okra. Butte cabbage lambs lettuce sour. Winter endive leaf lettuce corn salad. Swiss chard Japanese greens cos. Annual herbs. Coriander, edible herb which is important for the life cycle of ladybirds. Dark opal basil, a kind of sweet basil were. Dark purple leaves which is more hard than the better known basil. Cucumber, female cucumber with round pips. Which is trained up trellises in green houses, an example of this kind, Sandra. Aniseed chamomile chervil. Del soup celery caraway. Italian parsley. Edible flowers are marigold nasturtium. Can be harvested in autumn and kept clean and dry in cellars, these are often layered in sand. Carrots, or wrapped individually in newspaper. Tomatoes. Tomato plants may also be pulled whole from the ground and hung upside down in the cellar. Tomatoes will then slowly ripen. A look around the district WRLL reveal useful hedge, windbreak, mulch, and animal forays. Species suited to the climate. Their -ua. Cold area fruit varieties of apple, quince, blue, spearmint, sage, chives, tarragon, jasmine, tea, herbs, peppermint, sorrel, woodroof, rosemary, flowers, bergamot, mugwort, thyme. Special plants for insects. Pelargonium, host plant of the wasp Encarsia. _formosa. Parasite. Of woodhefly. Sundew, Drosera, insect eating. Plant which catches small flies, attractive plant, grows well. Aromatic plants of non-edible towers. Lavender, infusion for nervous ailments as bath. Additive, extemali for rheumatism. Bruises, sciatica, neuralgic pains. Jasmine hibiscus. Berry, rosehip, grape, persimmon, and even a hardy kiwi fruit, actinidia ar_suda. Nuts include walnut and American chestnut. Animal forages are honey locust, oak, acorns, and autumn. Olive. The seed savers exchanges, both in the USA and Australia, carry a fascinating range of open-pollinated and heritage seeds, including many specially adapted for cold climate Kindi_. Contact derails are included in Appendix E. Permaculture Resources. 115. I U. 1. /TIRP. Q. Year. /T/LX. U. LLL. TTL/ TL/ NN. Y. WL. LLLT. Figure 5.19 Various styles of mini greenhouses for starting plants in spring. Fly. NF4L. TLL, TLTY type, /LI/. Like temperate gardens, the tropical garden needs a variety of perennials, annuals, vine, crop, and barrier hedges. In addition, it contains papaya, pawpaw, and nishiajan fixing thin foliage trees as a canopy above the garden to give shade from the sun. Tropical soils are thin and leached out due to heavy rains, so it is essential to interplant menus green crops, both perennial and annual, within the garden as a cut and mulch system. Mulch can be cut all year from a variety of non-legume hedge and understory. Such species as nicotiana, wild ginger, lemongrass, bamboo, leaves, vetiver grass, and crop wastes from maize, sesbania, and soft-downed legumes or comfort provide constant mulch so that the copicing of susceptible tree legumes is reduced. All garden wastes are returned to the beds, and beds are replanted as they are harvested. A top mulch of straw, bark, dry manure, or wood chips is added annually, or whenever needed. Garden beds should be mounted to shed water, particularly in the wet season, otherwise they will become waterlogged and plants will rot. There are various possible bed shapes. Figure 5.20, depending on climate. Briefly, ear mounting is best for humid tropics while sunken beds are best for dry tropics. Ridges of 0.5 m x 1 m increase yields. In cassava, sweet potato, and yam crop. And mulch and green crop can be grown between the ridges. Pineapple and ginger also prefer ridges. In wet areas, Leucina intercrop for mulch is on mounds, while maize and green mulch, beans, occupy hollows. Ridges permit deep mulching. For low crops such as pineapple, with mulch being applied between the ridges. Basins, even shallow basins, aid dryland, taro and banana, or patches of Chinese water. Chestnut. Soil is more easily saturated, and deep mulch keeps it from drying out. Boxes made from palm trunks are ideal. Mulch holders for yams, banana, vanilla or chids, vines generally, and borders of beds in home gardens. 116. Figure 5.20 mounds, boxes, ridges and basins are some appropriate garden bed shapes for tropical climates. Cut palm trunks AIE also useful for holding earth for citrus beds across medium slopes. A banana/papaya trickle. A wet, mulched circle surrounded by bananas, papayas, pawpaws, and sweet potato is a useful area to compost scraps, to accommodate excess runoff, or to contain an outdoor shower. Figure 5.21. Steps in the process are 1. Describe a circle 2 meters across and dig the topsoil, or subsoil, to a shape, ridges on the outside, and about 0.6 to 1 meter deep from hollow to rim. An narrow inlet at ground level can be dug to accept rainwater runoff. 2. Cover the circle with wet paper or card board, banana leaves, or any mulch material, such as coarse twigs, hay, rice husks, etc. Add manures, ash, lime, dolomite, CRR other fruity leaves. ERS. Building these materials up in layers of 15-20 centimeters, overfill the circle so that it bulges up at the top, it will soon sink down. If stones are. Figure 5.21. Mulch IL ed. Banana/papaya. Circle, above, and outdoor shower. Left. I/L, TI7. Available, bank them to the outside of the rim. 3. Plant the rim to 4 to 5 papaya, a tall variety. 4. Bananas, dwarf types, and 8 to 10 sweet potatoes. Yams or taro can be planted inside the rim. Or a wooden, slat platform placed inside for an outside shower. Weed barriers and mulch supply. Because of the prolific growth in the tropics, weeds are often a problem. Around the annual mulched gardens, a band of grass barrier plants prevents weed reinvasion. A combination of the following usually works: a deep-rooted broadleaf, comfort, a clump grass which does not seed down or is not browsed, lemongrass, vetiver grass, a cowpotting plant, such as sweet potato, and a bulb such as Canadalus. Bordering a garden, woody legumes such as moringa, horseradish or drumstick tree, SES, banya, lucana, caliandra, and sun hemp, crotalaria, provide mulch for the garden beds, and fodder to domestic livestock. Behind that, a taller border of cassava, banana, papaya, pigeon, pea, and lucana forms a hedge or windbreak. To discourage animals, thorny or inedible, hedges are planted around the garden. Plants that make good live fences, i.e., cassava, cactus, hibiscus, bamboo, and a double row of so-inv. Pineapples. Tropical polyculture. As usual, diversity of garden species works best. The following are some common planting arrangements found in Southeast Asian home gardens, from the UNICEF Home Gardens Handbook, P. Summers. Multi-story tree. Crops, top layer of cocoa, nut, with middle layer of jackfruit and avocado. Next layer of banana, papaya, and coffee, under which are planted wing bean and other edible vines growing on the tree trunks. Lowest layer. Pineapple and taro. Climbing legumes, yard long. Beans, winged bean and lima beans planted to 1 lucana. 118. Stake or untrimmed piece of bamboo. Circle plantings. Banana growing in the middle surrounded by cassava and tomato. Winged bean growing on the banana, sweet potato as a ground cover. Mushrooms growing inside the hill of bananas. Water canal from the kitchen/shower feed. Ing banana, sugarcane, kong, and taro. Trellis over an irrigation canal, bitter melon, squash, climbing legumes. When planting trees in the garden, or close to each other, it is important to know their characteristics, such as height of mature trees, fruiting habits. Plant a wreath that fruits on RAG outside. Branches next to one that fruits on the inside to minimize light competition, grow GHT resistance, and shape. Generally, small trees with open foliage are the best to plant near the annual garden, with trees gradually getting larger towards the edge and inside of TNNE2. While a complex polyculture of many hundreds of species delights both the naturalist and the householder, it becomes difficult to control an extensive rich polyculture and collect its products. Very complex polycultures work best at a small scale and with close attention from people. Tropical garden problems. Problems are numerous in tropical gardens, especially insect and rodent pests, wild pig, snails, and sometimes monkeys and larger animals. Thus there is a need for spiny or woven fences of euphorbia, yate palm, bamboo. By planting a mixed, multi-story system, insect pest problems are minimized. Frogs, SPI, durs, small insectivorous birds, geckos, and bats help to control plague conditions of pests, as do ducks, bantams, and a pig to eat waste or fallen fruits. If eelworms, nematodes, are a problem, plant sun hemp, crotalaria junci, and Tagetes marigolds throughout RAG garden beds, 1 or 2 every few meters. Sun hemp root associates fat nematodes, while marigold root exudates suppress weeds and soil fungi, nematodes, and grasses. The desert garden is likely to suffer from light saturation and excess evaporation. The former reduces photosynthesis, hence leaf bulk, and the latter causes wilt and slowed growth. To overcome the problems of high pH, heat and light stress, risk of salting in soils, dry winds, and poor water supply, we need to create a special environment around the desert house and garden. The following are some solutions to the problems of desert gardening. A nutrient DEFICIENCYANDALKALINE. SORLS. Plants need 3 major nutrients to Joe's. Well, 1 nitrogen, and naturally found in urine. Roots and leaves of acacia species, casuarina, LE. Gums, hair, wool, old woolen clothes or blankets. 2 phosphorus, P found in bird and animal manure, easily collected from under bird roosts and in chicken yards. 3 potash, K found in the leaves of comfrey, wood ash, and some volcanic ash. Plants also need trace elements, and although these may exist in dryland soils, they are usually chemically unavailable to plants due to high soil alkalinity. Mulch and compost are essential to create humus, a soil environment where trace elements can become available. In addition, garden beds should be treated with a light scatter of sulfur to reduce pH to 6.0 to 7.5. If plants look deficient in trace elements, these can be Col 5 provided as a foliar, leaf, spray, or added in small amounts to compost rather than put directly to ITHESOIL. IWRNT/shade/sun PROTECTTON. Gardens must be carefully sited out of direct R-Rhine blast, and an extensive use of major and minor RI breaks should be constructed around the house and garden. Wooden fences, tires, stacked 3 to 6 high, thick vine trellis structures, and hedges all serve to deflect dry winds. Leguminous trees are acacia, mesquite, albizia, etc., which can be grown on the edges of the garden as windbreak. To protect young plants from the desert sun, construct a movable shade house out of poles and shade cloth, or plant next to already existing shade providing bushes. Cast light shade over crops in hot deserts by Figure 5.22. Slotted pipe delivers sink water to plants. Higher water demand Chris should be located nearest the house. HF to #Z. CW equals euro. Cove, U.N. NYT on. J to CKJ caret, 1. 5/PLTLK. T4EWD #L. LLTWTL. LALAC and T. 25 UU. E. RQE. CLL/B. L9. 119. SWISSCH4. BROCCOR caret I. Or T ton S. 1 FHG ru. Tilphi 4. R. To N. Using spaced vine crop on overhead trellis, or plant open crowned palms and light crowned, or pruned acacia and mesquite. The trellis SYS Tem should be integral to the house. Water. Water is the limiting factor in dryland gardens, but with careful design plenty can be available. Conservation and reuse of wastewater is essential for garden crops, with the hand basin and shower water run into slotted pipes along a plastic line chili out planting trench, figures 5.22 and 5.23. Beds are watered by drip irrigation, prefer ably below 18 centimeters of mulch or 18 centimeters below the soil surface. Where water is high in salts, most arid areas, it is necessary to apply the water to the surface of flattened mounds or ridges. Rather than run it down furrows between crop rows. In the first case, salt gathers harmlessly in the furrows or paths, but in the second, furrows irrigated, it concentrates at the crop roots. Fig. Year 5.24 shows some garden bed shapes. Trickle irrigation via commercial pipe SYS. Thames, or homemade systems of crimped earth. In-wear pots, leaky inverted bottles, gravel via LED. Pipes are in wide use worldwide. Under tree. W60 Carrot Love. Figure 5.23 pipe, with stocking fitter. Flowing directly into plastic line trench. Garden. Canopies, citrus, for example, small sprinklers, are used in the shaded area to wet JJBO or more of the root spread. Sprinklers are, however, not only wasteful on the broad scale but damage foliage by the evaporation of salt on crop foliage, and cause soil crew stingy. Watering at evening, overnight, or at dawn is preferable to adding water by day due to sun evaporation. Soil gels can be added AR Arroyo of 1:100 to garden soils, as candlelight, claypan, clays and bentonite clays and sands to assist water retention. Mulch. Mulch is a key strategy for moisture retention and humus buildup. Mulch materials are cardboard, newspaper, seagrass, leaves, rotted manure, old cotton or wool clothes, sheets of plastic, wood chips, and old carpet or felting. Mulch sources in arid lands may seem bare at times, but in fact there is a great deal of material which can either be grown in the garden, legumes, collected after harvest, spent, vines and other green material, or gathered from the wild. Trees such as casuarina, pines, and some acacias yield up abundant leaf-made real. Cattle manures are plentiful at Vards and 120 sheds, and near runoff gullies, floodlines leave deep deposits of leaves and twigs. Such mulch is gathered after rains from the creeks and water flow areas, especially if logs are set at an angle in the creek to trap debris. Stones are often found in drylands, and are useful especially around trees. Almost any plant does well in the desert garden provided it is adequately watered, which is usually possible only in Zone I and possibly Zone II, as trickle irrigation. Cucurbits, beans. Figure 5.24, A. Mulch pits for trees, B. Circle gardens around mulch hole, C. Ridges/D. Mulch baskets. At clump plantings, E. Log boxes of mulch over alkaline sands, F. Broad flood bays for brosa scale crop, G. Top watered raised beds for salty water supply, to 1200 ppm. Some grains, and both tomatoes and peppers are very successful desert plants for home garden vegetables, as are such desert adapted trees such as date and doom palm, jujube, mulberry, fig, pomegranate, olive, peach, and apricot. Given good site selection, some basin or swale runoff, and care in establishment, such trees will produce in most seasons over long periods. Thus, an essential long-term strategy is to select adapted plants of low water need, deep-rooted and heat tolerant. D. B. 1 2 I backslash comma K, comma U. 1 RT backslash L dot I slash RR. Conifer, J. Pests, predators and pesticides. Some alternatives to synthetic pesticides, or Organic Growers Association WA, 1980. Dean, Esther Dean Gardening Book, Growing Without Digging, Harper and Row, 1977. French, Jackie, Organic Control of Common Weeds, Aired Books, 1989. French, Jackie, The Organic Garden Doctor. Angus and Robertson, 1988. Johns, Leslie and Violet Stevenson, Fruit for the Home and Garden, Angus and Robertson, 1979. Out of print, Try the Library. Francis, Robin, Ma and Lagard NSBOOKLET, WF. Video, 1990, Mondale Gardens, Po Box 185. Lismore Heights, NSW 2480. Courik, Robert, Designing and Maintaining Your Edible Landscape Naturally, Metamor. Fic Press, 1986. Po Box 1841 Santa Rosa. CA 95402, USA. DN. Carat Itesia. V/NPID. P17VK. Comma dash. JRK. Hashtag. WI. T. Foot backslash R-7, RNA. NT. P asterisk F sharp look. Backslash, 2 asterisk dash. Po LLG and. R. Asterisk, 2 RXTE, NKL. G, ZX, and Thurios.N. Carat 2. Carat backslash. WTRT, OVG. Tuck L. AOL, backslash L. RZ2. Figure 5.25 LD list layout for a subtropical or dryland garden. I. Orchards, farm forestry and grain crops. L. Zone N extends out from Zone I and is intensively planted and maintained with spot mulched or closely planted orchards, main crop beds, and ranging domestic animals, whose shelters or sheds may adjoin zonal. Here we can grow home orchards and grain or main crop vegetables. Commercial orchards and crops are likely to go here and into Zone I using Zone 2, mainly for home use. Remember that zones are not fixed, and, in fact, are not strictly delineated. We can put the important elements of a system wherever it is most suits us for ease of access. We can best start the orchard by planting legume, nitrogen fixing, plant small species like white clover, lab bean, and lucerne. Larger species such as acacia, albizia, and black locust, and a scattering of shrubs, tree medic, tag assist. Prepare the orchard site by soil conditioning, if necessary, and set out the leguminous species. Interplant selected orchard trees. In home or chards, trees need not be in rows. However, if planting a small commercial orchard, rows are easiest for mowing and harvesting machinery. If planting on a slope, always plant along contours or on contour banks. Figure 0.1. By planting the intercrop species. For every element, species, and breeds must be chosen to complement the design. Orchards will be made up of disease-resistant main crops, fruit and nut trees, possible windbreak, SPE, size that won't compete for light, water, and nutrient, and scattered alternative trees, for pest control, be antiactants. In addition, you will have to decide on the understory of the orchard. It could be used to grow green manure, crops or nitrogen-fixing clovers, provide forage for animals, geese, chickens, sheep, provide a variety of insect and grass-repelling species, or be used to grow vegetable crop, until eventually shaded out. Trials of black and red colorants, goose ever, rise, lucerne, VOA, tagus ast, clove ER, and narcissus. Species, perennial dahlia, sunroot, globe artichoke, and the like will reveal successful understory. Species for the site. Any deciduous trees removed as disease can be replaced with ever green, fijo, citrus, loquat, olive, and the SPE. Size mix varied by longi-term interplant of chest, nut, walnut, almond, and plum. 123. OA. RU. F. L. L. RO. I. L. 1. R backslash. R. I. O. Backslash J. 6. Figure 6.1 fruit trees on contour, in rows. Cruz are sheltered between mixed hedgerows of fruit and nuts, and insectivorous and leguminous trees. Some trees are cut out as orchard matures. Should you be so unfortunate as to inherit a monocultural orchard, add 3-4 hens, a pig, and 4 to 6 leguminous trees per 1,000 square meters, IL 4 acre, with many smaller legumes. For decoration and variety, plant fuchsias, bank, size and red hot poker, Nephofia, for the insect. 124. A. A. VNPAK 5 Talk 9. Puesib, AWO 4 XLA. IROT CSN. NEIB CKOP. ORNLE carat senior E, OTUO, J. C plus ETN backslash JROBB backslash AJ 7. AJ Fed 4 T Cal. T plus RT asterisk RUE, OBJ. T Borous birds, barge and white clover for the bees, and add more species as the system evolves. Always try to maximize flowering plants below orchards, as wasp predator refuges. For a commercial orchard, the same number of fruit trees can be grown, with the area N. I. LLR backslash dash equals backslash. LLT backslash dash U1R backslash carat. Woo. X, $R. T. DR backslash ma. R backslash high up of JL. AC backslash CTLELE carat, NE. Backslash J slash. 07 CUNA, dash 74L asterisk MTE. TQ backslash J, dot I slash. SY asterisk ta slash ter dot LA breeze. 1 backslash TR, up dash star dot E, I. R. V, U, 4, KW. PE asterisk RF 4 at T dot TR. Co. Henry. L plus plus, R of. Backslash dot slash TCOC 5 slash IT 7 slash U slash LI. E plus dot IILA. OAAARA. LOAAARAA. AA. 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 TA. A. 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 Large to fit in the interplant species. Secondary. Yields such as honey, nuts, foliage, and berries from these added species contribute to the total income. Plant variety gives a good display at wayside stalls and enables direct marketing of varied products, from flowers to fruit to seeds, nuts, and herbs. When deciding which orchard trees are worthy for a commercial venture, SE. Like fruit or nuts that bear easily in the climate or microclimate. Ripen all at once for easy picking. Ripen evenly. Have a shelf life and good market value. When deciding which trees grow best together, it is important to know the structure of the mature tree. Is it umbrella-shaped, like mango and walnut, or open like guava and almond? Generally, umbrella-like trees cast dense shade, preventing many crops from growing below them. Open trees, or those with feathery leaves, let enough light to the ground for other crops. Trees that tolerate shady conditions. Coffee, papaya, hawthorn, most citrus, and black mulberry grow beneath taller trees and may not require full sun to produce fruits. Tree height at maturity. This is useful to know when deciding a EE's location and space requirement. Smaller trees planted underneath. Large ones are eventually shaded out, unless pruned severely as is done on the small home garden plots of southern Italy, where mature fig, olive, loquat, and even pine trees are pruned to allow sunlight to grape relish and even vegetable plots, growing between grapes. Moisture needs, place drought resistant trees, carob, almond, guava, and moisture needing plants, papaya, banana, in separate groupings to aid in watering. Allelopathy, make sure selected trees do well together. Walnuts, for example, secrete a substance in their roots which cause many fruit trees to gel poorly. We should also consider the need for cross pollination, placing male and female species of the same tree near each other. T animals in the orchard. Once young orchard trees and their associated plant guild species are established, small livestock can be introduced. In the beginning, bantams and small poultry breeds can be on range. Poultry scavenge most soft fruits, and any larvae or pupae office, help control weeding. Vegetation, provide manures for orchard trees, and forage for seed and greens. Chickens ATI2A. 240 had not greatly affect the density of shrubby ground covers. When orchard trees are 3 to 7 years old, foraging pigs can be introduced as fruit matures to take care of windfall fruits that breed pests. In standard pruned orchards off from 7 to 20 years old, first sheep and later controlled cattle grazing can be permitted. Watch to see that sheep and coos do not damage tree bark. If so, they must be removed or the trees protected. T temperate PLANTGUILDFORTHE. Fruit ORCHARD. The enemy of deciduous orchards is grass. Thus non-grass crop below tree canopies is ideal. Figure 6.2. A mix of the following plant groups can be made. Spring bulbs, daffodils, hyacinths. Flower and die back by early summer, as do most of the onion species, allium, and create a grass free area below trees in fruit, plus a crop of bulbs, flowers, and honey. Iris and tuberous. Rooted flowers also assist grass control. Spike roots, comfort, dandelion, globe, artichoke, cover the ground and encourage what hunts, yield mulch, and crop. Soil below there. Foliage is soft, free draining, open to roots feed. Near the surface, cool. In sector, plants and small fluid plants. fennel, dill, Queen Anne's lace, tansy, carrot, and parsnip ers, umbelliferous. Predatory. Wasps, robber flies, ladle birds, jewel beetles, and pollinator bees are attracted to interplants in the orchard. In the herb layer, catnip, fennel, dill, small varieties of daisy, or any of the compositae and flowering ground COV. ERS generally attract wasps, bees, and insectivo. Rose birds. Nitrogen and nutrient crop, clovers and D5. Acacia. Or TKFAR, T. NXSTEBTEPL. CWV Euro-8. DILL. Faker JNEL. ACTLCL and OT Euro. Clove and 5. HRTA. Veg 5. ACOA. Racacicera. LVA 7 Bureau 5L. F.O. Rho ER1I. Dash equals dot. Equals. $8 LR. Underscore backslash equals Z backslash. Backslash RP hashtag RYR. Dot underscore. Underscore L. X equals. Equals underscore dash dot RI. Dot R dot equals dash backslash. L. 2 backslash QG. At dash backslash re. Ka equals dash equals S. Asterisk WLE. LT. TRLO. T. T slash. I dot. Caret 7. LTR. B. Dash dot slash L. I backslash equals dash O backslash. Dash. I backslash R. Slash 1. Backslash. Figure 6.2 Lelis Guild Assembly for an apple orchard. Legume trees are lopped. For mulch, perennial and annual. F hours EP in pest control, grasses emanated by Comrie and Herx. R26. Interplants of Tagasus or acacias provide root. Evil nitrogen. Marigolds, only theta gets SPE. Size, planted around trees fumigate the soil, as does the green crop sun hemp for nematodes. Such guilds of plants are needed especially in the first few years of orchard establishment. Trees of L0 plus years of age are far less susceptible to grass competition, and thus, ground cover guild plants are less needed. In general, we aim to reduce or even eliminate grasses, to plant as many flowering plants as possible to attract a variety of pollinators. Predatory insects, and insectivorous birds, us. Ignophobia species, fuchsia species, Echium, fastuosum, salvia species, and to provide ground cover, stone piles, logs, pits, and tussocks for frogs and insectivorous lizards. Small ponds. Throughout orchards will breed frogs for leaf insect control. Soft ground cover such as nasturtium prevent the soil from drying out and give mulch, as do the interplant and windbreak trees, and the herb layer generally. To sum up, pest species in the orchard can be reduced by a combination of these strategies. Selecting disease-resistant stock for the main fruit crop. Planting flowering crops and refuges for predation by birds, frogs, lizards, wasps, and predatory insects. Interplanting leguminous trees and small trees other than the main crop species. Reducing orchard stress by removing grass. Cover protecting with windbreak and mulch. And ground foraging by chickens, pigs, geese. To clean up infalls and deposit manures, or the careful collection of windfalls for juice processing or disposal. Tropical ORCHARDS. A mix of tree legumes, fruits, bananas, papa, yas, arrowroot, canna, cassava, sweet potato, and comfort can be co-planted on loosened soils and in mulched swales. There should be large species planted every 8 to 10 meters, mango, avocado, jackfruit, with smaller species, citrus, tamarillo, guava, interplanted with coconut in the establishment period. Smaller shrubs and plants are planted as gap fillers, figure 6.3. The planting area around the small trees can the 40. Top I. Backslash VPRVR. E. Asterisk caret WLE. CAAVA. VJTAO, IIL. Figure 6.3. The home orchard layout can be similar to tropical stacking of plants found in rainforest, where plants of varying heights share and nutrients. In this type system, a supply of water around dams is necessary to get through the dry season, if rain does not fall all year round. R. VL. LRJT. 121. Also be seeded with nasturtium, lab bean, hypha clover, broad bean, fava, buckwheat, dill, fennel, lupin, dun peas, pigeon pea, or any useful non-grass mix available and suitable to climate, landscape, and available water. The aim is to completely carpet and overshade the ground in the first 18 to 20 months of growth. Ideally, dense plantings of this type should be sheet mulched with newspaper/cardboard and topped with available cut grasses, and later the tops of arrowroot, comfort, banana, acacia, and green crop. Later still, shade-loving species such as coffee and dry taro can be placed in any open spots. Turmeric, taro, ginger, sweet potato, and cassava are cropped below tree systems. It is far better to occupy a quarter hectare thoroughly than to scatter trees and herbs over a large area. Much of the small vegetation is used for mulch and nutrient air, and should be thickly applied to suppress grasses. When planting on slopes, trees should be on the contour, WITH strip P and GS of co and NAV enter VR. Grass, lemongrass, or elephant grass. These are TR. Set out to form an unbroken cross-slope hedge, or across on earth walls or dam banks at spill ways. They disperse water and create silt traps. Behind such self-perpetuating walls, soil is deeper, and trees can be planted. When pioneering in grassland or expanding the systems outwards, use wet hollows, small dams, and cross-sloped swales to hold wet season water, figure 6.4. Around these plant hardy legumes such as lucina, inca, acacia, Mernzii and other acacias, Gliricidia, Caliandra, C. as SIA, Gmelina, Albizia, B. Alhenia, tamarind, etc. All of these withstand grasses. After the second year, weed species such as lantana and pianazidum give excellent early cover, and are later cut to make rough mulch piles 3 to 6 meters across, in which vines, palms, and useful legumes are far more easily established. Also use rampant and vigorous soft vines, choco, yams, passion fruit, to clamber over and shade out shrubby weeds, which are later slashed for use as tree mulch. IMI. 2UJJJ1, dash. Caret. Lyodal 4LR, CT6T Uniac. CU and JPO MLTJA, I. Comma.Rhine 5, TC5. IT 00025:17S. Daju, dash 4, A. Dash. A-4. TFLN caret LANT asterisk 7. FTI.1.L. R underscore CR.1.1 RFTLQ underscore I. T28. FGURE 6.4 trees P anti FSWAE bank to take advantage of wet season. Water. Sample species list for subtropical orchard interplants. Setting up the orchard guild means that first. PNNTS, swales, access roads, tracks, large circular, mulch pits, and subguild areas or natural open. Ings are developed and connect to infiltrate water and to provide good wet space and drainage. Mounds for avocado and citrus, banks, and small. Mounds for yam and pineapple. Water lines and taps are set in for the essential 2 to 3 years. Watering of the young trees during the dry season. It is far easier to place this permanent elements at the beginning than to work around the plants. On CTHCY are in place. The subguild areas are BCST kept small, 300, 400 square meters, and edged with short paren. Nile species such as lemongrass and comfrey, cut seasonally for mulch, or with swales. Larger plants, pioneers, large trees, windbreak legumes, can be planted throughout, widthly spaced, and later each block is fully planted and mulched, on small block at a time. Major windbreaks, silky oak, casuarina, pongamia, cisbania, prosope species, golden god, des bamboo, a clumping variety, moxa dense. Windbreak when planted in a mulched line or arc. In-crop windbreaks, Gliricidae, TLPU and a TIPU. And acacia planted as individual trees which may eventually be cut out and used as mulch. Pioneer plants, usually already growing on site and useful as shade, mulch, and soil improve. Mint, e.g. lantana, wild tobacco bush, macaronga. Acacias. Legumes, albizia species and acacia species, A. Fimbriata, A. auriculaformis. A. longifolia. Lucana, Inca idalis, ice cream can tree, sun. Hemp, cassia multiga and SPP. Large trees, macadamia, mango, jackfruit. Pecan, avocado, lychee. Medium trees, white and black sapotes, cuz. Tart apple, olive, fig, rambutan loquat, carambola. Mulberry, persimmon. Smaller trees tamarillo, citrus, fio, cough. Fee, papaya, banana, jaboticaba, small guavas. Rosella, rose apple, Brazilian cheney. Palms, dassy palm, coconut, fuchsia, adapted tall. Palms jank rally. Trellis vines, these can be placed between ZNNEIN2, and in and around the orchard in the first few yin. Black and yellow passion fruits, 5. 6 good varieties, including lilikoi, choco, che, oat, grape, species suited to subtropics are available. Abel, oystermit, a vigorous cucurbit yielding a nut, grown extensively in southern Africa. Kiwi fruit, lufa, a variety of gans, and gorkles. Tubers and ground covers, sweet potato. Permanent ground cover, may be harvest CVCRY. Few years if necessary, turmeric, ginger. Cardamom, CNNA edulis, kexlo and arrowroot. Chili coyote, a rambling perennial squash which must be cut off TRCCS occasionally, pigeon PCA. CAJ anaceagen, pineapple, comfort, lemongrass. Wet-hand swampy areas, Chinese walker chest. Nut, taro, sagittaria, lotus, water lily, TTRCC. Bananas do BCST near aggressive water outfall. In the tropics and subtropics, nutrients arc cycled through the vegetation, not the soil, HCNCE. THC emphasis on mass plantings and stacking of vegetation layers. If THC plantings GCT to DCNSC. As the larger trees gain maturity, simply chop, mulch some of them out, or transfer THC mLs. Where the orchard, especially in its first 5 years, is a dynamic and changing component of the system and the components of locust sit can be split up by bulbs, cuttings, divisions, and so on. Water demands are greater in the first FCW years, however, almost all the specifics the end. Above are dormant or slow growing in winter, the dry season in the subtropics. Watering may be necessary in the few months before the summer rains, although a fully mulched and shaded or chard will not need as much water as on with bare ground. After 2 to 3 years of leguminous tree culture, there will be a great improvement in soils. After 3 to 7 years, a high thin canopy of palms, feathery legumes, or wet season deciduous legumes, e.g. Acacia albida, will enable a complex assembly of understory vines, shrubs, trees, and strip crops to flourish. Pigeon pea, cowpea, daikon radish, clover, and lucerne can be broadcast and raked into areas of disturbed soil around tree seedings. These all loosen and create humic, organic soils. Species which grow from large cuttings, some mulberries, horseradish tree, any local species, can be placed at the edge of clump forest plantings, as these can be quickly propagated after a few years by copicing. Drylander cards. Any dryland area will support fruit and nut trees if there is an adequate supply of water. Trees set out in drylands include date palm, jujube, cork oak, pistachio, plum, white cedar, tamarisk, CHESTNUT, HONEYLOCUST, CAROB, tagassist, mesquite, paulownia, with bulk cut, tings of grape, fig, and mulberry. Other plants which withstand dry conditions are apricot, almond, pomegranate, olive, and cactus, opuntia species. These represent a range of fruit, nuts, nitrogen-fixing legumes, and other useful SPE. Size, figure 6.5. Because of the lack of water in drylands, plants are not crowded together as in the tropics. And in fact orchards usually mimic the plant structure of natural drylands, where plants are spaced so they do not compete for water and nutrient. All important trees should be mulched and put on drip irrigation. In stony deserts or dry slope areas, where surface stone is readily available, stones alone make a pytonate mulch around trees. In the Canary Islands, volcanic pumice is spread liber. Ally in orchards as a stone mulch. Stones are of benefit to plants by protecting and shading roots from intense day heat, releasing stored heat to the soil at night, preventing poultry or small animal damage to roots, preventing wind lifting of roots, providing shelter for worms and small soil organisms, causing water to condense on their surfaces on very cool nights. The most successful dryland tree planting. Hashtag 6. -IR. TR6Q9. L. Go RQG. Loa 40W. O // // Oi. // T // L backslash dash backslash. CL backslash. IRKK. 130. Figure 6.5 palms can be used as high shade over other tree and CAs crops. A. E. Dash slash backslash dash. L colon 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 IL colon 3 comma 10 D1 dot comma. U. D. Fla asterisk EWLND, comma tri IP. F1 UVU. RDIC, 2N6. Cut dash dot R fecal NAIROE. 8.5 plus MTICBKEPB caret D rels, R dot W. Out 6 RPRY. K dot W, O dot F non K dot C caret ROG. VT dot LV. Figure 6.6 tree establishment in deserts. A. The perfect planting is fenced, shaded, mulched, and has drip irrigation floated to wet 1 m depth swat. B. Mud in pits used in Arabti or VAUABE trees. Prevents sand collapse. Strategy is to plant on the edges of swales. House roof water and storm water drains lead into the swales, which will slowly filter down into the earth. Road runoff aired stream flow can be let into tree-lined swales to great advantage. The following is a checklist for planting valuable trees in drylands. Select suitable tree species for the area. If native, give preference to local seed. Plant well-grown trees for a better survival rate. Plant in the rainy season to ensure enough water getting to the tree. Plant trees and shrubs together in a group. Planting, yet not so close that they will compete. When thawing, install a drip irrigation system to each tree. Water deeply and slowly to encourage roots to go deep into the ground to find their own water. Hold water around the tree by making a shallow basin, lining it with newspaper and placing straw and then rocks on top for the slow release of moisture. Suppress all grass from around the tree by mulching. Other suitable small plants can grow in the mulch. Protect the tree from sunburn, windburn, and animals by _s. Planting windbreaks or BA_NDAFENCINGRFIGURE 6. 6. Planting O N hills. The net and pan planting pattern of figure 6.7 is an effective erosion control in overgrazed, eroded, mined, or bulldozed sites. If tires are available, the pans can be made from these, filled with mulch, and the diversion drains let in above the tread level. If logs are available, these IWT Euro W 131 A B C underscore V underscore asterisk. Figure 6.7 net and pan plantings for arid hill slopes. A. Crest trees, hardy needle leaf species and narrow leaf trees to suit thin soils, e.g. stone pine, olive, casuarina, acacia. B. Hardy trees with known drought resistance, e.g. RG. Spanish chestnut, pomegranate, acacia. C. Mitsio and deeper swaya suited to citrus, ilg, pistachio. D. Deeper swayas with some humus, suited to mulberry, citrus. Are staked cross slope, on a slight downhill grade so that water is made to zigzag across the erosion face, and hence absorb into the ground. Even small logs and branches, pegged across erosion channels, build up a layer cake of silt and leaves, beside which tag assist, acacia, or any other fibrous rooted and hardy species can be planted, which then act as a pyrenean silt trap. Mulch behind logs and barriers quickly stabilizes the area for planting. On very steep slopes there is often no recourse other than to plant bamboo and root mat pioneers, and to make upslope plantings of chestnut, acacia, carob, olive or other large species which will cascade seed downslope over time. Corridor planting. Although home orchards should be close to the house and to a water source, another method of establishing tree systems in drylands is to depart from strict zone and sector design in zone 2 to 4, and adopt a more flexible strategy of corridor development. This follows valleys and steam beds, and intermittent stream flow to take advantage of shade, water, and MRTLCH accumulation. Thus, from ZNNE2 outwards, we plant our trees along the corridors of flows developed by water systems, planting hardy trees along the R32 edges of riverbeds and in the shady valley flows of wadis. Palms and dates, in particular, like the sandy edges of stream beds. By observing the way plants already grow in nature, we can place new plants with a great deal more success than by trying to bring water to dry land and use it there. Areas of bare rock act as runoff surfaces to concentrate water in soils, and by finding these naturally damp or rich nutrient sites, we can grow almond, olive, citrus, chest, nut, bamboo, mulberry, fig, and date in suitable areas. This gives us a lot less work than laying out a forest on a flat site, as the trees are grown where they are suited. There are several broad-scale methods of establishing trees in drylands. Tree seedlings from the nursery are set out during the rainy season, with minimal preparation and follow through, except for stone mulch, to see which species will grow with neglect in arid regions. This strategy will work best if the area is fenced to keep out hoofed animals and other browsers. Another approach is to mud pellet seed, in an old meat mincer with the blades off, and a damp slurry of mud, rock phosphate, urea, and seeds. These are put through the mincer and rolled or shaken in dry dust to form pellets, which are then carefully buried in light help sites for trees to await rain. The mud keeps birds and ants from eating the seed pellet. There are many ways of placing trees in arid areas where they will get a chance to glow. In rock gullies, around rock domes, in sandy run knells between rocks, on dry, stony hillsides, on the banks of creeks and floodplains, trees can be planted with success. The object of semi-arid sustainable broad-scale design is to achieve these ends. 1. To exclude large browsers from crop savanna, or orchard by planting thorny and inedible hedgerow. 2. To diversify hedges with large useful timber, forage trees, and low useful flowering shrubs to harbor birds and predatory insects, and to provide a place for cucurbits and other yielding vines, beans, and fruits. 3. To exclude drying winds by main wind break of 5 to 8 trees wide, every 50 to 100 meters, in-crop windbreak of legumes every 30 meters or so, and tall strip crop interplant to act as smaller in-crop windbreak every 2 to 10 meters, as either alley cropping at 2 meters or broad strip crop at 5 to 10 meters. 4. To shape the ground to harvest all over land flow from rains and to absorb it into the ground. All such systems need to be able to hold 10 to 30 centimeters off rain in one continuous episode, and to soak it in from 2 to 40 hours. This can be done through swales, pitting the ground, walled fields, on floodways, and side seas on low-cropped slopes. In recent decades farmers have started Open tree systems on farms, VHFCNA. Change from annual cropping to a mixed crop of annual grasses, or crops, and There are many reasons for this change, including the realization that trees provide forages in hard times for both livestock and wildlife, and that they buffer conditions of extreme heat and cold. Concern about soil erosion on steep slopes and along water courses. Trees also lower the groundwater table and so prevent salting of soils. The need to diversify farm products, which buffer economic changes in prices for crops and livestock. Early diversification can be into honey and pollen production, with later diversification into a wide range of animal and plant products, fruit, nut, and vine products. The need to have a source of on-farm firewood and building materials. Concern for *skilled life refuge areas, ESP. Chalet for birds. Important to crop pest control. Layouts of farm forests can vary depending on machinery or labor available, landscape features, and farm priorities or purposes. Some systems are as follows. I timber crop in pasture. Selected high-value trees are widely spaced in rows to permit good pasture development between the trees. Ideally, tree rows are on contour. Animals are let into browse pasture. When the trees are hardy, timing usually depends on species planted, and before that grasses are harvested for hay or silage. Crops may even be grown or the area cover crop can tie to usly to build fertility. Some successful pasture timber and crops include black walnut, some pines, P. irodes pinus fir, P. caribea, P. elleorii, poplar, paulonia, silky oak, Crevelia robusta, white cypress, pine, Calitris columellarus. Some of these may need management, lopping lower limbs, etc., to be worthwhile timber. Firewood production. Firewood comes as cones from nut pines, fallen wood, coppice, forest thinnings, or PIO. Near trees cut out at the end of their useful life. As the forest matures, however, these types of woods become less available, and the system should be expanded by frequent replanting for permanent yield. Woodlets are often planted on farms to grow. R33. A dense forest stand, maximum number of trees per unit area. Straight stems, first-class timber. Full. Closed canopy, little understory possible. Minimal. Bearing surface. Body of fast turnover of firewood. These are usually on a 2-7 year rotation, 1/2 to 1/7 of the trees cut annually. Depending on the tree, firewood can be cut as coppice or stickwood, or grown to 4-1 log size. In most cases, firewood species are chosen for persistent coppice ability, regrowth from stump, and good fuel value. Some eucalyptus and acacia species have this ability. Polewood. Polewood is important for fencing, and house, and furniture construction. Durable woods for outdoor uses: AIE chestnut, raspberry jam acacia, acacia acuminata, osage orange, black or honey locust, cedars generally, and eucalypts. Known to be rot resistant, river red gum, turpentine. Polewood of less durable quality is used for indoor work, furniture, and as scaffold, or formwork support in building. A long-term FINETIMBERS. A section of the farm can be reserved for growing long-term timber such as black walnut, rosewood, teak, cedar, blackwood, oak, red wood, and any local fine timber. Although these can be planted on land not readily useful to the farmer, they need to be managed to maintain straight trunks. Figure 6.8 shows different forest stands due to different plant spacing, species, and management. Some very valuable trees, such as black walnut, not only produce young trees as poles, but may be sold out as rootstock for grafting, and at maturity enable the farmer to retire on the sale. Income. Timber trees can be interplanted with fast-growing, multi-use species. Black locust, for example, is a pioneer tree in good soil. LJ+. Builder. A durable wood, it will dollar out to post height in 6 to 10 years, and can also be coppiced for fuel wood. Lastly, it provides chicken forage. Bamboo is another wood that has numerous domestic uses. Although slow-growing, large clumps can be broken up and propagated for faster production. Species of bamboo grow from the temperate regions to the tropics, with tropical and subtropical species large enough to be used as scaffolding, furniture, gutters, and reinforcement for concrete. Bamboo shoots are also eaten, and the small leaves used as mulch in the garden. Care must be taken, however, in situations where bamboo will spread and displace important native vegetation, particularly along water courses. It is best to use a clumping bamboo rather than a running type. I hedgerows. Shelter belt, hedgerow, and sea animal barrier. Forest systems have special shapes as wind breaks around the house and farm site, and shelter for animals against heat and cold. Hedgerow and windbreak species are chosen for fruit and nut yields, forages, honey, special wildlife foods, browse, and both mulch and stickwood production. Unlike some other forest types, hedgerow and windbreak forests can contain numerous species, as the trees not cut down for their product, but for their fruits and nuts, are selected and gathered. Barrier hedges made of thorny, unpalatable, or impenetrable plants keep most livestock from straying into gardens and field crops. See Chapter 2 for a full commentary on windbreaks and hedgerows. To build up a mixed forest, the essential precursors are the pioneer species. These are the fast-growing, leguminous trees that build good soil and provide mulch and shelter for slower growing trees. And depending on the species selected, they also provide nectar for bees and seed for poultry forage, with their branches coppiced for firewood. Trees are established in clumps, fed by several drip points if necessary, as this allows them to self-shelter and spread by seed. Individual plantings tend to get ignored, and often dry out, suffer wind pruning, and are smothered by grass competition. Understory shrubs are an important part of the forest system, as they help to establish microclimatic conditions and aid in grass suppression. Leguminous shrubs enrich the soil and are necessary in any cut and take system. All forestry should be designed as a multi-tiered canopy, and plants chosen to yield many products. Forest products other than wood are mulch, mushrooms, shiitake, honey, herbal medicines, and oils. T. Natural forest. In A and B forest QE should leave a section that is not managed. It is left in its natural state for wildlife habitat and forage, and to protect fragile upper slopes against erosion. The SE undisturbed Areas are very beautiful, peaceful places, and of intrinsic worth. We are able to contemplate nature here, and to learn about ourselves in the natural world. Those of you who have been alone in a forest for a long time, more than 5 weeks, know that you can totally lose your identity as a human being. You can't distinguish yourself from the trees, from the animals, or from any other living thing there. All Aboriginal people, tribal people, have to undergo such a period on their own in the environment. Afterwards, they never again perceive themselves as separate, me here and tree there. You become simply a part of all life. Tropical forests are of great diversity and of great importance in the health and maintenance of the global atmosphere. A grave error is to settle permanently in such a forest and clear any part of it, as is now being done in Brazil and Sumatra. Far better to make the already settled areas more productive, and to govern population increase, protection and enlargement of remaining forests are not only a global but an individual concern. Forest is the greatest resource on earth. Value it for its many gifts of medicine, clear water, breathable air, and materials for our food, and its honey, diversity of species, rubber, 135, and nuts that can be gathered only from living trees. The following sections contain examples of a temperate and a tropical grain growing sys. Tem. These can be as small or as large as we like, and placed in zones 2 or 3 according to size and access. I Fukuoka-style grain crops for temperate regions. Until I read Masanobu Fukuoka's The One Straw Revolution, I felt there was no satisfactory basis for including grain and legume main cropping in permaculture. However, this sys. Tem has solved the problems of no-dig grain culture. In brief, the system combines the usual rotation of legume/grain/root crop/pasture follow/legume into a single grain/legume mixed crop. The idea is to broadcast the next crop into the maturing crop. The system uses the principle of continuous mulch, with clover, plus double cropping using winter and spring sown grains. This is what makes it possible to use small areas, 400 square meters or less, to supply a family's grain needs. If paddy rice is to be grown, the area must first be graded or leveled, and a low bund water retaining wall built around the plot, so that 5 centimeters or so of water can lie on the ground in the summer. After leveling or preparation, lime or dolo mite is spread over it, watered in, and made ready for autumn planting. Figure 6.9. I will deal with more than one plot here, to show how different plants can be treated. In autumn, seed is broadcast as follows. Plot 1, rice, white clover, rye. Plot 2, rice, white clover, barley. Plot 3, rice, white clover, millet. Plot 4, rice, white clover, winter wheat. Plot 5, rice, white clover, oats. R36. The rice lies until spring, and other crops germinate soon after sowing. Early autumn, a thin layer of chicken manure is broadcast over the area. Use clover at IkG per acre, 1 lb/acre. Rye and other grains at 7.16 kg per ha, and rice at 6-11 kg per ha, 5-10 lbs/acre. Use inoculated clover if this is the first crop. The seed can be scattered first, then straw covered to protect from birds. Alternatively, the grain seeds are mixed with mud, pressed through wire mesh and rolled into small balls, or damp, and shaken in a tray of clay dust to form mud-coated pellets. In the second year, rye and clover are sown into the ripe rice crop at this time. Mid-autumn, last year's rice is reaped, the crop dried on racks for 2 to 3 weeks, and threshed. All rice straw and husks are returned to the field. Unhusked rice is now resown within a month of harvesting, just before the straw is returned. Winter, like grazing off the winter crops by ducks, assist the stooling of plants and will add manure. Check and sow any thin areas as soon as possible. When the crop has reached 15 centimeters or thereabouts, a brewer 100 ducks per acre, for lacquer, will reduce pests and add manure. Fields, or paddies, are kept well drained during this time. Spring, check that rice is growing, and sow thin patches if necessary. Late spring, rye, barley, etc. is harvested and stacked to dry for 7 to 10 days. The rice is trodden, but recovers. When other grains are threshed, all straw and husks are returned to the fields, moving each straw type onto a different plot. Thus, plot 1, oats. Plot 4, millet. Plot 2, rye. Plot 5, wheat. Plot 3, barley. Early summer, only rice remains. Summer, weeds may sprout. These are weakened by flooding for 7 to 10 days, until the clover is yellow but not dead. Rice grows on until harvest. Summer, the field is kept at 5080, Osarura. Shin under rice, while seeds of other grains are prepared for sowing in early autumn. The cycle then continues as before, but now using the crop straw for mulch. I. B. C. 1 autumn, original surface is mown, A. Chisel plowed, B. And mulched, C. Essential manures are added. And rice, rye, and white clover broadcast sown. 2 winter, clover and rice sprout and grow. Rice lies dormant in husks. 3 spring/summer, rye ripens and is harvested. Rice sprouts and grows. Rice straw is returned to field. Later rice is kept saturated and is harvested. Rice straw is returned. 4 autumn, commence cycle again as at LC, vary crop to millet, wheat, beans, lentils, E. FGURE 6 feet 9 inches schematic on no.th grain and legume cropping. Each person must evolve their own techniques and species mixtures, but once a cycle is perfected there is no further cultivation, and straw mulch is the only weed control. It helps if the area of bunds around the crop is planted to coprosma, comfort, citrus, mulberry, lemon, grass, tagassist, pampas, or other weed control. Ling shelter plant. Mulch or sawdust under these borders to prevent weak reinvasion from the bunds or surrounding land. Where a path is not possible, dry land rice or other grain species can be used, and spray. Irrigation replaces summer flooding. In monsoon areas, summer rain should suffice. Where rice cannot be grown, e.g. very cool areas, other grains may be substituted and short-term cycles may be developed, spring wheat or corn sown in early spring, for example, with oats, barley or R37. Wheat as winter crop. Other legumes can also be tried. Further useful systems and data is given in No Tillage Farming by Phillips and Young. Ryman Associates, Wisconsin, 1973, a book unfortunately oriented to heavy machinery and chemical sprays. Rye and wheat are broadcast into soybean crops when the leaves on the latter begin to fall. The falling leaves hide the seed from birds. Soybeans, or other legumes, are broadcast into the stubble of oats, barley, wheat, or rye, as is Lespetesia, which is autumn harvested. Peas are planted after corn, and green peas are followed by corn. Other crops suited to no tillage are cucumber, watermelon, tomato, cotton, tobacco, sugar beet, capsicum, vetch, and sunflower. Fukuoka's book gives much more data on no-tillage gardening for vegetables and fruit. For the tree crops he used 12 acacia trees, silver, wattle, for example, to the hectare, 5/acre, instead of clover. He has maintained this no-dig cycle for 35 years, and his soil has improved. With no fertilizer other than chicken and duck manure, no sprays, and no herbicides. Avenue cropping techniques for monsoon tropics. Avenue cropping is the growing of crops between rows of frequently pruned legume trees, such as Leucaena and Gliricidia, and using the branches and leaves of these to provide fertilizer and mulch for crops. As the mulch layers decompose, they contribute valuable nutrients to the soil and feed earthworms. A main crop area of rice, mustard seed, taro, wheat, maize, potatoes, etc. can be grown into 4 many strips between the legume hedges, which *_. Figure 6.10 Avenue cropping. 1. Both crop and tree legumes are planted. 2. Branches are lopped and used as mulch. In the crop, when the crop is harvested, trees may be opped to the ground or wood. 3. Cycle is repeated. Trees may shade crop, which is desirable in some situations. 138. Are repeatedly cut back to 0.3 meters to sprout. Again. Winter, cool dry, crops are mustard, wheat, clover mulches, millets, wet season crops are maize, rice, taro, beans. Semi-commercial crop is ginger, turmeric, pineapple, melons, aid. Gourds. To reduce risk of soil diseases, plan to rotate bed use so that, for example, potatoes move every year over a 5-year period. The ground is prepared by digging and is laid out in long mounds along the contour. Ideally, soil deficiencies are corrected at this time, with some blood and bone added, and the area is mulched with straw. Both crop and leguminous trees AIE planted, as shown in figure 6.10. At the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, IITA, in Nigeria, studies show that Leucaena leucocephala and Gliricidia cpern can be cut 5 times a year for 7 years before they have to be replaced. Depending on needs, these hedges are allowed to grow on, leaving the crop area fallow or planting to shade-tolerant species such as pineapple, to produce livestock fodder during the dry season. Grown with substances as Panicum maximum and Panacetum purpureum, they supplement the feed of sheep and goats on a cut and feed out basis. Some rows can be left to grow to sapling size. For stick firewood, useful in countries where firewood is needed for cooking. The idea of avenue cropping should be not limited to the tropics, although it is most suited for that climate because moisture and warmth make for increased vigor. Cut and mulch or cut and feed systems have been developed for temperate climates and include tag assist, pop, lar, and willow. Traditional intercropping systems of a dry monsoon area. The Deccan is an arid area in southern India, where man small scale farmers plant phi crop s in radiral Ws using non-hybrid seeds. The traditional small fields of the Deccan form a crop yield with its accompanying tree crop trees and hedgerows which supply honey, nitrogen, legumes, and fruit and nuts, and consist of the following broad groups growing together. Main crop, usually a grain legume, or tuber/root crop such as sorghum, millet, maize, rice, wheat, oats, barley, rye, potato, cassava, sweet potato, turmeric, ginger, chickpea, pie, $8 FFI, FFI, E, FO$A, Phi F, EI, 3, if E, A5, $8 $2, G3 S, 3F $FLR.2, YTT, OS, I $, SK, P, I T, N, O, IL, I. Figure 6.11 Field cropping with legume trees, swales, hedges, and windbreak. R39. Geonpi, black gram, horse gram, mung bean. Legumes, trees, shrubs, or vines providing nitrogen and humus to soils, micronutrients from leaves, honey, and predator refuge. Trees are Prosope species, Acacia species, Hispania species, Cassia species, Gliricidia, Pongamia. Smaller LE. Gums are velvet bean, cowpea, pigeon pea, vetches, clovers, winged bean. Permanent trees. Planted at 35 to 50 trees per hectare stand in the crop fields all the year. Flowers, often herbs of the family. Umbelliferae, dill, fennel, coriander, etc., and compositae, sunflower, marigold, safflower. Also useful are many of the flowering oilseed crops such as sesame and mustard. Soil fumigants, ornamenticides, marigolds, sesame mulch and roots, nasturtium, many crotalaria species, castor bean plants, tamarind roots, custard apple roots, etc. The mulch acts as a host to predatory fungi and also suppresses weeds. Such crop yields are rarely attacked by insects. The occasional crop that is heavily attacked can be left alone to build up predators. However, a loss of one crop represents very little loss in the total yield of all the crops. All garden ERS know of this occasional loss due to seasonal effects, and also of special good seasons producing heavy yields. Hedgerow, along with weed headlands, unmown roadside verges, ponds, stone-filled hollows, piles of old timber, mulch-filled holes in the ground, and fallen logs left on borders, harbor many species of predators such as frogs, birds, lizards, dragonflies, etc., which assist in keeping pest numbers to a minimum. Common interplants of the Deccan. A 3-crop standard is of sorghum, cow, pea, and pigeon pea, alley cropped in rows 2 meters apart. Sorghum is harvested first, and the dried stalks are stored as fodder. Pigeon pea is harvested October and November, and can be caught by stiff perennial. The tops are added to rows with sorghum straw and cowpea vines. Sunflower is often planted on the edge of the field. It is possible to sow oats or weak as a winter 740 crop between pigeon pea rows, thus giving a 4-crop sequence, which could be done if maize replaces sorghum. A common random scatter of flowering crop. Contains coriander, celosia, safflower, and fenugreek. Rows of flax can be planted through this crop, along with black sesame seed. Exa. Cyanide fennel or dill is added. Such a crop is alive with flowers and insects in mid to late November. Celosia is more of a scattered weed. Harvested for buffalo fodder at times, and is the dominant weed of abandoned fields in the SPE. Ryod. Mung bean may also be harvested in late October, early November. Another three-crop mix is sugarcane, with sesbania dominant and a turmeric understory. Here, sugarcane is the main crop and is irrigated. In October the cane is tied in bundles to allow more light to the turmeric, or every 3 years. It is cut and the sesbania left in the field or cut for poles or forages. A variation is where turmeric. FGURE 6.12 different types of geometric patterns. For mixed cropping. Eline, C. N. Catdc. 2 avenue crop / N4. U. AOO. 2 QOO. Is the main crop, and scattered sesbania and castor oil plants are scattered throughout the crop, so that it looks like a low savanna. Edging mosaics of taller sunflower, castor, bean, or strips of maize or sesbania bispinosa. Can shelter small or more wind-prone crop. Hedges at 30 to 50 meters supply many yields and functions to the crop. Figure 6.11 and 0.13. Illustrate fields with hedge, windbreak, avenue, crop, and swales. Geometry of crops in monsoon areas. The ways in which soils are ridged and shaped to prevent water runoff and subsequent erosion is important in subtropical to tropical agricultural systems. Many hill farmers use terraces, swales, and ditch and bank, while flatland, less than 37.0 slope, farmers can adopt simple scatters of mixed seed. Some of the main geomerical planting methods of polycultural fields are given in figure 6.12. Soils are often ridged to 20 centimeters high at the 66 dot of S asterisk plus PE. Plan 19. R. SL. 4 Bociano. L 4 carat lunet. No N plus aid. R dot O. 9 tau asterisk I. Dollar euro. E. U. 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 E asterisk. QA. Backslash. N. S asterisk. 3. G is. 9. TS. T asterisk. SX. WECIOL. TGSS. I. B. I. SOY hashtag. O. Y. T. Carat backslash. LCLA. Hashtag N. N. Plus. U dot T. A2. 5. 6. 6I. TS. And. X. FL Guari 6.12 Nigerian Permaculture for humid tropics, includes pig argot pen and irige crops. Strip P endings. Are on contour, with 0 water runoff. R41. Walls, in oblongs, these are CL and Waflo E iron. Fields, in which each little oblong is only 2x3 to 3x4 meters, so that during rainy periods no runoff can occur. Even when off-season or winter, rain can grow vegetables and pearl millet crops. Using this method of field configuration. Obviously, all these systems can be combined. Flax and sunflower in strips can lie between pigeon pea avenues 2 to 3 meters apart, and in these may be planted some large legume trees, or field trees at about 40 per hectare. Some strips are planted to random scatters of up to 5 species, or more of flowering crop and encouraged. Weeds such as cornpadiron and amaranthus. Species rows of grains lie between avenues of pigeon pea. Fuel as methane can not only be derived from animal manures, but also from leaf litter and branches under mature forest. Chipped leaves and branches AIE processed through a biogas digester to produce methane for cooking, heating, and vehicle needs. All waste products, however, should be returned to the forest as nutrient for further growth. For a full explanation of such a bioenergy system, refer to an other kind of garden Ida and Jean Payne, see references at the end of this chapter. For liquid fuels, species yielding sugars for conversion to alcohol, toddy palm, carob, fruit, trees, are planted. The tree itself is not cut down. Rather the sap, palm trees, or fruits are gathered. Low or no tillage grains and starchy root crops of sugar-rich carob beans, plums, sugarcane, and beets can all be fermented to alcohol fuel. After fermentation, waste products are returned to the farm in the form of mulch, stock feed, and soil additives. No critical materials are lost. Rather all products not directly used for fuel are recycled by animal feed, pig, worm, fish, to plant food, thus cycling nutrients on the farm. About 5-1070 of farmland devoted to fuel production would provide fuel SEI isophic anqui. R42. With some surplus, LRSS area would be needed if sugar pod producing tree crops are also devil. Op-ed. The technology is well known, but the pre-tense is that we need more RCA.RCH to develop this in Australia. Hogwash. 60% of Brazil's vehicles run on alcohol, and thousands of US farmers now use on-farm stills. These are especially important as energy costs spiral upwards. Perhaps the best argument for alcohol fuel is that the insidious lead pollution from car exhausts is eliminated, thus reducing health hazards in cities. The long-term advantage is that the threat of climatic change due to the burning of fossil fuels and the felling of forests can be reduced or avoided. Farms and city waste centers are the potential future energy base for essential fuels. With bicycle freeways increased and more sea and rail, canal, and sea transport, any society can be self-sufficient in essential transport needs. The problem is the centralization of power in large utilities. Vast sums are spent on advising people to save petrol, whereas the same amount spent on the low-cost distillation plants that would make a community or small town self-sufficient is not available. The intention is obvious. We are expected to stick with petrol or gas products, lead and pollution, until the oil companies gain control of alcohol fuels. Sometimes one can be pardoned for thinking that we are all crazy or dumb, or that there is a gigantic conspiracy to keep people down and out. I am inclined to think both factors are operating. For commercial orchards, grain and seed, crop, market gardens, and small animal systems, poultry, pigs, small areas of 5 acres or less work better than large acreage devoted to single or even double cropping. It is impossible to completely mulch, water, maintain and raise a large variety of plants and animals for multiple functions and multiple yields over a large area. as can be accomplished on AZNNEI or Zone 2 level. Extensive systems, therefore, tend to simplify. However, this factor can be overcome by a common work model, where families or groups agree to divide up the work and the products, so that one is responsible for the orchard, while another grows green crop bee, neath or runs poultry. Someone else might bring bees in during flowering for pollination, and honey production, and manage the firewood crop interplanted with the fruit and nut crops. Smaller systems are usually easily managed by a farm family with seasonal helpers, and provide high yields due to mixed cropping and intensive management. Some rules for cash crops are as follows. Choose a crop with low bulk, nuts, berries, oil, honey, which cuts down on transport costs. Choose a crop suitable for small scale processing, which reduces the size of the PRD. Prolongs shelf life, and returns a better profit, for example, sale of blackberry jam rather than the blackberries themselves. Market your primary produce in 1. Or organic markets, or 2. Special products markets, such as delicatessens and restaurants, for truffle s. Herbs, shiitake mushrooms. Grow or produce non-perishable products, grains, nuts, honey, firewood, for sales throughout the year. Minimize your costs by using waste products, and by harvesting any unrisked trees in the district. Grow crops in reasonably marketable quantities. Also try a few little known crops or products to experiment with local and market acceptance. Tamarillos, pepinos, fijoas. Selling strategies include direct selling locally at markets or at roadside stalls, self-pick sales, market cooperatives, mail order catalogs, and through subscriber networks, producer consumer cooperatives where the farmer grows crops by agreement with the town/the consumer group. This strategy began in Japan and is now gaining popularity in the United States, where families pay $20 per week in advance for seasonal fruit and vegetables. Growers deliver a range of up to 50 products each week to their door. Some suggested occupations and products AIE as follows. Aquatic and edge plant nursery, including fish forages, insectivorous species, and marshland perennials for bee fodders, duck forage, and wildlife refuges. Also sale of edible and ornamental water plants, Edachi lily, lotus, water chest, nut, burl fruit, and vine nursery, especially in temperate areas, with plants for sale, self-pick ing service, arbor design plans. Special till nurseries, with hard to find edible and other USEFULPE Permaculture PLANTS. Tagasis holder, locust, fijo, tamarillo, car, dune, autumn olive, comfort, winged bean, etc. Also bee fodder planters, and bird, butter, fly, and insectivorous insect attract ants. Seed company, gathering, growing, and selling useful and unusual seeds, can be combined with nursery above. Unusual or useful animals, e.g. silky ban, tams for gardens, wheat geese, silkworms and earthworms, draft horses, milking goats or cows, specialty goats or sheep, for fine wools, and quail for greenhouses. Can also have rent and animal services, chicken or pig factoring, and manuring, sheep and geese lawn mowers. Blackberry eating goats. Hedgerow and tree species nursery, SPE. Specific to local region, includes forestry trees for regeneration of farm forests, windbreak trees. Forage species for animals, pioneers, bamboos, and selected high-value recrop species. General farm crop of organic fruits, nuts, vegetables, eggs, milk, sheepskins, firewood, fresh meats, aquaculture products, cut flowers. Processed farm crop for higher income, but more effort, such as smoked fish and meats. Dried fruit, jams, pickles, feathers, goose down, and peacock plumes, dried flowers, bouquets, reeds. Craft supply from copiced willow, birch, kumbungi, and bamboo. Also natural dyes from barks, flowers, and fruit. 143. Insecticidal preparations, such as ground white cedar tree leaves and berries, also sale of insecticidal plants, e.g. garlic, tansy, yarrow, pyrethrum daisy, tagetes marigold, crotalaria. Herbal preparations, such as natural shampoos and soaps, skincare, comfort and other medicinal ointments. Also herbal teas, chamomile, raspberry leaf, lemongrass, hibiscus, mints. Accommodation, health farm, holiday farm. Suenber camp, venue for workshops and courses. Teaching and consulting in permaculture systems, a career that starts out locally and may take you globally. There are many, many more livings which can be made just from intensively and efficiently using even a small amount of land. All it takes is initial plan and some capital and imagination. Breckwold, Roland, Wildlady in the Homepad. Du CK, Naduri Conse Rionfonforastr Alien Far M. ERS, Angus and Robertson, 1983. Department of National Development, the use of trees and shrubs in the dry country of Austria/IA, Forest and Timber Bureau, I9J2. Use of trees in soil conservation, forestry, livestock fodder, honey production. Douglas, J.S. and Robert A. DeHart, Forest Farming, Watkins, L. Undon, 1976. Fukuoka, Masanobu, The Once Rorobalu. Berlin, Rodale Press, M. House, 1978. Fukuoka, Masanobu, Tagi Editor LWI of Farm. Ing, Japan Publications Incorporated, Tokyo and New York, 1985. King, F.H., Farmers of F40C and 3S, Perma. Net Agriculture in China, Korea, and Japan. 1911, Rodale Press, M. House. Logston, Jean, Small Scale Grain Growing. Rodale Press, M. House, 1977. NSW Forestry Commission Trees and Shrubs. For Eastern Australia, NSW University Press. 1980. Payne, Ida, and Jean, Another Kind of Garden. Self-published in Frankie, 1982. Available from Biothermal Energy Center, PO Box 3 IIZ Port. Land, ME04101, USA. Reed, Rowan, and Jeff Wilson, Agroforestry. INAUS Tral IANNUZE Allen Goddard and Dobb. Sun, Box Hill, Victoria 3128, 1985. Smith, J. Russell, Tree Crops, A Permanent Agriculture, Divided Air, Old Greenwich. 1950. Snook, Lawrence C. Tagassist, Tree Lucerne. High Production Fodder Crop, Night Owl Pub. Lishers, Shep Barton, Vic 3630, 1986. Turner, Newman, Fertility Pastures and Cover. Crops I-974. Available from Rita Ver, Palma Valley, California, 92061. Valuable guide for temperate herbals, leaves and biological agriculture. R44. Anima forage systems. And aquaculture. You don't have a snail problem, you've got a duck deficiency. Bill Mollison. In considering a permaculture as a complete ecosystem, animals are essential to control vegetation and pests and to complete the basic nutrient cycle of a farm. Despite their inefficiency and protein conversion, their diverse products make them invaluable. Figure 7.1 shows the needs, products, and functions of animals in the system. In essence, animals can be used as providers of high-quality manures, pollinators and foragers, collecting dispersed materials from permaculture, heat sources, radiating body heat for use in enclosed systems such as greenhouses and barns, gas producers, carbon dioxide and methane, again for use in enclosed systems such as greenhouses and methane digesters, tractors, which dig soils, poultry and pigs are efficient soil turning, weeding and manuring machines for enclosed spaces, draft animals operating pumps and vehicles, pioneers for clearing and manuring, difficult areas prior to planting, e.g. goats in black berry patches, pest control mechanisms, devouring pupae and eggs of pests in fallen fruit, or in trees and shrubs, concentrators of specific nutrients, such as nitrogen and phosphates from flies and wasps, cleansing filters for water, e.g. mussels, short grazers aiding in fire control. Vegetarian communities are still able to use animals, one-sex or sterile populations, as providers of fibers, eggs, and milk, as grazers, for fire control, and as manure providers for gardens and orchards. In permaculture systems, a range of animal feeds, fruit, foliage, pods, nuts, seeds, and tubers are planted so that animals self-forage, taking most of what they need from the natural world, and at the same time manuring, controlling vegetation and pests, and converting plants to protein. Animals in FRE range system will put on weight more slow *11 than when fed concentrated feeds, but fat accumulation is less and fats are soft and unsaturated. The diversity and regularity of free-range diet is basic to animal health. To lay out important forages, we must study the needs and characteristics of each animal and plan our plant system accordingly, i.e. chickens are scratchers, geese are grazers, and pigs are rooters. The following sections give a brief 145 overview of several important animals, including their needs, characteristics, and products. The following small animals can be placed in any appropriate zone, according to their population. Rabbits, pigeons, and quail are generally close in zone I or 2, while other birds can range from zone 2 to 4. Rabbits. Rabbits supply both manures for the garden and meat for the table. They are grazers and browsers, and will eat grass, soft vegetation and twigs, and selected household scraps. They burr. RCRARR asterisk plus. Festi. NWW. Prop 9. I ether. Horn B utterly. Contain /v /ant. Doral n. Dot feed plus ER9. IWR. At NRROL. G7 I1 LRA1. Theobandry. Litec. Bre /k tau n. Preves. Improvement. Fire control. 2 plus EU1 ev. I. TIAP IAT. BF Euro ED INO. ANPFTG4 B1116. V. 2. Iatone. Coen LP6LS. E.ZT on troll. /A on BEM caret /ER. Tranifocre. C asterisk EQ feg 2, at 1 OB. Lid plus. FPTS. OL plus. Tritec. Dutter. DE /SEI. Water. Fu NCTLONG. /B /LLK. CFTFE. Yo asterisk Lober. V. 3. Hair. Wool. Keratinure. UTIER. BTMPP 519. Done. NL/Y /alt. Figure 7.1 schematic of animals in permaculture. 146. Row into the ground and will cause damage to soils and vegetation if not properly enclosed. They yield fur, Angora rabbits produce a valuable hair which is combed out periodically for sale or home use, meat, and manures. When penned above worm boxes, their drop pings are turned into rich compost. Figure 7 feet 2 inches. Or, rabbit pens lead to runs planted with such forage crops as lucerne, alfalfa, tag assist, and clover. Rabbits can also be placed in the garden to eat grass in a movable cage between rows. Pigeons and quail. Pigeons are kept all over the world and valued for their phosphate-rich manures. They are caged above ground and their manures swept out. Feed meath, or dovecots are built and manures and squabs periodically collected. 5G. Year 7.3. Pigeons eat seeds and grains which can be grown and harvested from the garden. Corn, sunflower seeds, peas, wheat. They provide eggs and squabs. Quail, in Japan, are an integral part of small-scale farms, providing eggs and meat. And need. FLGURE 7 feet 2 inches rabrite manure sfa through mesh iordo. Earthworm boxes below. Hessian cloth and sprinklers. Keo rabbits shaded and cool in hot climates. Ing little attention. As they are insect eaters. They do not harm garden vegetables and may be placed in the greenhouse to great advantage. As .r /comma .-uk /lr. I caret /c si -- asterisk comma l rl b re nr it /. Figure 7.3 dovecots can be of diverse materials. A. Mud. B. Wood. C. BFLCK. R47. Long as they are able to move outdoors. Durance. Hot summer months. I guinea pigs. Guinea pigs, an important source of protein in some South American countries, are kept very close by the house, or may actually live in the house, and fed garden scraps and seeds. They are useful in weeding around small trees, either through a large mesh cage, or even on their own. They must be given a small house, or Shelter, however, to protect them from hawks. Ducks. Ducks are excellent permaculture animals and have many advantages. They can be raised without elaborate housing and will readily thrive on natural foods. They clean up waterways of green algae, water weeds, and tubers at the same time fertilizing watercourses, which aids in fish and eel production. They eat insects and slugs and SNA.ILS in orchards and gardens. And because they do not scratch or eat mature greens, can be let into the garden at appropriate times to consume insects. Caution, they will destroy small plants with their feet. Also, some duck species, muscovies, are vegetation eaters, though they confine themselves mainly to grasses. Because ducks do not scratch mulches, they can be ranged in mulched gardens and orchards. Ducks will also lay GB2 of their eggs before 10 a.m., so they can be let out early to range. They respond to routine and come home at night to the pen, but must be trained for this with handfuls of grain. There are a few disadvantages in that they do not readily eat many of the scraps chickens can consume, and will turn a small pen into a mud bath unless the ground is sandy or easily drained, or covered with 10 to 15 centimeters of coarse pea gravel, and located upslope. Duck foods include meat, water crustaceans, slugs, snails, grubs, larvae, greens, wilted comfort, clover, lucerne, dandelion, succulent grasses, water plants, azalea, duckweed, limna, water ribbons, triglycan, swaygrass, glyceria, and wild ersea, zizania, aquatica, tree food, pin oak, cork oak, swamp holly, water elm, mulberry, grains, corn, oats, wheat, preferably mare milled or ground, or soaked for several dabs until soft and partially sprouted. Figure 7.4 illustrates ways in which ducks can lay eggs unmolested by foxes, gonas, or snakes. IDs. These are cheap to feed, living on grasses, Bermuda, nutgrass, clover, lucerne, and barley weeds such as ragweed. They find many broadleaf plants unpalatable, and so have FGURE 7 feet 4 inches protection from predators. Foxes. 1. Covered cage, opening in water. 2. Bamboo, hoaogs. 3. Shale, marshy area with company 148. Island with pampas grass. Been used to control grasses in commercial crops, waterways, and lawns. They will weed strawberries, tobacco, cotton, mint, asparagus, corn, sugar cane, sugar beet, flowers, gyppies, fruit orchards, nut gives and tree nursery. EAS. They manure fields and orchards without scratching away mulch. They work even days a week, without pay, vacations, or strikes. Who could ask for more? These can also be used as watchdogs as they set up a noisy alarm at a stranger's approach. They have even been trained to herd sheep. Other advantages are their eggs, meat, and goose feathers. These need careful management if being used as weeders in crops or orchards, as their feed will destroy small plants and they will eat ripening fruit. Also, although they are excellent lawn mowers, they prefer pasture that is short and succulent, so areas may need to be mowed in spring once or twice during prolific oath. Bees. Bees are very useful in the garden and orchard as pollinators. Their products are honey, pollen, and beeswax, and their needs water and a constant source of nectar, flowers. 2. Keep bees on site all year round. A complete forage system must be planned for each month. However, flowering and yields of nectar varies greatly from year to year, depending upon weather conditions, so at times bees are fed sugar water or the hives are moved some miles away to another nectar source. Bee forages to consider are native vegetation and pasture species such as clover and luzerne, orchard trees, apple, cherry, almond, peach, plum, berry bushes, and herbs, lavender, burr, gamut, borage, comfort. A mixture of these will ensure an almost constant supply of nectar, except in areas experiencing severe winters. Snow. The range of some high monoreal animals like chickens, and they should be housed at the edge of zonal, or very close to it. Here we can exploit a larger system, zone II, to enrich a smaller own. 7 North-Northeast I, through the use of an animal converter. Chickens, besides their direct products of eggs, meat, feathers, and manure, also eat insects, greens, and fallen fruit. They scratch an area clean if confined in a small space, and can be used to patrol a fence boundary area, e.g., between garden and orchard, to keep weed species from invading the garden. This scratching feature is especially useful for fire control in the fire sector. Although poultry do need care and maintenance, the permaculture system is designed so that chickens range to feed and take care of themselves. Therefore, we need to carefully plan a chicken forage system that accommodates the needs of the chickens and uses its products. Straw yard. The straw yard is a small area connected to the henhouse containing productive trees, bushes, forage plants, and spiny shelter for raising young chicks. This is either planted before chickens are introduced, or protected from them in early years. To protect trees, a rough mulch of twigs or stones can be used, with medium mesh screen holding the mulch from being scratched away by the chickens. The straw yard itself is continually heavily mulched with straw, sawdust, corn stalks, hedge clippings, wood shavings, small branches, pine needles, leaves, weeds, and bark. With the straw yard bordering the garden, greens, and shrub clippings can be thrown over the fence for the chickens. The straw *1 art opens to various pens or runs, which have been planted in succession with greens, grains, roots, and fruit. Chickens are rotated either on a seasonal basis, or whenever the vegetation is ready. Figure 7.5. Addition. LI. The straw yard can open onto Zone 2 and Zone 3 forage systems. Whenever possible, Zone IL should include R49. T-4 HFT who, LFT Euro P slash I, EA. NT slash IOU 4 J2. 4 provide 5L slash N Euro R. Oct and 2 and LOHR and E. $J. backslash I backslash Q backslash N New York .nu LRI N S N K.UTJR /T Philoe backslash 440R6 SIG C4-1 CKA5 Imuk T F Kit Foolet 4 Alpio backslash colon dot 3 O N colon Rev 3 U IIW EALTTTRLJFT Erluglo asterisk P TT U I G L slash if RNR I 1 A T backslash dash eta dot tot backslash asterisk C asterisk K N PTLROX IT LE illiteral D N L Euro U1T slash S dash point 1.1x figure 7.5 rotational chicken runs or tractor system and forages. Plant species. Useful plant species should be developed to suit the climate, as well as available water and plants. Such a list should include plants which provide armored and spiny shrubs for protection of chicks from predators, usually hawks, e.g. Prosope juliflora, Acacia armata, boxthorn or any locally adaptive thorny plant. Fruits that can be eaten as they ripen and fall from trees and shrubs, e.g. mulberry, boxthorn, topita, elderberry, passion fruit. Grain foods, e.g. corn, millet, wheat, wheat, oats, beans, and peas, pigeon pea, topita. 150. Many grain and seed foods can be collected and stored for the winter months, when feed is thin on the ground. These include acorns, sunflower, seeds, corn, and carob pods. Seed foods, such as tagassist, sunflower, amaranth, acacias, black locust, and honeylow. CUST, pea tree, salt bushes. Greens. Chickens WLLE any young greens, including garden greens, some comfort lesp, deza, lucerne, buckwheat, cleavers, pea shrub, young grass, parsley, etc. Other household scraps, excluding citrus, peels, coffee and tea grounds, onion skins, minerals, grit, ground eggshells, bone meal. M. T. F. Ile. 2RI2.T. Cinders, crushed oyster shell. Medicinal herbs. Garlic, wormwood, chopped nettles. In addition, chickens need protein in the form of insect foods. A termite and slater, pillbug, trap can be constructed by arranging old logs in the straw yard and turning them over a kiston. Ally for a chicken feast. Rolled up newspapers, placed in EEs and shrubs in the evening are shaken out the next morning into the straw yard for a chicken feast. Carrot F. L carrot for UJALRUT. CE Eurother Jade. Oak. PE carrot 1. RF 6 $5. Honeylow UTI. CRAU 4. E. SR. Oi. Obud. TTEL. Commodot. LI.E. PE carrot I. E. Cot. Bo krill. ET carrot M. Bodhi. At MFT 6Y. AJNF low backslash T6B. RRG.RU. QD.I. WAAI. 7 asterisk. Dash dot comma. HOIE. Zo L. Slash T. TL. Etec Euro N. Figure 7.6 rural chicken forage layout, showing all possible components, greenhouse, straw yard, and access to gardens and orchards. Note: move a bee chicken cage over garden beds, so that chickens do not range IRY over the garden. 151. Warm/temperate species LRST for poultry forage. The following list is certainly not exhaustive. There are many more local or native species in your own area which can be added. Species with seeds and pods in summer. Tagassist, early to midsummer seed drop. Foliage. Edible, also for sheep, cattle, goats. Leguminous nitro. Genser. Siberian pea shrub, poultry fodder and predator. Cover, seeds also edible. Used as windbreak, ground cover, bee forage, and soil builder, a legume. Honey locust, seeds and pods stored for milling. Also windbreak, fodder for larger animals. Also black locust for seed, leaves may poison larger stock. Acacias such as A. albida, A. anura, A. victorii, etc. for hard-seeded species. Acacias make good wind breaks, are nitrogen fixing, and leaves are fed to stock. Tree and shrubs yielding nuts for storage, autumn, spring. Black walnut and Persian walnut, nuts can be stored for 12 months. Also a valuable timber tree. Windbreak. Chestnut red for 6 months only, unless chilled or dried in the sun. Oaks, almost all acums irritable for poultry. They AIE easy to collect and ST or either in damp earth, dried, or fresh for short periods of the year. Berries and fruits yielding flesh or seed, late summer midwinter. White and black mulberries, important poultry. Food of high protein value. Also elderberries. Boxthorn, thorny hedges with berries and seeds. Eagerly sought by poultry. Wind tolerant. Topita, a useful and hardy set of new TR. Plants for coasts, swamps, understory, shelter plants. Most are dioecious and need around 5 biomale plants. Almost all grow from cuttings. Stock like the foliage, which is also of good Montreal value. Trees prune well. To hedges handy for any chicken rearing topiarist. Amelanchier species, provide a range of berry fodders. E.g. serviceberry, also hawthorns, creticus, and Elinus species, autumn olive, Russian olive. These PNs provide thorny hedge for protection of chicks. Tamarillo, short-lived tree shrub matures in 2 years, yielding copious amounts of tasty fruits. Other so/C. NLRN species include kangaroo apple, pepino, tomato, Cape gooseberry, and sodom apple, all very good chicken. Phrases. Vines for fences and trellis. Passion fruit, most passion fruits are tropical and subtropical, however, banana passion fruit, P. aciflora. Mollissima, can tolerate light frost. Choco, Chayote, a climbing perennial vine yield. In large green vegetables. Is rampant in the tropics. And can be used to cover areas of noxious vegetation. E.g. lantana. Dolicho species, annual and perennial beans, SPE. Size range from temperate to tropical, evergreen peren. Nile to annual. Greens and seeds as herb layer. On extensive free range, and herbal layer of clovers. Medics, losum, chicory, and fennel may be sown. Along with mixed grasses. Ducks and geese also over. G at the seed heads of ryegrasses and clovers. Pokeweed is eaten by birds, especially pigeons. Also, grown can be millet, lupin species, perennial buck. Wheat. Species for broadcast sowing in rotated straw yards. Sunflower, greens eaten, heads forward in autumn. For winter food. millets, corn, buckwheat, and your usual grains of wheat, rye, barley, oats, etc., sown in rotation so. Poultry gets small greens, some saved for winter seed. Also legumes such as field peas, amaranth, wide range of tolerances, seed grains. Suited to poultry. Also quinoa. Herbs, weeds, and throw over crop. Shepherd's purse, this herb is an excellent poultry forage and has a beneficial effect on egg production, as it is usually a nuisance in areas where it is not wanted. Poultry are a valuable control. Also chick. Weed, poultry eat the seeds. Cleavers, another weed, it is a useful seed and greens plant for poultry, containing important sources of iron and iodine. For free-range poultry, plantings of cleavers may need, be protected by brush or netted fence enclosures. Chard or silver beet, an easily grown garden plant which can be oversown especially for poultry, and thrown from UE garden over the fence to the straw yard. R52. Chickens ranged in the garden under controlled conditions. Tractor an area and leave it completely manured. Permanent or portable structures, enclosed by chicken wire, are designed to fit garden beds or garden areas with chickens allowed in after a harvest and before replanting. This usually works only for broad beds where a crop is harvested all at once, rather than the small pathside beds close to the house. Bantam chickens are small and eat mainly insects, cutworms, and slugs, leaving grown vegetation alone. Figure 7.6 and 7.7 give some ideas for chicken forage forests, centered both on a homestead and on the suburban backyard. Figure 7.8 shows a chicken-heated greenhouse, which is a self-regulated structure. In winter, the greenhouse, via vents, heats the chicken house, and the heat from the bodies of chickens maintains a warm temperature in the greenhouse, while in summer, vents are closed, and chickens spend most of their time foraging outside. The two sides are screened off from one another, but contain a door or other access to collect eggs from nest boxes and to feed and any greens from the hothouse. Chickens provide carbon dioxide and feather dust to the greenhouse, along with manure litter which is eventual composted. A tropical chicken tractor system. Follow *in_E is a sample system developed by Dano Gorsica /Iolaki, Hawaii. The system itself is not confined to the tropics and with modification can be adapted to temperate regions and even drylands if there is a plentiful source of water. Plants do not grow as quickly in these climates as in the tropics, so adjustments. This design, adapted Iram Robin Francis. Information ELA chickens in a permaculture garden, provides a supply of food for G8 laying hens and a substantial amount of fruit for the family. Vines growing around the fences could include Obanana oceanuruti, various grape varieties, Logan, poison, and raspberry, cucumber, various squashes, tomato, peas and beans, tractor beds, rotational beds for grain, seed, and green crops such as wheat, barley, oats, rye, millet, buckwheat, suniaur, lucerne, fat hen, Chenopodium spp, C. Ivor. FL Gori 7.7 Backyard permaculture chicken Irish forest for a Mediterranean type CM8. 153. Figure 7.8 Self-regulating chicken. Heated greenhouse. Chickens leave the greenhouse when it is too warm, usually in summer, and come inside during cold weather and at night. 5 FY Euro, Alt NTN, L. Slash. TT and RVO5 RATL 4 LLI. CNI. Lip WNS. Carrot 1 top. 0 euros ILTE1. 5.05, Carrot UTJ, plus, AI. KUFTTTBT. 2, NCE. U Eurocal. ELFL. UD. Filth 1. Fin.WQ1. VRU5F, N plus / 4. TID asterisk, LAFU / 6. RHRI. Colt RTI4L. JN-EKNT. E caret FDI FINA. JWD, NL. Uvlucken. Must be made. To prepare an area of 0.2 hectare, I/2 acre. Divide the area into 5 pens of about 10 meters by 6 meters or so. Stock with about 50 chickens. Layers, in one pen until all grasses and weeds are grazed off and removed. Pens can be laid out as in figure 7.5 so that only one hen house with laying boxes need be used. Add a scarto of lime, move the chickens to the next pen, chip, or rake over the ground in the first pen, and plant vegetable crop, melons, Chinese cabbage, tomatoes, etc. Also plant lucan or other legumes just outside the pen, along with 1/5 or so papaya seedlings or bananas. Each pen has a small roost and nest box in it, which can be moved around to all pens, and water and food are supplied. After the chickens clean the second pen, 6 to 10 weeks, the first pen is harvested and replanted with root crops. The second pen is planted like the first. In some of the pens, important tropical fruit and nut trees are planted. After the chickens clean the third pen, the second pen is harvested, 10 weeks. The first pen is dug for roots, the third pen is planted too. Green crop, peas, beans, brassica, and so on. For the rest of the pens, the chickens are returned to the first pen. After the root crops AIE out and fruits and trees, well grown or adequately protected, this pen has been sown to buckwheat, sunflower, pigeon, pea, rice, or barley li 2 weeks before the chick. 154. 1Z3. Plus 5. Plus in 3 in. A63N. WWDS. And UMEP and L30OT5 asterisk NKVE5 FUD / URANCKO, $WN. L. Or NFACBID. / comma asterisk N. Rarside. 1 asterisk LC Opusho. OBIN2. FR. V6T / RU7 CFCT. 63 ENV / ER caret DO, Arantled. 139 LT Trio. T caret NRIT. Figure 7.9 Schematic oil chicken tractor system for the tropics. Can be modified I or other CMITs. Ends are returned. Grains and seed heads are stored in bundles hung under a roof, and these are fed out to the chickens as needed, along with papaya and banana. Look and the seeds fall into the pen. Figure 7.9 shows the rotational sequence of one pen. After 1 year, the chickens can self-feed on grains, crop wastes, and papaya. They can also be let out of a pen every day to forage greens. If fruit trees are thickly planted and shade out the vegetable pens, the system can be expanded on fresh grassland, next to the previous pen S, which is then retained for vegetable, root, grain, and scattered fruit crop. After 2 years, an area of 1 acre is in good production. We see here a combined system, using chickens as work units and producers. Pigs could as easily be used. Pigs are forest and marshland foragers, and they like to graze, forage, and root, dig up tubers and roots. They will graze 7L grasses, herbage, and rambling vines, forage for fallen fruit and nuts, mulberries, persimmons, figs, mango, carob, acorns, avocados, etc., and dig up yams, potatoes, bamboo, ato root, bracken, and sunroot. Pigs on range are healthier, cheaper to feed, and have less saturated fats than pigs kept in sheds. They are not always suitable for bacon, however, and may need grain feeding for 2 to 4 weeks to harden, saturate, the fats. Winter shed. Ding may be necessary in COLI winter climates, and a farrowing pen is needed for a sow and her litter. Pigs are most cheaply kept where some dairy, orchard, root crop, or meat wastes are available, and do well on restaurant or household food. Scraps. Good range pasture is of legumes, CLO, ver, lucerne, comfort, chicory, and young grasses. Pigs will eat 11 kilograms wet weight of this material per day, and have larger appetites than confined pigs. They also need seed, fruit, or kernels. To prepare a free-range planting area, the ground should be ribbed, not plowed, and limed, then sown down to good grass legume. Mix with comfort, sumac, and arrowroot pieces. Pushed into the rib lines. Trees can be planted just outside fences and in corners protected by electric fencing. Any fruit trees are useful, and pigs are beneficial in mature orchards. In a large system, 20 pigs per 4,000 square meters, 1 acre, will plow, by scratching and rooting, the area for planting comfort, sunroot, lucerne, chicory, and clover. It then needs to rest. Pigs will remove gorse, blackberries, and small shrubs. They can be followed by sowing to pasture, then cattle, then pigs again. It takes 3 to 5 years to develop a full complement of foods on range, and even then some of this must be thrown over the fence to the pigs, as is the case for bananas and papayas, for pigs can destroy young trees. Figure 7.10 through 7.L2 show sample pig systems. 155. T. Fit. LR. L. T. I. I. E. IL. Li. F. Kainwa and 6LTG1T10TJ. IO1 Tinlkin LK1 Cowherd. A. T kill UK T kill Chuan. Yui. L. I51 FCKPTA new RT. TAFAT. Figure 7.10 cross section of pig pen with manure collection arrangement. It. Milk. Carrot TT. 1 up 7 Euro XC. WWWTTTFZL. CPI asterisk FL Ray. W. T45. CH and ENQCHA. FOKM1W. FLGURE7.L1 view a pig grazing system with tree forages and fence arrangement to keep pigs from damaging tree roots. 156. Are you a carrot T? $. 0.47 TT. I. R1. Comma backslash woo. VB. 4 TLNCTNTBPC. Asterisk comma slash TTTXL FSLA PRN. T. TTRN. Carrot. Z backslash R dot TPLLAR. Dot ONC. T. 5 slash N. FCTL plus. VO backslash. Phi BNT. KE carrot. UO slash. TO slash carrot rye. A TFT. TIL1T word 5. E7T1. N backslash VLBT. Dash 7 carrot R. RR. N. Cur asterisk R dot RRM slash T115. LNLTZP91F dot TNI. W carrot 1 euro dot NTLFFI. THEZ. TBQTR. KTTBT10U von Koff NIO. Rku. Ushio N. CO1. O. Backslash I. R backslash. R backslash. Otl. Euro TI. Dot LA. FR. C. T. Kril T. CLE carrot IWLLJC. Manu CE dot K slash. TU9KND. U. No. L asterisk carrot TEP out 1E. Alp LN. ORI dot L. F7F. T. 40FF5767. Backslash Korea I56AGK. 4C. EURI. OB. T. N. OLRRTO. 1 asterisk I1 dot. IR dot R1 key. H. EU. R asterisk T. B. LE1. N dash. EWCT. E. 7TN. T3FALTSAN. On 4LTRKL at H. N. 1. Figure 2.12 rotational grazing system for pigs. Pens may be planted to comfort, sunroot, lucerne, choco, potato and other root and green crops. Trees are oak, muibri, ig, olive, honey iagust, carob, dry areas, chestnuts, papaya and banana, tropical areas. Forage must be closely monitored in order to time moves from one pen to another. Hashtag. Hashtag plus T. Backslash hashtag. I. And. R51. Besides their value in milk and meat production, goats are useful for clearing new cow fit. On abandoned pasture with gorse or blackbur rise, goats can be used to bring areas under control for future planting, either temporarily, penned in numbers, or on individual tethers and moved every few days. If milking goats are used for this process, concentrated feed is also necessary. Sorry for good milk production. For a small number of goats, 1 to 3, we can develop a pen with mesh fence to 2 meters, surrounded by trees and shrubs. For more edge, enclose 2 rows of tag assist into the pen itself, as illustrated in figure 7.13. Some trees that withstand limited grazing by goats are weeping willows, mulberries, tree medic, some acacias, lucana, tag assist, and elderberry. Goats enjoy acorns and the pods of carob, honey locust, bee tree, and Prosope spp. Goats are very destructive to cultivated plants, as apart from browsing, they debark trees. Taith. Airing and the use of orchard halters will allow goats into the more delicate parts of the systems for short periods, but goat husbandry in large numbers is incompatible with permaculture. Pasture crops and forage systems for cows and sheep are usually fairly extensive, 8 hectares or more will carry enough stock for a modest living, depending on suitable landscape and climate. Although much of the area is sown to grasses and legumes such clover, there is an emphasis on trees within the system to serve the functions of feed during drought or times when grasses are sparse. Pastu. N. U backslash N P T I U re RRFA W T attack B dollar at 158 FLGURE 7.13 meat goat grazing pen and forages adapted Irama designed by Lee Harrison. ITF TNG slash plus A L backslash TE SJT4LTE 40.T ECIT SUY11 F asterisk BLIVMN A 50N WL Tech CGWD VELTLTI STIRNC RNTAR Figure 7.14 growth curve of grasses, 4 temperate climates, show 2 deal sit periods, winter and 8 summer. Protecting stock from severe wind, snow, rain, and sun, windbreaks and shade trees. Restoring soil fertility to nutrient depleted soils through leaf liner and erosion fixing LE. Gums. Water catchment protection above dams. And on steeper slopes, cattle must be kept off these areas, and erosion prevention on slopes and in gullies. By planting an even fodder distribution. Pasture animals need a source of water, shell, turf from severe weather, a solid lick, and food, which can be separated into A. Annual and perennial mosses and legumes, B. Sugar pods, such as carob and honey locust, summer, C. Carbohydrates as sprouted grain and silage, winter, and D. Plant foliage for an even yield. Forage over the year. The age-old problem of a seasonal fodder or forage shortage is illustrated in figure 7.I4.in. Temperate climates, where winter rainfall dominates, both annuals and perennials in pasture, reach peak productivity in spring, with a lesser autumn flush of growth if there are early rains. Although the sale of young stock or the culling of herds after breeding reduces the summer feed requirements, it is obvious that there is a shortfall in midsummer and midwinter feed. The former because of summer drought and the latter due to the cold and slow growth of plants. Tree crop infills should be planned to take up the gaps that pasture alone leaves. For example, figure 7.15 netted tag assist or topita. Plant grows through the net and is browsed off. The net can also cover the top of the hedge. CU. YYRTOL. 159. Some midsummer feed is provided by carob and honey locust pods, the foliage of topita, Pam, pawgrass, and tag assist, and autumn/winter. Feed by the same foliage plants plus the great variety of oaks, acorns, and chestnut and black walnut, nuts. Both these types of feed are concentrated, high-energy foods, enabling the more efficient use of dry pasture. Traditionally, the foliage of karajong, willow and poplar has been felled to tide herds over drought. For self-feeding systems, under forage forest, plant strips of low forage foliage where herds can be turned in for short periods. Netted hedges of tag assist have been used to great advantage in New Zealand. Cows and sheep cannot destroy the plant, but nibble the succulent leaf growth through the netting. If during plant growth, figure 7.15, a gradual 4 to 10 year changeover to the correct balance of tree crop species would eliminate the need for expensive forage harvesters, feed grain storage and processing, and hay, making that is an essential part of pasture-only farming we see today. It also suits the comfort and well-being of animals, which can range into forests when temperatures are extreme, and OC. Cubby pastures in the tolerable periods of spring and autumn. As a secondary effect then, less stress is placed on the herds from heat and cold shock, and far less energy is needed by the farmer and the flock over the whole year. An estimate at I5BA. A bee field is lost due to lack of shelter alone. Richard St. Barbaker asserted that where 227 of the land is planted to productive EEs, R/L/T and ONQ7J. To 5I. Figure 7.16 rhododendron paddocks with hedges between ends strips A on the contour cows can be rotated along the contour through gates A or between the contours through gates B. Paddocks can be sown to forage crops. Once established, the hedge strips can accommodate periodic browsing around cows' gates and fences should A ways be locate on the ridges, not in valleys. I-orthese prevents erosion occurring in these heavy Y-used areas. Adapted from a design by Tony Gilfedder. 160. TA. I. R. /:/A. /-2 R //RT // H. 11. B.TR. ARPA, asterisk FSRX. Figure 7.17 plant system for a double fence strip of between $15 meters. Structure, central row of large trees. Tough plants as hedges against fences. Delicate plants in central sheltered space. Notes, double fencing allows a tree fodder hedge in an extensive grazing area. The enclosed space can become a sheltered habitat for birds and animals. The mixed strip acts as a windbreak. The environment inside the strip becomes sheltered and shady, suitable for berry fruits and other useful plants if drip irrigated. The strip can provide harvested and foraged yields to large animals next to it. Fences can allow passage OSMAER domestic species, poultry, on range. The strip can be the beginning of the ROing permaculture system. IA /Z. O. E. R. TS. I. R. E. // 5. D. T // US. UJ / XJ. /T. I. Z /L / S caret / J /N. N. F equals dash underscore dash. N. 1. A. V. F. / UR. E. T. /JL $FE. SIN. / I PZ1. R / IFNA. /J. OY. XT. XN. Plus $S. Dot BHE. SY. Z. Dot B. R / I. L /RL. 0 LF. YB. Asterisk. F. L. J. NS. N. RU. E. UN. R /E. N. I0L. D /V underscore. II SU. B.L. L. I. TSS $R. Q. /NJ. C S. 1. I caret /UX. H. I. RF. Y. I /LL underscore R. /T VL. 2A. 0 L caret W. CII backslash UJU C backslash I B N UJE L L 161. Yields double on the remaining 787 of the land surface, so that in reality no yields are lost by farm forestry. To build up soot-hounding hedgerows under. So or set plant Lusm, Comfort, Chicory, Dan, Delian, with a mid-level planting of Tagassist, Siberian Peatree, Toppet and Pampas, and a tall overstory planting of Willow, Poplar. Selected high-value forage cultivars, White, Oak, Chestnut, Honey Locust, and known Desir, Able Woody Browse, Hawthorn and Rosa species. Such hedgerows could be designed to occupy IUVO of the area per year, until year 4 when 40 VO of the total area would be broad, complex, contoured hedgerow off deep-rooted shrubs, with tall rebrowse and even high-value timber. Trees, figure 7.16. After years 4 to 5, stock such as sheep and some young cows can be let in, timed and observed, to harvest the area. From year 6 to 8, long GER browse times can be permitted, and in emergency such species as willow and poplar can be cut and fed to animals as drought rations. A double fence system is of use in establishing a permaculture hedge or windbreak on an existing pastoral property with cattle or other large animals on range in open Kunuri Seeger. 7.17. Fence lines are obvious sites for wind break trees, and in the inner zones, stacking stone along fences and planting hedgerows can eventually replace some fences. A dense, mixed hedgerow of spiny shrubs with a low stone wall is virtually impenetrable to most animals. Hedgerows greatly add to the productivity of the system, and provide fruit, nuts, wood PRT, UX, E.9 bamboos, animal forage, bee forage, bird habitat and food. They also act as wind breaks and sun wraps. Feed concentrates do have a place in the system for feeding during periods of poor for age, for fattening, and for maintenance of milk and egg production. The tendency to supply only feed concentrates for rapid weight increase should be avoided. Naturally concentrated foods should come from within the system, honey, locust and carob pods, acorns, chestnuts, grains. Although some animals can be fed these are 62. Concentrated foods unprocessed, a cracking or soaking and sprouting process may be necessary. Sorry, especially as sprouting increases the quality of some vitamins manifold. Grains which sprout at moderate temperatures are most suited. Able, wheat, buckwheat, lucerne, oats, barley, rice, soybeans, mung beans, lentils, peas, peas, pumpkin, cress, sunflower seed, fenugreek, sesame seed and rye. All these, of course, can also be sprouted for human food. Hay and silage from more valuable forages on site, such as lucerne, can be used as a stored feed for winter months. The goals of such pasture/forage tree SYS TEMS is to constantly cycle nutrients from plants to animals and back to the soil via manures and nitrogen-fixing legumes, and to diversify farm products. Tree products such as carob and chest nut can also be more directly converted to sug, Rs, fuels, food additives, flours, and so on. This is of great value when markets for wool, hides, and meat are in flux, and gives the forest farmer a very great advantage over the pasture-only grower, who is tied to a single market or product. In a world whose economics are governed by the cost of energy, farmers need to be fully aware of the potential of polyculture. A one-bed system can fail on one factor. As a local permaculture is zoned, so are farmers zoned from market, hence, supply centers. Increasing distance means increasing cost and greater reliance on home production of vital materials, especially manures and fuels. Attention should be given, therefore, to the tree species and animal selected, with respect to local needs and distance to market. Rolling permaculture for large properties. Rolling permaculture is a method of slowly changing from pasture only to a more productive and diverse system. Almost all large properties of about 2 ha or more have areas which can be fenced out with little lost top productivity. This is particularly true of steep, stony, eroded, or problem soils, awkward corners, and cold or Figure 7.18. Rolling permaculture. Pasture is electrically fenced at centers and corners planted to tree crop. Tree species next to fences should be those that can be heavily browsed or are unpalatable to stock. Windswept valleys. We can plant trees which at first provide shelter as hedgerow, and later become a diverse forage and tree crop resource. Figure 7.18. The first Naoto, or nuclear plantings, contain as many useful species as possible in almost random assembly, fairly thickly planted so that thinnings are available for pole timbers. The steps to follow for rolling permaculture are 1. Exclude animals by fencing, usually electric on a solar charge. Heap array the area by soil rehabilitation, chisel plowing, and liming, if necessary. 2. Plant a nucleus of trees suitable for wind break and browse. Mulch and fertilize trees are with seaweed solution, blood and bone, or stable or poultry manure. An excellent ploy is to mulch within empty tires around trees. This protects them initially from wind, rabbits, and drought. Thorn or thistle mulch in tires discourages small browsers. 3. Gradually introduce old or light live stock into the area, watching for damage. 4. Shift or add fences as the system proves itself, and continue to roll across the landscape. 5. Cultivar plant specimens for pole timber, leaving selected high-yielding or strong trees and shrubs to continue sprout. Animal association and interaction. Like the rest of the system, animals are capable of beneficial and symbiotic interaction, as well as competitive, negative association. The sign which takes advantages of these relationships comes from experience and observation. But some examples can be considered as below. Polder 1 AIESCA / anchors and salvage food. That is you asked to be one other animals. On the other hand, chickens can pass on tuberculosis to cattle, and thus, to humans. Pigs are also easily infected by chickens, so the two should not mix. Cattle manure provides nutrients for pigs, which can FO11 out cattle on pasture. On ground grains, 4 yearling steers will support 1 pig. R63. Through waste alone. Ducks, also scavengers, will follow pigs, often gaining tidbits where pigs have been rooting. Cats are totally destructive to small animal life, birds, lizards, frogs, etc., so are a definite disadvantage. The insect pests of suburbia would be greatly reduced by frogs and lizards if cats were removed. The succession of grazing species and their Mixture must be regulated by considerations of disease transmission between species as well as by specific pasture conditions. A pond or lake can act as a mirror, a heat store, a runoff area, a cleanser of pollutants, a transport system, a fire barrier, a recreational asset, an energy storage, or part of an irrigation system. All this, and it is naturally productive as well. Pond systems or aquacultures are far more productive and efficient than land-based systems due to a constant supply of water, nutrients, in an easily assimilated form, and a variety of plants and animals that can be eaten or sold. A mixture of fish, crayfish, mollusks, waterfowl, water plants, edge plants, and of inland animals. Penned nearby takes advantage of different niches and foods in the system. Most books treat aquaculture as fish culture, but there are as many useful plants as fish to be planted in water, and a great many algae, mollusks, even edible insects and frogs to be conceived. We can design the system to make our main crops any of these: fish, water chestnut, wild rice, honey from marsh tupelo, bait fish, brine shrimp, freshwater snails, aquarium fish, water lilies as flowers or root sets, prawns, fish, eggs, rushes or willows for basketry, fungi grown on rotting logs, and so on. All are aquacultures. It is beneath to supply a small reliable specialist market to grow red algae for keratin, for example, than to enter a mass market of pellet fed trout or other highly capitalized ventures. This chapter can only give some ideas for small-scale farm dams or home pond production. It is important to recognize that the more intensively farmed the system is, the more it will need research, careful planning, and sound management. T-pond construction. When planning and constructing aquaculture ponds, care should be taken to incorporate island refuges for breeding waterfowl, shallow shelves on the inside edges of the pond for y.le or .gtlr60ia hashtag d_rorllrod R64 FIGUILE 7.19 tire island for freshwater pond, waterfowl forage plants, and a deep subref bush for fish in areas where the dam is less than 3 meters deep and where summer temperatures are high. In addition, underwater refuges such as old tires, earthen pipes, and hollow logs protect smaller specimens from predator fish and cormorants. Stabilization of pond banks are by stepped 1 og, tire, or hand-cut planted ledges, using bamboo, pampas grass or other shallow matted root species. Although shrubs can be planted, the root structure of large trees may eventually damage the bank and should be avoided. When constructing a new pond or dam for fish aquaculture, do not stock with fish immediately. New dams do not have the ability of well-established dams to provide a range of natural foods. After the dam has filled for the first time, lay 5 to 10 centimeters of straw around the water line and trample it into wet soil. This not only minimizes soil erosion but also provides cover and a food source for small aquatic insects, water plants, such as lily, kumbungi, water chestnut, and even a small number of aquatic weeds, ribbonweed, water milfoil, also help to get the process sta root. New dams AIE sometimes very muddy, and may need an application of bidsum, added at the rate of 560 k. Reduce the amount of silt coming into the dam from the inlet by crossing over the diversion drain or slope immediately above the dam. Careful management of the catchment area, planting vegetation, directing water flow, is critical if the pond is not to be filled up with silt. An island is built into a new dam simply by pushing clay into a large pile and topping with soil. Alternatively, tires are laid in a pile and filled with earth. Figure 7.19. Stock should be fenced out of aquaculture dams. They will muddy the water, destroy vegetation, and may cause serious erosion problems. T-pond DEPTHANDSHAPE. The number of fish that can be stocked in a pond directly relates to its surface area, not its depth or volume. Surface area controls the amount of food supply in and around the water. However, depth is also important in that fish must be able to escape tuckment takol, often hot weather, and to avoid cormorants and other fish-eating birds. A usual figure is 2 to 2.5 meters deep. The following pond configurations are commonly used throughout the world. Ponds in series, fish of different age groups, can be sequenced downstream, in a conveyor belt fashion. Figure 7.28. In this way, food is supplied to the fish via a trophic ladder of nearby shallow ponds and marshes, which supply an overflow of live food to the main ponds, but which are safely isolated from predation so that fast-breeding food organisms can freely breed. As food is 70-90 VC of costs, it is far cheaper to breed it than to buy it. Such an arrangement has the disadvantage that any parasite, disease, or water pollutant flows to every pond. Although this is not usual in small operations, it must be an assessed risk. Ponds in parallel, the advantage is AIE that each pond can be isolated for disease, and here again a food species pond can lie above each production pond. Figure 7.20b. Note that food species may themselves be chosen to be either directly edible or of use as bait fish. In general, ponds in parallel are more easily controlled, drained, and serviced than ponds in series. Canalized ponds, these are specifically suited to fish which depend for their food on pond-side vegetation, grass carp, tilapia, ot, land food, trout. Some of the most productive fisheries known are those of slow-flowing canals with ample food along them. Some Swiss hill farms for trout are virtually contour canals on quite steep clay slopes. It is often easier netting fish in canals than in large, unshaped ponds. Figure 7.20c. The ideal pond location and shape might be that of canals built through a marsh where food species breed, so that the canals are 20-3070 of the total marsh area. The canals are stocked with predatory fish, which range through the marsh, foraging on crustaceans and smaller fish. Netting fish for harvest occurs when the adjacent marsh area is low, say in dry summer seasons. 165. Can RCNB, and 3D on CORFTOU. Pond SIZE. We need not think pond cultures are suited only to the standard half-acre pond. Here are some useful products from small to large ponds. L2 square meters, domestic watercress, taro, water chestnut, and a few frogs for garden pest control. A rare water lily, or a small breeding population of a rare fish or aquarium plant. 5 to 50 square meters, a large range of plant foods, and at the upper pond size, enough carefully selected fish for a family. 0.50 to 200 square meters. Commercial specialist. Crop, breeding stock, high-value plants, and a full protein supply for a family. Supports a duck flock. 2 FFI 20U0 square meters. And up, commercial. For high-value fish and shellfish. Larger size. Allows recreational uses. Note that every increase in size includes all the uses of the lesser sizes. Uelu. KRLW. A beneficial polyculture or guided. Although an aquaculture system should be designed around a primary purpose, a particular fish, crustacean, or water plant, it is important to combine a range of beneficial aquatic species to fill all available pond niches, or to assist the primary product. The broad classes of aquatic organisms are these. Plants, from edge shrubs to fully submerged vegetation and phytoplankton. Invertebrates, both microorganisms and shellfish or crayfish. Fish, from forage fish to plant, mollusk, and predatory species, up to 6 carefully selected fish species might profitably occupy one pond and increase yield. Waterfowl, especially ducks and geese, and even pigeons housed over the pond. Plants associated with ponds are edible root species, such as taro, water lily, lotus, and Indian water chestnut grown under water in the banks or bottom, perhaps surrounded by an old tire to mark their location. S. E4. Euro. UNBLN. T. 7 TV. R66. Floating aquatics such as Chinese water, chestnut, kangkong, watercress, and the carpet. Ing aquatics azala and duckweed. These may cover whole ponds, but can be raked up and either fed to animals, ducks thrive on them, or used as mulch on gardens or surrounding pond. Plants. Shallow edge plants of tall rush, kumpungi, cattail, or wild rice as frog and bird refuges. Seepage edge plants such as bamboo, papaya, banana, comfort, elderberry, and a short ground cover of grass or desmodium, a creep. Ing type. This ground cover keeps the banks stable and green, and is a source of forage for ducks and geese. For aquatic animals, a range of specific different level feeders are useful. Pond bottom feeders are those filtering or eating detritus and zooplankton, while top feeders are herbivores, grazing algae and grasses. Ranging through the system are mid-level predators. Detritus feeders are freshwater mussels and clams that live in the mud at the bottom of the pond. They can filter up to 9 coliters a day of impure water through their systems and eject concentrated solutions, usually phosphorus, into the mud, which can then be used as fertilizer in orchards or crops when ponds are drained. Other bottom feeders, on plankton, are crustaceans such as shrimp, crabs, and yabbies. Herbivorous fish are those such as grass carp, which may completely clean up the pond of weeds and fringing vegetation. They are a fast-growing fish and reach market size in 3 months, with an adequate supply of food. In Hawaii, ponds are stocked with freshwater prawns as a main crop, with a secondary yield of grass carp, eating fringing kikuyu grass. Ducks provide nutrient to the pond. Ducks and fish are an excellent high-yielding combination. Predator fish, e.g. bass, trout, i.e. those which feed on other fish, and in a complex polyculture, are screened off from the rest of the pond. Small fish and crustaceans enter the screened-in area and are eaten. Such screened-off areas can be used for feeding and emergency aeration of water. This is used for eels, for example, saving energy on those few summer nights when aeration of the whole pond would be expensive. In the smaller ponds, high value, but predaceous fish can be kept to eliminate undersize fish from the larger ponds via a screened SEPA ration which allows stunted or crowded fish to enter their area, or the smaller pond sections can breed shrimp or minnow for larger fish in the main pond. Swingle, see references at the end of this chapter, estimates that 30 VO of any pond can be profitably screened off for forage via SH and shrimp. Nutrients are added to this part of the pond where shrimp rapidly take them up. T. Water quality and pond. Fertilize it, on. When building up a guild of species for a pond, prime considerations are to provide nurse, fertilizer, for the pond system, to provide food for other organisms, to moderate the pond climate, edge vegetation, and to improve water quality, especially in the matters of waste utilization and full use of foods. Good quality water with a pH of 7 to 8 is best. If the water is too acid, nutrients in the soil are bound up and are not released into the water. It is common for pond bottoms to eventually acidify, and although lime may be added on RAG pond surface, the pond can be drained every few years. Many Southeast Asian farmers grow crops in duck-fertilized pond bottoms, then fill again for another fish cycle after liming. Dry cycle crops can be grown in ponds every 2 to 4 years to take advantage of the generally high nutrient level built up in bottom muds for a high value cash crop of melons, or a luxury grain, such as wild rice. Pond fertilization is a key factor in raising yields, and can come from land animals, falling leaves, and other vegetation. Manures added to ponds increase plant growth and zooplankton blooms, which in turn increase the available food. Waterfowl on the pond, herbivorous fish, feeding the edge, and land animals housed over the pond or along a canal leading to it all. R67. OTHCKEN. Figure 7.21 widely used in Asia. Animal manures are used to fertilize ponds. This is easily done if pens are located above the pond. FORs must be SAT so that manures IA into the water contribute valuable manures to the water. Fig. Year 7.2. Shrimp, in particular, rapidly utilize manures from other species, and prawns fed on grass carp manure grow as well as on chicken manure, as they eat algae or diatoms produced on the surface of the manure. Floating water plants, confined in ring rafts, and fringing rush beds help to remove or recycle pond nutrients to land crops by using them as mulch or compost. After fish are netted out, the nutrient-rich pond water may be used to trickle irrigate land crop, with the result of a double production of leaf or fruit. In densely stocked or nutrient-rich ponds, the pond must be aerated in hot weather or fish will die. Paddle pumps are usually used for aeration in commercial ponds, which are fully monitored during critical times. However, in farm dams it is best to select species or to stock the dam so that aeration is not necessary. The height and shape of nearby tree species can also provide shade in hot weather. Such shading by winter deciduous poplars or willows may save aeration costs and provide leaf or worm beds. Water quality and waste, fish and other Yes, removal is best achieved by including a set of scavengers, in particular freshwater mussels, D-surface algae eaters, V4IPAR species, but also OO, mud carp, catfish, and shrimp. Eye-feeding fish. Ponds should be designed as self-forage SYS. Attempts to minimize work. Food can be indirectly provided through manuring the pond via ducts. Planting fringing vegetation on which insects feed, e.g. silkworm larvae feeding on mulberry. Leaves are shaken into the pond occasionally. And placing insect traps on the pond surface. Planting flowering plants attractive to jewel beetles or wasps, and green runner ground. Covers such as TR8SE Antia, iosm, comfort, and other nutritious plant foods also aid fish feeding. Direct feeding methods include raising high protein worms and insects, cultured larvae, in special beds, or trapping insects in the garden or orchard for fish food. We can breed or capture grasshoppers, fly larvae, pasture grubs, slaters, pilbullet and GS, or even minnows, tadpoles, and shrimp. In smaller ponds, rafts and ring nets in the pond itself can be added for special crop or food. Supply worms and pillbugs breed as well on rafts as on land. In addition to insect foods, high carbohydrate grains, e.g. sorghum seeds, rice byproduct, rice hulls, supplement protein foods. These are grown on site using nutrient-rich pond water. Eye stocking. Disease-free stock must be added to ponds from the beginning, so buy from a reputable dealer if possible. Only as fish grow to optimum weight are natural food sources fully used, thus fast grow. Minnows or shrimp can utilize these foods and store them in their bodies as growth for later use by predators. As we increase the number of fish per unit area, the size of harvest decreases. Too few large fish or too many small fish show understocked or overstocked PONDSRESPECTEVELY, WITH. Understocking the most common itoran farms. The aim is not only to maximize yield, but to get a fish or plant of useful size. Over-mature fish and plants consume but do not grow / at peak efficiency. Permaculture. The same advantages of a mixed ecology of wildfowl, geese, fish, mollusks, and algae apply to seawater or brackish ponds as they do to freshwater systems. The greatest advantage is a tide range of 1 to 9 meters, such as is found over most coasts. This range enables flushing and easy draining of ponds, the filing of higher level impoundments for later release to lower ponds, and a flow of open sea species, fry, and algal forms as food. Most shellfish and inshore species, including oysters, crayfish, eels, octopus, seamses, algae, shrimp, sand bivalves, and scalefish can be reared or managed in pond culture, raft culture, and fenced or impounded TICAL areas. Many older civilizations, particularly the South Sea Islanders, benefited from extensive, sophisticated fish traps, and today seek a hero of oysters, mussels, and crayfish and lobster are a multi-million-dollar industry. Sea reef structures can be developed from tires, broken or faulty earthenware, and stone to provide a substrate and shelter for larger forms of fish, octopus, crayfish. Lines of stone or woven fencing, long used in western Roland. Set out in shallow water catch algae as sea weed ponds. Monoreal input stimulates seed task growth, and guano from seabirds, caught as liquid run off from solely drafts or stony islands provides the essential local phosphate and nitrogenous fertilizer for adjacent land crops. Even large artificial platforms have proved commercially viable off Southwest Africa, where pelican and cormorant use these islands for roosting, and deposit tons of guano for fertilizer. In more humid climates, rain takes the guano into solution, so that storage tanks or covered solar evaporite pans need to be provided. Seagrass, mulch and guano close the sea land cycle of nutrients, and mallees the growing of crops near seashores and are very profitable. Some structures for mudflats and intertidal sands are reef walls of tires, pipes, stone, drip fences to catch CGS and direct fish, rafts for rope, suspension of mollusk spat, and algae, ring rafts to rear fish in tideways, as in Ireland, where salmon are reared to adulthood. In seaways, flow governed tide pools to permit correct exposure for growing oysters, evaporative pans for salt, chemical, and brine shrimp production, the larder as fry food, islands for marine wildfowl refuges and phosphate collection, and subsurface, permeable walls to retard tide flow in scoured estuaries. Tide traps, where tides fall 1.2 meters or more on rocky coasts, tide traps are made from well-packed stone, so that rocky clefts or tidal flats are enclosed by a 90 centimeters Q-wall, figure 7.22. At high tide, the small schoolfish, garfish, squid, mullet, perch, enter over RHE wall, stage a feed on algae in the enclosed area, or are baited by crushed mussels, and are trapped inside as the tide falls. These can be fished or netted out, and used either for food or for stocking manured and managed ponds. A door in the wall allows the whole system to remain open when not in use. R69. G4NTERE. Uruguay. OL. S4U1NRS. Ador. Haliliti. F.WBD Mr. ARQB. R. IOT. FT and other letter FTR4P4,6 FRVDD44. Oisrec. 9Z6JRDX. BRTE hashtag D. I. 1 backslash. 2. Sil slash ONAL. FFAFRUA. A slash V. Figure 7.22 plan and section of tidal pools. Bellinger, Jerome D. The Homesteader's Hand. Book of Raising Small Livestock, Rodale Press. Emmaus, 1974. Chuckroff, Maryland, Freshwater Fish Pond Call. Tour and Emanagi NLNT, 1982, Peace Corps / Vita. Publications No 36E. Fisheries and Wildlife Division, Victoria, Vari. Us pamphlets including fish farming in farm dams, fish in farm dams, fish farming. Management of water. For fish production. Hill, D. and N. Edquist, Wildlife and Farm. Dams, Fisheries and Wildlife Division and Soil Conservation Authority, no date given. R70. McLean, I.L. The Potential of Aquaculture in Australia, Australian Government Publishing, Canberra. Act, 1975. Reed, Rowan, and Jeff Wilson, Agroforestry. In Australia and New Zealand Goddard and Dobb. Sun, Box Hill, Vic 3630, Australia. 1986. Swingle, H.S., Biological Means of Increasing Productivity in Ponds 1966. FAO Symposium. On Water Pond Fish Culture 40 to 181, Rome. 18 to 20 May 1966. Turner, Newman, Fertility Pastures and Cover. Crops, Bargilla and Gilberta Ver, Palmaval. Lay, California 1977. Q. Urban and Community. Strategies. Before 1900 every city contained farms and orchards within the city. Although there are still such pockets of productivity left in the developing world, the modern need for more commercial buildings, industry, and living space has effectively pushed food growing beyond the outskirts and into the distant countryside. Cities have become totally unable to provide for themselves in terms of food and energy, and now consume far more than they can produce. Permaculture aims to bring food production back to urban areas, and to design or retrofit buildings to save and generate their own energy, using well-known energy-saving strategies and techniques of appropriate solar design for CLI, made, weatherproofing, wind power, trellis, insulation, low-cost transport, and cooperative power generation. It is only our passive dependence on city authorities that stops us from acting effectively. This chapter shows some of the ways in which urban and community self-reliance can be accomplished. All cities have unused open land, vacant lots, parkland, industrial areas, roadsides, corners, lawns, areas front and back of houses, tubs, verandas, concrete roofs, balconies, sun FAC, in glass walls and windows. Much of the current suburban vegetation is aesthetic rather than functional, and councils have small armies of people tending ornamental city plantings. It is only a matter of public persuasion and responsible decision to redirect these activities to useful species in a multidimensional and multi-faceted permaculture. Parks, now largely open lawn, can be carpeted with edible and decorative understory species such as blueberry, comfort, currants, lavender, strawberries, etc. Useful pine nut SPE size can replace sterile cypress and pines, nuts replace eucalypts and barren hedgerow, and espaliered fruit can occupy walls and fences. Urban woodlets grown around industrial zones and in green belts or undeveloped city land are not only aesthetically pleasing but also filter pollutants from the air, produce oxygen, add to city fuel sources, and act as a wildlife habitat for birds and small animals. Some towns in West Germany know have urban forestry sys. Thames within and without the city boundaries. These provide wood for sale to residents. Asterisk chips and brushwood for composting, and ASV stem of fast-growing trees for polewood and slow-growing trees for fine timber. With the addition of a mixture of easily gathered food producing trees such as oranges, apples, Al. 171. Monds, olives, pomegranates, dates, walnuts, etc., chosen according to climate, city councils could reduce their dependence on rates collection or use these monies to fund recycling. In Timbers, leaves and clippings from Trabant permaculture are ideal compost and mulches for annual crops grown in intensive raised beds in back yards, or even on concrete patios and rooftops. See Chapter 4 for urban gardening strategies. Plants insulate against heat, noise, and wind, and give summer shade. Vines, moderators of summer heat, are a potential crop for Weimar districts. Scarlet runner beans, grapes, kiwi fruit, choco, yellow and black passion fruit and hops are only some of the vines that can be used in this way. Windows and greenhouses provide drying heat for long storage products SLRCHS prunes, apricots, pears, apples, and beans. Silvered into lash and paper mirrors will reflect light into dark corners. Walls can be painted black or white to act as heat radiators or reflectors. The implications for energy conservation are obvious. Direct use of household produce means less use of expensive transport, packaging, and wasted to spoilage. Greater variety in diet and chemical-free food are an added bonus. The oldest and youngest can perform useful work in urban permacultural systems. Angle the under employed find useful activities in expanding the system. Much of what is now garbage can be returned to the soil, building up nutrients and lessening the waste production of the city. New suburban subdivisions can be planned for food production and energy self-reliance. Village Homes in Davis, California is such a development, and contains the following features. Solar orientation, every house faces the sun and incorporates passive or active solar. 172. Space and water heating designs. Water drainage, all water runoff is led to swales, which provide a natural drainage system to replenish groundwater supples. Trees and shrubs are planted beside swales to take advantage of moist soils. Green belts and common areas, the space saved through the use of small front yards, fenced for privacy, and narrow streets is given over to community-owned green belts for orchards, many parks, bike paths, and common areas. Houses are clustered into groups of 8, which have a say over the common area they decide on the use, and may plant vegetable gardens, develop a children's play area, or convert it to orchards, etc. Shared resources and food production. The community lands contain not only a meeting center, playing fields, and swimming pool, but extensive areas for community gardens, grape orchards, and strip plantings of almonds, mandarins, pears, apples, persimmons, plums, and apricots. 12 acres have been set aside for small-scale, non-commercial agricultural production. 5070 of the development's total acre age will someday be in food production. In 1989, 6070 of the residents' total food requirements was produced at Village Homes. Davis itself is an energy and water-saving city, with all new houses required to use solar energy and specific levels of insulation within the walls and ceiling. Street plantings of deciduous trees, shade in summer, sun in winter, are planted instead of evergreens. GHT tolerant plants are required for public and commercial sites, and strongly encouraged for private yards. Shade trees are required by law in parking lots. Bike lanes and parking are especially catered for. 257 of all vehicle trips within Davis are now taken BB Bicycle. A working example of town solid waste recycling system is located in the borough of Ned, suburban Lune. R$thoroughly.CSIHNSI, L. Devonport, Auckland, New Zealand. This innovative urban recycling scheme has been in use since 1977, when the rapidly overflowing tip landfill system was scheduled to be closed. There are several key features that make the system work. L. Separation of refuse at the source, raising. Dense separate garbage into compostable made. Realls, glass, paper, metals, etc., which means less time spent in sorting at the depot, and easily available materials can be sold to recycling companies. The council publicizes the Remi clean scheme among residents, and hands out free calendars with collection times and dates. Each month, there is a financial incentive to recycling. It is picked up free of cost. Unsorted refuses. Picked up only if put out in special bags boo_air. From the borough, at a cost of $7 apiece. At the refuse tip itself, there are also separate bins for the following materials: scrap steel, hard plastics, tin cans, bottles, waste engine oil, paper, craft paper, and waste cloth, firewood, and reusable articles, such as furniture, are set aside for use by local residents. To organic waste, the council promotes the use of home composting to handle small units of domestic waste. It prepares publicity materials and homemade composting bins, and sells 4 types of bins at cost to residents. This means individual gardens receive the benefit, rather than concentrating the compost at the tip site. For reprunings and other compostable material, a large-scale composting operation is mounted at the depot. The material is chopped and shredded, and some animal manure is added. To activate the heap, it is then formed into large U-intros B1 a small bulldozer, and when finished, sold to local residents. There is also a lar_e garden at the site, made from compost, *h produces vegetables for local sale. Trees and shrubs have been planted along the tip site, so that it has a pleasant appearance from the road. 3 recoverable material, this includes scrap, metal, tins, bottles, and newspaper. A contractor picks up this material at the same time as general refuse. The Auckland area offers a wide range of reprocessing industries, so that the Devonport FGURE 8.1 recycling, the choices, T inputs, CRU8X, CLB *1, 1 LRRXE, SCU pi Pecon CI, T *, a 1RA the non-recycling house or settlement, AIO through system, out, TID 6, D/570A4P and IDEA, 7 Oilton, the recycling community, CQS1S/5R, OLY1, R73. Council has been able to sell most of its recovered materials. Such an example shows that councils have no excuses for not recycling. Not only does waste cost the ratepayers money, but there is also a vast waste disposal problem. It is up to ratepayers to elect officials who will recycle sewage and solid wastes, and to vote out waste promoting councils who cost the earth. Figure 8.1 shows the choices of recycling versus non-recycling. Urban people who do not have access to land often work with others to grow food. There are many examples of this sort of cooperation all over the world. Some of the more successful are as follows. T. Community gardens. Community gardening is well known in both urban and suburban areas. Residents clear rubble, put in water taps, build planter boxes, or whatever needs to be done to create garden space. They share water facilities, but generally have their own tools and garden allotments. To get such a project going, community interest needs to be stimulated, and signatures gathered to petition the local council. Council is lobbied to release vacant land within the city or town. A long lease is essential, which encourages raising dents to support and use the gardens without fear of abrupt change. iFarm Link, producer-consumer cooperative. This is appropriate to high-rise or rural accommodation in a purely urban area, and was first developed in Japan. From 20 to 50 families, linked to a farm in the nearby countryside, usually with an already established market gardener. Quarterly meetings are held between both PAR ties to work out a wide range of products, from T74 eggs to fresh produce to meats, with the consumers agreeing to accept all that is produced and to distribute the produce among themselves. Lower prices reflect a stable market with no packaging costs to the farmer. As the link grows, the system might also accommodate holidays on the farm, educational workshops, and city help on the farm at peak work periods, planting and harvesting. iFarm Club. Garden or farm club suit families with some capital to invest as shares, with an annual membership. A farm is purchased by the club near the urban area, within 1 to 2 driving hours. The property is designed to serve the interests of members, whether for garden, main crop, fuelwood, fishing, recreation, camping, commercial growing, or all of these. People either lease small IAs or appoint a manager, depending upon the aims of the group and its finances. A management committee plans for the whole area, access, water, fences, rates, etc., although individual projects/garden/cabins may proliferate. Cities as farms. There are several ways to use cities as farms. A community group or individual might collect surplus citrus and nut crop from trees around the city, at the same time distributing more trees to gardeners on contract for later product off the trees. Non-profit groups often collect unwanted produce from orchards, canneries, etc., and distribute them to the poor, or sell at a small profit to keep running costs down. This is known as a gleaning system. Many thousands of tons of unwanted food are thus redistributed in the USA. Farmers or manufacturers take a tax deduction on gifts to a gleaning trust, any church, or public trust. Some city councils, Germany, carry on an active city forestry along roads and on reserves. From 60-80% of the city income is thus derived from city forest products. T. City farms. A local group of 100 or more families forms a city farm association, and lobbies local or state authorities to allot from 1 to 80 hectares, prefer ably with a building, to a city farm. Again, a long-term, legally binding lease is essential. Each city farm has a small management dollar hook and numerous volunteers. There could even be a few paid staff for continuity purposes. On this land, the following activities are carried out. Almost all are income producing. Community garden allotments, if space lows, and demonstration gardens. Domestic animals, rabbits, pigeons, pool, try, sheep, goats, cows, pigs, horses, for demonstration and breeding stock. Children are often involved in caring for animals after school. Recycling center for equipment and used building materials such as bricks, pavers, windows and doors, aluminum and glass. Cleaning operations of surplus backyard, street and market garden produce. This is COL. collected, sorted, and retailed. Herbs and other surplus from the demonstration garden can also be sold. Plant nursery of multifunctional plants, vegetables, ground covers, shrubs, trees. Children and adult activities, seminars, demonstrations, training programs, educational outreach to develop community skills. Retail sales of seeds, books, plants and tools. Technical teams to provide home energy. Investigation and fitting of homes with weather stripping for doors and windows. Information center on food preparation, in SecConEOL, nutrition, home energy topics, etc. The essentials of a successful city farm are that it lies in an area of real need, poor neighborhoods, that it has a large local membership, and that it offers a wide range of social services to the area. Many city farms become totally self-supporting from sales of goods or services, plus modest membership fees. Government grants are sometimes needed in the first few years of setting up. Money is to the social fabric as water is to landscape. It is the agent of transport, the shaper and mover of trade. Like water, it is not the total amount of money entering a community which counts, it is the number of uses or duties to which money can be diverted, and the number of cycles of use that brings financial independence to a community. We are talking about the linkages between the community and its finances, its base resources, and its legal structures. If you put a trading bank in a community that deals only with taking away basic resources, then what you've got is a pump that takes away the community's living and puts it somewhere else. The following approaches, which have often been developed and applied by poor, depressed, and often powerless groups, may be of use in your own community. Let system. Let's, local employment trading system. Centers in a community, every joining member must be willing to consider trading in local green dollars. Green dollars are earned by goods or services to others, and spent by using goods and services. Unlike a simple barter SYS, where two people trade only with each, a member who has credit can interact with any of the members in the Let's system and can spend over the whole range of services or goods of FERD. Green dollars are usually charged for labor, while federal currency is charged for the cost of the product or service, e.e. materials, payroll to and from the job, etc. PNCE is agreed upon by the individuals involved, and reported to the Let's Center by the consumer. Anyone who wants work can offer CENICEs, they need not wait for jobs. As UNL members can trade with each other, the community account is at all times balanced. An ideal member has many transactions, and accumulates modest debits and credits. ECOHORM LC dollar. R75. The currency, although equivalent to legal tender, is not issued and cannot be cashed in. It is kept only as a record of debits and credits. Any member can know the balance of any other member, and every member gets periodic statements of accounts. Any taxes applicable are the responsibility of members. Anyone can start a Let's system in their own community. See resources section at the end of this chapter for addresses in both Australia and the USA. Revolving loan funds. These are community savings and loans as association as appropriate for reducing G community and household costs, and freeing more capital into the community. It is an easy matter to research what is lacking in the community, e.g. does the area make its own bread, yogurt, sausages, shoes, clothes, and pots? Does it provide a wide range of services from haircutting to legal advice? If not, jobs are open and funds to start them can be available. Two successful examples are the share and sell systems of loans to community-based groups and businesses. SHARE stands for Self-Help Association for a Regional Economy. It is a local nonprofit corporation formed to encourage small businesses producing necessary goods and services for the region, in this case, RHE Berkshire area in Massachusetts, USA, which works in conjunction with a local bank in the area. SHARE members open a share joint account with the bank. They receive only a small amount of interest, but this means small loans can be given out at less interest. The person receiving the loan must first collect references from people who know them as responsible and conscientious. They must show that the proposed business will attract customers from the community, or even from outside the area. By doing this preliminary work, the borrower gets to know many people, and the community has a keen interest in seeing that the business succeeds. CELT stands for Community Enterprise Loans Trust, a New Zealand-wide charitable 176 trust to promote and support small businesses and cooperatives. CELT provides advice, runs training sessions, and gives out loans. CELT is funded by subscriptions from the public, by donations, and by government special schemes. Education and other work is funded by the interest from deposits and loans. The borrowing criteria is that the entrepreneur must be willing to work closely and regularly with CELT during the loan so that a business has the greatest chance to succeed. Jill Jordan of the Malini Credit Union in Queensland reports that 85% of small businesses fail within their first 2 years of operation. In Malini, however, businesses funded by the credit union and supported by the local community have a failure rate of less than 2070. The past few years has seen a new movement towards innovative and consciously ethical financial systems. The rise of a large, popular, efficient set of services to divert public money towards beneficial ends is a reaction to the current misuse of money by governments, large aid agencies, banking institutions, and investment brokerages whose sole motive is profit or power. We must not lend our money or effort to amendments, biocides, or to anything that will harm us or our environment. Instead of investing in our own dysfunction, we need to start directing our surplus monies into positive and life-enhancing projects. The large amount of invention and capital wrecked through ethical brokerage firms in the US and Australia is the tip of an iceberg which involves many thousands of ordinary people. They are members of guarantee circles, ethical credit unions, community loans trusts, co-investment fund agencies for bioorigins, or non-formal SYS, terms of labor and workday exchanges, barter systems, direct market systems, or no interest green dollar systems. Moreover, existing banks, credit unions, cooperatives, and businesses are discussing the rewriting of their charters to include the values of fear care, people care, and the production of socially useful or environmentally sensitive products. In earlier years, a negative, non-by Phases involved taking investments out of companies which polluted the earth and caused death through the manufacture of poisons, biocides, amendments, and other dangerous material. ALS. As the ethical investment movement matures, however, this negative approach is evolving into a very positive search for, and willingness to fund and support, enterprises which assist conservation and reduce waste or energy use, grow clean food free of biocides or dangerous levels of contaminants, are involved in community reforestation, build energy conserving houses or villages, produce clean transport or energy systems, found cooperatives, self-employment tours, or profit-sharing systems, produce durable, sound, useful, and disease-sorry products. Thus, local funds can establish small or large enterprises that are needed in the region, using money raised by residents, brokers, or enterprise. FUST can direct surplus investment to socially and environmentally responsible industries and developments such as new, well-designed villages. The global village community has been developing over the last decade. It is the most remarkable revolution in thought, values, and technology that has yet evolved. This book is intended to speed not the plow, but rather the philosophy of a new and diverse approach to land and living, and make the plow obsolete. For myself, I see no other solution, political, economic, to the problems of mankind than the formation of small responsible communities involved in permaculture and appropriate technology. I believe that the days of centralist power are numbered, and that a retribalization of society is an inevitable, if sometimes painful, process. Unwilling as some of us are to act, we must find ways to do so for our own survival. Not all of us are, or need to be, farmers and gardeners. However, everyone has skills and strengths to offer and may form ecology parties or local action groups to change the politics of our local and state governments, to demand the use of public lands on behalf of landless people, and to join internationally to divert resources from waste and destruction to conservation and construction. I believe we must change our philosophy before anything else changes. Change the philosophy of competition, which now pervades our educational system, to that of cooperation in free associations. Change our material insecurity for a secure humanity. Change the individual for the tribe, phenol for calories, and money for products. But the greatest change we need to make is from consumption to production, even if on a small scale, in our own gardens. If only I-070 of us do this, there is enough for everyone. Hence, the futility of revolutionaries who have no gardens, who depend on the very system they attack, and who produce words and bullets, not food and shelter. It sometimes seems that we are caught, all of us on earth, in a conscious or unconscious conspiracy to keep ourselves helpless. And yet it is people who produce all the needs of other people, and together we can survive. We ourselves can cure all the famine, all the injustice, and all the stupidity of the world. We can do it by understanding the way natural systems you work, by careful forestry and gardening, BB contemplation, and by taking care of the EARTH. People who force nature force themselves. When we grow only wheat, we become dough. If we seek only money, we become brass, and if we stay in the childhood of team sports, we become a stuffed leather ball. Beware the monoculturalist in religion, health, farm, or FAC. Tory. He is driven mad by boredom, and can create war and try to assert power, because he is, in fact, powerless. To become a complete person, we must travel many paths, and to truly own anything we must first of all give it away. This is not a riddle. Only those who share their multiple and varied skills, true friendships, and a sense of community and knowledge of the eth know they are safe wherever they go. There are plenty of fights and adventures to hand, the fight against cold, hunger, poverty, ignorance, overpopulation, and greed, adventures in friendship, humanity, applied ecology, and sophisticated design, which would be a far better life than you may be living now, and which would mean a life for our children. There is no other path for us than that of cooperative productivity and community responsibility. Take that path, and it will change your life. In waves we cannot yet amazing. Morehouse, Ward, 1983, Handbook of Tools for Community Economic Change. ITDG. Group of North America, PO Box 337 Croton, Hudson, New York 10520, available from publisher. A basic explanation of land trusts, self-management, community banking, self-financing, social investment, and share programs. Highly recommended. CELT, Cooperative Enterprise Loan Trust. People's Banking A&D Seminars ADVISORY. Services, include SSCORE, Service Corp S of Retired Executives. P.O. Box 6855 Auckland, New Zealand. Let's, Local Employment Trading System. Organized Crediative Non-Curtain Systems. Kids, Games, Software, Information from Michael Linton, Lensman Community S Services. Limited, 375 Johnston Avenue, Courtenay, BC. Canada V9N2Y2. Or, for Australia, Melanie. And District Community Credit Union, 28 Maple. ST, and ELINI QLT 4552, Australia. /IO /EY /ITERS, N as an E level, 273I. /IACRI PIS Circular Key, Sydney, NSW. 2000, Australia. Ethical Investment Advisory. SENICE. SHARE, SELF, HELPASSOCIATIONFORA. Regional ECONOMI, P. O. Box 125, GREAT. Barrington, Massachusetts, 01230 USA. 178. Appendix A. List OFSOME useful PERMACULTUREPLANTS. Missed off the species below are perennial, although some annuals are included. This list is by no means complete. It is intended only as an informal start to your own local permaculture species lists. The plants below range from temperate to tropical climates. Many temperate species can also be grown in the subtropics or highland tropics. In most cases heights are given, in meters m, but these will vary according to climate, care, soils, and cultivars. Acacias, leguminous trees and shrubs ranging from 3-25 m, sp. Size growing from arid regions to the tropics, often spinel. Uses, some species are important fodder plants of drylands, with leaves, pods, and seeds used, firewood and some species, timber. Nitrogen fixin G, Fukuoka plantet. Silver wattle, ideal bata, in its fields to boost production. Erosion control. Fodder, mulga, acacia anura, widespread in AUS. Trailing drylands, fast-growing and palatable to stock, 2. 7m tall. Camel tom, Faderbia albida, foamy tree 2. 25m, foliage and pods important foliar yielding 135 kilograms. Pod/tree in Sudan. Deciduous in wet season, full leaf in dry. My all, A pendula, grows on heavy soils where no other trees will grow, protects soil and gives shade as well as fodder. Other fodder trees are A salachina, native. Willow, A senegal, A cial. Timber, blackwood, Achia melarnxilo N, fast grow. Ing, long-lived, cool climate acacia set in fine furniture. In warm climates A melanorilon is a scraggly, short-lived tree. Silver wattle, A, deal bata, and hickory wattle. A falciformis, also important timber trees. Basil, Albizilopantha, A julipperson. Leguminous, evergreen, quick-growing EEs with feth. Airy leaves. Height, 9-15 m. Warm temperate to tropical climates. Uses, shade with ornamental leaves and flow. ERS. Windbreak if lopped to encourage bushiness. Pioneer. Tree, in the tropics, chili peppers, pineapples, banana, and fruit trees are grown under widely spaced albizia, providing a three-tier productive system. Most species are palid. Able to stock, Alopantha A chinensis. Nitrogen fixing. Alder. A/NZS species fast-growing, short-lived trees mainly form in dense thickets. Higher 10-25 NR although not LE. Gums, are nitrogen fixing, and create a thick, black humus. Useful if already present for rough mulch. Composting. Used as a nurse crop for other trees, provides shelter, mulch, and nitrogen. Can eventually be cut out altogether, or if a tree is allowed to grow on for nitrogen. Fixing, mulch. As fiery wood it may bum too hot, but stickwood is useal. Some-/nice SPPAIE tenophilia. Mounrain alt RRCI.RBA, do *NI alder. A/IAR./THL.7 mar and H/Lee species. LPNGHT annuals to LM of *H grain amaranth, A. H. Hypochondriaci.RR and leaf amaranthal, A. Gangeticus, 8. Most valuable oak. Grown in full sun or even ferural shade. Grain amaranth needs a 90-day growing season to set seed. Temperate areas through highland dry tropics. Uses, grain amaranth a high-protein crop, 187.0. Seeds eaten popped or ground into flour. Leaves eaten raw or cooked. Leaf amaranth grown through tier and warm climates, tasty leaves are bright red and green. Valuable vitamin and mineral plant. Chicken fodder, seeds, leaves. For stock can be turned into silage. Cover crop. Ericaceae, Ericaceae anthorrhiza, A. esculenta. Also known as Peruvian parsnip. Grown in high altitude. Tropics to subtropical climates. Herbaceous perennial. Producing large, sticky roots. Propagated by tubers. Uses, eaten like potatoes or cassava. Corsmon. Rootstocks and middered leaves FCT to animals. Young stems. For salads. Excellent understory crop. Asparagus, Asparagus officinalis. Perennial rootstock without new, edible shoots each year. Yielding well for at least 21 years if eminent and asteriskated. Yields after 3 years, in spring. Easel propagated in winter. By crown division. Naturalises Alan G. Sandaluator corscas. Though does not produce large circles as does middered. Asparagus. Uses, human food. Banks robilitzers for sandy. Steams. Temperate to subtropical climates. Autumnally /.E. and Rosasian olive, Elinos. Umbellata, E. angustifolic and Othra species. Fast brewing. Nitrogen fixing shrubs to 4.5 m and 20 m. Respectively, autumn olive forms thickets or hedges. WHC and clipped. Tolerates poor soil, drought. Likes full sun. Although other species will tolerate partial to full shade. 119. Temperate and cold area plants. Uses, good windbreak and erosion control plant. Edible berries for birds and poultry, cold area chicken. Forage plant. Ornamental screen hedges. Silverberry, 8. Commutata, and cherry elinos, E. multiflora, also. Important wildlife, poultry berry plants. Ltsal, Azala spp. Free-floating, small water ferns, red or green, which contain erosion-fixing bacteria, Anabina azali. All climates, although dies back in hot weather. Uses. Duck fodder. Nitrogen mulch for rice or taro crop for nitrogen. Can be skimmed off surface of ponds and used as a rich mulch on adjacent crops, or ponds drained. Azala turned under, and crops grown. Bamboo, 1,250 species. Two main types are running bamboos and clumping bamboos. Generally the tropical v subtropical varieties are clumpers and the temperate varieties are runners. In the case of runner bamboos, care must be taken so that they do not become rampant, they do not cross water, so may be contained on an island in a dam. Bamboos grow from the equator to about 40 on north end. Sewer. Propagation is by division of clumps, rhizome, cuttings, and basal cane cuttings. Bamboo grows best in rich organic soil with plenty of what are. Uses, human food, clumps are hill to produce large, tender shoots, and foliage as animal forage. Some species such as Arundinaria racertosa, Sasa palmata. Structural, stakes, fish holes, spears, small canes, build ing frameworks, concrete reinforcing kig canes. Clumps. Windbreak, steep bank stabilizers. Other, utensils, mulch. Artisanry. Black locust, Robinia pseudoacacia. Deciduous tree L0-20 m, thin foliage, lives up to 200 years. Grows rapidly and forms thickets by root suckers. Very aggressive. Very hardy and suited to cool areas. Poor soils. Uses, pasture improver on very poor country, nitro. Gen fixer, erosion control, windbreak tree, bee forage. Seed for poultry, and timber suited to beams, tools and shafts. Poles last over 20 years untreated in the ground. Blackberry, raspberry, rare species. Cultivars include boysenberry, loganberry. Vigorously. Growing prickly thickets, some thornless varieties have been developed. High-value commercial crop on trellis. Blackberry easily becomes rampant, spread by seeds and tip rooting. Can be marooned on islands. Blackberry, R. Laciniatus, has a tomless variety, Oregon ornless. Ugh is best for gardens. Loganberry and boysenberry are prevent cultivars, with very large knees. May need netting against birds. Bee forage. 180. Blueberry, huckleberry, cranberry. Vacciniums. Deciduous shrubs from 2.5 centimeters to 3.6 m tall, cool temperate. To subtropical climates. Tolerate partial shade or full sun. Uses, understory berry crop. Most species could be. Forage. High bush blueberry, V. garimbosum, grows to 1.2. 3 om and is grown as a commercial crop, needs to be. Netted against the birds. Low bush blueberry, V. angustifolia. Can be used as a ground cover, 8 to 20 centimeters, avoid frost. Pockets. Huckleberry, V. membranaceum V. overdern, A. enoi. Commercially grown for berries, but these are tasty for human use, also poultry forage. Evergreen huckleberry. Produces best in partial shade. Species grow 30 cm 3 m. Tall. Cranberry, V. oricoccus, is about 25 centimeters tall, it is an evergreen, prostrate undershrub, and grows well in peat bogs, with soil pH of 3.2 W 4.5. A constant water supply is necessary for good fruiting, but plants should not be swamped. Rich humus and thick mulches are ideal. Avoid planting in known frost pockets, fruits must ripen before hard frosts. High value commercial crop. Borage, Borage officinalis. An upright, self-seeding annual to 0.6 m at maturity can be grown in full sun or partial shade, tolerates poor soils, but needs regular watering. Easy to propagate in large quantities, sow seed in spring. Temperate climate uses. Good bee forage, with a long flowering season. Leaves and flowers in salads. Compost/manure tea will comfort. Rich in potash and calcium, breaks down very quickly. Vidracenal propanase, anti-inflammatory. Broadbean, Vesiophoba. Annual legume 0.5-1 m, temperate to subtropical CLI. Mates, likes full sun but grows well in cloudy maritime climates over winter. Uses, human food young leaves. Pods, beans, fresh or dried. Also used as stock fodder. Cover crop over garden beds, fields, green manure crop. An anti-erosion fixer, with crop cut and used for mulch. Before flowering, nitrogen stays in the soil. Cape Cosa BRRY, P/RYSCLL Esperovaiana. A perennial, tender, creeping bush of the tomato family. Solanaceae, with small greenish yellow fruits surrounded by a papery calyx or husk. Fruits ripen in late summer and are used fresh or stewed. Used in Mexico as a hot sauce. When mixed with chilies and onions. Easily frost dam. Aged, grown as an annual in cold temperate climates. Carob, C. Eritonia siliqua. A long-lived tree 5 by 5 m grown for its sugary pods. A tree of the Mediterranean, it does best in dry temperate CLI. Mates and can tolerate poor soil conditions. Frost dam. Ages flowers and young fruit, but not the trees, very wet. Weather in autumn can rot the ripening pods. A legumi. New tree, although does not fix nitrogen. Uses, human food, ground meal is a chocolate or coffee substitute, widely used in health food products. Pods as stock feed for energy and protein concentrate. Ground as meal or fed whole or large animals. Yields in Mediterranean climates UE 45-225 kg/re. The seeds yield a gum with water-absorbing qualities, used in cosmetic and chemical industries. Cassava, Amaniho tesculenta. Lowland tropical crop, with starchy tubers. Widely used in Africa, South Pacific, Latin America. Grown on ridges or mounds, interplanted with annual food crops. Can withstand neglect, grows in nutrient PMR soils, tolerates drought, except after propagation. Can be kept in the ground until required. Uses, eaten, after peeling, boiled or baked. Dried. Slices may be kept for several months. Cassava flour is made by grinding these dried chips. Fermented pulp is eaten in West Africa. Starch, or tapioca, is used for puddings, biscuits, and confectionery. Chestnut, Castanea mollissima. C. sativa. Luge, spreading deciduous tree to 30 m, long-lived. Grafted trees yield in 7 to 9 years. Temperate Meditina. Neem climates, low-laterite dry conditions. Lake well-drained. Soils. Need cross-pollinanon for best results. May not bear well in climates with cool summers. Uses, as food, Spanish or sweet hesnut, C. sativa. Important commercial crop in Europe, while Chinese. Chestnut, C. licina, grown in US because of rheses. Tends to blight fungus. Chestnuts are cut in whole, roasted, and husked, or ground for sweet flour, rich in starch. High-grade stock fodder, especially for pigs. Chicory, C. Icehorium indibus. Herbaceous perennial long used as a vegetable in Europe and the Orient, grows from 0.6-1.6 m. Likes full sun and grows from temperate TRO subtropical regions. Naturalises in fields and undisturbed soils. Uses, bee forage, early and long flowering. Roots, roasted for coffee-like beverage. Mineral-rich leaves, from deep taproot mining the soil, excellent component in pasture as forage crop, improves milk quality and quantity. Medicinal, both human and animal, used for rheumatism, eczema, blood diseases. Chinese water chestnut, Eleocharis dulcis. Aquatic rush with edible culms, grown in shallows or damp mud. Subtropics/tropics, can be grown wherever there are 8 frost-free months. May need to be netted against ducks when green shoots are emerging. Caution. As with many aquatic plants, these may accumulate heavy metals, so make sure pond water is not polluted, or use these help clean up water, do not harvest. Uses. Valuable human food, high in carbohydrate, used extensively in Asia. Citrus, culprit species. Wide range of evergreen shrubs or trees to 10 m, including lemon, lime, sea umpquat, orange, grapefruit, mandarin. Dry. Warm temperate, Mediterranean, climates to tropics. In marginal temperate areas, place in warm, sunny position. Tree can withstand light frost, but frost at -2. Sea kills. Flowers and young fruit. Need shelter in high wind areas. Uses, fresh fruit or juice, marmalade, concentrated. For cordials. High vitamin C source, especially if white. Pith is also eaten. Waste pulp fed to cattle. Peel is source of essential oils, used in flavoring and perfumes, also. Provides pactrin. Choco or chayote, Sikiamatul. Herbaceous scrambler, vigorous, perennial on thick root. Stock. Subtropics to tropics, not hardy to frost. Uses, roots used for starch, boiled or baked, young. Shoots eaten as a salad, steamed. Most common L eaten is Liti. FL. 181. CHOKO. Signtolr. Epua. The fruit, a large bland vegetable which can be baked, steamed, or fried with other vegetables. Used to smother less vigorous plants such as lantana, and is a good roof covering for summer. Pig and poultry food. Comfort, SYMP high tomo FFIC and ollie. Herbaceous perennial to LM high. Dies down in winter, except in mild climates. Easily propagated by root division, any part of the root crown will grow. Clumps of comfort will stay in one place, but if dug or rototilled will spread quickly. High yields on fertile, watered country. 2025 bio crude protein. Uses, excellent beef forage. Stock fodder if fed in limited quantities. Overfeeding has been shown to cause some liver damage in animals. Medici. NAL herb, roots dried, powdered, and used in ointments for bruises, arthritis, broken bones. Vegetable source of vitamin B12, and can be used sparingly in salads, cooking. Rich source of mulch, high potash, and is combined with other leaves and manures for a nutrient-rich manure tea. Currants and gooseberries, Rhea species. Small deciduous shrubs, 0.5-1 m, tolerating perennial shade, good hardy. Understory bush tolerating neglect. Hardwood cuttings taken in autumn root. Easily. Bear 10 to 20 yin if properly cared for. Mostly temperate plants. Uses, tasty small fruits which can be eaten raw or made into juice, wine, jelly. Wildlife forage food, including birds and poultry, planters may need ROB. Netted if used entirely for human food. Edible species, black currant, R. nigrum, golden currant, R. aureum, red currant, R. rubrum, excellent bee forage. Also ornamental, especially golden cunat and red flowering quintet. R. sanguinem. Goosepennies, R. gracilaria, grow successfully in rock crevices, like well-drained positions. Kumpungi or cattail, TYPHC latifolia T. or tailize. Dense, herbaceous perennial to 4 m, grows in full sun or shade around pond edges. Caution, can be an invasive weed. Temperate to subtropical climates. Uses, shoes edible, used like asparagus roots are peeled cooked or grated raw. Seeds, roasted, have nut, flavor. Animal forage, mainly roots. Especially for pigs. Eating berry all, buskerry. Duck and waterfowl haberot. Seed head is of dough and bee material, can be used as tinder. Extracts pollutants from whaler. Dandelion, Taraxacum FFIC inal. Small perennial herb with YLO ERS early spring to late autumn. Grows in temperate to subtropical L areas and is a common weed on lawns, pastures. Grows in full sun or shade. Uses, leaves, roots, flowers eaten. Roots are used as a coffee subsyrup. Flowers can be used to make wine. Important bee forage with early and long flowering, high pollen yield. Forage crop, improves milk quality and quantity. Good mix with losm. Daily, HE marrow CLES fulve. Herbaceous perennial to 0.6 m, temperate to subtropical climates. Tolerates spatial shade, useful understory plant. Uses, edible shoots, flower buds. Flowers, tubers. Low maintenance plant, erosion control on hillsides. Ornamental. Grow under trees as part of guild with marigolds, dill, nasturtium, duckweed, lemon. Perennial floating aquatica ponds, likes quiet water, temperate climates. May completely cover a pond and exclude light. Uses, duck, goose, fish. R82. Orage, may have potential as chicken, pig food. Can be kimmed off ponds and used as high nutrient mulch. Material. May take up heavy metals in polluted waters. Elderberry, Sambucus nigra, S. canadensis. Deciduous shrub to 6 m, temperate climate, tolerates full sun to partial shade. Easily propagated from cuttings. Uses, hedgerow shrub, windbreak. Rut burns. Make wine, dye, conserves, should not be eaten raw. Flowers fermented with lemon juice and peel as a beaver. Age, or infused in hot water for respiratory inflammations. Caution, leaves, roots, stems and unripe fruit may be poisonous to humans and to stock. FOA, FEIJOASL loiena. Also called pineapple guava, although not a UE guava. Evergreen shrub 4-6 m. Warm temperate areas to sub. Tropics, grows in cool climates but fewits only in hot summers, place in sunny location. Needs shelter from wind. Grown commercially in New Zealand. If growing from seed, notice round tips on leaves in nursery beds. These indicate large fruited forms and should be selected. Yields 3 to 4 years from cuttings, taken in summer. Uses, fruit for dessert, conserves. Petals of flowers. Are very sweet and used in salads. Ornamental. Fennel, Pheniculum vulgar, F. dulce. An upright self-seeding biennial or short-lived hardy. Perennial with umbel-shaped flowers in summer which attract beneficial insects, insectivore plant. Grows in poor soils, natural leases along roadsides in temperate climates. Grows both in full sun or full shade. Uses, seeds for culinary purposes, seeds and roots. Medicinally. Foliage as fresh herb, and root of Florence. Fennel, F. dulce, used in salads, crispy like celery, but with an anise flavor, pre-fen-rich garden soil. Stock. Fodder in conrolled quantities is medicinal. Suppresses. Grasses. Fig, FLCTTS carica. Deciduous scub or tree to 8 m, widespread in Mediterra. Mean climates and marginal subtropics, not too wet. Likes full sun, will shade out anything planted underneath. Unless pruned. Propagated by cuttings. Important commercial crop, eaten fresh or dried. Useful chicken and pig. Forage. Mulch from dead leaves in autumn. Filbert, hazel, C. Naxon corylus avalarot. And in 1 R. Netties, most producing edible nuts, filberts and hazelnuts. Small. Deciduous trees or trichid forming. Shrubs to 6 m, long lived to 150 years. Grafted varieties. Srard Y yielding in 5 to 6 years asterisk if peak nut production at L5. Y years. /Iajor commercial production in dry meditina. Neen can rise, but also salt to cool tea crate. Needs. Cross-pollination. Tol R3 tes SHRD. But for nut product line. Needs sun, yields BST on an edge /Eldrarnd, fertile. Soil is best. Uses, nuts for human food, also a animal forage. Low grade or small nuts. Good hedgerow /RTI asterisk hitch can be copiced for poles, stakes, etc. Ma, NRNUIND shellcre. In first years. Gliricidia sepium, gene kilata. Fast growing, vigorous deciduous tree to 9 ml outcome. Peats most tropical misses. Grows in tropical and sub-tropical climates. Legume tree. Uses, widely used shade tree for banana, coffee. Young cocoa. Can be topped to produce material for green manuring. Tolerates repeated copicing and is used in alley farming and for firewood. Also useful as a fire break. And tropical bee fodder. Durable wood for poles, fence posts, and stakes. Legume tree. Guava, Psidium guajava and other species. Shallow-rooted shrub or small 3 lom, can produce suckers. Adaptable to wide range of soils, susceptible to frost. Drought tolerant. Sometimes become rampant as seeds are carried by birds. Uses, fruit eaten fresh, although its numerous seeds make it best for conserves, jellies, paste, juice. Very high. Vitamin C, 2 to 5 times that of oranges. Strawberry guava. Pilia oral, hardier, marginally suited to cool areas. Place in warm, sunny position. Ginger, Zing ibuprofen ali 1. Herbaceous perennial of the humid tropics and subarop. Aquicrhi lo 0.05u5, JC carat ma. AC1L CHL carat L euro carat slash 3T. RWREU.R. 183. ICS, reaching to 90 centimeters easily propagated. By rhizomes. Often grown commercially as an intercrop with coconut, coffee, cyas, and turmeric, which provides partial shade to young ginger. Rhizomes eaten fresh or preserved. 4. Flavoring, candied, dried, and powdered. Grape, Vitis vinifera and species. Long-lived, deciduous perennial vine, preferring some chill factor for fruiting, but many varieties and cultivars are adapted to a wide climatic and soil range. Planted on trellis, although in ancient times allowed to scramble on mulberry and fig trees. Uses, fresh fruit or, also dried, raisins, wine, juice. Young leaves are used as a food wrapping in cooking. Greek Dalmas. Seeds are an excellent air cooking oil. Deciduous unts to block summer sun from houses. Hawthorns, C. Raetic il.R. species. Tough, thorny, deciduous shrub slash rees 2_7 m. High, slow _. Growing but long-jived, LM 300 is. Tolerate partial shade, poor soils. Uses, edible berries for jellies, conserves. Hedge. And windbreak plant for temperate climates, grown. Exton _ Sibley as hedgerows in England. Habitat for birds. Shelter. Nesting and food, useful for poultry. Good. Bee forage. Coppicewood. Black hawthorn, C. Douglasii, produces. Best fruits for human consumption. English hawthorn, C. Monogyna, makes a nano, dense hedge. Popular. South _ European variety is Mediterranean medlar, C. Azarolus. Hickory, Caryovida, C. Lacinosa. C. Ovida. Large, deciduous trees, 1845 m, yielding this. Through winter to spring, form upright, cylindrical crowns. Yields. Often irregular, need cross-pollination. Pecan, C. Illinoisensis, most important nut of T/E genus. It needs 150 to 200 frost-free days, without extremes of cold or heat. Suitable for subtropics but grown even in New Zealand. Uses, nuts as human food, inferior nuts as forage. 4. Pigs, also for chickens if cracked and soaked. Excellent air. Wood for tool handles, very rough, and charcoal, impars. Flavor, ohams in smoking process. Honey locust, Gleditsia triacan rose. Deciduous na 6-40 m, very thorny when young. Al. Though thornless cultivars have been developed. G. Triacanthus inermis. Trees have open canopy, which allows clovers and pasture to be grown underneath. Frost. And drought hardy, likes temperate regime. Of hot some _ Mers, cold winters. Tolerates most soils. Although a legume tree, nitrogen-fixing nodules have not been ob_ served in the roots. Yields up to IL0 kgs off pods per tree at years G_9. At G6. Tree/hectare, pod production equivalent to L0. Ton/hect_. Are a vote crop. Transplants easily, grows in full sun. Seed. 184. Pods need to be get reared from trees as soon as they fall in mid-autumn and the seed scarified or boiling water poured over them and soaked. Select high yielding Tomless varieties. Uses, pods are high in sugar, 2730, pu. And seeds L070 prod euro in. Excellent stock fodder, ground or whole, especially during drought or at FTE end of summer. Castui. Durable, quality timber. Excellent bee forage. High sugar content means potential for fuel production. Molasses, wine. Hops, Humulus lupus. Long-lived, 8100 years, herbaceous perennial. Climber. Propagate from ioid cuttings. Naturally on swamp edges and river banks, scrambles in shrubs and trees. Or can be wound on hanging cords, wires. Uses, mainly grown for beer flavoring. But also used as a pillow filling and mild narcotic. Hops. Steeped in sherry to enhance calm and sleepiness. Shoots. And tips. Used as steamed green. Browsed by sheep, geese. When young, although sheep can be used in plantations. From late spring to winter to browse the grass beneath. TTRE hops. As commercial hop growers often cut vines. The roots. Horseradish, Armoracia rusticana. Herbaceous perennial 0.5 lm growing from large. Edible. Root. Grows best in cool climates, likes full sun but can grow well in partial shade and useful as an understore of plant. Propagate by root division, all the pieces. Grow, like comfort. Root eaten as a condiment. Medicinal. Uses are as a diuretic, for infections and lung problems. Ice cream bean, Tencatelis. Medium leguminous tree to L2 m, subtropical. And tropical. Climaries. White fruit pulp from pods used in desserts, said to taste like ice cream. Shade tree 4. Coffee and tea. Pilantau on S, mid level understory. Tree. Nitrogen dot fixer. Jerusalem artichoke, C sun root. Jujube, Zizifus Jujuba. Also called Chinese date. Deciduous tree. To L2 m, some _ times a large, spiny, dense shrub. Thrives in hot DRV regions, alkaline soils, and can with HSTN. Severe heat, drought, and some frost. Propagation by stratified seed or root cuttings. Uses, fruit or can be eaten fresh, dried, pickled, sembles dates. Raves and fruit useful fodder. For stock. Pigs. Trees coppice well and produce good wood. Raves used to feed the tasser silkworm. Kong Kong, Ipanwea aquatica. Aquatic floating herbaceous perennial found throughout the tropics. Young terminal shoots and leaves. Used as spinach, rich in minerals and vitamins. Vines are used as fodder for cattle, pigs, also fish food. In Malaya, it is widely grown in fish ponds by the Chinese who feed it to their pigs. The pig manure is used to fertilize the fish ponds, thus fish, pork and spinach are provided. Tropical crops Diceryledons, JW Persglove, 196G. Kiwi fruit, AC Tinnidice hinensis. Also called Chinese gooseberry. Large, woody. Deciduous underscore. Us climber, rule is at 2.5 m, forming a bramble. Dio. Size, male and female plants, although male and female may be grafted on one vine. Needs a strong trellis as Rem. Tolerates frost, grown from temperate climates to sub underscore. Tropics. Needs shelter from wind. Actinidia arlida Eiler. Aids heavy frost, has smaller, astringent eye roots. But hybrid is with kiwi fruit will produce super yields. Uses delicious fruits for eating, wine, conzen.es. May be fed to pigs and chickens if fruit set is abundant. Also a high value commercial crop. Useful deciduous. Shade vine for pergolas, patios. Karajong and bottle tree, brachychiron. Populnium and B. stret. Hot, dry climate fodder tree suited to agroforestry. Large trees have deep taproots, do not compete with crops or pastures. Can be easily copiced. Uses leaf fodder, especially as drought rations for sheep and cattle. Leaves lack phosphorus, which must be provided by stock. Licks bottle trees, B. rupestre, A. often cut down completely. 2. Feed soft inner pith to cattle in X-Andine drought. These must be replanted. Lablab bean, lablab P or ESSYNDOLIC. OS. Lablab. Herbaceous perennial legume, often grown as an annual. 1.5-6 m tall. Subtropical to tropical evergreen or summer. Herbaceous climber. May become railpant, but managed by slashing 3 to 4 times Iowa grazing by sheep, goat, or cows. In subtropics dies back in light frost and can therefore be interplanted with grains. Tropics, remains green in dry season. Uses young leaves eaten raw or cooked, ripe seeds as split peas, or sprouted, boiled and mashed to a passerk. Then FNET. High biomass forage crop, either green or as hay or silage, a useful dryland trellis crop for a sun shield. Must be weared. Excellent green manure plant. And ER crop, cut in USC as mulch. Often grown in rotation. Weir commercial crop to provide nitrogen. Lavender, Lavandula vera, L. dentata. SMAJL, UL, shrub easily grown from cuttings. Suited to cool areas and is drought resistant, originally. A. Mediterranean mountain plant. Well drained. Alkaline. Soil is best. Uses ornamental hedge plant, creating an edge in gardens, excellent PCR forage. Flow asterisk CRS and leaves husk. Medicinally. Lavendar oil is a po asterisk herbal germicide. And insert replant, the flowery RS keep moths out of stored linen and clothes. Place sachets of lavender flowers in clothes drawers. Lemongrass, Sympopogon citatus. Perennial medium-sized grass of subtropics. Entro underscore. ICS. Uses lemongrass tea and flavoring used in Asian cooking. Excellent border plant in gardens and orchards. To create edge, cut and use for mulch. Erosion control. On slopes when plant fed in rows along the contour, will catch and hold silt. Lespedesia species. Sericea, L. cunata, is a perennial legume, similar to clover, common in temperate zones. High value animal. Fodder, hay, and soil improver, nitrogen fixer. Also, usk. Cosa. T.T Euro SX. QOS. LTTPS. Hypophy 0EA. Bat carat T carat S. Sutir poro. Sopio carat LPBS. Tetra 6 carat joy.obus. Azio erd. Elpohoeaoanca, or .rc. To stabilize slopes. Mostly grown in the USA for hay, cut. Before flowers bloom. L. Sibulacea and L. striata UE. Annuals. Leucaena, Leucena Leucocep la. A fast-growing, leguminous tropical root L 0-20 m, al. Though can be kept to a manageable size if copiced or geoed by cattle. Does best on well-drained soils. Contains a mimosine that may cause toxicity in stock if over fed. A low mimosine variety is L. leucocephalovar. Cunning elmville. Also, xero scientists have isolated a microbial culture which cattle can use to break down UE toxic substance in their stomachs. As long a looking at is kept on 30V04070 of diet, there are no adverse effects even from normal looking avarios. Uses excellent high-quality forage, both leaves and pods, for cattle, sheep, goats, palatable and nutritious. Can be cut and fed, or stocklet into browse. Also useful in revegetating tropical hill slopes prone to erosion. X. Excellent copicing for firewood, good timber. Rich in organic fertilizer, used as mulch in alley cropping. Fixes nitrogen in the soil. Used extensively as living fence / hedge species in West Africa and India. Loquat, Eriobotai J-Opo-Nica. A small evergreen tree to 7 m. Slow to develop from seed. Use proven cultivars grafted onto loquat, pear, or quince. Stock. Yields by 6th year, peaks in 15 to 20 years. Suited to temperate areas, needs sheltered, sunny position. Frost. Hardy but needs warmth for fruiting. Suits most soils, but is a gross feeder, plant near leach line outfall. Uses. Fresh fruit in spring, medium understory tree. Poultry. And pig fodder, fruits. Lucerne/alfalfa, Amanita sativa. Perennial, leguminous herb with life expectancy of L0 years. Uses, human food, foliage as alfalfa tea, alfalfa. Sprouts for salads. Major temperate animal fodder plant. Excellent bee forage, blooming just after sweet clover. Soil improver, drawing up subsoil nutrients, useful ground. Cover/iving mulch under EEs. Also tree medic, Medicago arborea perennial. Leguminous shrub to 4 m, grows in temperate zones. Important fodder shrub with foliage equivalent to lucerne. Can be netted and sheep allowed browse. Macadamia, Macadarnia tetrap hyla, Minte gifolia. Slow growing, Evergreen nut tree Euro, O20M, subtropical to tropical climates. Need windbreak protection. Grafted. Varieties bear in 67 years. Native to Australia, grown extensively in Hawaii and California. Uses high-value nuts, difficult to crack by hand. Nutshells make excellent mulch. As with many trees, can be grown in pasture, with sheep let in after trees are mature enough to withstand grazing animals. 186. Maple, Acer sacc harum, a macrophyllum. Deciduous cold area tree to 30 m. Long-lived to over 200 years. Tolerates partial shade. Sends out GRCWTH inhibitor to nearby plants through roots. Uses maple sugar. Tapped in winter. Ornamental, red and yellow autumn. Leaves. Good carving wood. Bee forage. MESQLIIS, PROSOPISJULIJL or A, PTR Remi spreading shrubs and small trees 10-15 m. Arid climates, totally drought resistant and extremely salt tolerant. Grown from saline desert to semi-desert. Zones. P. juliflora, honey mesquite, yields 50 tons off pods per hectare, with 3 to 5 years to production. Caution, easily becomes rampant. Uses major fodder trees of drylands for stock and poultry. L4CM long pods are high in sugar, some protein. Pods made into a syrup, in Peru. Bee forage. Coppices. Easily for firewood. Also P. alba, P. nigra, P. paludond. P. chilensis. Moringa, Amoringaoiefra. Also called the horseradish or drumstick tree. Small tree. 2L0M, propagated by cuttings. Tropical, fast growing. Tender pods as vegetables, flowers and young leaves. Eaten. Fried seeds. Roots as condiment, like horseradish. Twigs and leaves lopped for stock fodder. Mulberry, Morus species. Deciduous dome-shaped trees to 20 m, grow from temper. 8 to subtropical climates. Man species are black mull. LLR, New York, M. nigra, red mulberry, M. rubra, and white mulberry, M. alba. Can be grown in full sun but is also shade tolerant. Easily grown from seed or cuttings. Uses edible bames, M. nigra and M. rubra have superior fruit. M. alba is fast growing, with short fruiting season. Leaves are used as silkworm food in China. Excellent trees for poultry and pig forage as fruits are numerous and fall easily to the ground. Leaves can also be fed to cattle. Useful wood for fence posts and barrels. Nasturtium, Tropaeoium. A creeping or climbing perennial, usually grown as an annual, frost sensitive. Prolific in moist gardens, but will also grow in most soils and sites. Uses good ground cover and companion plant around fruit trees. Seeds can be pickled as a substitute for capers. They are also used medicinally as an antiseptic. Iraves and flowers edible in salads. Natal plum, Carissa grandiflora. Thorny, evergreen shrub to 2 m, grows in dry subtropics/tropics. Ripe fruits eaten raw, preferably made to serves. Substitute for cranberry sauce. Attractive ornamental shrub, valued as a hedge in South Africa. Hitabahuxtby. Oaks, Quercus species. Mostly large, spreading, deciduous trees up to 40 m, although some are smaller or even prostrate. L. long-lived, many are fast-growing and bear acorns early. L. large habitat range from dryland soils to acid swamps. Temperate to subtropical climates, most species are well suited to cold areas. Good germination, although acorns sometimes lose viability in a year. Yield is variable, usually yielding in alternate years. Uses acorns as animal forage, high carbohydrate. Most valuable for pigs, although crushed acorns and leaf mold are fed to poultry. Species used are sweet, or low in tannin. Excellent hardwood timber and firewood. Some species used for wine vats to aid maturation process. Oaks offer shelter for stock and are good fire sector species, for burners when green. Raves are used for animal bedding. Following are a list of some species suited to particular uses. Human food, acorns contain tannin which can be removed from ground acorn meal by leaching in streams and cooking. Some sweeter acorns AIE, Q. ilex are Ballada, a cultivar of THC whole oak, which is the best Old World eating acorn used in Portugal and Spain. Q. alba, white oak, a common North American tree with acorns boiled like schnitz by native Americans. Fodder, best is Q. ilex, whole oak, Urd Q. super, cork oak, mixed. Slants AIE grown in Portugal for pig forage, with very high yields on alternate years. Such mixed oak forest yields 68 kg/hop per year over a 10-year period. Other fodder species are Q. prenoides, chinkapin oak, P. alba, white oak, and Q. minor, post oak. Timber, most oak trees produce superior quality timber. Some improved tan species UEQ rubber, English oak, used for centuries in buildings and ships. Q. petria, domest oak, 2. alba, white oak, also used for barrel making, and Q. rubra, red oak, used extensively for fumiture. Cork, Quercus super, the cork oak, is cultivated in Spain and Portugal for wine/champagne bottle stoppers, insulation, flooring, etc. Once mature, cork can be harvested every 8 to 10 years without harming the tree. A hectare of cork oak will yield an average of 240 kg/year. Other uses, Q. mongolica is the host plant for the tusser silkworm of China and Japan. These are semi-domesticated and produce a high quality sick. Quercus volumna, black or citron oak, yields a permanent yellow dye from its inner bark. Q. ilex and Q. alba are used for high quality charcoal production. PTA 5 coxy nu 5. Skazai 1. RUN Aliro RBTA and R. Exun. 187. Olm, OIEA Europea. Small, evergreen tree to 8 m, long-lived, up to 700 years. Dryland plant of Mediterranean region, not suited to maritime or cold regions, although fairly frost hardy. Fruit needs hot summers to ripen. Propagation by cut. Tings, olives bear in 4 to 6 years. Can grow on thin, rocky soils but yield is best on fertile soils. Uses, fruit is eaten green or ripe. Green olives must be soaked in a lye solution before pickling to remove bitterness. Excellent oil crop, fruit picked when fully ripe. But not Sophie, then crushed to a mash and placed in cloth bags. These are pressed and TTRE oil collected. Good olive varieties yield as much as 30 VO oil. The remaining pulp, after pressing, can be fed to stock. Olive trees are a good shelter and occasional forage for stock. Palms. Woody perennials with many uses, from human food oils, sugar, animal fodder, structural material, thatch, and fiber. Most useful palms grow in DIY or wet tropics. Have deep tap roots, and many are successfully used in agroforestry, crops and pasture, as they do not compete for water. Date palm, P. hoenix dac life ra, P.sylvestris, P.cn. Ariensis dioecious, need 1 male to 60 to 80 females. Staple food yielding dates, old trees are tapped for toddy. Sugar. Inferior species off dates can be used for animal fodder or possible fuel crop. Borisus palms, Borisus species Palmyra, 8. Flabellifer, tapped for sugar in India, produces 170 pounds of nectar per acre, or 40,000 liters of alcohol fuel. Timber is hard and durable. Others Ue B. ethiopican. B. sundacus. Doom or gingerbread palm, Hyphane thebicus. Multi-stemmed, branched palm 2L5M, bearing heavy crops of edible hard-shelled fruits. Staple food and fodder. Crop of arid lands, mainly Egypt. Coconut, Cocos nucifero essential plant of many tropical island cultures. Yields coir for rope, thatch, oil. Drinking water, nut meats, and sugar from flower stalks. Chilean wine palm, Iubia spectabilis temper. 8-zone palm yielding 410 liters of sweet sap annually. Cold hardy. Fruit with edible nut, useful for fodder. Peach palm or pejabe, Bactes, Galeelma. Gasip a spiny trunk plant, staple plant of Central and South America exceeding maize in protein and carbohydrate yields per acre. Fruits chestnut-like, boiled and dried as food. Also for poultry and pig forage. Hardy only in frost-free areas. Piation-free huts, PCSSL70RA species. Evergreen perennials, vigorous growers, sometimes ram pant as they will naturally and climb in forest trees. Uses, edible fruit, poultry, and pig fodder, sun deflector. To shade walls, used, oak cover, and keep cool, water tanks, and sheds. Ornamental, with showy flowers. Black passion fruit, Passerlora italis, is a vigorous climber of subtropical to tropical areas. Cultivated on fixed fence trellis, cropping for 4 to 8 years, some varieties last longer. Frost tender in early growth. Banana passion fruit, P. Mollison, is grown in temperate maritime climates, will withstand moderate frost once established. Yields from late autumn to early summer, and is a valuable poultry fodder, fruit seeds. An underused fruit for winter fresh fruit, more easily peeled than P. italis. Lilikoi, P. alida, is a hardy, vigorous grower of the subtropics and tropics, plant 2 or more for best cross fertilization. Delicious fruit. Other edible passion fruits of the tropics are granadilla, P. Queuctre and G. olaris, sweet granadilla, P. Iigolais, MTW ater. Lemon, P. longfilia. P. auloniae, P. aulonia tomanto sa, P. fargasi. Quick growing, drought resistant deciduous trees to L5M. Mild temperate to subtropical range, with P. fargasi in the cooler climates. Grown extensively in China. Has deep taproot and will not compete with pasture crops. Has large leaves, but with some pruning and wide spacing. Allows light through. Uses, timber crop for fine furniture, boxes, chests. Used in agroforestry to shelter cereal, soybean, and cotton. 5 be Pondel, 11 nt, coffee, cat carrot ovanl / at, toto. P. Palm nantt and, -o, 4yo13 pq. Coquerel djt, and of ca6e.ran. Coconut circe. 188. Crops, would taken in 6 to 12 years, pruning and shaping. Necessary to maintain good log growth. Raves contain nutrients, nitrogen, can be used as stock fodder and mulch. Persimmon, Diospyros roskaki, D. virginiana. Many varieties, especially in Japan. Deciduous tree 2. L5M, yielding fruit in winter. Temperate, O subtropical climates. Fairly frost hardy, does well in most well drained soils. Japanese persimmon, D. keiki, does best in full sun, while American persimmon, RT. virginiana, can tolerate partial shade. Uses, fruit, eaten when overripe, harvested when hard and ripened indoors. Fallen fruit is an excellent pig and stock food. Ornamental plant, with autumn color. Spectacular red fruits on leafless nay. A good front yard plant, along with other such ornamental edibles as naster, tium, kale, almond, peach, currant, pigeon pell, Cajanus cajun. Reminis woody shrub of dry subtropics and tropics. Frost sensitive. Quick growing, short-lived perennial. Sometimes grown as an annual. 1-4 m tall. Uses, major tropical food grain, green seeds and pods used as vegetables. Ripe seeds for flour, dill. Sprouls, 22, O protein L070 calcium. Important forage. Plant eaten gene or made into hay or silage. Sometimes planted in pastures as a browse plant. Ideal windbreak and shade for vegetables, leaves cut for mulch on garden beds. Shade tree plantations, coffee, cacao, and vanilla production in India. Useful windbreak hedge species. Used in Asian medicine as a treatment of skin irritations. Cuts. Leaves used for silkworm culture in Malagasy. Green manure and cover crop. Used in erosion control. Dried stalks for firewood, thatching and baskets. In India. Prickly pear, Opungia species. Spiny cacti with flat, fleshy pads grown in dry subtropics / tropics. Like full sun, grow to 2 m. Propagated by planting. Pads into the ground. Will grow in poor soils, drought resistant. Caution, can be invasive, birds carry seeds. Uses, fruit, eaten fresh or stewed, numerous hard seeds, use gloves to harvest, then scrub off fine spines and peel. Seeds are nutritious and are sometimes ground for animal feed. Young Opungia pads are despined and sold in Mexican, Indian markets for human food, pads. Also fed to stock, spines are bumped of good barrier hedges. Some varieties are, Mission prickly pear, O. New GAC and Ha, common prickly pear, O. Phyceus indica, O. undulata, O. streptocantha. Prunus spp. These deciduous species contain some of the most important temporary fruits, apricot, plum, almond, datch, nectarine, chair 1. I/E cultivars, some miniature variety. IES/IS are small trees and shrubs L10 m tall. Mediterranean climates, warm dry summers best. Semi-tolerant of drought. Uses, /INL, for root, usually eaten FRCSH or in. Content S.use. Almonds are a storable product. Some Species such as damson plum, P. instella, sour cherry, P. cerasus, and common plum, P. domestica, will form. Thix, mocking excellent hedge for windbreak, wild. Life habitat. All species good bee forage. Queensland arrowroot, C. anatilis. A clump-forming perennial of the subtropics and tropics. Originally from the Americas. One of the hardiest. Arrowroot plants can grow in temperate areas where there is little frost, needs warm, sunny position. Uses tubers cooked for its sausage taste, though inferior to sweet potato M fiber. Arrowroot flour. Animal forage, Espezially pigs. Also used as a garden. Windbreak and weed barrier with comfort and lemon grass, and can be chopped occasionally for garden mulch. Quinoa, C. Hinopodium quinoa. Hardy annual to L2M, grown in South African Andes. Cold temperate, dryland. Drought tolerant. Sow in spring. 7AR.OWRFH. LE-Jacina. ABNICR. 0. C-G VXO asterisk 7LT65. WIL Euro J carat. ABLBGCI.O. Of. Xen, LEVCE-JA. Of .I or op. AB1E any of WI8. T $la any L. Classical P almond crop. 189. After frost. Nutritious grain food, tasty greens. Grind. Seeds into flour or remove big mess of whole grains by soaking, use boiled or in soup. Chicken fodder. Other useful Chenopodium species for human food and chicken fodder are fat hen or lamb's quarters, see album. With calcium-rich leaves for salads, seeds relished by poultry and birds, and good King Henry, see bonus. Henricus, young plant eaten like asparagus and spinach. Rosella, H. ibaceus subdarva. Fast-growing annual shrub of subtropics and tropics. Grows 1.5-2 m tall. Tolerates most soils, must be well drained. Needs long summer glowing period. Uses, fruit stewed or used in desserts and drinks. Conserves. Tender leaves and young stems used as a salad. Or steamed, leaves are chopped as a savory herb, for curries. Another useful plant of the hibiscus family is okra, I1ESCLENTS, with tea for tender pods boi or sliced and fried. Used in soups and gumbos. Salsify, Tragapogo and Porphylias. Temperate, biennial clumping plant to 0.6 m, often planted as an annual. Cultivated for its oyster-flavored edible. Taproot, harvested autumn, winter, spring. Young leaves. And flowers edible in spring and summer. Scarlet runner bean, Phaseolus coccinus B. Multiflorus. Herbaceous perennial, grown as an annual in cold CLI. Mates, with thick rootstock. Tolerates some frost, grown in mild coastal or island climates. Needs cool periods too. Fruit heavily. Uses, edible young pods, beans fresh or dried. Good. Trellis plant for shade, bright red ornamental flow asterisk ERS. Tuben are boiled as a vegetable in Central and can. Highlands. Other useful Phaseolus are tepary bean, P. acutilias, a high-value dryland species, and lima bean. P. lunulatus, a nautical low-hedge plant on fences. SESB ania, SES banu by SP no SA, SAC oleic, SGRND. Flora. Fast-growing, 4 to 6 m/year, short-lived subtropical and tropical legume tree 6-9 m high. Drought resistant. Easily propagated by seed. Uses, seeds used for poultry fodder and leaves for forage. Aciculata used in Asia as raditional green. Manure crop and border plant, nitrogen fixer, planted. Tijura with rice. S. grandiflora grown in the Mekong Delta in home gardens for its leaves and flowers used for human food and livestock and poultry. Planted along rice paddies, yield up to 55 tons of green material per hectare. Used as temporary shade trees in nurseries. Windbreak in citrus and coffee, banana. Living fence and firewood. Source. Used for large-scale reforestation of bare land. Outside forces in Indonesia. 190. Siberian pea shrub, Carragona species. Tall, leguminous shrubs L5M, forms thickets. Carragona arborescens is the only species that grows into a tree. Very cold and wind hardy, growing from Arctic circle to warm, dry climates. Seeds burst out of 6 cm long. Pods and should be collected in bags before completely ripe if needed for seed. Uses, windbreak and hedge shrub for very cold climates. Seeds are excellent poultry forage food, and pods can be left on the shrubs to boost open wildlife habitat, sheltering small animals in the thickets. See arbor. Essence leaves produce a blue dye. Nitrogen fixer. Stone pine, Palmis pinea and other species. Conifer up to L030 m tall, slow growing and long lived. Suits cool areas and can grow on exposed, dry, rocky sites. Uses, pine nuts or kernels are rich in oil, have a very good flavor. Cones are collected when mature but opened in summer sun or drier and nuts are shaken free. Many species have excellent edible nuts, including pinyon pine, P. idalis, Coulter's pine, P. Coulter, P. sembra europae, P. gerardiana, Afghani. Stan. Sunflower, H. elianthus anus. Annual plants 0.7-3.5 m tall, temperate to tropical CLI. Mates, not suited to the wet tropics, however. Drought. Resistant, but do best when watered at intervals. Grow on a wide range of good draining soils. Release root exudate. Some crops do not grow next to them. Uses, high-value protein seed for human and live stock, especially poultry, pigeons. Whole heads may be sent to stock. SA.lat and cooking oil made from seeds. Asterisk if seed cake residue fed to stock. Also used in blends. Asterisk if linseed for paints and varnishes. Lubricant and light. Ing. Stalks and hulls are mulch, bedding for livestock. STN and hemp, Crotalaria junci. Tall shrubby annual 1-3 m subtropics and tropics, frost. Sensitive. Quick growing, large leaved legume. Hardy. And drought resistant. Uses, cultivated for fibers used as twine, paper. Nets, sacking, better than jute. Root exudate said to control nematodes in the soil. Easily grown in gardens. With leaves used for mulch. Crotalaria brevidens justus. Annual fodder in tropical Africa. Green manure crop. Often grown in rotation with rice, maize, cotton, and interplanted with coffee, pineapple. When thickly sown, will smother all weeds, even vigorous grass weeds. Sunroot, H. elianthus T. ubro sus. Also called Jerusalem artichoke. Tall perennial which dies back to roots, L-3 m tall. Propagated by tubers. Yields are often 4 to 5 times that of potatoes. Hardy, wide climatic. Range from temperate regions to tropics. Will tolerate poor soils, drought. Like sunflowers, sun roots release a root exudate which is toxic. Some plants. Uses human food, tubers eaten as vegetable. Ani. Malforage, dry stalks and leaves eaten by goats, tubers by pigs. Fast garden windbrain also useful to break up hard soils. Leaves used for mulching gardens after tubers. Harvested. Sweet potato, Ipomoe batatas. Perennial twining plant, often treated as an annual. Tem. Parade tropical tubers usually planted on ridges or mounds, cannot stand waterlogging. Propagated B stem. Cuttings in tropics, tuber sprouts in temperate climates. Needs frost-free growing period of 4 to 6 months. Uses, important food source, eaten boiled or baked. Used for canning, drying, flour manufacture, and as a source of starch, glucose, syrup, and alcohol. Also fed to livestock. Vines are widely used as fodder for stock. Grown in subtropics as a ground cover for orchards, but must occasionally be slashed from tree trunks. Dieback. In frost. Taro, Ceoloxia esculentus. Tropical wet culture plants with over 1,000 cultivars. Grown either in wetland cytices with azalifern, for nitrogen fixation, or on mulched and irrigated plots. Slapple food of the tropics. Large iot is N, although some laros are grown for their leaves. The leaves of many tios are poisonous. Topita, Coprosin repens. Also called New Zealand mirror plant. Large, evergreen. Shrub 2-3 m with shiny leaves, dioecious, separate male and female plants. Easily grown from cuttings. Temper. 8 climates, wind hardy and resistant, salt spray, drought, and fire. Common ornamental seaside plant in New Zealand and Tasmania. Uses, hedgerow plant and fire retardant. Fruit and seeds are excellent poultry forage. Leaves are eagerly eaten by sheep, horses, cows. Hunate clippings make a good mulch or compost. Tag assist, C. Hamicytiss palmuensis. Note, previously named Riocern ICVTISS PROIFRS. Nitrogen fixing legume Re 6-10M, living for more than 30 years. Easy to grow from seed, scarify or pour boiling water over seeds and soak. Tolerant of poor soils, flout. Wind, originated in dry, Mediterranean type climate, but does well in cool temperate areas, withstanding light frost. Tag assist recovers after pruning or defoliation by animals. For best results fertilize with trace elements and lop branches regularly, either by hand or browsing, to give a more bushy foliage. Seed can be seed direct drilled into pot. Tour, but plants should be protected from stock for up to 3 years, or stock let in for brief periods to graze. Of sheep. Ringbark trees, cut to the ground to encourage any growth. This will form thickets more resistant to sheep damage. Uses, foliage and important protein-rich fodder for stock during drought and at the end of summer. B. Forage, many small white flowers. Chickens eat seeds. Windbreak hedge. Nurse plant surrounding frost sensing. Live trees in early years. Excellent cut mulch, tree can be lopped 3 terms in summer. Tamarillo or tree tomato, Cyphmendra. Betaceae. Short-lived shrub to 3-6 m, of the tomato family. Sown from seed or propagated by cuttings from 1 or 2-year-old wood. Yields in 2 years. Subtropical, marginally suited to cool areas. Place in a sheltered, sunny position will tolerate mild frost. Well-drained swaggy. Uses, fruit high in vitamin C, used fresh, stewed, conserves. Commer. Chaly grown in new TRH and high-value crop. Treponut, Treponatans T. incisa. Also called Indian water chestnut. Several species, tem. Parade to tropical regions. Aquatic perennial, floats in water 2 to 3 feet deep. Nicks high nutrients. Uses, imper. Tan starchy food plant, rich in iron, flower like arrowroot. Walnut, Juglans regia, J. nigra. Spreading, deciduous trees to 30 m, long-lived. Temper. 8 climate, cold areas. Yields best on deep, well-drained, rich soils. Release root exudate which inhibits some understory plants, although pasture does well. Uses. Both species are important for nut production, timber. Specialty woods. Husks produce a dye. Black walnut. J. nigra, rootstock is resistant to armillary root rot, all. Commercial English walnut stands are graft. Black. Walnut is a particularly sought after wood, with VCRY high. Prices paid for good, stride timber, yields in 40 to 50 years. White cedar, Melia zeterac. Short-lived, 20 years, deciduous tree 9-12 m lol. Suited to a wide range of warm climates, tropics to /Editena. Neem climates, e.g. South and /Est Australia. Uses, fast GRO * in shade tree, good for afforestation. Valuable timber, resistant to O * mite attack, does not need to be heated, and used for palks, furniture, and roofing maintenance. Few I*MD copies as well, Trey Euro S lopped. For green and mineral. Leaves, bark, and fruits are credited. * if insect repellent quali use. Extracts of the leaves are used as a spray against grasshoppers, and leaves placed in books and UOL clothing to protect against moths. Caution, fruits are very poisonous. /ILLO/Ls, SA/9 species. Around 300 species. Mainly spreading, deciduous Trey Euro S. R91. Water-loving. Mostly temperate climate. Easily propagated from stem cuttings. May become naturalis or rampant, especially along streams. Uses, Salix simonalis, osier willow, and other SPE. Size used for basketry. Long L 2-year-old shoots are cut from pollard willow stumps, or from thickets of willow stems, trunk cut at ground level. S. Matsudana is used in New Zealand for erosion control. Weeping and pussy willows, 5 discolor, among others, are excellent bee forages. Willows are fire retardants, steam rather than burn. S. Matsudana VU. Tortuosa has lush foliage for emergency sheep and deer fodder during drought. 1 hectare of willows can maintain 1,000 sheep for 6 days. Data from agroforestry in Australia and New Zealand. Winged bean, Pisophocarpus tetragonalibus. Ergomenis, twining vine, growing, over 3 m when supported. Valuable, nutritious tropical garden bean. Uses, edible pods, young leaves, shoots, flowers as vegetables, immature tuberous roots eaten raw or cooked. Very high protein content. Can be used as for soybeans. For processing to bean cake. Seeds contain oil for cooking, soap, and lye. Dry flowers eaten like mushrooms. Excellent nitrogen fixer, heavy nodulation, soil conditioner and cover crop for the Ropics. Yam beans, Pachynia cerosus, P. tuberosus. Herbaceous, twining plant 2-6 m tall. Warm climate, dry. Land perennial beans with crisp, edible tubers, harvested. After 4 to 8 months. Mature seeds and leaves toxic. Uses, tubers widely eaten in Mexico, Philippines. SE Asia, raw or CMKED. Called jicama, P. erosus, in Mexico and eaten in salads or sliced thinly and sprinkled with salt, lemon juice, and chili sauce. Young pods of P. erosus sometimes eaten like French beans. Old starchy. Tubers are fed to cattle. Yarrow, AC hilly amyl lime. Herbaceous perennial lime, with white flower heads. Drought resistant, natural leases along roadsides and disturbed soils. Bee forage. Insectivore plant, a member of the composite family which attracts benioecial insects. Flowering tops and foliage of medicinal use for stock. Especially sheep. Roar RPGA. LI, SVT and TIETA. SERC. N. AT. \V. Vig caret slash A unguical caret top. DBCX5. OTRA caret CA. 192. E6I. NLN. Elzisu SBI. IPZEH. Zkaliwa. Crooks bedu. IG $. IPO. ABTN Euro JKG. Skumsopyolov. Spos.spot SLNN.Y. Sposi pub SEB Brock Elba Luigi LPJ. B caret BNT asterisk. Elxit asterisk. OSO. Antij soy. ESIG. SNNIJA colon X Puckerate asterisk. JL Ruby LL1U. QBLHFRNRD. S. ETJ. Ellen Brun J Lure ADU04. Arikrug Oak KU03. Oak 11 CNGA Cuton. Aircrep 1 foot Acker 3. AUL 11. SA Razar. I3 U11003. UT Pass LNJDJ. ADU. Peasterg. Nul caret backslash. E caret. Low. Chris Egg. J0 slash KOUJPS. Prasen 141. IPO E caret I.I. Ibs H. Purelv. SPO pool BS boo 8U. Q3.Q. Lu J caret backslash ORM pool Suen asterisk. Lnusk gel B caret backslash RR pol asterisk. Red UOA 8R4. Arec 1 UL 16 Nulsico Lu caret backslash S. Lzinko 1 AOU 11 Core J. SL Bauer Pub S Jane Old.J. Senur Ers Rare UOS. 8erg. CK caret. Leus OOS. UU asterisk. 8 DR 4 asterisk OURA asterisk. JPad colon J. Unel Unir 6. Active. Xseed. 3LG. VSRT Alcod. Inc. Lumupad. A31QE5. OJBJX. Lujunes. Drusru 4. Subakerba asterisk. OOJ. Japili J. DTS. SN4R3. Aldu 14. Unel Prep. PQBJ Nakuro F. E111 Fear 51. Uikalso 8 Yule. Uinquapu. Urknel backslash. JPP backslash. Linuo ISS Euro D. Euro IIPBJC. Redaku point 1. Itode 5. Eco 1. BIIQBJBJ. S caret PND. To UD. Backslash comma dot dash dot T. Clio JEN Dunes. RJPCTLJUUTULOLJPJS. Lower backslash 1 or JE Pul Suayon asterisk. To N1. OL Eurolod. QS. P Euro D. Euro. Euro Pluk. Aroc 1Q3. E1DDE Prasen 3 Yod 6. Out to 4 loads AAUU11. LOCFDYLD. 8 UOT 3 8 hitter pi B3 Ojo JE1 Carnes. SLNJT.G. Slow Yul Chiklo T Yurdo Alg. $T Bo or JQSRD asterisk. UUJ 08 or YR9. Euro ITU. PB3 pi caret J asterisk East. C. Lnulsate Jalen Ruang. Yurdu asterisk Nul caret backslash. Fnulli RJPIS Pul Y. $NNY. SL Jane Bird POOJ Altbrogberg Cool Z 1. LLNQPFO 8 UU141. Lurd.RL4 Updroltens. .FL. Slubi I and JPJBLG1TNR. Sid Euro Euroleg. 4. .USAOC.UE301.1 CE1Q. Sirueg. OL Judo PJA.REQJ. Agnan 1 UA Rakman 5. 1 MR. Edgar Rec Comrol 5. Sturgate LG. On LDE Fraji. URR.URSJSD LRJR backslash R. JESD backslash RJ. QRJRF.LQJ. Korea 4 UACSUS.RJE3. Yulrove dash backslash dot I.UE1 and 1G. Tenbali.RA1.NL0. Alarajul. Y. NJJX RJT ALPL. Lord JBJ. Caret BSSBJ asterisk. Leak Sukjug. SN8 Arudzi PQSBJBRRV asterisk. Sluxjo.Checknook. Slu. Ruo SL Jane Bird Boot RLLR SPLDIFBJ. Sorcads. Lukdo 4 QNS. 4 Ecuador 4 S1 Riru. Asterisk. 4 Saratzi. Yuan Tercep. OUPO OLSPUJROJOSEJBS. Repudior Puno 3 EQUBJ Pels Lee Sock 1. Jo UAS. S1 UE1D. Rupo Ruk JSOPO 1 T8 OUQLIRA. Sarobilic. Aml Suat Injus Joe SLSLLOJP8 UBRO11 AQ1. Siluag 3 LBCLNJ3 SNNTSLSTTSSTCSDS. G. 4 Poeti. B. Hickories. Asterisk ice cream bean. Asterisk pigeon pea. Quinoa. Asterisk winged bean. Foliage. Bamboo. Chicory. Comfort. Tag assist. Sunroot. Asterisk black bean. Tree medic. Asterisk Hispania. Willow. Asterisk winged bean. Choco slash coyote. Acacias. Asterisk Iracema. Amaranth. Asterisk Hispania. Carob. Ispizza. Lucerne. Lupin. Pampas grass. Vigna SPP. Asterisk Lucana. Asterisk pigeon pea. Topita. Cunijong. Dandelion. Table 10. Useful perennial vines. A deciduous. Grape wisteria. Kiwi fruit scarlet runner bean. Scarlet trumpet vine. Asterisk yam. Beans. Virginia creeper. B evergreen. Asterisk passion fruit choco slash coyote. Asterisk vanilla asterisk lab bean. Jasmine ivy. Table 11. Pest control plants. Asterisk sun hemp. Nematodes. Marigold. Tajid species. Nematodes. Pyrethrum daisy. Broad spectrum insecticide. White cedar and neem tree. Insecticide. Tobacco. Insecticide. Carrots root. Deer elliptica. Rhubarb, insecticide, D roots, tubers, rhizomes. Asterisk ericaca. Sunroot. Asterisk yam. Comfort. Asterisk yam. Beans. Chicory. Choco. Sweet potato. Sweet violet. Asterisk winged. Bean. Sloe. Natal plum. Table 12. Celery angelica. Parsley. Chervil. Queen Anne's lace. Coriander. Cumin. Sweet Sicily. Carrot. Lavender. Ogdenberry. Umbelliferous plants. Arrowhead, duck potato. Asterisk Queensland ioto root. Table 7. Edible flowers for salads. Daylily borage. Calendula phea. Black locust nasturtium. Asterisk Sesbania dandelion. Salsify. Zucchini. Gorse. Honey locust. Elderberry. Pampas grass. Asterisk Queensland. Arrowroot. Florence fennel. Dill. Ovage. Caraway. Fennel. Anise. Parsnip. Almond. Apple. Rose, Ros rugosa, arcanina. Table 8. Hedge plants. Autumn olive. Oralberry. Coprosma. Topatisum clumping bamboos. Alder hawthorn. Hazel Russian olive. Table 13. Composite plants. Tarragon southernwood. Tansy chamomile. Wormwood daisies. Artichoke salsify. Sunroot sunflower. Table 14. Water or wetland plants. Azala rush, SCLRPRS species. Watercress water chestnut. Mint. Asterisk Kong Kong. Water lily. Asterisk lentis. Wild rice. Duckweed duck potato, arrowhead. Willow's cranberry. Highbush cranberry. Kumbungi or cattail. Wren, Framp species. Table 15. Bee forage. Pomegranate, closely spaced, clipped. Some prunus species, damson plum, sour cheney. Table 9. Animal barrier plants. Spiny or unpalatable dense thickets. L. Euphorbia asp. Hawthorn. Prickly pear cactus and other cactus spp. I94. Bergamot lucerne / alfalfa. Pride of Madeira some eucalypts. Osier willow, and other willows. Tab E10. Species for very dry sites. C. tropici subtropics. Trees. Acacias albizia. Gliricidia caliandra. Luricina sesbania. Pongamia tamarind. Cassia ice cream bean tree. Tipuana tipu. Small species. Pigeon pea. Winged bean. Beans and peas. Lucerne. Lab bean. Peanut. Clover. References. Boston, Tropical Legumes, Resources for the Future. National Academy of Sciences, Washington, D.C., L919. Brooke, 8, Plants Consumed by Man, Academic Press. New York. 1975. Douglas, J. Sholto, Alternative Foods, Pelham Books. Limited, 1978. Hedrick U.P. ed. Sturdy Ants, Edible Plantsoid. World, Dover, New York, 1972. Macefield, E.T. Alia, The Old Book of Food Plants. Oxford University Press, London, 7969. Mollison, Bill, and David Holmgren, Permaculture 1. 1978, Taggery Publications. Lindegger, Maxo, Subtropical Fruits, a Compendium of Needs and Uses, 1984, Permaculture Consulency, 56. Isabella Ave, number QLD 4560. Litwin, Sherry, Plant Species Index in the Future is Abundant, A Guide to Sustainable Agriculture, TILF. 1982. Usher, George, A Dictionary of Plaris LRSED by Man, 1974. Oxlington Group, United Kingdom.